Chapter 1. All accidents are inevitable. On Blue Star in Province Z, there is a small city built against the mountains, where a small Taoist temple resides. The temple is not extravagant. It is home to several Taoist priests who maintain its daily operations. Although the temple is small, it is quite effective and attracts a decent number of visitors, as local people often come here for matters of concern. In this modern society, the temple may be small, but it has everything it needs and is not disconnected from the world. This moment. In the temple's backyard, a young man is practicing Tai Chi. Each movement is relaxed and heavy, with a continuous flow of energy. Suddenly, he exerts force, and his speed becomes incredibly fast, with immense power. After about half an hour, he completes the entire set and slowly gathers his energy. An old priest sitting at the entrance speaks up. "Not bad, A-GUANG. Your skills have reached a profound level. You can go down the mountain now." The old priest is the highest ranking and most powerful in the temple, and all the people there are his disciples. The young man, named A-GUANG, is 24 years old and an orphan. The old priest found him in the mountains when he was still an infant. The name was given by the old priest, hoping he would shine like light and illuminate others. From then on, the temple became A-GUANG's home. Of course, it is not isolated. The county town is just below the mountain, and A-GUANG, like other children, goes to school. He is slightly smarter than other kids intellectually, but much stronger physically. In terms of studies, the old priest never cared about A-GUANG's academic performance. It wasn't until A-GUANG graduated from college that the old priest asked him to stay at the temple, which has been 2 years now. During these 2 years, the old priest has closely monitored him, intensifying his Tai Chi practice. The Tai Chi taught by the old priest is quite different from what is commonly seen. It is more like a form created for practical combat. Not flashy, but very useful. Throughout his life, aside from teaching him Tai Chi, the old priest has imparted more principles of dealing with people and situations that has been over 20 years you have grown up. "I have taught you all that I can. It is time for you to go down the mountain," the old priest said slowly. "Ah, master, what should I do after I go down the mountain?" A-GUANG asked. "Your life is yours to seek answers for," the old priest replied. Thus, A-GUANG packed his things, bid farewell to his master, and descended the mountain. The path down the mountain is not difficult, as many pilgrims come up frequently. However, A-GUANG's speed is very fast. Living here has made him familiar with the terrain, and on top of that, he possesses extraordinary physical qualities. Since childhood, A-GUANG's body has been different from others, with a flow of heat within him. As he has grown, that flow has become stronger. The IT nourishes his body, granting him strength, speed, and recovery abilities beyond that of ordinary people. If it weren't for the old priest's warning not to let others know of his abilities, he could have made a fortune as an athlete. As A-GUANG pondered about his future, he hummed a tune. "Twist and leap, I close my eyes." Joyfully, A-GUANG leaped down the steps, but suddenly, a black hole appeared beneath his feet. He stepped into thin air and fell into it. How could this happen? As darkness engulfed him, just before losing consciousness, A-GUANG was filled with questions. It shouldn't be. How could there be a hole here? And so deep. In the M78 Nebula, on the planet of light, which radiates brilliance like a glowing emerald, illuminating the surrounding cosmic space. It is exceptionally beautiful. At this moment in space, a circular golden light gate appeared, from which emerged a golden giant. Indeed, the visitor is the QQ escape entity, a warrior of the Absolution race, Tartaros, commonly known as the Little Golden Man. "Ah, how beautiful!" he exclaimed while gazing at the land of light, his eyes filled with greed. Then, in a flash of golden light, he moved on. Again in the M78 Nebula, on the planet of light, a nearby small asteroid suddenly saw a silver giant flying out and crashing onto its surface. Indeed, this giant is Belial. He had just touched a plasma spark, which burned his arm, and then escaped from the land of light, landing here. Suddenly, the Little Golden Man appeared before Belial. This part of the story is familiar to many. The Little Golden Man showed Belial a vision of his future failure and offered him powerful abilities as temptation, successfully recruiting him. It turns out this is the land of light from another timeline. The Little Golden Man possesses the ability to traverse time and space, coming to a parallel universe to take Belial away. The universe operates according to its own laws, and when one recklessly disrupts the cosmic order with their abilities, the universe will respond accordingly. It's like throwing a stone into a calm lake, creating waves that spread out, interacting with other objects, generating new ripples, ultimately returning to balance under the influence of all these changes that, as the saying goes, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. When you toy with time and space will toy with you. Universes are interconnected, for example. Someone from the Victory team in the world of Ultraman Tiga once stumbled into the world of Ultraman Trigger during a patrol mission and founded the Shizuma Consortium. Those who have watched the Ultraman Trigger series will know who it is. Similarly, when the little golden man carelessly traverses different universes, it can unexpectedly cause additional temporal collisions. And the protagonist, A-GUANG, has fallen into such an unexpectedly appearing time-space passage and has crossed into another universe. A-GUANG slowly awakens, finding himself in a cave. To his surprise, there are two enormous stone statues before him, one of an Ultraman and the other of a monster. After observing for a while, he realizes that this is the giant statue created by Masaki Kigo through research, which later transformed Daigo into the evil version of Tiga. The monster statue seems to be named Ged, a pet of the giant. Looking at the massive statues, A-GUANG feels an inexplicable connection, as if he has some link with the giant. Slowly, A-GUANG walks closer to the statue and unconsciously reaches out his hand to touch it. The moment his hand makes contact with the statue, the heat flow within him travels through his hand into the statue, and with a flash of light, it feels as if he is being absorbed into the statue. When A-GUANG opens his eyes again, he sees that his entire body is glowing, and he is transformed into a giant. This is truly unbelievable. The light slowly retracts into his body, revealing the appearance of the giant. The giant possesses a blend of red, silver, and gold colors. Compared to the giant transformed by Masaki Kigo, A-GUANG's giant has undergone significant color changes. The originally silver parts of his body have turned red. The black lines have transformed into silver. The originally red wrist and ankle guards have become golden. The armor on his chest, which used to have a red base with golden edges, is now pure gold. He even has abdominal muscles like Ultraman 7. He looks quite strong. The blue eyes that were once demonic have turned milky white. Although the black eyeshadow has disappeared, the shape of the eyes remains unchanged. These eyes look more beautiful than those of other Ultramen, resembling phoenix eyes. The eyes of other Ultramen are like two big light bulbs, lacking any aesthetic appeal. The indented areas on the sides of his head have also changed from black to gold. The yellow crystal in the center of his forehead, with black lines extending upward, has also turned golden. The entire giant exudes righteousness and is filled with power. The energy within him is brimming, and A-GUANG clenches his fist, feeling the surging power. Then he transforms back into a human to this moment. Although A-GUANG's appearance hasn't changed, he is no longer comparable to his former self before becoming an Ultraman. Not only has his physical quality significantly improved, but he also possesses many super abilities characteristic of Ultraman. At this point, A-GUANG looks at the god light stick in his hand, feeling a bit complicated. Who would have thought that going down the mountain could lead to a time travel experience, transforming into an Ultraman, and having such good fortune? With a mix of 3 parts confusion, 3 parts excitement, 3 parts bewilderment, and 91 parts yearning for the future, A-GUANG leaves the cave. Chapter 2. Searching for the pyramid. The urgent task now is to solve the survival problem. First, identity, and second, money. In the original world, everything was mobile payment, so I only carry a little cash. Now it seems that this cash can't be used in this world either. Without an identity, how can I find a regular job and make money? I got it. In Sakura Country, there are no casinos, but there are many game arcades filled with slot machines. A-GUANG asked a passerby and arrived at the nearest arcade. Fortunately, he had learned several foreign languages before, and Japanese was one of them, so normal communication was not a problem. After looking around the arcade and roughly understanding the rules, he came to the area where they played the pinball game. That he noticed a big guy who had been playing for a long time, but couldn't pass the level. "It seems you're having a bad day today," A-GUANG said, pretending to be profound. The big guy was displeased and turned around, saying, "What did you say, you brat?" Seeing A-GUANG, who was a head taller than him and had solid muscles, he added, "So what? As if you're lucky. If you can do it, then go ahead." A-GUANG took out a steel ball he had picked up while walking around earlier. After tossing the steel ball into the machine, it seemed to have a mind of its own as it passed through the levels and eventually cleared the game. Huh, wow. The big guy went from disdain to astonishment, exclaiming, "Your luck is incredible." For an ordinary person, it might require luck, but for A-GUANG, it was about using ultra telekinesis to control the steel ball, guiding it through the correct path to clear the game. After all, ultra telekinesis can even hold monsters in place. A mere steel ball's weight was nothing. Why the time A-GUANG walked out of the arcade, he had already made hundreds of thousands of Sakura coins. Some people said this might not be right. Indeed, it wasn't very good. A-GUANG struggled internally because, for ordinary people, this was cheating. But as an Ultraman, he still needed to help everyone fight monsters, so collecting a bit for living expenses wasn't unreasonable. A-GUANG comforted himself. "I went a little less at each arcade, which not only won't negatively impact the businesses but also helps promote them." In the evening, he found a place to have a meal and inquired about Ultraman and monsters. As a result, monsters had not yet appeared, and no one knew about Ultraman and the monsters. Since that was the case, A-GUANG decided to head northeast to Akita City in Sakura Country, making his way to the land of Diga. Along the way, he planned to take advantage of any arcades he passed. Taking advantage of capitalism, it was our duty. A few days later, on the Mongolian plateau, Golzin crawled out from underground. Coincidentally, he was discovered by the victory teams Lena and Dagu. Dagu, look, what is that? Lena had never seen such a huge creature. Ah, so scary. Dagu was also shocked beyond words at the sight of Golzin. Golzin had just awakened, came out to catch his breath, and, after a while, he dug a hole and left. Dagu and Lena also returned to the TPC headquarters. At this moment, at TPC headquarters, the victory team members were gathered around a meteorite discussing. Dr. Kimura used a laser cutter to slice open the meteorite, revealing an internal device. The device projected a silhouette of a person and began to speak, but the language was incomprehensible to the crowd. Then, Yizu started translating using a translation device. "Everyone, I am Urin, the captain of the Earth Defense Force. The arrival of this time machine on Earth means that many significant changes will occur. The initial signs are the resurrection of the monster Golzin, which shakes the Earth, and the monster Melba, which shatters the sky. The monster Golzin, the monster that appeared in Mongolia, is Golzin," Dagu said excitedly. "The only ones who can protect Earth from these changes are the giants within the pyramid. That giant was once Earth's protector. He hid his battle form inside the pyramid and returned to his homeland in the original form of light. My descendants. Your task now is to revive the giant and defeat Golzin and Melba. And the only way to revive the giant is to make a sound like Zizizizi." The silhouette continued. Everyone was filled with confusion after hearing the silhouette's words. Finally, Dr. Kimura took the meteorite material for identification, and it was discovered that this meteorite was a product from 30 million years ago. Upon learning this result, everyone was left speechless in shock. Suddenly, an alarm signal sounded on the screen, and an image was transmitted. "A monster has appeared on Isthan Island now. We have images captured by satellite," a staff member said. On the screen, a winged monster walked out from the mountain. "It's Melba, the monster that shatters the sky. Earth is undergoing changes." Urin was right. That time machine is real. Golzin has appeared, and Melba has also appeared. Now all that's left is the giant in the pyramid. Dagu said excitedly again. "Then where's the giant in the pyramid?" Ikezawa asked. Dagu shook his head, and everyone was puzzled. "We should be able to find a pyramid," Yizu suddenly said. After some operations, the general location of the pyramid was locked in the northeastern part of Japan. Then Vice Captain Munakata led everyone to pilot the Victory Flying Swallow to search for the pyramid. At this time, A-GUANG had also arrived in the vicinity of Akita City, searching for the pyramid among the mountains. "I've been looking for a long time. Why haven't I found it?" A-GUANG murmured to himself while sitting on a mountaintop. Suddenly, two flying swallows flew over from the distance. "Oh, has the Victory team also started searching for the pyramid? That means the plot has begun. Ha! Then there's no need to search. I can just wait here for Diga to revive." A-GUANG sat down and began to rest. On the other side, the two flying swallows landed, and the team members began to search separately. However, after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find the pyramid. Just when they were about to give up, they finally spotted the pyramid in the distance. After passing through a large stone, Dagu was running towards the pyramid, so everyone hurried to follow him. At this moment, Melba and Golzin were on their way. Golzin rampantly passed through the city, causing destruction. Humans saw the enormous monster and began to flee in fear. However, the monster caused destruction in the city, but did not attack humans, it just walked on its own. Special report. Just now, a giant monster approximately 50 meters tall appeared northeast of Akita City, and it is moving in a certain direction. The city's large screen was broadcasting an emergency news report. Outside the pyramid, the team members saw A-GUANG enter the pyramid. They no longer hesitated, ran to the edge of the pyramid, and carefully made their way inside. Before them stood 3 tall stone statues of giants. A-GUANG stepped forward and touched the statue, feeling an inexplicable connection. At TPC headquarters, by analyzing the direction of the monster's movement, they concluded that the monster's target was the land of Diga at this moment. The people inside the pyramid also received the information that the monster was coming and prepared to evacuate. What about the giant? What is the method to revive the giant? Upon hearing about the evacuation, A-GUANG anxiously asked. The headquarters said the noise part still can't be corrected, Vice Captain Munakata replied. A-GUANG stared at the enormous statue, feeling anxious and powerless, unable to bear the torment in his heart. He shouted and ran away from the pyramid. Everyone worriedly chased after him. When everyone boarded the plane, Golzon finally arrived near the pyramid and began to destroy it. Oh my god, such a huge creature. Yeah, it's terrifying. Everyone gasped in astonishment at the giant monster. Chapter 3. Diga appears. Golzon arrived in front of the pyramid and emitted rays of light from its head. The pyramid quickly melted away, revealing 3 giant stone statues inside. Meanwhile, Yang-Guang was standing on a mountain, watching all of this. To be honest, seeing a monster for the first time was quite shocking. After all, the ones on TV were just actors in suits, and the monsters didn't look scary at all, and were even somewhat cute. But this was reality, and the true appearance of the monster looked genuinely terrifying. Just as Yang-Guang was contemplating whether to intervene and stop Golzon, he realized that if he didn't act, according to the plot, 2 of the stone statues would be destroyed. At that moment, Melba also happened to arrive. Seeing Melba's arrival, Yang-Guang put down the divine light stick he had already raised. It's definitely not because I'm outnumbered and afraid I can't win, but rather because I'm worried about disrupting the plot. What if Daegu doesn't transform into Dinah because of this? Yang-Guang self-comforted. He'll wait a bit longer. Once Daegu transforms into Dinah, it'll help him defeat the monster. As a result, Golzon and Melba successively destroyed the stone statues of Harao and Achilles, while the Dinah statue was also knocked down to the ground. Stop! Daegu, piloting the flying swallow, angrily shouted as he watched the monsters destroy the statues, and fired a signal flare. Yes, you read that right. It was indeed a signal flare. Because the world had ushered in peace, the flying swallow was not equipped with a weapon system and had no offensive power. Subsequently, although Daegu piloted the flying swallow to dodge Golzon's swinging claws, he could not avoid the light beam fired by Melba. The plane was hit, and the parachute control stick malfunctioned. Just as it was about to crash, Daegu transformed into light and flew into Dinah's body. When the other team members saw the flying swallow crash and explode, they all thought Daegu had sacrificed himself, and their spirits were very sorrowful. Golzon didn't care about that and walked straight towards the last giant statue, intent on destruction. With one mighty stomp, it seemed to feel something was different underfoot. The Dinah statue shed its stone form and transformed back into its original appearance, forcefully pushing away Golzon's giant foot and flipping Golzon over onto the ground. Dinah stood up, striking a battle pose. The giant has awakened. But how did it awaken? Team members in another flying swallow looked at the resurrected giant, both surprised and confused. At this moment, Yang-Guang, on the mountaintop, also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Although I've seen it on TV, experiencing it firsthand and seeing the Dinah statue about to be destroyed still made me worried. Dinah, facing 2 opponents, displayed the prowess of an ancient warrior from 30 million years ago. Golzon rushed in and was immediately met with a flurry of attacks from Dinah, unable to fight back at all, with its head ringing from the hits. At this moment, Melba launched a sneak attack from behind. Dinah, watch out! However, Dinah seemed to have eyes on the back of its head, turning around and delivering a kick that knocked Melba to the ground. What a cool Dinah! Truly impressive. Seizing the opportunity, Golzon prepared to charge up and fire a beam. Dinah noticed and rushed in to interrupt the casting. Just as Dinah and Golzon were in a stalemate, Melba flew in for a sneak attack on Dinah. This time, Dinah couldn't dodge and was struck in the back, knocking Dinah down to the ground. Gorzum took the opportunity to unleash a wave of light, forcing Dinah to dodge. Melba took advantage of this to attack Dinah, and they became entangled. Melba, being weaker than Dinah, was thrown out by Dinah. However, Gorzum seized this chance to hit Dinah from behind with a wave of light. Dinah was injured. Wow, these two monsters really cooperate well, A-GUANG remarked, watching Dinah being knocked down. Seeing Dinah in a tough spot, A-GUANG took out the divine light stick and transformed into Ultraman. How dare you attack my righteous partner? I will never forgive you, A-GUANG shouted. Oh, you asked what Ultraman A-GUANG transformed into? It will be revealed soon. The second giant? The people in the flying swallow wondered. They looked at the second giant, which was slightly taller and more muscular than the first one, and initially worried about whether the giant could defeat the two monsters. Now, they were instantly reassured. But haven't the stone statues of the other two giants already been destroyed? Where did this giant come from? Could there be another hidden statue somewhere? The crowd began to feel confused again. Dinah, are you okay? I'm Gaia Ultraman. Let's work together to defeat the monsters. You handle Melba, and he'll take care of Gorzum. A-GUANG, now Gaia Ultraman, communicated with Dinah. Huh? Dinah, seeing another giant appear, felt puzzled, but accepted the owlie's willingness to fight alongside him. So there was nothing more to say. The two ultras nodded at each other, reaching a consensus. Dinah crossed its arms on its forehead, and with a flash of purple light, transformed into its aerial form. Kia! It exclaimed, chasing after Melba. Gaia looked at Gorzum and beckoned with his left hand, as if to say, "Come here." Seeing this, Gorzum charged in recklessly. Gaia Ultraman performed a backflip to avoid Gorzum's attack, landing behind him. Then, turning around, he unleashed an energy blast that hit Gorzum's back, causing Gorzum to stagger forward a few steps. Seizing the moment while Gorzum was off balance, Gaia rushed in and delivered a flying kick that sent Gorzum flying 100 meters, landing in a face-first position and rolling. For several hundred meters, this kick not only dealt significant damage, but was also highly humiliating. However, a single kick couldn't take down a monster. Roar! Gorzum angrily got back up, letting out a furious roar. Then it fired a light wave at Gaia. Gaia, of course, wouldn't be foolish enough to take it heat in and raise an energy shield to block. Seeing his light wave being blocked, Gorzum charged at Gaia again. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Gaia also charged towards Gorzum. As they closed in, Gaia executed a shoulder tackle. Bang! The two collided, and an invisible shockwave radiated outwards, sending Gorzum flying and crashing heavily to the ground. What? The shoulder tackle is a technique from A-GUANG. How could someone practicing Tai Chi use it? When martial arts reach a profound level, the whole boat of strength becomes transparent, and any technique can be utilized, transcending mere forms. At this moment, Gorzum, lying on the ground, was both dazed and afraid, realizing it couldn't win. What to do? Gorzum didn't get up, but directly burrowed into the ground, seemingly preparing to escape. Gaia knew that in the original plot, Gorzum betrayed its allies and fled alone, later evolving into Flame Gorzum and causing destruction again, as that must not be allowed to escape. He hurriedly ran up, grabbed Gorzum by the tail, and yanked it out. Then he swung it around by the tail. Once, twice, 3 times. When the speed reached its peak, he let go. Bang! Roar! The first sound was Gorzum crashing to the ground, and the second was Gorzum's scream. Gaia looked at the injured Gorzum and began to charge a light beam that he clasped his hands into fists, crossed them in front of his chest, then stretched them out to the sides, finally striking a pose resembling a primary school student raising there. And to answer a question, Bayou, Gaia's light beam struck Gorzum. Gorzum exploded on the spot, dead beyond recovery. Meanwhile, in another area, after a chase and fight in the sky, Dinah finally shot Melba down with a light bullet, and Melba crashed heavily to the ground. Dinah switched to its composite form and unleashed a Zai Peli AO light beam, blasting Melba into pieces. At this point, both monsters had been eliminated. Everyone watched the battle between the giant and the monsters, feeling utterly shocked. It's truly terrifying. The speed, strength, impact, and destructive power were like causing a mini earthquake. Humans simply cannot withstand monsters and giants. The crowd expressed their astonishment. Indeed, when we watch TV, we don't think that the battles between Ultraman and monsters are particularly impressive. However, This is reality. Ultraman's punches break the sound barrier, and the fight scenes are comparable to those in martial arts novels. Chapter 4. The monster of Juliang Island. Digga and Jeed exchanged a glance, and then nodded at each other. With a shout, Digga pretended to fly away, but actually turned around and transformed back into Daigou. Jeed had also intended to pretend to fly away, but upon seeing the fragments of Harao and Achilles on the ground, he stopped. He walked over, picked up the fragments, and examined them for a moment. Suddenly, he utilized his ultra telekinesis to collect all the fragments and absorb them into his body. Then, with a shout, he pretended to fly away. Indeed, both Jeed and Digga possessed special abilities. The difference between them was that Digga could absorb the energy of other Ultramen, change his form, and even transform into a powerful, shining form. On the other hand, Jeed could absorb energy and even substances that were close to Ultramen in compatibility, thereby strengthening himself. But he lacked the ability to change forms and could only steadily enhance his base abilities. Now that he had absorbed fragments from 2 Ultramen, although there was no energy, it had increased his potential. With training or by absorbing enough energy, he could enhance his strength. "That Daigou, look!" Kirai exclaimed excitedly. Everyone was very happy to see Daigou waving to the flying swallow, as they had all thought he had perished in the crash. It was truly wonderful. "Daigou, I can't believe you're still alive," Miyahiko said joyfully. "Ah, it was the giant that saved me." It was surprising that this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes could tell a lie without blushing or skipping a beat. "I transformed into a giant. So isn't it the giant that saved me? Where's the lie in that?" Thus, everyone reunited with Daigou and happily returned to headquarters. Digga Ultraman and Jeed Ultraman. Daigou recalled the events of the day, feeling it was incredible. That night, in a game center in Akita City, our comrade A-GUANG had just stepped outside. "I've made quite a bit. That's enough for now. I don't need to come back to the game center for a while." A-GUANG had accumulated about 200,000 Sakura coins, which was equivalent to several 100,000 RMB. It should last him for a while. Living expenses in Sakura country were relatively high, requiring about 100,000 Sakura coins per month, plus rent, which added up to several tens of thousands of Sakura coins. After a month, around 200,000 Sakura coins would be about right. I'll find a hotel to stay in first, and then rent a house tomorrow. The next day, A-GUANG took a taxi to the housing rental center. "Hello, sir, how can I assist you?" The real estate agent politely asked. "I'm looking to rent a house for one person in a quieter environment. If possible," A-GUANG inquired. "We have some options. How about this one?" The agent began to enthusiastically introduce a property displayed on the computer screen. After looking at several options and making comparisons, A-GUANG chose a house in a less populated area to rent. After all, the fewer people who saw him, the better. He couldn't let anyone discover his secret. The next day at TPC headquarters, the members of the victory team gathered to discuss the events of the previous day's battle between the Ultraman and the monster. Based on the data exhibited during the fight yesterday, I have established data models for the 2 Ultramen, Neru said, operating the computer. The data for the 2 Ultramen was displayed on the big screen. Neru began the introduction. "The first giant that appeared, I will temporarily refer to as Ultraman 1, is currently known to possess the ability to change forms. When he first appeared, his data was as follows. Ultraman 1 composite form height, 53 meters weight, 44,000 tons flying speed, Mach 5 running speed, Mach 1, 5 grip strength, 50,000 tons wrist strength, 70,000 tons jumping power, 800 meters Ultraman 1 purple form height, 53 meters weight, 40,000 tons flying speed, Mach 7 running speed, Mach 2 grip strength, 30,000 tons wrist strength, 50,000 tons jumping power, 1,000 meters." F for the second giant that appeared, I will temporarily call him Ultraman 2. He seems stronger than the first one, and the data indeed supports this. "Everyone, please look at his data. Ultraman 2 height, 54 meters weight, 48,000 tons running speed, Mach 1 flying speed, Mach 5 grip strength, 70,000 tons wrist strength, 90,000 tons jumping power, 600 meters." He possesses greater power than the first giant, but is somewhat weaker in speed. By the way, since even the monsters have names like Golzin or Melba, we can't just call the giants Ultraman 1 and Ultraman 2. That's just too pitiful, Lena said. That's true. Let's give them names. Let's start with the first giant. How about Giant Mountain Super Power King? That sounds clumsy. After much discussion, it became clear that the names were getting less and less reliable. Daegu couldn't take it anymore. Actually, I know the giants' names. The first giant told me when he saved me yesterday. The first giant is called Diga Ultraman, and the second giant is called Jeed Ultraman. Tiga and Guider. That's really good. So they already have names. It is said that on Juliang Island, there resides a monster named Gakuma. One day, due to the excessive mining of or by the miners, Gakuma awakened. It turned the miners in the mine into stone and consumed them, causing panic among the miners. Thus, the miners reported to TPC, and the TPC team arrived at Juliang Island, bringing equipment to investigate the mine. After a thorough search of the mine, the team indeed discovered anomalies. The instruments in their hands began to sound alarms. Suddenly, one member was grabbed into a corner by something, illuminated by a beam of light, and turned to stone. Another team member, witnessing this turn of events, was terrified and fled outside. Fortunately, Gakuma showed no intention of pursuing, and this team member successfully escaped the mine. He was helped by the waiting team members and made his way to the captain. What happened? The captain asked with concern. They're a monster. The team member stammered. What about the others? The captain inquired. They were turned to stone and eaten by the monster. The team member said with a mournful expression. Upon hearing this, the captain realized it corresponded with what the miners had described earlier. The miners were not lying. It seemed there really was a monster. It must be Gakuma's doing. Gakuma has truly appeared. The miners were also thrown into chaos upon hearing the news. At TPC headquarters, the Victory Team members received reports of the monster's appearance on Juliang Island. The director ordered the Victory Team's aircraft to be modified into combat types and to launch an attack. Thus, everyone began to modify the fighter jets. Meanwhile, the director personally arrived at the Juliang Island mine, inquired about the situation, and laid out a combat plan. It was decided to bury high-powered explosives and then lure out the monster to blow it up. After preparations, Gakuma was lured out. Okay, the monster has reached the ambush point. Activate the explosives. The director saw the monster emerge from the mountain and enter the explosion zone, so he ordered the detonation. Yes. The team members pressed the button. Boom! A violent explosion occurred, accompanied by a large amount of smoke. Even the children watching on TV knew about the smoke means no injury rule. The bigger the smoke, the less damage there would be. How is that possible? It didn't get killed. As the smoke cleared, everyone stared in disbelief at the unscathed Gakuma. Quick, notify the Victory Team to let them attack. The director commanded. At that moment, at TPC, Daegu and Neru were once again fiddling with the time machine. However, strangely, Daegu noticed that only he could clearly hear what the shadow was saying. The others seemed unable to catch the last part of the audio. Seizing the opportunity, while Neru went to get food, he had a conversation with the shadow and resolved his doubts. It turns out that hidden within one's own DNA are the genes of great ancient heroes. Thus, one can transform into Ultraman Tiga. Although some doubts have been resolved, new questions have arisen. For example, how did the super ancient civilization disappear? Why didn't the giants protect humanity? And where did the giants go in the end? These questions linger in Dagu's mind. Chapter 5. Resettling Gakuma. At this moment, the intermediary team leader received orders from the director, instructing the Victory Team to launch an attack. Therefore, Lena and Deputy Team Leader Magata piloted the Hayabusa No. 1 to Juliang Island. Meanwhile, Gakuma on Juliang Island was spraying beams of light everywhere, turning various objects in the quarry into stone. Just then, Hayabusa No. 1 arrived at the mining site and flew over Gakuma's head. Gakuma fired beams in an attack, but Hayabusa and No. 1 dodged them all. Of course, merely dodging is not the style of the Victory Team, so Hayabusa No. 1 launched a laser attack, hitting Gakuma's body. Gakuma let out a pain cry. Hayabusa No. 1 was preparing to continue the attack, but Gakuma stood upright and hit the aircraft. Hayabusa No. 1 lost control, swaying and falling to the ground, but fortunately did not crash. The cockpit was filled with constant alarms. Magata and Lena were knocked unconscious by the impact. However, Magada quickly woke up and roused Lena, leading her to escape. Gakuma chased after them, firing beams of light. The two fleeing individuals were lucky not to get hit. Perhaps it was too difficult to aim at such small targets. Gakuma was about to catch up. In this critical moment, a beam of laser shot over and hit Gakuma, blocking its pursuit and saving Lena and Magada. It was machine number 2. It was estimated that the super strong mode of Victory Hayabusa number 2 had been completed. Nice shot, Kogyo shouted excitedly. No problem. A super strong beam was fired and hit Gakuma. Boom! Gakuma fell to the ground and exploded. Our protagonist, A-GUANG, also arrived at Juliang Island. Finally here, A-GUANG saw Gakuma blown to pieces as soon as he arrived nearby. I came a bit late. Why did A-GUANG come to Juliang Island? Because he was there to save the monsters. A-GUANG knew that 2 monsters named Gakuma lived there. These 2 monsters vented their anger on humans because their living environment had been continuously destroyed by humans. Moreover, Gakuma could turn objects into stone and fed on stones. If the garbage produced by human life could be turned into stone by Gakuma, not only would Gakuma have food, but humans would also alleviate some environmental pollution pressure. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Achieving peaceful coexistence between monsters and humans. Seeing the monster being eliminated, the director praised the victory team. Just when everyone thought it was safe, suddenly, the ground shook violently. An earthquake? Could it be a landslide? At this moment, another monster with 2 antennae appeared beside Hayabusa number 2. It turned out there was more than one Gakuma. The director realized Gakuma was now very angry. Its companion had been killed by humans, and it wanted to vent its anger. It wanted to turn all the humans in front of it into stone and eat them. Everyone began to flee, while Daegu ran behind a tent, took out the godlight stick, and transformed into Ultraman Tiga in a dazzling flash of light. It's a giant. It's Ultraman Tiga. Tiga is here to save us, Lena said happily. The others also felt relieved. They should be safe now. Tiga rushed in and started punching and kicking Gakuma. Gakuma was knocked to the ground by Tiga's continuous attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Tiga jumped on Gakuma to attack. However, Gakuma's back was quite solid, and Tiga's attacks did not cause much damage. Instead, Gakuma flipped Tiga over. Gakuma sprayed a beam at Tiga, who dodged it. Tiga took the chance to charge forward again and struck Gakuma. However, this Gakuma with 2 antennae was much stronger than the previous one, and its defense was significantly higher. Tiga's attacks did not inflict much damage. The energy emitted from the antennae on Gakuma's head pushed Tiga back. Gakuma, with no reservations, extended its claws and charged at Tiga with 2 heavy blows. Tiga was knocked to the ground. Gakuma, relentless, thrust its antennae forward and violently charged at Tiga. Tiga could not dodge this heavy blow and was hit in the leg. Then Gakuma tossed him aside, causing Tiga to crash heavily to the ground. Gakuma shot its petrifying beam at Tiga, and Tiga's body began to petrify, causing great concern among the victory team members. The timer gem on Tiga's chest started emitting a red alert. In this critical moment, Tiga transformed into a powerful form, breaking free from petrification. Seeing this, everyone's previously anxious hearts were finally at ease. Tiga charged at Gakuma and launched a series of attacks. Sparks flew as Gakuma screamed in pain. Just as Gakuma was about to be defeated by Tiga, A-GUANG transformed into Ultraman Jeed and intervened, stopping Tiga from continuing to attack Gakuma. What's going on? Why is Jeed stopping Tiga? Not only was everyone confused, but Tiga was also puzzled. Aren't we teammates who have fought together? What do you mean by stopping me from fighting the monster? Jeed communicated with Tiga. Gakuma has lived here all along. Due to human overexploitation, its living environment has been destroyed, which is why it is attacking humans. We don't necessarily have to eliminate Gakuma. We can take it to an uninhabited island to live. Humans can also give some of their garbage to Gakuma to turn into stone, achieving a win-win situation. Tiga thought this made a lot of sense. So, he agreed with Jeed's suggestion. Tiga, you go explain the situation to the humans, and I will persuade Gakuma, Jeed said. So Tiga went to the humans to communicate, while Jeed approached Gakuma to talk. Gakuma, please calm down and listen to me. I will take you to an uninhabited island to live. I hope you can coexist peacefully with humans. As a monster, Gakuma was quite intelligent. It understood Jeet's intention. Furthermore, having just been beaten by that giant, it knew it was not a match, so it readily agreed. As the saying goes in Longwa, those who can absorb the mist are talented. Unexpectedly, Gakuma had a thick accent. Jeet then lifted Gakuma and flew to an uninhabited island to settle it down. Tiga also explained the situation to the humans, and director Zai agreed with this outcome. With the matter concluded, everyone from the victory team returned to the TPC headquarters. Our protagonist, A-GUANG, returned to his rental apartment and had a good sleep. The next day, A-GUANG woke up early, had breakfast, then went to a second-hand market to buy 2 motorcycles. After buying some outdoor supplies and food, he rode to a nearby mountain for exercise. After all, now that he had become an Ultraman, his physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people. If he worked out or exercised in the city, his extraordinary strength could easily attract attention. And if he restrained his power, it wouldn't be effective for training. A-GUANG also knew that many enemies would appear in the future, some of whom would be incredibly powerful. With his current strength, he felt it was still insufficient. A-GUANG went to the mountain, found an open area, and began practicing the combat skills he remembered as Ultraman. Then he practiced Tai Chi. Tai Chi is a form of internal martial arts that emphasizes the principles of yin and yang. The so-called one yin and one yang is called the Tao. The changes in yin and yang encompass everything, and the unpredictable transformations in every move often leave enemies perplexed, making them miss their attacks and allowing Tiga to strike first. Practicing Tai Chi had once helped A-GUANG control the heat flow within him. Now he finally understood that the heat flow in his body was the energy of Ultraman, and he had become even stronger. After finishing his Tai Chi practice, it was noon, and A-GUANG began preparing his meal. After lunch and a short rest, A-GUANG started his strength training. He found a stone weighing several hundred kilograms and began various weight training exercises. After finishing the weighted exercises, take a break until the body recovers under the influence of internal light energy, then start the striking practice. A-GUANG finds a large tree and strikes it with both arms at a certain frequency. This practice method is commonly used by martial artists to enhance the hardness of the arms. After finishing striking the tree, he relaxes and shakes his arms, striking them against his body. This is to increase the body's resistance to impact and the mobility of the shoulder joints, aiming to make the arms as hard as steel and as flexible as a whip. After completing these exercises, he takes another break, and it is almost evening. A-GUANG packs up his things and rides his bike home. Chapter 6: The Appearance of the Kyrielodians. Stretching my limbs. Today is another energetic day, A-GUANG said to himself. He got up early, had breakfast, and rode his bike to the same place as yesterday to continue his daily training. For A-GUANG, every day that he doesn't strive is a waste of life. Especially with such opportunities, he must work hard to become stronger. Since he merged fragments of Harao and Achilles, his potential has been enhanced, allowing him to progress rapidly during this time. Today, Captain Zhu Jian accepted an interview from a television station. The TV first played a clip of Gato and Diga fighting monsters together. Then the host began asking questions about Ultraman, to which Captain Zhu Jian answered one by one. After the interview ended, a sudden anomaly occurred. The host exhibited strange behavior and then floated into the air. Let me tell you, Earth will soon be reborn. The holy flame will cleanse all impurities. He laughed. At that moment, everyone watching on site saw this scene. The Kyrielodians will rule the Earth. I will prove it to you. After saying this, the host fell from the sky. It turned out that this was all the work of the Kyrielodians. Captain Zhu Jian quickly deduced that someone was controlling the host soul from a distance after witnessing the earlier phenomenon. He immediately notified headquarters, instructing all personnel to enter a state of high alert. As expected from professionals, their judgment and reaction were swift. Just as Captain Zhu Jian stepped out of the building, an explosion suddenly erupted from a distant building. Is this the proof? Zhu Jian thought. He returned to headquarters and dispatched a new vehicle, with Zhu Wei driving the Fian to investigate the exploded building. Heavens, the power is tremendous. Yes, the entire building has vanished. Fortunately, that building was still under construction. If a bomb had been thrown into a building filled with people, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But it felt like it wasn't a bomb. The two reported their findings back to headquarters. That night, Zhu Jian walked out of the command room and saw a blue figure floating down the corridor. He immediately chased after it, but found nothing. Finally, he had to return to the lounge to rest. As soon as he entered his lounge, he noticed someone behind him. Who? Zhu Jian turned around and asked. Don't be so loud. I just want to say a few words to you, the man replied. Zhu Jian began to interrogate the man while secretly pressing the alarm button under the table. The Curiolodians continued to chat, unaware that their conversation had already been transmitted to the command room via the alarm. The team members in the command room heard their conversation and sprang into action. Captain Zhu Jian was still trying to buy time, but the self-proclaimed prophet among the Curiolodians revealed his purpose before disappearing instantly. Zhu Jian rushed out of the room and saw Dagu and Lena lying in ambush outside the door. After questioning them, both said they hadn't seen anyone else leave the room. So the three returned to the command room, where Captain Zhu Jian issued orders for the team to scout the K1 area. As Xian Cheng and Zhu Wei piloted the Fian to the K1 area, an explosion occurred. Heavens, the power is so great. Oh no, there seem to be many people in the building. The situation is very serious. Quickly call for rescue. The people in the command room also saw the explosion on the screen. Captain Zhu Jian ordered Yi Rui to find out the source of the attack. Once he finished arranging everything, he returned to his room to rest. Suddenly, he noticed a photo that had fallen to the ground. Recalling that the prophet seemed to have handled it, thinking it should have the prophet's fingerprints on it, he activated the Metropolitan Police system and scanned the frame with the camera for fingerprints. Beep, beep, beep. After a series of scans, the screen displayed information about Banxiao Guangxiong. Zhu Jian then drove alone to Banxiao Guangxiong's residence. Upon entering the room, he found it empty and took out a mini-computer to activate the Metropolitan Safety System again to check the whereabouts of the house's owner. The results showed that the owner hadn't updated in 3 years. This meant that Banxiao Guangxiong had ceased life activities 3 years ago. This result shocked Zhu Jian. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual behind him, turned around, and found the Curiolodians appearing behind him. In front of the Curiolodians, Zhu Jian had no ability to resist and was directly pinned against the wall by their telekinesis. Zhu Jian raised questions and exchanged words with the prophet, learning the truth behind the situation. It turned out that the Curiolodians had come to Earth long ago. They were furious and jealous to see humans acknowledge Diga's existence and treat him as a savior. At this moment, Dagu, having secretly followed Zhu Jian here, sensed that something was wrong and rushed in to attack the Curiolodians, saving Captain Zhu Jian. The prophet didn't care about these two mortals and arrogantly informed Dagu and Zhu Jian of their next attack location before leaving. Dagu reported this matter to TPC headquarters. Then Yi Rui analyzed the attack methods of the Curiolodians. Consequently, Zhongfang began to devise a combat plan. That evening, Yang Guang turned on the TV at home and saw the abnormal changes in the host during the interview, along with reports of the two explosions. The explosion in the K1 area caused many casualties. He recalled that the Curiolodians seemed to be behind this. Although Yang Guang liked Ultraman, there were many series, and he hadn't watched all of them. He didn't have time to watch them carefully from start to finish, often fast-forwarding through many parts. And he had forgotten most of the plot, only remembering the beginning and end of Diga. Seeing the broadcast on TV, Yang Guang was furious at the Curiolodians for disregarding lives. Such reckless actions, wanting to dominate the world, placing themselves on a pedestal, claiming to be gods, with ambition and strength, must be eradicated. Residents of this building, please pay attention. Evacuate as soon as possible. This building may explode. The GU activated the alarm system, notifying the residents of the building. The crowd, alerted, rushed out of the building. Hurry, over here. The GU directed the evacuation. I found the target of the Curiolodians' attack. Xian Cheng, you only have one chance, and the time to pass through is only 0. 3 seconds. All right, watch me. I will stop it. Xian Cheng said confidently. Meanwhile, Dagu completed the crowd's evacuation. Xian Cheng operated the Fian to hover over the target area and launched a special electromagnetic wave to successfully neutralize the Curiolodians' attack. At this moment, Captain Zhu Jian struggled to come out, and Dagu, seeing that he couldn't make it in time, immediately transformed into Diga, grabbing Captain Zhu Jian and saving him. At this time, the prophet approached Diga from behind. So you're Ultraman Diga, huh? Do you think you are very powerful? Do you intend to be the guardian of this Earth? Before you came to Earth, we Kyrielodians were already here. We Kyrielodians are the true gods of this Earth, and humanity should be led by us. Your existence is redundant. Now, let me show you the power of the Kyrielodians. The prophet continuously spouted over the top lines, not feeling embarrassed at all, but rather enjoying it. After finishing his speech, amidst a burst of flames, he transformed into the true form of the Kyrielodians, a giant humanoid figure, with light emanating from its head and chest. Chapter 7. Battle with the Kyrielodians. The Kyrielodians stand 52 meters tall and weigh 42,000 tons. They can fly and shoot hellfire projectiles from their hands. Tiga and the Kyrielodians brace themselves and, in an instant, charge at each other. The battle begins. A flurry of punches and kicks ensues. But soon Tiga is sent flying by a backward kick from the Kyrielodians, crashing into a building and reducing it to rubble. The speed and power of the war between giants are so immense that human structures crumble like paper before them. Tiga gets back up and continues fighting. However, Tiga's combat skills seem to be no match for the Kyrielodians, and before long, he is captured. The Kyrielodians are slightly faster than Tiga in his composite form, and Tiga takes several hits. No wonder the Kyrielodians are so arrogant. They actually have some skills. Tiga transforms into his aerial form, gaining speed, and engages in another round of combat. For a moment, Tiga gains the upper hand with his speed, but unfortunately, in his aerial form, Tiga's strength and resilience are diminished, and he soon finds himself being beaten by the Kyrielodians. In no time, the gem timer on his chest starts beeping a red alarm. The Kyrielodians show no mercy, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that leave Tiga unable to stand. Tiga is in danger. At this critical moment, a voice comes from the sky. Kia, a red light, is rushing towards the Kyrielodians at high speed. It's Ultraman Jeed. This descending kick. Have you seen anything like it? Jeed lets out a roar. Then, with a kick, he strikes the Kyrielodians right in the chest, creating a shower of sparks. Jeed lands smoothly, but his chest heaves, indicating he is quite exhausted. Indeed, he is not in the best condition. After training all day and rushing from afar, he has used up a lot of energy. However, thinking of the Kyrielodians' disregard for human life ignites a fire of anger within him. Tiga, are you alright? Let's eliminate these life-disregarding Kyrielodians, Jeed says as he turns to Tiga. At this moment, the Kyrielodians are getting back up from the ground. That kick hurt. Damn it. So, Ultraman Jeed, you two are trying to stop us Kyrielodians? I will make you pay. The Kyrielodians boast. 1 against 2? It seems the Kyrielodians are at a disadvantage, but that's not the case. Tiga has already been half beaten, and the newly arrived one looks fierce, but judging from that last kick, he seems to be all show. Indeed, I, the great Kyrielodians, will show humanity just how weak your so-called protectors are in the face of us Kyrielodians. The Kyrielodians fantasize, thinking they have the upper hand. In the original plot, Tiga transforms back to his composite form, uses a freezing technique to immobilize the Kyrielodians, and then unleashes the Zai Pelio beam to blow them into pieces. From the editor's perspective, that seems a bit far-fetched. How could someone suddenly be hit by a beam? Tsuburaya knows nothing about combat. It's clearly due to insufficient funding and limited time per episode. Back to the main story, Jeed steps forward to confront the Kyrielodians. Jeed may not be faster than the Kyrielodians, but he possesses immense strength. Taijiquan excels at responding to changes without changing itself and can deliver short, powerful strikes. So his disadvantage in speed won't be exaggerated in hand-to-hand combat. Unless he is kept at a distance, he would indeed just have to take the hits. However, the Kyrielodians charge straight into close combat. Oh, that's just perfect. Exactly what Jeed wants. The Kyrielodians rush up to Jeed and swipe with a claw. Jeed blocks with his left hand while simultaneously throwing a right punch. It may not look fast, but the combination of blocking and striking causes the Kyrielodians to stagger back when hit in the chest. Unfortunately, after blocking with his left hand, Jeed transitions to a grappling hold, preventing the Kyrielodians from escaping wrapping his right arm around their neck, pulling down, and then delivering a knee strike to their abdomen. A kick to the Kyrielodian's shin sends them flying into the air, crashing down hard onto the ground. The Kyrielodians get back up and, without a word, charge towards Jeed. Throwing a punch, Jeed continues to block with his left hand while powering up his right fist at his waist. Then, he grabs the Kyrielodian's arm with his left hand and pulls, causing them to lose their balance, and his right fist lands squarely on the Kyrielodian's abdomen. The Kyrielodians bend like a curved shrimp. For Jeed, the pull of his left hand and the punch of his right hand create balance. For the Kyrielodians, losing their balance means they are inadvertently thrusting their abdomen forward into Jeed's punch, resulting in a critical hit. It may sound complex, but this move is simply a Taijikwan technique known as covering hand and elbow punch. Seizing the opportunity while the Kyrielodians bend over, Jeed strikes their back with a powerful palm. Bang! This strike is full of force. It slams the Kyrielodians to the ground. You think it's over? No. Jeed delivers a shockwave kick to the downed Kyrielodians. Bang! The Kyrielodians scream in agony. Jeed grabs the Kyrielodians' legs and hurls them away. The Kyrielodians crash heavily to the ground. Jeed rushes in to strike again, but the Kyrielodians unleash hellfire projectiles towards him. Jeed, unable to dodge in time, crosses his arms to protect himself and endures the impact of the hellfire projectile. Boom! The force is considerable, halting Jeed in his tracks. The Kyrielodians continue firing hellfire projectiles, forcing Jeed to raise an energy shield to defend. He then reflects the Kyrielodians' hellfire projectile back at them, causing them to be hit by their own attack. The Kyrielodians are knocked to the ground by their own hellfire projectile. Seizing the opportunity, Jeed charges in, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving the Kyrielodians with no chance to retaliate. Jeed strikes the Kyrielodians in the abdomen again, bending them like a shrimp. Then, he grabs their head with both hands and pushes it down while raising his right knee, striking the Kyrielodians' face and leaving them dizzy, continuously retreating. You think it's over? Not yet. Jeed follows with a lunge that sends the Kyrielodians flying hundreds of meters. This kick is for the suffering masses, Jeed declares. At this moment, the Kyrielodians are dazed, thinking, who am I? Where am I? Shouldn't I, the Kyrielodians, be defeating Ultraman and ruling the world? How could this happen? Others witness Jeed's overwhelming assault on the arrogant Kyrielodians and begin to cheer. Awesome. Well done. Just like that. Take him down. The Kyrielodians struggle to get back up, knowing they are no match for Jeed in combat. The relentless, overwhelming series of attacks feels like something they've never encountered before. How arrogant they were moments ago, and now they're filled with fear. Heavenly storms bring rain, and human arrogance brings disaster. Kyrielodians, your retribution has come today. Jeed points at the Kyrielodians. The members of the Victory Squad watch as Ultraman Jeed strides forward, pointing at the Kyrielodians, who retreat cautiously. Seeing Jeed approaching with no defenses, the Kyrielodians fire a hellfire projectile. Damn it, die! They shout, unleashing a barrage of hellfire projectiles. They have no choice but to keep Jeed at bay. Jeed raises his energy shield again to block the Kyrielodians' hellfire projectiles. Then he gathers energy in his right hand and hurls an energy blast at the Kyrielodians. The Kyrielodians, caught off guard, are struck by the energy blast. Boom! The Kyrielodians are blown away and crash to the ground. Jeed says nothing further. Taking advantage of the Kyrielodians still being down, he begins to charge up his ultimate move. Jeed Beam. Bayou. The Kyrielod people were hit with a loud explosion, blown to pieces, and could not be more dead. After nodding to Digga, who had been watching the show for a long time, Ged flew away. Back home, A-GUANG, exhausted from a day's work, took a nice long sleep. Chapter 8. Strength Enhancement. Another day, full of energy. I hope everyone reading this book feels the same. Early in the morning, A-GUANG stretched, then got up to wash up. After having breakfast, he rode his beloved little motorcycle to the mountains. Continuing his training, he aimed to become a strong man. He had to be fierce. In this daily training, A-GUANG's strength steadily increased. Several months of such discipline later, A-GUANG arrived at the mountains to train as usual. However, he felt that his strength wasn't growing as noticeably these days. It seemed he had tapped into most of his potential. unless something unexpected happened. He wouldn't experience rapid growth anymore. He felt his current strength was much greater than before. A-GUANG knew that the enhancement of his strength from now on would become a long process. To quickly enhance his power, he would need to find special materials to fuse with or absorb strong and pure energy. If his current strength were expressed in data, it would be approximately as follows. Height, 55 meters. Weight, increased from 48,000 tons to 52,000 tons. Ultraman's height and weight typically do not change after adulthood. But G changed after absorbing fragments of the statues of Achilles and Heracles. Grip strength increased from 70,000 tons to 100,000 tons. Wrist strength increased from 90,000 tons to 140,000 tons. Flight speed increased from Mach 5 to Mach 7. Running speed increased from Mach 1 to Mach 1.5. Jumping power increased from 600 meters to 900 meters. As for his speed on land and in water, he hadn't practiced those, so he didn't know. But he assumed they would also be faster than before. A-GUANG decided to take a break and go out for some fresh air. During this time, monsters had appeared several times, but A-GUANG didn't intervene. TPC and Diga handled them. The first monster to appear after the Jurielode was the monster Ligadoron, which transformed from Jepida number 3 and had very high defense. During a routine patrol by Daegu and Shincheong in the Flying Swallow, they discovered an unidentified flying object heading toward Earth and reported it to headquarters. The predicted location was near Kashima Beach, where there were facilities of the Cosmic Development Bureau, established to develop high-purity energy reserves for interstellar carrier rockets for the next century. The monster arrived at the Cosmic Development Bureau, absorbed a lot of high-purity energy, and then flew away. Neither the attacks from the Flying Swallow nor the defense system of the Cosmic Development Bureau could stop it. Later, TPC learned about the monster's origin. It turned out to be a transformation of Jepida number 3, and the 3 astronauts were trapped inside the monster's body. The monster then arrived at a power station, intending to absorb electrical energy. The victory team mobilized to engage in a fierce battle with the monster. Daegu was hit during the fight, transformed into Diga, and battled Ligadoron. However, Diga was beaten by the monster again to his own BGM. Even in his powerful form, he couldn't defeat Ligadoron due to the monster's incredibly high defense. The Dirasium light stream that hit Diga only sparked a little. In the end, TPC's members came up with a plan to transmit the astronauts' family photos, videos, and other materials to Jepida number 3, awakening the astronauts' consciousness through familial love. The 3 astronauts then fought the monster for the energy inside it, ultimately succeeding in reclaiming the energy and transforming into light. The monster fell into chaos and was blasted into pieces by Diga's Xi Peli AO light beam. This time, humanity successfully saved itself. The 3 astronauts transformed into light and flew into the universe, completing their life's transformation. It was unexpected that humanity could unleash such powerful spiritual energy. Perhaps one day, if they gather enough energy, they might also become Ultraman. The second monster to appear was the zombie monster Silizon, a stinking creature that washed ashore with the waves. Initially, everyone thought the monster was dead, just its corpse. Due to the unbearable stench affecting the daily lives of nearby residents, the victory team began actions to hoist the monster out to sea for incineration upon the residents' strong request. However, an accident occurred during the hoisting operation, and the monster awakened, heading toward the liquefied natural gas storage company. The Flying Swallow launched missiles to stop the monster, but the missiles got stuck in its body. Moreover, the places Silizon passed through were heavily polluted. The victory team then devised a combat plan to melt Silizon. However, during the operation to melt the monster, the previously launched missiles became exposed as the monster's body melted, leading to an explosion under high temperature. Ultimately, this operation ended in failure. The victory team launched another combat plan to blow up the liquefaction tank to kill the monster. Calculations showed that the explosion's power would be enough to kill the monster. However, unexpectedly, during the operation, the monster melted the liquefied gas tank into its body and stretched its neck to bite the steel cable, preventing the Flying Swallow from escaping. Fortunately, in this crisis, Daegu transformed into Diga again. He cut the cable, allowing the flying swallow to escape. Digga began to battle Silizan, and fortunately, this time Digga was not beaten, but delivered a flurry of attacks to Silizan. In the end, the Zypeli AO light beam hit the gas tank inside the monster, triggering an internal explosion that burned the monster's cells to death. The third monster to appear was Gazort, mutated from the Lightning Man. Due to human activities continuously releasing electromagnetic waves, the Lightning Man mutated into a monster that could fly and spit out energy attacks from its mouth. Gazort began attacking humans as soon as it appeared, destroying human living areas. Kuji used a language translator to interpret the Lightning Man's language and communicate with them. Communication was indeed possible, but unfortunately, the two species were different. Gazort liked to eat humans. Just based on that point, humans and Gazort couldn't coexist peacefully. As Kuji was about to be eaten by Gazort, Daegu transformed into Digga again at the last moment and kicked Gazort over. Digga unleashed a barrage of attacks on Gazort, and perhaps after several months, the fusion between Daegu and Digga deepened, leading to a certain degree of strength growth. After being knocked down by Digga again, Gazort pretended to be dead to deceive Digga. Taking advantage of Digga's inattention, Gazort bit Digga's arm. Digga changed his aerial form and pretended to escape while Gazort chased him. After a fierce battle, Digga successfully brought down Gazort and then unleashed a Rampal light beam to eliminate Gazort. The fourth to appear was the Raichuran alien. The spaceship piloted by the Raichuran alien was heading toward Earth and was about to collide with the space station. Director Zawi ordered the launch of the Bakir cannon to destroy the alien spaceship to ensure the safety of the over 200 people in the space station. However, before it hit, the Raichuran alien escaped. Unfortunately, his family died in the explosion. Of course, there was no need to pity the Raichuran alien, as they had originally intended to launch an ion cannon to attack the space station, but experienced a malfunction. They had no choice but to escape in an escape pod. The Raichuran alien shot down the spaceship of the returning Sairai Chung in space and captured it upon landing on Earth, bringing it back to his spaceship. Rina received news of her father's accident and rushed over, only to be captured by the Raichuran alien as well. Just as the Raichuran alien was about to eliminate Rina and her father, other members of the victory team arrived in time to save them. After escaping outside, the Raichuran alien grew giant and prepared to eliminate everyone. Daegu took the opportunity while everyone attracted the firepower to find a moment to transform into Digga. After a fierce struggle of equal strength, both sides began to shoot energy attacks at each other, but neither hit. Watching Digga's movements and positions, it was clear he had improved during this time. Digga transformed his aerial form and continued to fight the Raichuran alien in the air. Ultimately, Digga seized the opportunity to knock it down. The Raichuran alien fell to the ground, pretending to be dead, and Digga approached to check it out. It was ambushed by the Raichuran alien. Digga, this little cutie, has not learned from past mistakes. After falling for Gajazit's act of playing dead last time, he was tricked by the Raichuran alien's act again. Since they dared play dead, why not just shoot a beam at them? Even if you can't kill them, you can still seriously injure them. If Daegu were playing League of Legends, his economy would definitely be lower than others. And if you ask why, it's because he can't even last it. Isn't that funny? The Raichuran alien seized the opportunity and mercilessly beat Digga, directly causing Digga's gem timer to emit a red alert. If it weren't for the Fian ship firing a laser to save Digga, a tragedy might have occurred. Taking advantage of the moment, he broke free from suppression. Digga fired a beam. The Raichuran alien also shot a beam, but unfortunately, it failed to counter Digga's. The Raichuran alien was blown to pieces by Digga's beam. The Raichuran alien's strength is indeed not on par with Digga, and that is what happened during this time. Chapter 9. Give Dreams Back to the Children. Yang-Guang arrived in Tokyo and saw that the shops on the street were selling all kinds of spooky clothes. It turned out that Halloween was approaching, and unknowingly, he had been in the world of Digga for a while. He remembered that on Halloween, there seemed to be monsters appearing. A monster that specifically sucked the dreams of children. What was its name again? He had forgotten a bit. It seemed like it transformed into a witch to give candy to children, and after eating the candy, the children would be controlled. The children who had their dreams sucked away became numb and lost their previous smiles. This cannot happen. Children are the hope of humanity's future, and he must save those controlled children. As for the monster that dares to harm children, it cannot be spared. So, he went to the mall and bought a set of vampire clothes, preparing to blend in with the crowd at night to see if he could find that witch. In the command room of the Victory team at TPC headquarters, the radar detected a strong magnetic field in the KM-209 area. Captain Jiwen sent team members to investigate and instructed them not to wear uniforms. After all, everyone was celebrating the annual Halloween, and if the Victory team members appeared, people would think something else had happened. So the team members changed into clothes that would help them blend in with the crowd. Although A-GUANG did not wear makeup, he could still fit into the atmosphere with his costume. He watched as adults and children, all dressed in strange outfits, happily ran around. The children shouted to each other, going door to door asking for candy, threatening that if they didn't get candy, they would play tricks. After receiving candy, they happily searched for the next house. After wandering for a while, A-GUANG spotted Lena, who was in costume, realizing that the Victory team had also arrived. Lena had caught a pumpkin-headed character who was having a great time playing with the children. It turned out to be Daegu. The two were playing joyfully with the kids. At that moment, two little girls passed by, eating colorful lollipops. Daegu, pretending to be innocent, exclaimed, "Wow, those colorful lollipops look delicious. Where did you find them? I want some too." Then he ran off in the direction the children pointed to. Children with dreams, come quickly. If you have many dreams, I will reward you with lots of candy. A person dressed as a witch shouted there, attracting many little kids to come and ask her for candy. "I want it. I want it. I want a lollipop." The children yelled. Daegu ran over, shouting, "I want a lollipop too. I only give them to children." The witch didn't even look at Daegu. A-GUANG followed Daegu to the witch. At this moment, Daegu noticed that there was no reflection of the old witch in the mirror. The old witch sensed that Daegu was not an ordinary person and, fearing being discovered, tried to escape. "That's enough for today. I'm going back now. Clear the way, quick," she said, pushing her cart to leave. "I feel that this old witch is not a good person," A-GUANG said beside Daegu. "Who are you?" Daegu asked. My name is A-GUANG, and I am from Longwa. In Sakura country, you could just call me Guang. You're a Daegu from the Victory team, right? I've seen you on TV. Thank you for eliminating monsters and bringing peace to the earth during this time," A-GUANG said naturally. Hikari, hello. It's all part of our duty," Daegu replied. That's right, A-GUANG's name, taken without the surname, translates to Hikari, which is the same name as a scientist from the Land of Light. As for whether to take a name from Sakura country, A-GUANG considered it unnecessary. This name was given to him by an old master, hoping he would shine like light, illuminating others. What a beautiful meaning. There's no need to change it. Let's chase after her, A-GUANG proposed. Okay, Daegu agreed. So the two of them chased after her. Hey Daegu, Lena, who was left behind, called out. Big sister, here's one for you. I told her my brother has many dreams, and she gave me one. The little girl, seeing Lena alone, shared a lollipop with her. Won't your brother be angry? Lena asked. Because my sister is very pretty, the little girl replied. Haha, you're so honest, Lena said happily. The warmth from the little girl made Lena forget about Daegu and happily started eating the lollipop. Meanwhile, A-GUANG and Daegu were chasing the witch but ended up losing her. Daegu, let's split up and search, A-GUANG suggested. Okay, be careful, Daegu replied. As Daegu searched, he discovered a strange house and walked inside. In a certain room, he found several children, their faces pale and expressionless. What is wrong with you? Daegu asked, concerned. A shadow loomed behind him, and when he turned around, he saw a monster that intended to attack him. But he was subdued by a beam of light from the monster. Outside the house, the other members of the Victory team discovered that they had arrived at the center of the magnetic field with their instruments. However, with their naked eyes, they could not find anything unusual. It might be something we can't see with our naked eyes, Zhongfeng speculated. At this moment, A-GUANG saw three members of the Victory team gathered together and ran over. Hey, hello, are you the Victory team? Have you seen Daegu? I was chasing a suspicious person with him, but we lost track of her, so we split up to search. But I've been looking for a long time, and now I've lost track of Daegu too, A-GUANG said. Can you contact Daegu? A-GUANG continued to ask after explaining the situation. Hey Daegu, please respond. Where are you, Daegu? There was no response. Zhongfeng felt that something was wrong and contacted headquarters. Meanwhile, Lena reported that the children were all fine and having a great time. They even found Daegu wearing a pumpkin head, but the real Daegu was currently locked up. Since nothing has happened, everyone should go back, Zhongfang said. A-GUANG felt puzzled and, in order not to expose his identity, chose to pretend to go back. He found a place to have a late-night snack and then returned to the amusement park to wait. In the middle of the night, those who had eaten candy were awakened from their dreams by a tune, sleepily starting to walk outside. Xin Chung noticed something unusual about Lena. Lena, why did you come out dressed like this? Xin Chung finally woke Lena up. Lena was brought in front of everyone and recounted what had happened that night. There was someone dressed like a witch giving candy to the children. At that time, Daegu and another person went to investigate the witch, Lena said, sharing everything she knew. That's right. Someone did come over and told us that he went with Daegu to track a suspicious person, Zhongfang said. Yes, there was indeed such a person. Kirai and Xin Chung confirmed. Oh right, where's Daegu? Why hasn't he come over? Ji-Yun asked. So Xin Chung went to Daegu's resting room to find him, only to discover that Daegu was missing. At that moment, Daegu was suffering. At this time, Yezue noticed an anomaly on the radar and reported to everyone. Not good, the magnetic field is acting up. Captain Ji-Yun issued orders for everyone to depart. At the amusement park, the magnetic field began to act strangely, and a giant pumpkin head rose from the ground, with children lining up one by one to enter. Come on, children, get on my pumpkin boat and go to the place of dreams. The witch shouted from atop the pumpkin house. At that moment, the victory team arrived, witnessing this phenomenon, and moved forward to stop the remaining children, aiming their guns at the witch. The witch was hit, and the pumpkin boat began to sink. A-GUANG saw that the pumpkin boat was about to sink and quickly transformed into Ultraman Jeed. Rushing forward to grab the sinking pumpkin boat and pull it up with all his strength, placing it aside. It's Ultraman Jeed, the members of the victory team shouted. Seeing the child being rescued, the witch was very angry and transformed into a monstrous form, and Kirambo appeared. Chapter 10 Gade looked at the ugly monster and thought about how it absorbed the beautiful dreams of children, yet looked so hideous. Indeed, the more one lacks something, the more one desires it. Both sides were furious upon meeting. Kirambo felt that Ultraman had ruined his plans. Give me the child, he shouted. Gade felt that how could a child be without dreams? That was no different from being a salted fish. Return the dreams to the children, he shouted back. Without further ado, the two charged at each other. This was the first time Gade faced an enemy after his power enhancement. Gade kicked up into the air, delivering a powerful kick that landed squarely on Kirambo's chest, sending him flying 200 meters and crashing heavily to the ground. Gade then jumped with all his might, coming down from the sky with a Leo flying kick. Of course, its power was nowhere near that of the real Leo flying kick, which could actually blow up monsters. Kirambo saw the giant foot coming and, knowing he was outmatched, managed to dodge at the last moment. There was a loud boom as Gade missed Kirambo, but his lower body got stuck in the ground. Good thing I dodged, Kirambo thought. Seeing Gade stuck, Kirambo seized the opportunity and rushed in with a flurry of punches and kicks. Gade could only defend passively. After a prolonged defense, he inevitably took a few hits, but fortunately, the damage wasn't severe. At this moment, the victory team also recovered from their shock and shot at Kirambo's back, causing him to stumble and giving Gade an opportunity. Gade fired a light bullet from his right hand, pushing Kirambo back, then flew out forcefully from the ground, performing a front flip and landing in front of Kirambo. He threw a punch. Missed again. Kirambo, not daring to face him head-on, dodged away again. He then created many clones, circling around Gade, trying to distract him and attack at the same time. The idea was good and did have some effect. After taking a couple of hits, Gade realized that only one of them was real while the others were fakes. So after taking a solid kick, he immediately grabbed Kirambo's leg. Got you, he exclaimed, then hooked his leg to bring Kirambo down to the ground, mounting him and unleashing a barrage of punches. Kirambo was left dizzy, and then Gade lifted him and slammed him down with force. Bang! Kirambo was smashed to the ground, unable to rise again. Gade jumped back to charge his energy beam. Bayou! Kirambo exploded into pieces, scattering like auroras over the children whose dreams had been absorbed, and the children smiled again, regaining their dreams. Seeing Daegu, supported by other team members, nodding towards the victory team, he shouted as he flew away. During this time, A-GUANG was traveling around. Today, he happened to visit an amusement park. There was no way to increase his strength quickly, so he decided to explore different regions. A-GUANG had trained martial arts under an old master when he was young and rarely played with other children, let alone visited an amusement park. Now he had to arrange a good time for himself. After going through various attractions, due to his extraordinary physical condition, rides like roller coasters and pirate ships, which were thrilling for others, felt quite dull to A-GUANG. Eventually, he sat down, bored, watching others play. Suddenly, he heard a girl nearby mocking someone. It turned out to be Shinjo, who was on holiday today and had been dragged to the amusement park by his younger sister. Unexpectedly, he was scared and screamed in the haunted house, leading to his sister's ridicule afterward. A-GUANG approached to greet Shinjo. "Hi Shinjo, how are you?" "Oh, who are you?" Shinjo asked. "Ah, you don't remember me? I'm A-GUANG from Dragon Country. You could just call me Guang. We met on Halloween," A-GUANG replied. "Ah, yes, I remember now. Hikaru, hello." Shinjo politely extended his hand to shake with A-GUANG. "Are you here alone to play?" Shinjo asked. "Yes, it's boring alone, so I'm just wandering around," A-GUANG answered. "Who is this?" A-GUANG asked, noticing the girl beside Shinjo. "Hello, I'm Shinjo Mayumi, Shinjo's younger sister. Nice to meet you." Mayumi introduced herself. "Hello, hello." At this moment, Shinjo noticed two kids bullying another child, so he stepped in to stop it. After understanding the situation, Shinjo asked Mayumi to take the bullied child's sister, Aki, to ride the Ferris wheel. Meanwhile, Shinjo sat down to comfort the little boy, sharing his own childhood experiences and encouraging him to be brave. A-GUANG watched all this and remembered the scene of the old master educating him. A-GUANG, no matter what happens in the future, you must not lose confidence and courage. As A-GUANG was reminiscing, suddenly, a beam of light shot up into the sky, forming a transparent dome that covered the amusement park. People couldn't see the dome and ran straight into it, causing chaos. "There's an invisible wall here," A-GUANG said, touching the transparent shield. Shinjo also came to check, confirming, yes, there really is an invisible wall. Shinjo reported the situation to headquarters. "Shinjo, come here quickly. Look what this is." A-GUANG called out as he gathered with the crowd and discovered a tentacle emerging from the ground. When Shinjo arrived, suddenly, an earthquake occurred, and the tentacle retracted into the soil, extending another tentacle that ensnared a child and dragged them underground. A-GUANG realized this was likely another monster, apparently named Gotti. As for the plot, he couldn't remember. At this moment, many children were being grabbed by the tentacles and pulled underground, so Shinjo reported the situation to headquarters. The victory team received the notification and quickly flew over in their aircraft. The monster emerged from the ground, revealing its true form. It had a head with long horns and arms with two large claws, looking extremely powerful. In the middle of its claws was a tentacle that resembled a whip. It was indeed Gotti. A-GUANG saw that Mayumi and Aki were still on the Ferris wheel, and the monster was approaching them. Finding a secluded corner, he transformed into Ultraman Gade to rescue them. Gade approached the edge of the shield and punched it. The shield emitted a tremendous ripple. He then increased his strength, charging his right fist with power. Gade's right fist glowed with golden light, and with a powerful strike, he shattered the shield. "Great!" Shinjo shouted. Gotti, caught off guard by the broken shield, stood dazed. Gade seized the opportunity to grab Gotti and throw him away from the crowd. Bang! Gotti crashed to the ground. Gade charged at Gotti. Gade delivered a powerful kick, pushing Gotti back repeatedly. He then followed up with a punch to Gotti's left cheek, knocking him down, then lifted Gotti and tossed him out. Bang! Gotti let out a painful scream, but quickly got back up. The tentacles on his head began to glow, shooting a beam at Gade. Zing! Gade rolled to avoid it, and Gotti continued firing several times, all missing Gade. At this moment, the flying swallow also arrived from outside, flying behind Gotti and seizing the opportunity to unleash a barrage of laser attacks, causing Gotti to lose his balance. Gade took the chance to leap into the air, executing a flying kick that severed Gotti's head tentacle. Ack! Gotti screamed in agony. Gade seized the opportunity for a fierce series of attacks, knocking Gotti down again. Gotti got up and swung his tentacles at Gade. Gade took a few lashes. After all, his arms were not as long as Gotti's, and taking hits was inevitable. Gotti, seeing that he had the upper hand, wrapped his tentacles around Gade's neck. Gade directly grabbed the tentacle and tore it off. Ack! Gotti let out another scream. You think you have the advantage by whipping me, but then you decide to bind me? What a foolish move. Gade took the opportunity to advance and unleash a series of fierce attacks on Gotti. I'll let you whip me. I let you whip me. I'll take that. In the end, Gotti fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Gade charged his energy. Bayou. Boom. Gotti was defeated. Gade solved the problem and flew away with a sound. In the cave, the children who were captured by Gotti were also rescued by everyone. Chapter 11. Joining the victory team on this day, A-GUANG returned home and stayed there without going anywhere. He decided to make a plan for his future. A-GUANG first listed some questions. First, without identification in this world, there are many places he cannot go. He can't keep wandering into the mountains forever. Second, it's impossible for one person to grasp monster information in real time. Relying on TV news will always be a step behind. Moreover, running around to fight monsters is inconvenient. If they are too far away, he can't reach them in time. Then, there are many strong enemies in the future, not to mention distant ones. He currently can't even defeat the final boss, the giant conch from the Digga storyline. He needs to find a way to continue enhancing his strength. It seems that joining the victory team is the way to go. He believes that Kuga is a reliable person. Having made up his mind, A-GUANG called Dagu. Hello, is this Dagu? It's A-GUANG. Yes, it's me. Oh, Hikaru, what do you need? Dagu asked. I do have something to discuss. When are you free? I would like to meet and talk about some matters, A-GUANG said. Okay, let's meet in the evening. I'm free then, Dagu replied. All right. See you at the CAF at 9 p.m. A-GUANG said. In the evening, at a CAF, A-GUANG and Dagu sat in a private room. What would you like to drink? It's on me, A-GUANG said. Both ordered a cup of coffee and started drinking. Dagu, has the victory team been busy lately? A-GUANG asked. Still quite busy. Monsters have appeared all over the world. Although they don't appear every day, there are many matters to handle. Oh, by the way, why did you want to see me today? Dagu asked. Dagu, or should I call you Digga Ultraman? A-GUANG's opening line shocked Dagu. Don't be nervous. I am Kamen Rider Guy. A-GUANG continued, pulling out the godlight stick for Dagu to see. Oh, so it's you. How did you know I'm Digga Ultraman? Dagu asked. Because I was at the scene that day and saw you transform into light and fly into the Digga statue, A-GUANG replied. I see. Then where did you come from? Are there other pyramids? Dagu asked. Of course, there are no other pyramids. I woke up in a cave, A-GUANG said. Dagu, I want to join the victory team. Let's fight monsters together, protect humanity from monster harm, and maintain world peace. What do you think? A-GUANG proposed. That's great, Dagu said. If it's you, I believe you can pass the assessment. But there's a problem. I don't have identification, A-GUANG said awkwardly. How is that possible? Everyone has identification. Dagu vondered. Dagu, I'm different from you. You are a human born in this world. While I'm not from this era, A-GUANG explained. In fact, A-GUANG himself wasn't clear about his situation. Is he like Dagu, possessing the genetic legacy of light, or did he become an Ultraman due to a coincidental crossing? I know that Captain Kuga is a trustworthy person. It's clear that she has always believed that Ultraman is a friend of humanity. So I hope you can arrange a meeting with her. I want to talk to her. I believe she can help me with my problem, A-GUANG said. I understand now. I'll help you talk to the captain, Dagu said. The next day, Dagu told Kuga, Captain, are you free tonight? A friend of mine wants to meet you. Your friend? To see me? Kuga questioned. Yes, he might need your help. Anyway, you'll know once you meet him, Dagu said. All right, Kuga replied. Great. Thank you, Captain, Dagu said. Don't thank me too soon. Maybe I won't be able to help him, Kuga replied. At 9 p.m., back at the CAF, in the same private room, A-GUANG, Dagu, and Kuga sat across from each other. Captain Kuga, hello. I'm A-GUANG. You can call me Guang. I asked Dagu to bring you here because I need your help, A-GUANG said. What do you need help with? Kuga asked. I need you to help me create an identification, A-GUANG said. Identification? Kuga questioned. A-GUANG exchanged glances with Dagu and continued. Actually, I am not human. I'm Kamen Rider Guy. After saying this, he transformed into Kamen Rider Guy right in front of them, keeping his body at a normal size. Kuga's eyes widened in disbelief, and Dagu pretended to be surprised as well. I won't harm humans, but in this world, I need your help to integrate with humans. I want to join the victory team which will also help me eliminate monsters. Please, A-GUANG said. Then why did you come to me? Kuga asked. Because I've observed for a long time, and you are a trustworthy person. From the very beginning, you believe that Ultraman is a friend of humanity, and most importantly, you are a descendant of a Uran from 30 million years ago, A-GUANG said, transforming back into his human form. After a lengthy discussion, Kuga and A-GUANG reached a consensus and agreed to help A-GUANG. The next day, Kuga brought identification for A-GUANG and arranged for him to enter the Victory Team's training squad. The efficiency was impressive. A-GUANG packed his things, as he wouldn't need to rent a house anymore. After all, he would be living at the TPC headquarters from now on. One day more than a month later, A-GUANG completed all the training and successfully passed the assessment. After all, he was already a superhuman, and his learning ability greatly exceeded the normal human speed. Even excellent warriors typically require 36 months of training, but A-GUANG only took a little over a month. Astonishing everyone, his combat and physical abilities were particularly outstanding, nearly unbeatable. He also learned firearms quickly. Anyone can shoot, and with his strong neural reflexes and superior vision. His scores in firearms were also among the best. He already knew how to drive, and although flying a plane was a bit more challenging, he quickly got the hang of it thanks to his strong memory and reflexes combined with his robust physique. Then there were combat knowledge and rules, which he had not encountered before, taking some time to memorize. One morning, A-GUANG arrived at the Victory Team's command room. Report, Captain. A-GUANG is here to report for duty. A-GUANG saluted Kuga. Welcome to the Victory Team. Kuga returned the salute. Other than Dagu, everyone was surprised. Aren't you Hikaru? You've joined the Victory Team. Shinjo exclaimed, both surprised and excited. Hikaru, welcome aboard. Dagu shouted. Welcome, welcome. We're glad to have you. The others said. To welcome our new colleague, how about we go out for a drink after work? Kirai suggested. Although Kirai was a bit short and chubby, and his jokes weren't great, he was quite likable. That makes sense. Sure. Sound great. No problem. The team members were quite enthusiastic. Everyone in the Victory Team was easy to get along with. During A-GUANG's training, 2 other monster-related incidents occurred. The first was Machina. He came to Earth to pick up a girl named Saki. The story goes that at a construction site, a device was excavated, prompting the Victory Team to come and assess it. Dagu and Lena arrived on the scene to conduct an inspection. At that moment, a girl arrived at the site and blew a whistle hanging around her neck. The device began to move to the music and sent a signal into space. The girl, named Saki, told Dagu that she was an alien who had come to Earth a long time ago, but this device had fallen into the sea. So I was never able to tell Machina that I was here. Now that the device has been excavated, I can send a message for Machina to come to Earth and take me back. I have been waiting for a very long time. Machina receives the signal and comes to Earth to find Saki. In the end, Saki follows Machina back to the universe. The second matter is related to the Aboron cells. Ryosuke, a researcher at the Cosmic Development Center, secretly implanted Aboron cells in himself to become stronger. As a result, he lost control and turned into a monster. In the end, Dinah used up all his energy to revert him back to Ryosuke. However, due to the long-term effects of the side effects on his body, he reached his limit and ultimately died. Chapter 12. Raylos. A few days later, Lena took Mayumi out on a mission. It's been a long time since I've been out for a drive. It feels so good. The last time I was out was, Mayumi said. Mayumi, we're not here for fun. And why do you talk like A-GUANG? Lena replied. A-GUANG is tall and handsome. Any girl would like him. But I already have Takuma, and he is pretty great too, Mayumi said. Lena, I heard your boyfriend is here? Mayumi asked curiously. Yes, you'll see him soon. Lena answered. Oh, by the way, what is in the box this time? What kind of creature is it? Mayumi asked. We're here to investigate that, Lena replied. Finally, after driving for several hours, Lena and Mayumi arrived at the Marine Biology Research Institute. Lena took the samples to the researchers for analysis. The conclusion drawn was that the species had a recombined DNA factor caused by radioactive energy. This means that the species is a mutation of a creature that existed before, suddenly changed. The most likely cause of this is the underground nuclear explosion experiments conducted by humans. Although the underground nuclear tests have stopped for over a decade, the decay of radioactive materials still takes a long time. For example, cesium takes 33 years, while plutonium takes 24 0.000 years to decay. Therefore, even if humanity were to perish, the effects of the nuclear experiments on Earth would still exist. After analyzing the species brought by Lena, the head of the Marine Research Institute also shared some knowledge with Lena and Mayumi. For instance, the recent underwater earthquakes might also be a consequence of those nuclear tests. Additionally, due to volcanic eruptions, many fish migration routes have changed significantly, the head explained. It seems that the nuclear tests have indeed had a huge impact on marine life. Lena confirmed. That's right. However, the purpose of our research institute is to solve various problems faced by marine fish. Recently, we developed a new device to address fish migration issues. The head then took Lena and Mayumi to see the new equipment. This is the ultrasonic fish induction signaling system. In simple terms, it uses ultrasound to control the movement of fish to some extent, the head introduced. So this can help fish leave dangerous waters, right? Lena asked. Yes. We've made many signaling buoys and plan to deploy them around the world. Not only can it solve fish migration issues, but it can also increase fishing efficiency. The head said. After completing their mission, Lena and Mayumi began to explore the research institute. This place is so much fun, Lena. By the way, ISN to your boyfriend here? Since work is over, let us introduce him to each other, Mayumi said happily. So, Lena took Mayumi to meet her boyfriend, a dolphin. This is my boyfriend, Moku, Lena introduced. Huh? Is your boyfriend a dolphin? Mayumi was stunned. What? Is that not allowed? Lena playfully retorted. Mayumi was left speechless by Lena's response. Moku, what's wrong? Why do you look so unenergetic? Lena noticed something was off with the dolphin. It's been like this since I took him out for training in the open sea a week ago, a staff member replied. A week ago was exactly when the underwater earthquakes were happening. Lena, being closer to Moku, observed for a while and felt that Moku was being threatened by something. However, due to the language barrier, she couldn't understand what Moku was trying to express. I really hope the day comes when animals and humans can communicate. Lena wished. After playing for a while, Lena and Mayumi went back. However, not long after Lena returned, the oil exploration station in Sakura Country was attacked by a monster. The victory team received the notification and immediately rushed to the scene. Considering Lena had just completed a mission, they decided to have her stand by at headquarters this time. 2 flying swallows arrived at the incident site and encountered the monster. They immediately unleashed a barrage of laser attacks, but the monster, after being hit, dove into the water and escaped. Seeing the monster flee, everyone returned to headquarters to analyze and assess the incident. The monster was codenamed Raylos, originally a marine creature, mutated as a result of the underground nuclear experiments. This was a consequence of humanity polluting the natural environment for their own development. If humanity does not take this seriously, similar incidents will occur in the future. Therefore, human society and nature must develop in harmony. In the following days, everyone patrolled the sea in the flying swallow while analyzing data on their computers. Finally, they discovered the trace of Raylos in the waters 240 kilometers east of Sulphur Island. Everyone piloted the flying swallow to find Raylos and launched an attack. However, Raylos ignored them and continued moving in one direction. It seemed to be attracted to something. Through analysis of Raylos' route, they discovered it was heading towards the Marine Research Institute. Everyone learned that the ultrasonic signaling system at the Research Institute had been activated. So TPC urgently contacted the Marine Research Institute, instructing them to shut down the ultrasonic signaling system immediately. Yes, Yeri began to contact the Research Institute. Meanwhile, the captain ordered everyone to urgently fly to the Marine Research Institute. Everyone piloted the flying swallow to the Marine Research Institute, beginning to evacuate the crowds. Lena found Mr. Tanaib, the head of the institute, and asked him if the ultrasonic signaling system had been turned off. It turned out there was still one that hadn't been deactivated at the bay. So Lena went to turn off the signaling system. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the monster suddenly emerged from the ground. Seeing the monster start to cause destruction, Daegu transformed into Digga to stop it. Digga launched a flying kick, knocking Raylos down to the ground. Then he went in for a grapple, but Raylos' scales had high defense, and Digga's punches couldn't inflict any damage. Moreover, Raylos was very strong, knocking Diga down. Diga got back up and continued to engage in close combat, only to be met with a flurry of fin slaps. Diga tried to lift Raylos and throw it, but couldn't he lift it? Instead, Raylos bit his arm and threw him away. Bang! Diga fell hard. Raylos' dorsal fin began to glow, and Diga thought Raylos was about to fire a beam. So he raised his shield. Instead, Raylos sprayed a high-pressure water jet at Diga's face. Although it didn't cause damage, it severely insulted Diga's intelligence. At that moment, Raylos looked like a mischievous child who had succeeded in a prank. Diga advanced to attack, but was knocked down by Raylos. Then Raylos leapt and pressed down on Diga. Diga pushed Raylos off and transformed into a power form to continue the battle. Raylos emitted a strange light from its dorsal fin, hitting Diga and injuring him. Raylos was not only powerful, but also more agile than Diga in his power form. And throughout the battle, Diga was continuously on the back foot. Finally, Raylos unleashed bubbles with radioactive damage, causing Diga's gemstone timer to emit a beeping red alert. Diga was in a crisis. Perhaps in a TV show, we would see Ultraman unleash his full power after the red light and immediately defeat the monster. But this is reality. If you couldn't win before, how could you win now when your energy is low? So if a certain director shooting a tokusatsu show knows nothing about combat, it's completely illogical. In this critical moment, A-GUANG had no choice but to transform into Ultraman Jade to make his appearance. Dagu, are you okay? Leave it to me, A-GUANG said to Dagu. Without saying a word, Jade stepped forward and threw a punch, knocking Lei Ilua back unsteadily. He followed up with a kick, sending Lei Ilua crashing to the ground. Although Lei Ilua had decent strength and agility, Jade completely overwhelmed him. Oh, that's amazing. Fantastic. Go for it. Defeat it. The members of the victory team cheered and encouraged Jade from the sidelines. Although Lei Ilua was intelligent, he had never learned martial arts, and in front of Jade, he was like a slightly stronger child, completely unable to fight back. When he tried to use a bizarre light beam to attack Jade, Jade saw through it and blocked it with a shield. In no time, he was beaten to the point of being unable to rise. However, Jade did not kill Lei Ilua. Instead, he had Tiga shrink him and return him to the sea, thus ending the battle. Tiga, as a mage, has so many skills, Jade exclaimed with envy. The two Ultras transformed back into their human forms and reunited with everyone. Lena's little Muku also regained his former spirit. Dagu then realized that Lena's boyfriend was actually Muku. Although he felt a bit jealous, Dagu naturally wouldn't compete with a dolphin. Chapter 13. The Lebicalians. After returning to headquarters, A-GUANG found Dagu and said, Dagu, I think we need to strengthen your fighting skills. Let's train together. Ah, sure. I'll rely on you, Dagu replied. He felt a huge gap between himself and A-GUANG, and now that A-GUANG was willing to teach him, he was naturally eager to learn. So, in the following days, A-GUANG and Dagu spent their free time in the training room at headquarters. Dagu, you're too slow. You won't be able to hit me like this, A-GUANG said, casually pushing Dagu aside. Yes, Dagu replied, accelerating his punching speed. However, A-GUANG caught his fist, turned, and pinned Dagu down. Don't just increase your speed, you need to maintain your strength. Otherwise, it's easy to be countered, A-GUANG advised. Understood, Dagu shouted. Thus, Dagu increased his strength and began attacking, but A-GUANG again evaded him easily and sent him tumbling to the ground. Just increasing strength doesn't mean giving your whole body to the opponent. Your feet need to be grounded. Strength comes from your legs. A-GUANG continued explaining. Yes, in the following days, A-GUANG and Dagu practiced fighting whenever they had time. The results were promising. Through this period of training, Dagu's fighting skills improved significantly, and his physical fitness also steadily increased. Although he couldn't hold out against A-GUANG for long, he was much stronger than before. Hey, Dagu, take a break. Every time you have free time, you two come here to train. Don't you have anything else to do? Lena said, walking in and expressing her dissatisfaction. Dagu had started dating Lena. As everyone knows, couples in the early stages of a relationship want to be together all the time. Now that Dagu was pulled into fighting practice by A-GUANG, he naturally had less time to spend with Lena, so it was no surprise she was upset. All right, Dagu, let's call it a day, A-GUANG said. Okay, Dagu replied happily. After Dagu and Lena left, A-GUANG continued training. He first went to the equipment area, loaded up the barbell, and began bench pressing. Maintaining physical training was essential. He couldn't afford to slack off. Diligence leads to excellence, while negligence leads to failure. After a while of working out with the equipment, he moved to the fighting area to practice his boxing skills. Days passed, and one evening, Shinjo's younger brother spotted an alien resembling a crow on his way home and called the Victory Team's command center. He reported seeing a crow-like alien capturing humans and hung up the phone to follow the alien. Kids are just kids. He didn't even have time to provide an address before hanging up. Unreliable. Fortunately, Yatsui traced the call and found it originated from a park in Area B2. Thus, Kimike sent Daegu and Shinjo to investigate. At that moment, in the park, Shinichi bravely followed the crow-like alien and miraculously went unnoticed, which indicated the alien's alertness was somewhat low. At this time, Shinjo and Daegu arrived at the park and found Shinichi. Shinjo purposely startled Shinichi from behind. Seeing his brother, Shinichi happily boasted about his bravery. Shinjo, lacking patience to listen, picked Shinichi up and prepared to take him back to the car. Just then, the crow-like alien jumped in front of them, likely having heard the commotion and returned. Daegu turned on the camera while Shinjo put down Shinichi and drew his gun to shoot at the alien, but unfortunately he missed. Instead, the alien sucked Shinichi into its gun. Just as the alien aimed its gun at Shinjo, Daegu reacted quickly and tackled Shinjo down. Otherwise, Shinjo would have been sucked in too. Perhaps the alien realized Daegu was not human and took the opportunity to escape. Seeing Shinichi taken by the alien, Shinjo was frantic. Without waiting for Daegu to get in the car, he drove off in pursuit. Daegu had no choice but to return to headquarters alone, where everyone analyzed the footage he had captured. The next day, Shinjo was still driving around searching, having done so all night. But he was not prepared to rest at all. The car sped along, and he was extremely anxious. Shinichi, you must be safe. Shinjo encouraged himself. Meanwhile, our little friend Shinichi woke up and began surveying his surroundings, discovering he and many others had been shrunk and tied to beds. So, Shinichi took out his phone and pressed the button to call TPC headquarters. Shinjo, who was still driving, received the signal and deduced it must be Shinichi calling. He tracked the signal to an abandoned factory. If nothing went wrong, Shinichi would be there, Shinjo thought. Indeed, Shinichi was inside, but there were many crow-like aliens present. Shinjo went in alone to search, and, as expected, was captured by the aliens and shrunk, ending up tied next to Shinichi. Uncle! Uncle! Shinichi called out, and Shinjo finally woke up. Seeing that Shinichi was still alive made him very happy. Shinichi, you're alive. That's great. Are you okay? Not at all. I thought you would come to rescue me. Shinichi said disappointedly. Ah, I'm sorry. I feel a bit ashamed, Shinjo replied, feeling embarrassed. Shinjo discovered that the communicator was still on him. The aliens had not searched him? Well, they had shrunk him, so it was probably hard to search thoroughly. Headquarters received Shinjo's urgent notification and tracked the location to the abandoned factory. This factory had been abandoned for 30 years and had turned into ruins. However, Lena discovered through scanning that there was a power reaction inside the building, and it was quite strong. Originally, Daegu wanted to rush in, but was stopped by Zongfang. After all, the crow-like aliens had shrinking guns, and being hit by one would be troublesome. After a while, Kirai finally produced the protective shells that could create random reflections and rushed over to give them to everyone. With these, they wouldn't have to worry about being hit by the shrinking guns. The group split into two teams, Daegu, Lena, and A-GUANG in one, and Kirai and Zongfang in the other. The crow-like aliens also discovered the Victory Team's intrusion and prepared to escape with boxes containing humans. Just then, Daegu, A-GUANG, and Lena spotted them and shot the aliens dead. Lena, you take the people out first, and Daegu and I will go rescue the others, A-GUANG instructed. Okay, Lena replied. A-GUANG and Daegu chased after the fleeing aliens, but four crow-like aliens jumped out in their path. A-GUANG and Daegu took them down with just a few punches and kicks, indicating Daegu's fighting skills had improved significantly. The two continued to chase, and more crow-like aliens surrounded them. Daegu, transform into Tiga and rescue those people. Leave this to me, A-GUANG said. Okay. Daegu immediately transformed into a human-sized Tiga and continued the pursuit. while A-GUANG intercepted the surrounding aliens to prevent them from hindering Daegu. Although A-GUANG had not transformed into Ultraman, even in human form, he was not someone these crow-like aliens could compare to. One of the aliens launched an attack first. Throwing a punch, A-GUANG ducked to the left to evade, moving to the alien's right side and delivering a right elbow strike to the alien's lower ribcage, knocking it to the ground. Next, he stepped forward to catch the right punch from the next alien, then struck with his right hand from his waist, hitting the alien squarely in the chest and pushing it back. Then he stepped back to avoid another alien's attack from the right, followed by a side kick that sent the second alien flying. After a fierce fight, several crow-like aliens were taken out by A-GUANG. Meanwhile, Daegu had rescued the people who had been shrunk and locked in boxes, handing them over to Zhongfang and Kyriai. It was Kyriai's first time seeing an Ultraman the size of a human, and he was a bit surprised. Just then, the crow-like alien leader appeared behind Tiga. Its eyes were red, different from the other aliens, and it seemed to exude a stronger presence than the others. Tiga assumed a fighting stance, ready for battle. Let me show you my special training during this time. However, the opponent didn't play fair and pulled out a shrink ray from behind, shrinking Tiga and capturing him inside the gun. But it was useless, as Tiga can grow large again, and he broke free from the gun. He then engaged in close combat with the leader of the Crow people. It seems that the training paid off, as Tiga gained the upper hand and soon defeated the Crow leader. The Crow leader stood up and shot beams from his eyes. Tiga dodged a few times but still got hit. The colorful timer on his chest began to flash red. Taking advantage of the moment, the Crow leader escaped. The others rushed outside and saw the Crow leader preparing to pilot his spaceship to leave. "We can't let him escape, or he will bring more people to Earth," Shinjo reminded. So, Rina and Munezawa used the weapons on their car to attack. The Crow leader also retaliated with the spaceship, and it looked like it was about to hit the victory team's car. In a moment of crisis, A-GUANG ran to the side and transformed into Ultraman Gato while everyone was distracted, quickly setting up an energy shield to block the fire from the Crow leader's spaceship. After Tiga grew large again, he unleashed the Dyla stream toward the Crow leader's spaceship, but unfortunately, the spaceship had a shield and did not get destroyed. Gato leaped into the sky, landed above the spaceship, and with a powerful stomp, shattered the spaceship's shield. He then jumped into the air and unleashed the Gato beam. Bayu! Boom! The Crow leader's spaceship was blown to pieces. After dealing with the Crow leader, Gato and Tiga flew away. Later, Jueki also studied the shrink ray and restored the shrunk people back to their original size. Chapter 14. The Woods alien Lucia walked along the streets of the city, observing the bustling crowd with a sense of calm happiness. However, she was actually a fugitive being hunted by the Woods aliens, who enjoyed capturing prey and releasing them across the universe to hunt them down, satisfying their perverse desires. As Lucia prepared to leave, she turned around and noticed a man staring at her. Recognizing him as the Woods alien sent to hunt her, she immediately turned and ran. Daegu and Lena were patrolling in the Sherlock vehicle when Daegu suddenly heard a scream. The two pulled over and began to search. Meanwhile, Lucia continued to flee, but ultimately could not escape the Woods alien's pursuit. The alien cornered her and revealed its true form: blue eyes, a tentacle-like appendage on its forehead, and a mouth that opened sideways with sharp teeth on both sides. This was the Woods alien. The alien approached, unleashing a laser-like attack that blasted Lucia out of her hiding spot, ready to destroy her. Just as Lucia seemed about to meet her end, Daegu and Lena appeared. "Stop!" Daegu shouted. The Woods alien, seeing humans, paid no heed and launched a beam attack without hesitation. Daegu, quick on his feet, tackled Lena to dodge the attack and fired back. The alien evaded the gunfire and, realizing that Daegu was not an easy target, leapt to a higher spot to escape for the time being. Daegu instructed Lena to take care of the injured girl on the ground while he pursued the alien. After searching from above without finding any trace of the Woods alien, he returned to Lena and was shocked to see the girl's wound was oozing green blood. Realizing she was also an alien, he took her back to headquarters. In the treatment room of the headquarters, everyone gathered around the girl to communicate, but no one understood her language, and even the translator brought by Yali did not help. They decided to record the girl's speech for later analysis. In the treatment room, everyone continued to strive to communicate with Lucia. My name is Zhongfang. This is Daegu. This is Hikari. And you? Zhongfang first pointed to himself, then to Daegu, then to A-GUANG, and finally pointed to the girl. The girl seemed to understand and replied, Lucia. At that moment, Lucia sensed her companion was in danger and, while speaking in an incomprehensible manner, made gestures. She says that alien is here to kill her. A-GUANG translated. Lucia continued to talk and gesture, indicating that she had another companion who was also being pursued. A-GUANG translated this as well. The group returned to the command room to report the results of their recent communication. That monster is not only hunting Lucia, but is also after others. What is its purpose? We must find a way to stop it, Kumi stated. Meanwhile, Lucia sensed her companion was in danger and prepared to escape the TPC headquarters. Although she was spotted by Mayumi and Daegu during her escape, she successfully got away. Why did Lucia run away? That monster will surely kill her. Daegu said anxiously. Maybe Lucia sensed her companion was in danger and is trying to reunite? A-GUANG suggested uncertainly. Oh, right. Lucia is wearing a signal-emitting bracelet. Yali, track it down. Then expand the search area to see if we can find Lucia's companion, A-GUANG ordered. Okay, Yali agreed. Before long, Yali found the signal. Captain, I found Lucia. She's running fast. If she continues in this direction, she's heading towards Chiefing Mountain. I also detected the signal from another bracelet at Chiefing Mountain. Knowing the location, Kumi ordered the victory team to head there. On the other side, the Woods alien was pursuing Lucia's companion in a spaceship. The ship continuously fired lasers. Despite the man's best efforts to evade, he was ultimately hit by a laser and turned to dust. The Woods alien eliminated one prey and then began pursuing the next, which was Lucia. The victory team arrived at Chiefing Mountain and began searching, eventually finding the spot where Lucia's companion had died. However, all that remained was a pile of human-shaped dust, and the bracelet was nowhere to be found. Although A-GUANG did not remember the details, he understood the general plot and said, this might be a hunting game where someone puts prey into capsules and exiles them into the universe. And then a monster comes to kill them. The bracelet is proof of their hunting. At that moment, Yali had also completed the analysis of Lucia's voice and informed everyone that it matched A-GUANG's speculation. We must protect Lucia, Daegu said firmly. Agreed, everyone replied. Yali notified them that Lucia's signal was detected at Asahi Mountain. The group piloted the Flying Swallow to Asahi Mountain and found the Woodson alien spaceship attacking Lucia. They launched an attack on the alien's ship. After being hit, the Woodson alien fled into the clouds and disappeared. The group disembarked and began searching for Lucia. Meanwhile, the Woodson alien had also descended from its ship and was searching for Lucia. Ultimately, A-GUANG, using his superpowers, was the first to find Lucia. Lucia, are you okay? Where's the monster that's chasing you? A-GUANG asked. Lucia, of course, could not understand what A-GUANG was saying, but it didn't matter. As the Woodson alien appeared right in front of them, A-GUANG raised his gun and fired, hitting the target. A-GUANG's speed was too fast, and the Woodson alien could not dodge. Continuing to shoot, the alien was hit several times, revealing its giant form. Although the others had not arrived yet, they could see the massive monster and began shooting. Seeing the monster appear, A-GUANG wasted no time. He pulled out the shining stick and transformed into Ultraman Ged. It's Ultraman Ged. The victory team members exclaimed excitedly. Ged did not confront the monster, but charged forward to attack. The monster launched a light projectile from its head to attack. Ged swung his left hand backward, deflecting the projectile with his wrist guard, causing it to explode on the ground without harming him. The monster was taken aback, surprised that Ged could do that. What do you think armor is for if not to block damage? You thought it just looks good? Daegu exclaimed in admiration, regretting that his arms did not have armor. He couldn't learn that move. Seizing the moment while the monster was stunned, Ged approached the monster and delivered a powerful kick, sending it flying into the air before it crashed heavily to the ground. Before the monster could get up, Ged gathered energy into his right hand, launching a light projectile at the monster. With a loud explosion, the monster let out a cry of pain. It feels like Ultraman Ged is much stronger than Digga. It seems there are no monsters that Ged cannot defeat. Digga always has to struggle to win, while Ged crushes everything. The team members discussed. As for Daegu, he was listening from the side, feeling a strong resolve to continue training with A-GUANG to become stronger. Back to Ged, who was preparing to attack. Suddenly, the monster's head extended to launch a surprise attack on Ged, catching him off guard. But Ged, in a flash, sidestepped and grabbed the monster's extended neck, spinning it around. 1 spin, 2 spins, 3 spins. At maximum speed, Ged threw the monster away. Boom! The ground shook violently. The monster may have looked ugly, but its plans were beautiful. It thought it could ambush me. You, a twisted monster that takes pleasure in hunting others, are simply unforgivable. Today, let Ged send you to the afterlife. Ged extended his fists forward, pulling them apart horizontally to the sides, and finally made a classic elementary school hand-raising gesture to ask a question. Ged light. Bayou. Boom. The monster was blown to pieces. Ged pretended to fly away, but actually transformed back into human form and returned to Lucia's side. Lucia, do you have any plans? If not for now, you can stay on Earth for a while. The people here are still very warm and friendly, A-GUANG said to Lucia. In the end, TPC settled Lucia in, and of course arranged for people to monitor her, as this was also a necessary procedure. Chapter 15. Gazette 2. The TPC is conducting a research experiment that utilizes solar power to generate electricity, which is then converted into microwaves and transmitted to Earth through superconducting circuits. If successful, this will provide the planet with an inexhaustible source of pollution-free energy. However, this convenience comes at a cost. The beings in the ionosphere, known as lightning men, are disturbed by these microwaves and once again mutate into gazotes, becoming even more ferocious than before. On this day, Shinjo and Daiku are patrolling in the Fian aircraft. Suddenly, the plane encounters strong electromagnetic waves, causing all systems to go haywire. Manual controls are ineffective, and ultimately, the aircraft crashes into the sea. Fortunately, the Fian is very safe, and although they crash, Shinjo and Daiku are not killed, only sustaining minor injuries. They are rescued by a team and taken back to the TPC headquarters for treatment. Mayumi, hearing about her brother's accident, is extremely worried and rushes to visit. She is relieved to see Shinjo and Daiku emerge from the elevator, knowing her brother is okay, and joyfully, playfully engages with Shinjo. It turns out Shinjo has a fracture in his left foot and Daiku in his left arm. While their injuries will affect their work somewhat, they are not serious and will heal in time. Mayumi then tells Shinjo that her boyfriend is coming to Sakura Country for a competition and wants to meet him to discuss something important. And it's happening tonight. Is it happening so soon? Shinjo becomes nervous, feeling like a father meeting his daughter's boyfriend. You don't want to meet him, do you? Mayumi asks. No. Toma is a really nice guy. Shinjo stammers, not finishing his sentence. Thank you, brother. I'm going to pick up Toma. He is on flight 206 and will arrive soon. I'm off. Mayumi says happily as she leaves. The two return to the command room, where they learn that the Flight 206 of a National Power airline to Tokyo has been disrupted by strong electromagnetic waves, resulting in a communication blackout. Meanwhile, the Victory Team's radar has detected the presence of Gazette. It turns out that during Flight 206's journey, they were attacked by the Lightning Men, leading to casualties among all passengers. The Lightning Men have transformed back into gazotes and are now attacking humanity once again. Munioka decides to lead the team into battle. However, upon hearing that it is Flight 206, Shinjo realizes that it is the flight Toma is on and becomes worried, insisting on going. But everyone is concerned about Shinjo's injury and doesn't want him to go. However, Shinjo is too fast, his long legs carrying him ahead. I'll go with him, Daiku says, chasing after Shinjo. Thus, Shinjo and Daiku pilot the Fian to the scene. Scanning the area, they find no sign of Flight 206, but discover that Gazette's plasma energy has become even more astonishing than before. It is estimated that everyone on the flight has been consumed by Gazette. The two launch an attack on Gazette. Gazette is a creature that resides in the ionosphere, having transformed into a monster due to human electromagnetic waves. However, after the last encounter, Gazette had turned back into a lightning man and returned to the ionosphere. Why has it reappeared now? It turns out that since the last appearance of Gazette, human policies regarding electromagnetic waves have not changed. Therefore, Human activities and developments have once again disturbed the Lightning Men's sleep, causing them to transform back into Gazette. At this moment, Yezue analyzes the situation on the computer and identifies Gazette's current target, the Solar Power Research Center. The group concludes that the microwaves from the research center must have disturbed the Lightning Men's nest, turning them into the ferocious gazotes. Buried underground in that facility is a superconducting circuit capable of storing a vast amount of electronic energy. If Gazette attacks it, it could lead to a massive explosion, destroying the entire capital region. It seems I must stop Gazette. A-GUANG does not agree with humanity's reckless technological development and secretly hopes that Gazette will destroy the circuit to teach humanity a lesson. However, upon hearing of the potential devastation, he realizes they must stop Gazette. The group discusses strategies and prepares to set off, instructing Daiku and Shinjo to gather at the radio station. The TPC also notifies the power station to shut down the microwave device. Everyone arrives at the assembly point and begins to set up their battle plan. Since Gazette is very sensitive to microwaves, they plan to use a small microwave device to lure Gazette to a specific location and then eliminate it. Shinjo wants to distract the monster himself, hoping Daiku will drive. But A-GUANG stops him. "Leave the task of luring Gazette to me," he says. Thus, A-GUANG drives away with Daiku and the microwave device. Meanwhile, Mayumi, eager to meet her boyfriend, disregards the staff's warnings and drives in. Unfortunately, her car is affected by electromagnetic interference and breaks down halfway. Coincidentally, Gazette descends from above and spots Mayumi in the car. Gazette is a carnivorous creature, putting Mayumi in danger. Luckily, A-GUANG arrives just in time, sees Gazette chasing Mayumi, and diverts Gazette's attention. "Shinjo, I see Mayumi. Hurry and get her out of here," A-GUANG calls out. "What?" Upon hearing that Mayumi is there, Shinjo rushes over anxiously. However, our Mayumi does not wait for her brother. Instead, she is greeted by her long-awaited lover. "Mayumi, are you okay?" Toma, in his human form, appears beside her. "Toma, it's really you," Mayumi exclaims excitedly. "Mayumi, let's leave here first," Toma urges. "Okay." Mayumi then hops onto Toma's motorcycle, and they leave the area, eventually reuniting with Shinjo as they escape together. On the other side, A-GUANG drives Gazette to the battlefield. After getting out of the car, he and the others begin shooting at Gazette. Unfortunately, Gazette seems to have become stronger, and the victory team's attacks inflict minimal damage. Seeing the attacks, Gazette retaliates by launching plasma balls at the team. Everyone starts to dodge, and A-GUANG, taking advantage of the chaos, transforms into Ged Ultraman and begins to fight Gazette. Ged starts with a quick attack, but Gazette dodges it. Gazette's agility is slightly higher than that of Tiga's composite form, making it a bit quicker than Ged. Gazette strikes, but Ged blocks it easily with his left arm and counters with a right punch, sending Gazette flying to the ground. "Can you withstand this punch that took me 20 years to master?" Ged presses on, continuing to engage Gazette in close combat. Although Gazette is slightly more agile, its attacks lack power. While it manages to land a few hits on Ged due to its speed, Ged's chest armor protects him, resulting in minimal damage. Each time Ged seizes an opportunity to counterattack, he inflicts severe damage on Gazette. Before long, Gazette is seriously injured. Realizing it cannot defeat Ged, Gazette changes its strategy and maintains distance for a ranged attack. Gazette launches several plasma balls at Ged, but Ged extends his hands to create an energy shield, blocking all attacks and reflecting them back. A few plasma balls hit Gazette, knocking it down. Ged seizes the opportunity to hammer Gazette, rendering it unable to rise. Ged charges up an energy beam and unleashes the Ged Ray. Bayou. With a loud explosion, Gazette is defeated. Meanwhile, Toma bids farewell to Mayumi. Although she is very reluctant, there is no choice. Toma has actually already died. "I really love you, Mayumi. I'm so happy to see you. I will love you forever," Toma says, slowly transforming into white light, dissipating before Mayumi's eyes. Only a necklace was left behind, a necklace that held a photo of Mayumi. Takuma had been wearing it while abroad, a token of his longing for Mayumi. Mayumi held the necklace, unable to hold back her tears. After Shinjo's explanation, everyone learned that Takuma was also on Flight 206, and only then did they realize that Takuma had actually perished. It is said that the human soul is composed of plasma, and Gazat possesses strong plasma energy. Perhaps Takuma missed Mayumi too much, and his soul manifested itself. When Mayumi was in danger, he came to her side and saved her. Love truly is a magnificent thing. Here's wishing that all lovers in the world will eventually be together. Chapter 16. Sukuna Ghost. During this time, Daku was unable to undergo special training due to his arm not healing yet, so he had more time to spend with Lena, and their relationship quickly deepened. Yang-Guang also found himself with free time. One day, taking advantage of a holiday, he went to Sukuna Mountain. Yang-Guang remembered that there was a swordsman named Jingtian Jinglong in the story who had killed demons long ago and suppressed them in Sukuna Mountain. Yang-Guang arrived at the local police station to inquire about news regarding Sukuna Mountain. Hello, I am Yang-Guang from the Victory Team. You can call me Guang. Do you have any information about the legends of the gods and demons of Sukuna Mountain? Oh, it's a member of the Victory Team. Hello. Is something happening at Sukuna Mountain? A young police officer asked. No, I just came to ask because I'm quite interested in gods and demons, Yang-Guang replied. There are no such gods and demons. I didn't expect you from the Victory Team to believe in that. The young officer laughed. However, at that moment, an older police officer, having overheard their conversation, approached. I actually know some legends about gods and demons. If you don't mind, I can tell you, the old officer said. Oh, that would be great. I would love to hear it, Yang-Guang replied. The old officer then began to tell Yang-Guang about the legends of the gods and demons of Sukuna Mountain. It turned out that a long time ago, a swordsman named Jingtian Jinglong came here. He was a powerful figure who went around killing demons. Later, upon hearing that there were demons in Sukuna Mountain, he came to exterminate them. He battled the demons here and defeated them. However, he couldn't kill them, so to prevent the demons from resurrecting, Jingtian Jinglong scattered the demon's limbs throughout Sukuna Mountain and left his sword behind to suppress the demon's heart, preventing the Sukuna ghost from reviving and continuing to wreak havoc on the world. People even built a temple for him. After hearing the old officer's description, Yang-Guang finally requested the old officer to take him to the temple. The two then headed up the mountain. At that moment, a vehicle arrived at Sukuna Mountain, and 3 men got out, seemingly searching for something. Before long, they found the temple of Jingtian Jinglong. It turned out that these 3 were thieves, planning to steal from the temple. One of the men pulled out lock-picking tools and, in no time, opened the door. The 3 entered and began to rummage through the place, ultimately taking Jingtian Jinglong's statue and his sword. Meanwhile, Yang-Guang and the old officer reached the mountain. The old officer, being older, struggled to climb, so their pace was slow. When they finally arrived at their destination, they found the door had already been opened, and the warrior's statue and sword were gone. Yang-Guang secretly thought, not good, we're late, so we could only go back down the mountain with the old officer. Yang-Guang also found a place to stay. That night, one of Sukuna's ghost hands regained its vitality. The 3 thieves arrived at a roadside convenience store to rest and began to eat. Wisaka still felt uneasy about taking the sword and kept persuading his 2 companions to return it. However, the leader was too greedy and unwilling to return it. Now that we've taken it out, why return it? Besides, that sword is worth more than the statue. What if we get caught on the way back? Wisaka saw that persuasion was futile and had to return to the car. However, just as Wisaka sat down in the car, he was possessed by the spirit of Jingtian Jinglong. It turned out that although Jingtian Jinglong had died, his spirit had not perished or reincarnated, and had remained in the statue. The 3 thieves' actions in stealing the statue and sword angered him greatly. Possessed, Wisaka studied the car for a while but found he couldn't drive it. So, he shouldered the sword and got out, preparing to walk back. At that moment, Wisaka's 2 companions had just finished eating and came outside. Seeing Wisaka carrying the sword and about to leave, they immediately stepped forward to stop him. Hey, where do you think you're going? Wisaka ignored them and walked on. Seeing this, the leader was furious that Wisaka dared to ignore him. He stepped forward to block him and pulled out a butterfly knife to threaten Wisaka. Wisaka swiftly knocked the butterfly knife out of the leader's hand with his weapon, then drew his weapon and knocked him unconscious with a single slash. He then ordered the remaining companion to drive him back to Sukuna Mountain. Meanwhile, The other limbs of the Sukuna ghost began to regain their vitality. At TPC headquarters, Yali discovered on the radar that there was an earthquake occurring in Sukuna Mountain, Yamanashi Prefecture. Moreover, many places within Sukuna Mountain showed signs of life. At that moment, A-GUANG also sent a communication to headquarters. Headquarters, this is A-GUANG. I found something at Sukuna Mountain. There may be monsters. A-GUANG felt that the Sukuna ghost was about to revive, so he contacted headquarters. The victory team received the notification, and everyone drove the Fian aircraft towards Sukuna Mountain. Meanwhile, terrifying sounds continued to emanate from Sukuna Mountain. Revive, revive, destroy this world. It turned out to be the Sukuna ghost calling out. On the other side, Wisaka and his companion drove to the foot of Sukuna Mountain. Hearing the terrifying sounds, his companion was too scared to continue driving and requested to leave. Wisaka thought that if something happened, he, an ordinary person, wouldn't be able to help and would only be in danger. So he let him leave and went up the mountain alone. Halfway up, he happened to encounter A-GUANG. A-GUANG saw someone heading up the mountain and stopped him, saying, "Hey, it's dangerous here. Hurry and leave." Noticing Wisaka carrying a sword, he then asked, "Oh, is that Jingtian Jinglong's sword you took? Did you release the monster? You're not human," Wisaka said as he drew the sword and assumed a fighting stance. A-GUANG was speechless. Why was he being cursed as soon as they met? However, he didn't sense any evil aura. "My apologies, please forgive me." Wisaka sheathed the sword and bowed. "By the way, I want to deal with the Sukuna ghost before it fully revives," Wisaka said, wanting to head up the mountain. A-GUANG stopped him and said, "There's no need to go through that trouble. I've already sent a notification. The victory team will arrive shortly. Besides, going now may not be timely, so why not just finish it off directly? But if it revives, I won't be able to deal with it," Wisaka replied. "It doesn't matter. I will take action," A-GUANG said casually. So Wisaka and A-GUANG began to chat about their training. A warrior who can slay monsters and eliminate harm for the people, and whose spirit remains unbroken after death, is truly impressive. In other novels, such a person would definitely be a powerful figure. The world of Ultraman appears to be a material and scientific world, but it is not entirely so. The world of Ultraman also discusses idealism, energy, and spiritual will. At that moment, they saw the limbs of the Sukuna ghost stretching out from the mountain. However, after a while, these limbs retracted into the mountain, followed by a tremor as the Sukuna ghost crawled out from the mountain. As soon as the Sukuna ghost emerged, it breathed fire from its mouth, attacking the Fian aircraft overhead. The two Fian aircraft began attacking the Sukuna ghost in return. Zing! Zing! A flurry of lasers followed. The Sukuna ghost surprisingly had two faces. The front one could breathe fire, while the back one could blow strong air currents and smoke. After exchanging attacks for a while, they found that neither could harm the other. The Sukuna ghost was relatively agile, but seemed unable to fly, while the Fian aircraft's attacks did not deal significant damage to the Sukuna ghost. "It's my turn now," A-GUANG said as he took out the Xingguang stick and transformed into Ultraman Jeed. As soon as Jeed appeared, he performed a front flip and flying kick, striking the Sukuna ghost and sending it flying far away. The Sukuna ghost combat ability could only be described as average. It was slightly better than other monsters. After all, it was a humanoid monster. Jeed jogged forward to attack, first with a right foot thrust, but the Sukuna ghost sidestepped to evade. The demon Sunagwai attacked with a right punch, and Gade turned to block with his left arm. Sunagwai swung his right fist, but Gade's strength was too great. Although Sunagwai managed to block the attack, he was still staggered back by the force. With his center of gravity unstable, Sunagwai couldn't counterattack, and Gade seized the opportunity to deliver a front kick. The kick struck Sunagwai in the chest and abdomen, sending him flying and crashing heavily against the mountainside. Gade moved forward to continue his assault, and after a fierce fight, Sunagwai realized he was no match for Gade. He then spat flames to push Gade back. Taking advantage of the moment, Sunagwai performed a flip to another part of the mountainside and pulled out a large sword from within. Using a weapon. No martial ethics, Gade thought to himself. Sunagwai charged at Gade with the sword raised, and Gade fired energy blasts with his right hand. Sunagwai slashed diagonally with the sword, destroying the energy blasts. When he reached Gade, he swung horizontally, but Gade jumped back to evade. Sunagwai attacked again, raising the sword with both hands for a powerful chop, and Gade dodged to the side. The two exchanged blows, dodging and attacking for several rounds. Seeing that he couldn't land a hit on Gade, Sunagwai grew increasingly frustrated, and his moves became more chaotic. After one strong slash, Gade seized the opportunity to grab Sunagwai's arm. Gade pulled back with force, followed by a knee strike that hit Sunagwai in the abdomen, bending him like a shrimp. However, it wasn't over yet. Gade grabbed Sunagwai's right wrist with his right hand and struck Sunagwai's right elbow with his left forearm. With one blow, he broke Sunagwai's right elbow. In pain, Sunagwai couldn't hold onto the sword and ended up having it snatched away by Gade. Gade began wildly swinging the sword at Sunagwai, who dodged left and right to evade all attacks. There was no choice. Gade hadn't learned swordsmanship. Seeing he couldn't hit Sunagwai, Gade, in a moment of desperation, threw the sword at him. No one expected that someone would throw away their weapon. Caught off guard, Sunagwai was struck in the chest by the sword and pinned against the mountainside. Gade seized this opportunity to gather energy and fired a Gade beam, killing Sunagwai. Time to practice with weapons again, Gade thought as he flew away. Chapter 17 Abu-Ba. Not long after the peaceful days began, things started happening again. Over the past few days, there have been reports of missing persons at night. The Victory team started taking turns patrolling outside. Tonight, a male actor went missing from the acting group. Daegu and Shinjo went to investigate, but as before, they found nothing. However, on their way back, they received a notification that there was a witness in Area 55R, so the two hurried over. Soon, they arrived at the scene and began questioning the witness. After gathering all the information, they returned to headquarters and reported their findings to everyone. Based on the description, an image of an alien appeared before them. But Yase couldn't find any relevant information about that alien in the records. The next morning, everyone gathered to continue analyzing the recent cases of missing persons. They discovered that the locations of the disappearances were between Area P and Area R, and the times of the incidents were from after dark to before dawn. After some discussion, they still couldn't come to a conclusion due to the lack of clues, so they had to continue patrolling. The group split into 3 teams. Daegu and Lina patrolled in FIA number 1, Kirai and Munakata in FIA number 2. And A-GUANG and Shinjo patrolled on the ground in a car. After half a day of patrolling, they found no unusual situations. However, in the afternoon, they received an alarm that an alien was holding an old lady hostage on the street. The team immediately sprang into action, locating the alien through surveillance and surrounding it. Don't move. Put the old lady down. They were shocked that this time the alien had kidnapped an old lady. The alien released her, but she hurriedly explained to the group that this alien was not a bad person. At that moment, the alien began communicating with them telepathically. Voices suddenly appeared in their minds, and everyone felt a bit uncomfortable. Telepathy? I think the alien is trying to communicate with us, A-GUANG explained. The group realized that the alien meant no harm, so they went to an unpopulated area to understand the situation in detail. After some communication, they learned the truth. The alien's name was Radel, and he was from the planet Standell. On their planet, there were 2 races, one active during the day and the other at night. Radel's race was active during the day, while the Abu-Ba were active at night. Later, the Abu-Ba attempted to control the daytime, leading to war. However, the Abu-Ba, being a night-dwelling race, were afraid of light and could not fight back, so they sought soldiers in the universe who could fight both day and night. This time, the Abu-Ba targeted humans, capturing those with strong combat abilities and brainwashing them to become soldiers. The group came up with a clever plan to pretend to fight to lure the Abu-Ba out. Back at headquarters, they devised a detailed plan, first marking an area where people should not go out at night and no fighting, wrestling, or intense exercise should occur. Then, they pretended to fight within that area to attract the Abu-Ba. They would pretend to be captured by the Abu-Ba and then rescue those who had been taken. When night fell, they began their act, but after a while, the Abu-Ba had not shown up. Looks like we need to be more serious. Everyone attacked together. A-GUANG shouted. Everyone knew that A-GUANG was a strong fighter, and during this time, many were skeptical and wanted to challenge him, but they all ended up with bruises. Eventually, no one dared to spar with A-GUANG anymore. All right, here we come, the others responded. Shinjo was the first to charge in, throwing a punch at A-GUANG. While others were still watching, Shinjo acted without hesitation, truly reckless. No wonder he was called the death-defying pilot by netizens. Every time there was a crash, it was either him or Daegu. A-GUANG caught Shinjo's arm with his left hand, then wrapped his right arm around him and threw him out. Next came Munakata. As the commander, had to take the lead and boost morale, even knowing he couldn't win. He threw a punch at A-GUANG's handsome face, clearly jealous of it for a long time. A-GUANG thought to himself, I knew you had improper thoughts about my good looks. Then he ducked down and hit Munakata in the stomach, making him bend over. A-GUANG then went behind Munakata, lifted him, and tossed him towards Shinjo. Just as Shinjo was getting ready to come over, he saw Munakata being thrown at him and could only catch him passively, and both fell to the ground. Daegu saw it was his turn and steeled himself to go in. He threw a right punch, but A-GUANG blocked it with his left hand. A-GUANG then struck with his right fist, while Daegu blocked with his left hand. Daegu kicked with his right leg, but A-GUANG caught his leg and executed a leg sweep, sending Daegu rolling on the ground. Ha ha! A-GUANG laughed, extremely arrogant. Suddenly, a red light flashed, and A-GUANG was captured by the Abu-Uba. He found himself in a very dark place, seeing many people absorbed into something resembling stone pillars. At that moment, the Abu-Uba walked out from behind. You're different from the other Earthlings. If you voluntarily help us Abu-Uba dominate the planet, I will spare you from being our slave. Submit to the Abu-Uba. What are you talking about? A-GUANG retorted. So foolish. You are just as stupid as the other Earthlings, the Abu-Uba said angrily. At this moment, Radel appeared and shot a light bomb at the Abu-Uba. Unfortunately, in the darkness, Radel was very weak, and the light bomb did little harm to the Abu-Uba. Just as the Abu-Uba turned to punish Radel, A-GUANG kicked him from behind, causing him to stagger. A-GUANG followed up with a sweeping kick, knocking the Abu-Uba to the ground, and then delivered a powerful kick to the Abu-Uba's head. The Abu-Uba was stunned, wondering what was happening with this human. He doesn't play by the rules. He attacks sneakily. He can't handle it. He has no samurai spirit. Seeing A-GUANG about to strike again, the Abu-Uba immediately teleported to the ground and grew in size. The Abu-Uba thought, just now you caught me off guard. Now let's see what you can do, little human. Inside the spaceship, A-GUANG said to Radel, Radel, please save these captured humans. I'm going to defeat the Abu-Uba. After saying that, he took out the Divine Light Rod and transformed into Ultraman Gade, preparing to confront the Abu-Uba. When Gade arrived on the ground, he used telekinesis to say, Abu-Uba, come here. Upon hearing this, the giant realized that this was the person who had sneak attacked him earlier. This is serious. When enemies meet, sparks fly. He charged in with a killing move. What? You're copying me. Although he thought this, he still managed to sidestep the Abu-Uba's attack, and while the Abu-Uba was still turning around, he punched him in the back, making the Abu-Uba stagger forward several steps. Before the Abu-Uba could turn around, Gade caught up from behind, lifted him, and slammed him down hard. The Abu-Uba suffered a heavy blow. Before he could get up, Gade executed another shockwave kick, driving the Abu-Uba into the ground. Is this ever going to end? What kind of relentless attacks are these? This isn't how movies are made. The Abu-Uba realized that he had encountered the most powerful enemy so far. A true warrior. The Abu-Uba, who had fought many battles, rolled away to avoid Gade's second shockwave kick. The two began to confront each other and then charged at one another. Both delivered a front kick, their large feet colliding. The difference was that Gade took 2 steps back, while the Abu-Uba was directly knocked back to the ground by the immense force. Gade rushed forward just as the Abu-Uba was getting up. Gade feigned a left punch, and the Abu-Uba raised his right arm to block. Gade then attacked with his right fist, and the Abu-Uba raised his left arm to block. Gade grabbed a boss left forearm with his right fist and pressed down hard, then threw a punch towards a boss face, hitting him. Following that, his right hand followed up with a series of straight punches. A boss was continuously pushed back by Gade's relentless straight punches, and finally, Gade kicked a boss down to the ground. A boss got back up, undeterred, and charged at Gade again. Such a fighting spirit, but unfortunately, you're a bad guy. Gade didn't hold back and kept knocking a boss down. After a fierce battle, a boss was left swaying unsteadily. Gade charged up his energy and unleashed the Gade beam. Bayou. Boom. A boss was blown to pieces. At that moment, the captured people inside the spaceship were also released. Gade saw that everything had been resolved and flew away with a shout. Chapter 18. The Forbidden Power. Not long ago, Dr. Eight-Tails developed the Magus power system. From that day on, robots began to walk the streets at night in the city. However, since they did not attack the citizens, they did not attract the attention of the victory team. A few days later, the Magus system was installed on an aircraft and began test flights. Therefore, team member Lena from the victory team was selected as the pilot to conduct test flights of the Magus power system in outer space. After a series of tests, everything went smoothly. The data had been recorded, and I was about to return to base, Lena said over the communicator. However, on her way back, Lena spotted an uninhabited island floating in space. She reported the situation, but the radar of the victory team did not show any island, thinking that Lena was just tired and hallucinating. In the middle of the night, Daegu and Xinxing were patrolling in a car when they suddenly saw a strange figure ahead, so they got out to intercept it. The figure turned around and walked towards Xinxing when it heard him calling out. Daegu scanned and discovered that it was a robot with no life signs. Upon hearing it was a robot, Xinxing shot it without hesitation. The robot fell to the ground after being shot. The two were puzzled to see such a weak robot fall down with one shot. What can a robot this weak do? Who does it look down on? Daegu went closer to inspect and found that the robot was actually empty inside. How could it move then? Another question mark appeared over their heads. Not knowing what to think, they gathered the scattered robots and took them back to headquarters. Since that day, the unidentified robots were all collected by the victory team and returned to base. One day, the victory team's radar detected an island floating in space. Upon receiving the notification, everyone gathered in the command room, looking at the images on the screen, realizing that the island Lena saw that day was real. Captain Jujian then sent Xinxing in a fighter jet to investigate. At that moment, the island released lightning attacks towards the ground, causing a huge explosion. Seeing the island attacking the ground, Xinxing approached it and opened fire. However, the lasers had no effect on the island, which sent out a robot to pursue Xinxing. Just as Xinxing was about to collide, he had to make an emergency escape. The robot crashed into the plane, causing an explosion. Xinxing safely returned to Earth in the escape pod. In response to the island's attack on Earth, TPC held a high-level meeting and unanimously decided to send the victory team to attack with the Arcades. The Arcades is a giant mothership manufactured by TPC, over 100 meters long, capable of reaching speeds of 3 Mach within the atmosphere and 42 Mach in space using the Magus power system. It is equipped with regular laser cannons and powerful drag cannons, and it can even fire the Magus cannon using the Magus power system. It can carry the Fiend ship internally. The victory team prepared to board the Arcades and head into space to attack the island. However, the scattered robots in the warehouse began to revive one by one and started to wreak havoc around the base. As everyone rushed to the spaceship, they encountered many robots causing destruction in the base. So they attacked while heading to the spaceship. Meanwhile, the island's attacks on the ground became more frequent, causing significant damage. The higher-ups sent a notification, urging the victory team to quickly pilot the Arcades to attack. "Leave this to me and Daegu. You all hurry up to the Arcades," Yang Guang said upon receiving the notice. "Okay, it's up to you," Zhong Fong said as he took Lena, Kogai, and Xinxing onto the Arcades. Yang Guang and Daegu began to clear the robots. In the end, everyone successfully piloted the Arcades away from the base and flew into space. At this moment, all the robots flew and broke through the walls, forming a giant robot at the bottom of the sea. They then headed towards the TPC headquarters. Water rushed in through the broken walls. Yang Guang and Daegu were submerged, but of course, this little water couldn't harm them, and the two swam outside the base. Preparing to swim to the surface, they saw the giant robot approaching the base. Yang Guang signaled to Daegu to handle it, saying it was time to test his training results. Daegu transformed into Diga and stood in front of the giant robot. The robot ignored Diga and continued straight towards the headquarters. Who does this robot think it is to look down on me, Diga?" Diga stepped forward and hugged the robot, but the robot easily broke free and continued on its way. Diga then grabbed the robot's leg and threw it to the ground, getting on top to deliver a flurry of punches. Unfortunately, the robot not only did not take any damage, but also easily grabbed Diga and threw him away. Realizing his lack of strength, Digga transformed into a stronger form and moved to block the robot. Seeing that Digga was persistent, the robot decided to lock Digga up and prepare for self-destruction. Digga is in danger. A-GUANG saw this and had no choice but to transform into Gade Ultraman to rescue him. He first freed Digga from the strongman's lock and lifted the robot, flying up out of the water, continuing to fly into the sky, and before the robot could explode, he threw it away with all his might. Boom! The robot self-destructed. The two Ultramen transformed back into their human forms and met on the sea to report to headquarters. Headquarters, Daegu and I are on the surface and uninjured. Please send a rescue boat to bring us back. After a while, Yirue arrived in a speedboat to pick up A-GUANG and Daegu, and he also found a piece of the robot's wreckage on the surface to take back for research. Meanwhile, in outer space, the Arcades attacked the unnamed island. But it seemed the island suffered no damage and sent many robots to attack the Arcades. Naturally, they couldn't just passively take hits. So Xinqing and Kogai piloted a small attack aircraft to engage. However, it would take another 30 minutes for the Arcades to attack again. Xinqing and Kogai launched attacks outside, drawing the attention of the small robots. However, as Kogai was a scientist, his piloting skills could not compare to the ace pilot Xinqing. Before long, he was hit by a small robot and had to return to the Arcades. Xinqing, being the ace pilot, either destroys the enemy or is destroyed himself. This time he survived and eliminated all the remaining small robots before returning to the Arcades. The three of them piloted the Arcades close to the island and attacked. But as soon as they got close, the Arcades malfunctioned and was sucked into the island. Seeing the Arcades being absorbed by the mechanical island, the headquarters was in a state of panic. At this moment, Yirue, through studying the robot wreckage, found the answer. It turned out that these robots called themselves a security system, aimed at preventing the forbidden power from being activated and taking action to eliminate it. The so-called forbidden power, after some thought, everyone concluded should be the Magus power system. If that is the case, how can they save everyone trapped inside the island? After some contemplation, Yirue came up with a solution. That is to reverse the operation of the Magus system to obtain the opposite power, allowing them to cancel each other out. Therefore, A-GUANG piloted a test aircraft to space and arrived at the mechanical island. After a successful landing, he immediately contacted the Arcades. A-GUANG reported the progress. He first used bombs to blow a hole in the mechanical island, then inserted wires to connect to the Arcades. Lena, Zhongfang, Kogai, Xinqing, can you hear me? Is everyone okay? A-GUANG contacted them. Where are you now, A-GUANG? Lena asked. I'm on the island right now. You all need to work with me to activate the Magus power system. I will operate it in reverse from the outside. And this way the power can cancel each other out, and you can come out, A-GUANG explained. Chapter 19. Daegu completes special training. The crew on the Tartaros understood A-GUANG's plan and began to take action. After a series of operations, they successfully flew the Tartaros out of the island. Just as everyone thought they had succeeded, a giant robot appeared on the island. To hold off the robot, A-GUANG transformed into Gade Ultraman to engage in battle. The robot's strength was formidable. If Digga had come, he would likely have been beaten. However, Gade was different. His strength and defense were much higher than Digga's, and his fighting skills were also outstanding. Therefore, the robot was too slow, and Gade seized the advantage to launch a fierce attack. Seeing the Tartaros flying out of the island, Gade didn't linger and charged up a powerful attack, destroying the robot. Gade transformed back into his human form and piloted the test aircraft away. Meanwhile, the Tartaros used the Megas cannon to obliterate the island. Subsequently, everyone returned safely to headquarters. After several months of intermittent training, Daegu finally completed A-GUANG's special training. Now Dagu's strength had improved significantly, and his basic abilities after transforming into Digga were approximately as follows. Composite form grip strength, 60,000 tons wrist strength, 80,000 tons jumping ability, 900 meters flying speed, Mach 7 running speed, Mach 1, 8 underground speed, Mach 1, 3 water speed, Mach 1, 3 power form grip strength, 80,000 tons wrist strength, 100,000 tons jumping ability, 700 meters flying speed, Mach 5 running speed, Mach 1, 3 underground speed, Mach 1 water speed. Mach 1 aerial form grip strength. 40,000 tons wrist strength. 60,000 tons jumping ability. 100 meters flying speed. Mach 9 running speed. Mach 2. 3 underground speed. Mach 1. 5 water speed. Mach 1. 5 during this time, two monsters appeared, Inemina and Maginia. The first to appear was Inemina, a humanoid monster from another dimension, known as the Dimensional Demon God. Initially, she frequently appeared in various cities of Sakura country, but each appearance was brief. One day, the victory team arrived in area for an investigation, as it was predicted that the demon god would appear there. However, upon arrival, they saw no signs of her, only a circus performing. Suddenly, a golden lightning bolt appeared in the sky, and the demon god, Inemina, showed up. She released a special electromagnetic wave that drove people insane, causing widespread destruction. The other members of the victory team, piloting the Fian 1 and 2, were preparing to attack when Inemina suddenly vanished. Returning to headquarters to analyze the situation, they reasoned that there might be a common factor in the demon god's appearances, discovering through computer data that a circus was present each time she appeared. They speculated that either the circus people were controlling the monster or the monster was pursuing them. Regardless of whether they were the manipulators or the manipulated, finding them should yield useful information, A-GUANG said. Simultaneously, Yezue analyzed that the electromagnetic waves emitted by the demon god could directly damage the human brain, causing those who went mad to be affected by her waves. It turned out that this electromagnetic wave induced a terrifying hormone in people, inciting impulses to attack and kill, ultimately leading to brain damage. If this continued, humanity would be annihilated by her, A-GUANG stated. At that moment, the computer emitted an alarm, predicting the next location of the demon god. The team flew to the location and saw that the demon god had indeed appeared, attacking a car with an energy ball belonging to that circus. They launched an attack on the demon god, who was hit and once again vanished. The team brought the circus back to headquarters, where they learned from the circus owner that some time ago, Daban had come to their circus and the owner had taken him in, thinking he wanted to join them. Everyone grew fond of Daban, but then the dimensional demon god began chasing them without clear reason. Through research on Daban, headquarters discovered that the reason the demon god disappeared was because of him. Daban possessed the ability to weaken the demon god's electromagnetic waves, even completely eliminating them. Both Daban and the demon god belonged to the subspace race, the difference being that Daban had no offensive capabilities. Kurui, can you simulate or replicate the electromagnetic waves emitted by Daban? This way, we can interfere with the demon god and rescue those affected by her waves, A-GUANG suggested. That should be no problem. I'll give it a try, Kurui replied. The computer then sounded another alarm, indicating that the demon god had appeared in Area K. Ikeda ordered the entire victory team to deploy, except for Kurui, who was to replicate Daban's electromagnetic waves. In the city, without Daban suppression, the demon god's electromagnetic waves became even more powerful, beginning to broadly affect humans and firing energy blasts that destroyed parts of the city. Fian 1 launched an attack on the demon god, but the laser was blocked by her electromagnetic waves, failing to cause any damage. As people in the city went mad from the electromagnetic waves, causing widespread destruction, Kurui successfully replicated Daban's electromagnetic waves and piloted Fian 2 to the city. Release the neutralizing electromagnetic waves, Kurui commanded, flying over the city and starting to release the waves. Before long, the neutralizing waves canceled out the demon god's electromagnetic waves, restoring the sanity of the crazed humans. Fian 1 then began attacking, bombarding the demon god with lasers. Of course, the demon god wouldn't just take the hits. She retaliated by firing energy balls, one of which struck Fian 1. Dagu and Shinjo were nicknamed the Cursed Pilots by netizens for a reason. They always crashed when fighting monsters. Fortunately, they successfully parachuted out, and during his descent, Dagu transformed into Diga Ultraman. Monsters always get stolen by Get. If you didn't know better, you'd think I was the sidekick, Dagu thought, eager to showcase the results of his recent training. Taking advantage of the demon god's distraction, Diga approached from behind and fired 2 energy blasts at the organ that released electromagnetic waves, destroying the electromagnetic emitter. Ausome, Diga. Just then, the demon god turned around and retaliated with several energy balls, knocking Diga down. So much for being cool for more than 3 seconds. Diga got back up and transformed into the red power form, engaging in close combat with the demon god. However, the demon god was not weak in close combat either, and her claws emitted electricity, causing some trouble for Diga, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange. However, thanks to A-GUANG's intensive training, Digu's fighting abilities had improved, and his basic capabilities as Diga were enhanced. Soon, he began to gain the upper hand, and before long, he was overpowering the demon god. Seizing an opportunity, he delivered a flying kick that destroyed the organ capable of firing energy balls. Seeing that she was losing, the demon god prepared to escape into another dimension. Diga would not allow her to escape. He unleashed a beam of light to seal the space, preventing her from slipping away. That's why Diga is like a wizard. He has so many light skills, he could do anything. The demon god was still in shock, wondering, what is happening? Where am I? Diga fired a dilithium light stream at the demon god, exploding her into fragments. Afterwards, Diga flew away and transformed back into Digu. Since the band had no offensive capabilities, he was allowed to continue touring with the circus. Chapter 20. Magnia. Next to appear is the parasitic monster Magnia. Magnia came to Earth with a strange meteorite. This meteorite is the source of Magnia's active energy and also its weakness. The strength of the meteorite can only be broken with extremely powerful firepower. Once the meteorite is shattered, Magnia will lose its power. Magnia can also transform into a thick fog, hiding many small parasites within to hunt. However, once it becomes fog, it becomes afraid of water. It initially took the Cosmic Observation Center as its starting point, parasitizing all the people there, and then spread to the nearby villages. It can control those it has parasitized and absorb their energy to become stronger and heal its injuries. As the Cosmic Observation Center lost contact, A-GUANG and wreaking set out to investigate. However, they were affected by the fog during their journey, causing their plane to malfunction and make an emergency landing. The next day, A-GUANG went outside to investigate and found a strong magnetic field, making it impossible to contact the outside world. He and wreaking then rode a motorcycle towards the Cosmic Observation Center. However, the two may have gotten lost. They didn't TC the observation center, but instead found a village. Upon entering the village, they looked around and found not a single person. Strangely, some faucets were left running, and some meals were half-eaten, as if people had suddenly left. At that moment, a woman in a yellow dress rushed out and fainted in front of them. A-GUANG and wreaking could only pick her up and take her back to a house to take care of her. That night, the woman woke up, and they began to ask her about her situation. It turned out her name was Jiangqi Qianhe, the daughter of Dr. Jiangqi, who was preparing to go to the Cosmic Observation Center. However, when passing through this area, the fog appeared. She started to run and eventually jumped into the water to escape a crisis. At that point, wreaking went outside and saw that the villagers had returned. He greeted them, but no one responded. wreaking sensed something was wrong and observed closely, discovering that each villager had growths on their necks resembling tumors, holding kitchen knives, hose, sticks, scythes, and other tools. Suddenly, the villagers charged at him, and wreaking quickly dodged into a room, closing the door with A-GUANG. The villagers began hacking at the door, creating a breach through which the fog flowed in. The three could only escape outside, but the fog chased after them. They noticed many small parasites in the fog. They shot at the parasites, but there were too many to eliminate. They could only continue to run. After a while, they finally managed to shake off the fog and hid in a cave to rest. The two speculated that the villagers had become like this due to that meteorite. They agreed that the next day, A-GUANG would contact headquarters while wreaking accompanied Jiangqi Qianhe to the Cosmic Observation Center. The next day, the three acted separately, but the fog attacked again. During their escape, wreaking and Qianhe noticed a glowing object and went to check it out. They found a meteorite surrounded by many people who were being drained of their energy by it. At that moment, the small parasites discovered wreaking and Qianhe and began to pursue them. Ultimately, they escaped to the Cosmic Observation Center. Once inside, they searched around and found no one, likely due to an attack by the monster. Just then, The fog seeped in through the vents, and they continued to flee. During their escape, A-GUANG was infected by the fog and developed parasites. However, he managed to pull them out by sheer determination. Unexpectedly, this chubby guy had such a resilient willpower. No wonder he was part of the victory team. Every member is an elite of humanity. A-GUANG shot at a sprinkler system, preventing the parasite from passing through, giving them a moment to breathe. At that moment, an earthquake shook outside, and the two ran out to check. It turned out that other members of the victory team were driving a drilling tank from underground. A-GUANG was overjoyed to see his teammates. "Is A-GUANG with you?" Mukai asked. "No, we went down the mountain," A-GUANG replied. He then informed everyone that the glowing meteorite was the energy source of the fog, urging them to attack and shatter it. As everyone prepared to drive the drilling tank to attack, the fog began to gather and formed the monster Magnia. Magnia stood an astonishing 66 meters tall and weighed 58,000 tons. Upon its appearance, it could spray electrically charged fog, causing the drilling tank to malfunction. At this moment, A-GUANG managed to establish contact with headquarters and learned that they had dispatched a drilling tank for rescue. Seeing the monster appear, he transformed into Ultraman Jeed to join the fight. Jeed flew in and fired an energy blast at Magnia, knocking it down. However, the meteorite provided energy to Magnia, allowing it to heal and strengthen itself. Magnia stood up and began to wrestle with Jeed, with both sides evenly matched in strength, resulting in a fierce battle. The team rushed to the meteorite's location to try to attack it, but their efforts were futile. They needed even greater firepower. They called for support from headquarters, and soon, Daegu and Shinjo arrived in the Flying Swallow, using missiles to destroy the meteorite. Without the meteorite providing energy, Magnia weakened and was pummeled by Jeed. Ultimately being obliterated by Jeed's final beam, the monster was defeated, and the controlled humans returned to normal, resuming their usual lives. After this ordeal, A-GUANG and Jiangxi Qianhe admired each other. Yes, this chubby guy, after Daegu, is also in love now. Congratulations! That day, A-GUANG had a sudden flash of inspiration. He thought of the principles of the Magus power system and realized that the energy of Ultraman comes from light. Reflecting on the land of light, after they created plasma sparks, it brought infinite energy and light to the entire land of light. Each Ultraman does not need to worry about energy depletion within the land of light and can fight freely. With sufficient energy, Ultraman possesses strong recovery capabilities. However, on Earth, Ultraman can only fight at full strength for 3 minutes due to insufficient energy supply. If the Magus power system could provide energy to Ultraman, it would not only enhance his endurance, but perhaps also increase the power of his light skills, just like the Super Victory Team did for Triga. Thus, A-GUANG approached Dr. Yabuki. "Dr. Yabuki, I have some ideas regarding the Magus power system. Do you think there's a chance to implement them?" A-GUANG said, "Oh, Hikari, I didn't expect you to study the Magus power system as well. Tell me your thoughts," Dr. Yabuki replied. "Just kidding. A-GUANG's name in the Cherry Blossom Country is Hikari. There is also an Ultraman with that name in the Land of Light, said to be a prominent figure, much like Zoffy, who has stars hanging on his chest. The Magus power system collides protons and antiprotons to produce light, using that light to propel, allowing the spacecraft to achieve incredible speed. It can also be used as a weapon, turning into the Magus cannon with immense power," A-GUANG continued. "That's right indeed, Doctor," Yabuki said. "Then I wonder if this light can provide energy for Ultraman? We all know that Ultraman can only appear on Earth for about 3 minutes. Research has shown that Ultraman's energy is light. If we use the Magus power system to supply energy to Ultraman in times of crisis, allowing him to regain strength, he could defeat the monster," A-GUANG expressed his idea. "Yes, it's worth trying. I developed the Magus power system to benefit humanity and contribute to mankind. Ultraman fights monsters to protect humanity and sometimes falls into danger. If we can help Ultraman, that would definitely be good," Dr. Yabuki said. Thus, Dr. Yabuki began designing an energy transmission device to provide energy to Ultraman. Chapter 21. The Dinosaur Man and the Naga People Today. The TPC headquarters received an alarm from the Dinosaur Research Center, reporting that they had excavated an ice-encased dinosaur fossil and requested the Victory Team to investigate. Thus, Daegu and Horiuchi drove to the Dinosaur Research Center. A researcher informed Horiuchi and Daegu that the discovered dinosaur fossil belonged to the Cretaceous period, dating back 135 million to 65 million years, and was very similar to a type of dinosaur called taput. The two were taken to the fossil and gasped in amazement at the enormous dinosaur fossil. Wow, it's so big. It's truly astonishing. I can't believe it. After a thorough observation, they were even more incredulous. It turned out that this dinosaur had undergone bioelectronic surgery. How is this possible? Just as the two were still in shock, the TPC headquarters was enveloped by strong electromagnetic waves. After a thunderstorm, the entire system at TPC headquarters went down. While everyone was at a loss, the screen automatically lit up and emitted a voice, revealing a gigantic spaceship. It turned out that the Naga people were behind it. The Naga claimed to be the gods of the universe, and solemnly warned humanity that Earth would henceforth be under their rule. Anyone who dared to resist would be annihilated. Such arrogant speeches showed just how conceited the Naga were. Daegu and Horiuchi had originally received a notice from headquarters to return immediately, but just as they stepped outside, the radar indicated a massive energy response from the electronic dinosaur. So, the two returned to the electronic dinosaur, only to be attacked by a woman on the way, who was the one who awakened the electronic dinosaur. During the fight, Horiuchi shot the woman, causing her to faint, however, before losing consciousness. She pressed a controller that released the electronic dinosaur. Daegu and Horiuchi were unaware that the electronic dinosaur was about to awaken and only took the woman back to headquarters for treatment. Not long after they returned, the electronic dinosaur, Maripanaza, awakened and announced, "We Naga once ruled the dinosaurs on Earth, and Maripanaza is the best proof." Everyone at headquarters was shocked at the sight of the bioelectronic dinosaur on the screen. At that moment, the headquarters system was restored, and Director Sawai sent a video message, ordering the Victory Team to deal with the invaders. Thus, Keiko ordered the entire Victory Team to mobilize. The team piloted 2 Hayabusa aircraft and launched a barrage of lasers at Maripanaza, but unfortunately, it did not inflict any effective damage on the electronic dinosaur. At this point, Maripanaza reached the edge of the city and issued another warning, demanding that humanity surrender within an hour, or it would awaken again and launch continuous attacks until all humans were annihilated. Seizing the opportunity, the Victory Team began scanning the interior of the electronic dinosaur and discovered a neutron bomb inside. Such a large neutron bomb, if it exploded, would destroy at least half of the life on Earth. Meanwhile, Daegu was examining the woman at the research center. It turned out that the girl shared the same DNA as a dinosaur from the Cretaceous period called the unique dragon. At that moment, the dinosaur girl woke up and took Mayumi hostage. In fact, the dinosaur girl had been awake for a while. She had heard Horiuchi's conversation. Initially, she trusted the Naga, but upon learning about the neutron bomb inside Maripanaza, she found it hard to accept. At this time, Horiuchi pretended to talk to the dinosaur girl and then rushed forward to rescue Mayumi. The dinosaur girl seized the opportunity to escape, and Daegu chased after her. While chasing the dinosaur girl, Daegu shouted to persuade her. The girl was somewhat swayed by Daegu's words. However, the girl's companion, Adam, suddenly appeared from behind a door. "Emu, don't be deceived by him. Humans are creatures of sweet words. Don't trust them." "Who are you?" Daegu exclaimed angrily, as the girl was about to be convinced. But then Adam interrupted. Adam introduced himself as the first dinosaur man evolved by the Naga. After speaking, Adam attacked Daegu with his claws. Daegu dodged all the attacks. And at that moment, other security personnel arrived and shot Adam in the face. Adam's face was shattered, revealing the skin of a dinosaur man. Adam escaped to the rooftop, preparing to activate Maripanaza, but unfortunately, he was unsuccessful. Adam then contacted the Naga in space, and they responded telepathically, allowing him to resurrect Maripanaza 2. Subsequently, Adam activated Maripanaza 2 to start destroying the city. Daegu and Emu arrived on the rooftop to persuade Adam. After appealing to his emotions and reasoning with him, Adam listened to Emu and began to try to stop Maripanaza 2. However, Maripanaza 2 was not under his control. Adam became somewhat distraught as he realized that the Naga were truly deceiving them. At this moment, Maripanaza 2 was moving towards Maripanaza 1. It turned out that when the two monsters were close together, the neutron bomb would explode. This was the Naga's scheme. A-GUANG, seeing this, suddenly had an idea: to extract the neutron bombs from both monsters and throw them onto the Naga's spaceship to detonate them. Haha, I'm truly a genius. My intelligence may not be in inventions, but in tactics, A-GUANG thought proudly. Daegu, can you hear me? I'm going to extract the neutron bomb from the monster and throw it onto the Naga spaceship. At that time, we'll fire a beam to detonate the neutron bomb and destroy the Naga and his spaceship together. I'll get the neutron bomb for Maripanaza 2, and you go for one. A-GUANG communicated with Daegu using ultra telepathy. Understood, Daegu replied. A-GUANG went to a deserted area, took out the godlight stick, and transformed into Ultraman Jeed. Seeing Maripanaza 2 moving towards Maripanaza 1, without a second thought, he kicked it down. Why is it always this move to start? Jeed was also speechless, as the opponent did not fight back and was solely focused on merging with Maripanaza 1, instinctively sending his foot forward. The Naga, seeing that Ultraman was obstructing them, knew they couldn't let this Ultraman go. Otherwise, they couldn't merge 1 and 2, so they ordered Maripanaza 2 to attack Ultraman Jeed. To be honest, the mechanical dinosaur Maripanaza had tremendous strength and high defense. If it were Diga, he would probably be pummeled. But facing Jeed, it was different. Jeed unleashed a flurry of attacks on Maripanaza 2, but although Maripanaza 2 was continuously knocked down, it sustained very little damage due to its high defense. Realizing that plane attacks were ineffective, Jeed charged energy into his right hand, causing his entire right arm and forearm to emit light. The charged strike hit Maripanaza 2's head, shattering it completely. At that moment, Maripanaza 2 finally lost its ability to move. Jeed extracted the neutron bomb with his bare hands. Daegu, on the other hand, transformed into Diga and successfully extracted the neutron bomb. The two Ultras nodded in confirmation, soared into space, and approached the Naga spaceship. They simultaneously threw out the neutron bombs, charged their energy, and unleashed their beams, detonating the neutron bombs. The massive explosion turned the Naga and his spaceship into fragments. With such a huge explosion, the Nagas certainly could not survive. The two Ultras returned to the ground, transforming back into their human forms, and approached the two dinosaur men. You can stay here and live on Earth because you were originally part of the Earth S species. We hope we can coexist peacefully, A-GUANG said. No, we almost caused a disaster that would have destroyed the Earth. We have no right to live here, Adam replied. We dinosaur men will find a new home, Emu added. Goodbye, Ultraman Jeed, Ultraman Diga. Thank you for protecting the Earth, Adam and Emu said simultaneously. Then, revealing the true form of the dinosaur man, he summoned a spaceship to leave Earth. Chapter 22. Acid Liquid Monster lit Marius today. A-GUANG, Daegu, and wreaking drove to the city of wreaking in North Kanto. They received reports of widespread plant wilting. As they passed through a tunnel, they smelled a very unpleasant odor, similar to car exhaust. Could it be a problem with the tunnel's ventilation system? But that shouldn't be the case. The tunnel had been built for a long time, A-GUANG thought. As they drove along a rural road, mischievous children threw firecrackers at them. After getting out of the car, wreaking, still a big kid at heart, was ready to chase after them, scare them. But A-GUANG stopped him. Wreaking, we have a mission. Let's not bother with the kids. The three continued on their way and finally arrived at the Plant Research Institute. They spoke to the staff about the situation, looked at some wilting plants, and examined photos of nearby wilted plants. They deduced that the plants were likely wilting due to acid. Fortunately, no one had been injured so far. Suddenly, there was a power outage, and everyone began to make repairs. A-GUANG felt he didn't need help with this, so he stepped outside. He found the mischievous children talking to a staff member, so he walked over. We found a monster. There really is a monster. You have to believe us. When A-GUANG heard there was a monster, he approached to ask, Hey, you said you found a monster. Where is it? What does it look like? I saw a huge cloud of white smoke. I also heard the monster's roar, the children replied. So you didn't see what the monster looked like, right? A-GUANG asked. You're a Victory team member. You have to believe us. There really is a monster. That sound was terrifying, said the older child, whether it was true or not. Since someone reported seeing a monster, they had to investigate. So the three of them drove to the place where the children said the monster was. The sky was clear, with no abnormalities. At that moment, three people rushed out, scolding the children. It turned out to be staff from the power system, who were checking the cause of the power outage. They discovered a kite on the ground and speculated that the children flying the kite had caused the power lines to break, leading to the outage. However, A-GUANG did not agree. I think there may be another reason for this, A-GUANG said. No matter how a kite collides with a cable, it shouldn't break such a thick cable. I suspect there might be another cause. Since you said you found a monster, let's search the area for clues, A-GUANG continued. That makes sense, Daegu supported. All right, Ju-edging thought for a moment and agreed. After searching for a while, a strange sound suddenly came from nearby. That's the sound, the older child, named Xiong, said. Following the sound, they arrived at a desolate area where they saw a crack in the ground, from which white smoke was billowing. It smells awful. It smells like car exhaust. It sounds like a snoring noise, the children said. This is serious. Let's use the detector to check, Daegu said as he took out the monster detector to scan. The detector emitted an alarm. There is a strong biological energy response. There really is a monster, Daegu said. Ju-edging, report to headquarters. We need to take the kids away first, A-GUANG said. Emergency notification. Emergency notification. A monster has been discovered in wreaking City. Currently, the monster is underground, suspected to be in hibernation, Ju-edging reported to headquarters. The three of them then took the children away. TPC received the notification and immediately began to take action. The victory team gathered to discuss the battle plan. After some discussion, they realized that attacking the monster underground would not work, as it could cause soil acidification. Using strong alkali for neutralization wouldn't work either, as it was impossible to perfectly calculate the amount of monster acid. Too much or too little would harm the land again. A-GUANG suggested drawing the monster out, using alkaline neutralization, and then eliminating it. Everyone thought this proposal was good, so they began to take action. Daegu went to direct the evacuation of residents to safety. Ju-edging went to prepare strong alkali neutralization missiles. New City and Lena piloted the Fian-1 and 2 aircraft to launch an attack on the monster from the air. A-GUANG went to supervise the setup of automatic artillery and began the operation. 2 hours later, Ju-edging had prepared the strong alkali neutralization bombs. A-GUANG reported that all the automatic artillery had been set up. Then, Zhongfeng ordered the operation to begin. They first threw the bombs into the crack, and after a loud explosion, the monster was awakened and slowly emerged from underground. It was the acid liquid monster Litmarius. Litmarius stood 51 meters tall and weighed 48,000 tons. The monster had a head at the bottom, with many large spikes on its back. There were also 2 long whip-like tentacles on its back, and it looked like a giant escargot. A barrage of automatic artillery fire covered the monster, but it didn't sustain any significant damage. Instead, the acid liquid sprayed by the monster corroded everything. I knew this monster could spray acid, Ju-edging said, as he piloted Fian-2 to launch strong alkali neutralization missiles at the monster. After being hit by the strong alkali neutralization missiles, the monster could no longer spray acid, reducing its threat level. Fian-1 launched continuous laser attacks at the monster, but unfortunately, the monster had high defense and sustained little damage. A-GUANG found a concealed spot, took out the Xingguang stick, and transformed into Ultraman Jeed. Damn, he beat me to it. You might not believe it, but I can't even appear in my own TV show. Daegu sighed as he saw A-GUANG transform first. Jeed immediately engaged the monster in battle, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that forced the monster to retreat repeatedly. This monster has a stable lower body, Jeed thought. Litmarius swung its dual whips, striking at Jeed. Jeed dodged left and right, but was eventually struck by a whip, causing a burning pain. Then he was entangled by the dual whips around his neck. You want to play binding games? Jeed certainly wouldn't sit still, so he grabbed the whips and pulled with all his might to break them. Ah! Litmarius let out a scream. Jeed rushed up and delivered a series of blows, then lifted the monster and slammed it down hard. Boom! Take that! Take that! Ah, hit! Following that, he unleashed another barrage of punches and kicks. With Litmarius unable to spray acid and having its whips torn off, it was left with no means to attack and could only take the beating. Eventually, Litmarius was left on the verge of collapse, and G began to charge his energy for a finishing move. Bayou. Boom! A shot of Jeet's light obliterated the monster into pieces. After defeating the monster, Jeet pretended to fly away, then transformed back into his human form to join the others. Back at headquarters, everyone began discussing how to improve environmental pollution. Some suggested adding a device to neutralize exhaust gases at the tailpipe. Others proposed inventing new energy vehicles. In the end, they summarized and selected several effective suggestions to report to the relevant departments. They hoped that in the future, the air pollution on Earth could be improved. A few days later, Dr. Yao found A-GUANG and informed him that the energy transmission device for Ultraman had been completed and installed on the Magus power system testing machine, ready for testing the next time Ultraman appeared. A-GUANG shared this good news with the other members of the victory team, and everyone was excited. Daegu looked at A-GUANG with enthusiasm, thinking that if it succeeded, they wouldn't have to worry about energy shortages anymore. Kurika also glanced at A-GUANG, thinking that this would better help Ultraman in battle. Chapter 23. The Great Battle Against the Second Generation of Kyria Lord in the past few days. Legends of angels have emerged in the city, with many claiming to have seen them. Today, all members of the victory team gathered to watch the news being broadcasted on the screen. A host was continuously interviewing passers-by at the location where the angels supposedly appeared, asking if they had seen the angels. Some said they had seen them, while others mentioned that friends or colleagues had seen them and came to check it out. When an elderly lady was interviewed, she claimed to have seen the angels, describing them as radiating a dazzling light and expressing her belief that the angels had always been protecting her. In the command room, the expression of Juma K became unnatural upon seeing the elderly lady. Everyone speculated that the old lady might be related to Juma K, and they inquired about it. However, Juma K was unwilling to disclose anything and turned to leave the command room. Let the captain be alone for a while. Let's investigate the matter of the angels. I feel that something bad might happen. If there really were angels or deities, they would silently protect humanity rather than appearing out of nowhere, A-GUANG said. It turned out that the elderly lady was the mother of Juma K's deceased husband, Sheng-Run. Juma K and Sheng-Run had a child named Jishu. Sheng-Run died in an experimental accident, and currently, the child was being raised by Sheng-Ren's mother. The old lady had been dissatisfied with Juma K for not returning in time during her husband's death and had not allowed her to see the child. When Juma K returned to her lounge, she discovered a message in her voicemail. Although she didn't know who sent it, she opened the electronic message and found it was from her child. Thus, Juma K drove to her deceased husband's home, where she encountered the elderly lady, Sheng-Ren's mother. They exchanged a few simple words, and the conversation turned to the recent rumors about angels. It was clear that the elderly lady firmly believed in the angels to the point of superstition. Juma K attempted to change her views on the angels, but the old lady was unyielding, so she refrained from saying more and asked to see her child. Juma K went upstairs and saw Jishu. The mother and son began to chat. Jishu told Juma K that he noticed his grandmother had become very strange lately, and many people had also changed in odd ways. He sensed that it was definitely related to the angels and decided to investigate the matter. Meanwhile, at the center of the city, many people gathered, waiting for the angels to descend, all showing great devotion. Some held angel dolls while others wore angel wings, starting to pray for the angels' arrival. A-GUANG and Daegu blended into the crowd. Before long, a strong electromagnetic wave appeared, and the figure of an angel manifested in the sky. Televisions and screens in many places began to operate autonomously, broadcasting live footage. Then a person appeared on the screen, declaring that the day of the final judgment had finally arrived. If the true demons were not eradicated, humanity would face a fate of destruction. A door was about to open, and soon the judgment by the angels would begin. The demons were identified as Gade Ultraman and Diga Ultraman. The crowd was incited, chanting slogans that Gade Ultraman was a demon and Diga Ultraman was a demon. A-GUANG and Daegu were left dumbfounded. Are you all stupid? Isn't this obviously nonsense? You believe this? It's so melodramatic. It's clearly the Kyria Lord people. That night, huge dark clouds appeared in the sky, accompanied by purple lightning. and a massive door emerged from the clouds. The Kyrielord people continued to deceive the crowd, claiming that the door was about to open, and the angels were descending to greet them. The crowd became excited. You say the angels will come out of such a dark door? Anyone with eyes would find that abnormal. Seeing the door, Jomake felt something was wrong and immediately ordered the fiend to attack. However, the laser had no effect on the door. A-GUANG exchanged glances with Daegu and nodded. Daegu understood. It was his turn to take action. He went to a hidden corner and transformed into Diga Ultraman. Diga flew into the sky and began to push the door, trying to close it. Those who dare to resist the Kyrielord god will face severe punishment. The Kyrielord people on the ground emitted thought waves that struck Diga, knocking him from the sky. Suffer before these foolish humans. Then they perished tragically. A group of Kyrielord people boasted arrogantly before beginning to merge, transforming into a gigantic form. This time, the Kyrielord people were well prepared. They were not just one, but all of them. They were fiercer than ever. The great battle was about to begin. Diga and the second generation of Kyrielord readied themselves and charged at each other. Diga threw a right punch, which was caught by the second generation of Kyrielord, and then followed with a left punch, which was also caught. Diga broke free from the control and attacked again, but this time, the Kyrielord people grabbed his arm and threw Diga to the ground. Despite Diga's special training and enhancements, he was still no match for the second generation of Kyrielord. They exchanged several blows, and Diga was once again thrown down. Knowing this couldn't go on, Diga transformed into a stronger form to battle. To his surprise, the second generation of Kyrielord also changed form, their muscles becoming more developed and blades forming at their elbows. The two sides clashed again, and the gap was even greater this time. Diga landed several punches on the chest of the second generation of Kyrielord, but it had no effect, and instead, he was kicked down by the opponent. The second generation of Kyrielord prepared to deliver a fatal blow with the elbow blade, but Diga rolled to dodge, narrowly avoiding the elbow blade. At this point in the battle, Diga was completely at a disadvantage. Before long, he was struck in the chest by the elbow blade of the second generation of Kyrielord, sparking a shower of sparks. Fortunately, Diga's chest armor absorbed much of the damage, or he would have been severely injured. Seeing that even his strong form couldn't defeat the enemy, Diga had no choice but to rely on speed to evade. He transformed into aerial form and flew into the sky. Unexpectedly, the second generation of Kyrielord also began to change form, growing wings on its back and pursuing Diga. Both moved at greater speeds, and the fiend could not offer assistance. The second generation of Kyrielord was faster than Diga and quickly caught up, knocking Diga down to the ground. Diga lay unconscious on the ground. The Kyrielord people approached the gate of hell and forcefully pulled it open. A-GUANG was shocked to see Diga fail. He expected the second generation of Kyrielord to become so powerful. Diga had been beaten to such a state. Juegue immediately pilot the Magus power system test machine and try to replenish energy to Diga using the energy transfer device. A-GUANG comunicate. Okay, I'll be right there, Juegue replied. Meanwhile, A-GUANG found a hidden place, took out the divine light stick, and transformed into Gade Ultraman. A beam of light flashed, and Gade Ultraman appeared, flying up and taking advantage of the second generation of Kyrielord, still pulling the door to deliver a powerful flying kick to the back of the second generation of Kyrielord, knocking it against the door and slamming it shut. Then, before the second generation of Kyrielord could react, Gade grabbed it and threw it to the ground. Bang! The sound of the second generation of Kyrielord crashing to the ground. Gade landed, and the second generation of Kyrielord got back up, retracting its wings and transforming into battle mode. The two sides began to confront each other. Gade Ultraman, are you also going to stop the Kyrielord god? Then I shall destroy you. The second generation of Kyrielord boasted before the battle. With you Kyrielord people, you think you can defeat me? It's simply a delusion. You pretend to be angels and deceive humanity. You Kyrielord people are the true demons, Gade retorted. There's no point in further conversation. Both sides charged at each other. The Kyrielod people came in with a kick, which was dodged by Gade. He moved behind the second generation Kyrielod. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent had not yet turned around, Gade punched the back of the second generation Kyrielod, causing it to stumble forward. The second-generation Kyrielod turned around and swung its elbow blade, while Gade dodged left and right. Finally, he seized the opportunity to block the elbow blade with his forearm, and both sides began to exert force against each other. The second-generation Kyrielod was slightly weaker and was pushed back by Gade. Taking advantage of the Kyrielod's retreat, Gade delivered a whip kick to the ribs of the second-generation Kyrielod, knocking it to the ground. The second-generation Kyrielod quickly got up and immediately used its elbow blade to push Gade back, knowing that once Gade got close, he would launch a series of attacks. Gade took 2 steps back and continued to confront the Kyrielod. The second-generation Kyrielod, aware of its advantage with the elbow blade, continued to charge at Gade with a series of methodical swings. Of course, it was methodical. After all, it was a humanoid monster and fighting was normal. Gade responded carefully, and neither side could gain the upper hand for a while. Meanwhile, the Magus power system testing machine arrived and began transmitting energy to Dyna. Target Dyna, energy transmission device. Activate, Kyrie shouted. A cannon-like object extended from the bottom of the flying swallow, aimed at the colorful timer on Dyna's chest, emitting a white beam of light. The timer, which was originally flashing red, turned bright green. Dyna felt the energy being replenished and recovered. The energy transmission continued, and Dyna felt the energy within him growing stronger. Until Dyna's whole body emitted light, the energy transmission device finally stopped. Energy transmission complete, Kyrie said. Although Dyna did not transform into his shining form, he should now possess power comparable to his original form. Dyna felt the surging energy within him, arrived at the battlefield, and fought alongside Gade against the second-generation Kyrielod. Dyna opened with a kick, which was dodged by the second-generation Kyrielod. Gade seized the opportunity to step forward and punch the second-generation Kyrielod, causing it to retreat. Dyna locked the second-generation Kyrielod from behind, and Gade moved in to deliver several punches to its chest, followed by 2 jabs to the head, leaving the second-generation Kyrielod dizzy. Under the combined effort of the 2 Ultras, the Kyrielod was left with no power to fight back. Finally, Dyna and Gade simultaneously lifted the second-generation Kyrielod and threw it towards the gate of hell with great force. Then both Ultras charged their energy and unleashed their beams. Zai Bei Li Aobing, Baiyu, Gade Beam, Baiyu. Both beams struck the second-generation Kyrielod at the same time, resulting in a massive explosion. The second-generation Kyrielod and the gate of hell were destroyed. The light emanating from Dyna faded, and his state returned to normal. It turned out that this peak state could not be maintained for long. After the explosion, he would revert to normal. If only the enhancement could be permanent. Chapter 24. The strong monster Hilbegon. The next day, the TPC public relations team began operations, promoting and criticizing the previous incident where the Kyrielid people disguised as angels deceived the public, correcting human thoughts. At the TPC headquarters, the victory team gathered to discuss last night's battle. The Kyrielid people are truly despicable for deceiving the public. Fortunately, Ultraman defeated them. Otherwise, if the Hell Gate opened, who knows what consequences it would have caused, said Shinjo. I wonder what is inside that Hell Gate. Lena asked curiously. Based on the decorations and patterns on the gate, I think it's full of demons, just like the Kyrielid people. Kyrie said. That energy transfer was really good. It can indeed supplement Ultraman's energy, Daegu said excitedly. In the future, if we can't win, we can just supplement energy. ISNT that just like having a healing cheat? According to data analysis. After transferring energy to Diga, the energy within him was much stronger than usual, but after the battle, the energy returned to its previous level, Narumi analyzed. Maybe the energy level of the Magus power system is too low, but being able to supplement Ultraman's energy is already great. We can't ask for too much. If it could increase Ultraman's power, then it wouldn't be the Magus power system anymore, but rather plasma sparks. Supplementing energy is good. At least the safety factor in future battles has increased, Yang-Guang and Daegu thought. For a period afterward, Yang-Guang and Daegu began practicing their combined attack techniques to enhance their cooperative combat abilities. One day, the victory team clocked in for work as usual, only to receive news that witnesses from the Lion's Nose Forest had seen a car disappear into a rainbow. Everyone was stunned by such a report, and after checking the meteorological data from that time, They found that there was no rainbow in the weather conditions at that moment. Perhaps we have entered some kind of illusion, A-GUANG hypothesized, originally planning to take a plane to investigate, but considering the special nature of that place. Everyone could only take the Sherlock and Drum Patrol cars. It turned out that the area was known as the Devil's Triangle in the Sakura country, where a strong magnetic field could cause precision instruments to malfunction. The team drove 2 cars to the Lion's Nose Forest, the place where the rainbow appeared. However, they did not see the rainbow, so they split up to search. After searching for a while, a rainbow suddenly appeared, but its colors were inverted. The 6 members gathered and drove into the illusion. Suddenly, they heard screams and followed the sound. They saw 2 children and approached to check. Kirai rushed forward and ended up bumping into a transparent shield. At this moment, a monster appeared inside the shield. It was the barrier monster Gotti. Daegu attacked the shield with the Victory Hypergun, trying to break it, but it was useless. The power of the Victory Hypergun was insufficient. Just when everyone was at a loss, a man ran over shouting and also crashed into the shield. It turned out that this man was the father of the 2 children, who had taken his wife and 2 kids on vacation during their holiday. They accidentally entered the illusion and had been unable to get out for quite a while. Suddenly, a roar came from another direction. Another monster appeared. It was the strong monster, Hilbagon. Hilbagon stood 65 meters tall and weighed 75,000 tons, which was truly astonishing. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Hilbagon saw Gotti and prepared to attack, but also bumped into the transparent shield. However, the strong monster was not called strong for nothing. It swung its claws forcefully, shattering the transparent shield and entering the barrier. The team then entered through the gap broken by Hilbagon and finally found the man's family. Daegu also saw the rainbow appear and discovered the exit of this place. "Quick, get out through the exit," A-GUANG shouted. So everyone drove towards the exit. Meanwhile, Gotti was no match for Hilbagon at all. Gotti's tentacle attacks couldn't harm Hilbagon. Hilbagon not only had immense strength, but also terrifying defense. Gotti whipped Hilbagon with its tail. But not only did it fail to harm Hilbagon, it was also left with a broken tail. Gotti cried out in pain. In the end, Gotti was killed by Hilbagon. How impressive! Gotti was utterly powerless against this monster. The team gasped at the sight. After killing Gotti, Hilbagon noticed the team driving away and chased after them. Hilbagon had poor eyesight and couldn't see stationary objects, but it could see moving ones. Just as it was about to catch up, A-GUANG suggested that he and Daegu divert the monster's attention. "Daegu and I will distract it." "You all go ahead," A-GUANG said. A-GUANG and Daegu drove the Sherlock car to attract Hilbagon and launched a spiral beam attack at it. However, Hilbagon was unharmed and continued to charge forward. They had no choice but to transform into Ultraman. A-GUANG gave Daegu a look, and Daegu understood, pulling out the godlight stick to transform into Diga Ultraman. Diga approached and grabbed Hilbagon's tail, attempting to drag it away, but couldn't move it. Time to change to a stronger form. A-GUANG knew Hilbagon was powerful, so he mentally reminded Diga. Diga glowed red and transformed into his powerful form. He moved forward to continue holding onto Hilbagon's tail, pulling it backward. Hilbagon turned and began attacking Diga, who blocked Hilbagon's claws and landed several punches on its chest, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. However, Hilbagon's defense was too high, and Diga's attacks didn't deal any significant damage. Thus, the battle reached a stalemate. This couldn't go on. If it took too long, Diga would run out of energy. Watching the stagnant battle, A-GUANG decided not to wait any longer. He pulled out the godlight stick and transformed into Jeed Ultraman. Jeed came in with a flying kick, hitting the fighting Hilbagon, not only knocking it over, but also making it roll on the ground several times before stopping. Coming in with a critical hit, Hilbagon was furious and charged mindlessly at Jeed. Jeed found it strange. How could this kick not hurt at all? As Hilbagon charged at him, Jeed performed a backflip to dodge. While Jeed was strong, he wouldn't mindlessly trade blows with others. Jeed moved forward and kicked Hilbagon, knocking it down. Then, it became a cooperative battle between Jeed and Diga. Some might say that Jeed always fights monsters alongside Diga, calling it a gang fight or bullying the monster. But how can righteous deeds be called gang fights? Haven't you seen how police officers in real life catch criminals? Often several people working together to subdue one criminal? Hillbegon was being beaten by the two Ultras. Although it had high defense, it was still being thoroughly tormented. It was tragic, always either falling or on the verge of falling. Jeed and Digga practiced the combined attack techniques they had been training during this time against Hillbegon, becoming more proficient with each strike. What was that saying again? Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Training in the practice room is nowhere near as effective as actual combat in terms of improvement. As Hillbegon began to run out of strength to resist, Digga unleashed a Dyla stream of light, hitting Hillbegon. Boom! Hillbegon let out a scream, but it wasn't dead. Digga was also speechless at this result. Was it really that tough? Daegu, let us take this opportunity to try the combination beam and see how much power it can enhance. A-GUANG communicated through Ultraman telepathy. Okay. Digga flashed with white light and transformed into his composite form because the Zai Paley AO beam was currently Digga's most powerful light skill. The two Ultras began to gather energy and simultaneously unleash their beams. The beams collided in front of them and merged into a golden beam that surged forward. Bayu hit Hillbegon, break through Hillbegon's defenses, and then a huge explosion blasts Hillbegon into pieces. The power of this move is about 3 times that of the combined ultimate moves of the two. After defeating the monster, the two drove back outside and reunited with everyone to return to TPC headquarters. Chapter 25. Jobilii Another Day Without Monsters. In the command room of the Victory Team, everyone gathered to discuss the recent rumors about A-GUANG. It was said that the rumors about A-GUANG had been spreading in the Yinya Street area for about 3 months, but this was the first time actual victims had appeared. Upon closer inspection, the place where the young man encountered A-GUANG was right here. As Zhongfang operated on the screen, he explained. Then he continued here too. A-GUANG was discovered in the mountains, according to the police report, only 5 minutes apart. How is that possible? How could it take only 5 minutes over such a distance? Xinqing questioned. This is why the Victory Team needs to be dispatched, Ijima K said. Why did A-GUANG return that young man? A-GUANG went through the trouble of capturing someone. How could that young man come back alive? Daegu questioned. As long as we uncover A-GUANG's true identity, this question can be resolved. From tonight, everyone will patrol Yinya Street. Ijima K ordered. Understood. That night, the team dispersed to patrol. A-GUANG patrolled for a while and saw someone in front of him selling soba noodles from cart. Hey, just when I was hungry. Boss, 1 bowl of noodles. Add an egg. A-GUANG shouted. All right, just a moment, the boss replied. Sipping, this is nice. Boss, it's not easy to be out here doing business at this late hour. A-GUANG said. How much is it? A-GUANG asked. Do you want to play with A-GUANG? Hey, the boss teased. Huh? A-GUANG was puzzled. Boss, are you not human? It turns out you are A-GUANG. A-GUANG felt he had really stumbled upon something unexpected. Then, A-GUANG, let me ask you, why do you want to scare people? What is your purpose? A-GUANG asked directly. I want to make everyone here move away. A-GUANG replied. Why? A-GUANG asked. This place wasn't always like this. It used to be a village, there was a watchtower, and a clear stream, with a lotus pond across the river. But now it's all gone, A-GUANG explained. I see. But A-GUANG, have you considered that even if you scare everyone away, this place won't return to how it used to be? You have to understand, times are changing, and things will inevitably change. While the beauty of the past is indeed nostalgic, we can't just linger in memories. We need to look forward, A-GUANG advised. A-GUANG, what do you want to do in the future? A-GUANG continued to ask. Future? Future? I never thought about the future, A-GUANG said, confused. Everyone has a future. Living in confusion is no different from being dead. Living with goals and dreams makes every day happy. You can explore other places. Perhaps there are beautiful sights waiting for you, A-GUANG continued. A-GUANG just wanted to stay here and make it return to its former state. That's not right, A-GUANG. If someone wants the sun and moon in the sky, but can't get them, and then wants to destroy the world, do you think that person is normal? The sun and moon change, and the old village has turned into the city we see now. Humanity has developed society to survive, and there's nothing wrong with that. As long as we don't overdevelop and act out of greed and can develop harmoniously with nature, then it is a normal progression, A-GUANG explained. We need to adapt to development, improve it, and not hinder it. A-GUANG, This place doesn't belong to just you. It belongs to everyone. You can't interfere with others' decisions just because of personal preferences. A-GUANG continued to enlighten. But A-GUANG likes peace. A-GUANG replied, peace is good. I like it too. When it's quiet, I can reflect on myself and adjust myself better. I can think about where I still have shortcomings and what areas I can improve. Being quiet not only allows for self-understanding, but also for understanding the mysteries of the universe. There are many peaceful places. It doesn't have to be here, A-GUANG said. A-GUANG doesn't know where to go. A-GUANG said, that's okay. I can help you look for a while. After all, time isn't a problem for you. Also, A-GUANG, your noodles are delicious. I really like them, A-GUANG said. Really? Is this what it feels like to be cared for and recognized? A-GUANG began to feel a bit touched. A-GUANG, have you thought it through? A-GUANG asked. A-GUANG knew what to do. Thank you for your guidance, A-GUANG replied. After enlightening A-GUANG, A-GUANG returned to the Victory Team headquarters and reported his encounter with A-GUANG to Ijima. In the following days, A-GUANG indeed did not come out to scare people again. Then, several days passed. Didi, Victory Team Emergency Assembly. A monster has been discovered in the hilly residential area. Everyone piloted the flying swallow to the location of the monster and saw a huge beetle-like monster hiding in the mountain, only its head exposed. They set up automatic cannons around it. In the afternoon, the monster began to react and walked out from mountain. The team launched an attack. The automatic cannons fired heavily, and the flying swallow also unleashed a barrage at Jobilii. However, it seemed that there was almost no damage. Jobilii was covered in a shell with very strong defense. Its head had huge pincers that could shoot lightning, destroying all the surrounding automatic cannons. Then it shrank back into the mountain. Due to the imminent battle with Lightning Man, there was no extra energy to deal with this monster. So the Victory Team returned to headquarters. The so-called Lightning Man battle is the fight to eliminate Lightning Man. Because Lightning Man continuously transformed into Gazette and attacked various flights, many people had already fallen victim. Therefore, the TPC headquarters ordered to use the firepower of the Atlantis and Flying Swallow to eliminate Lightning Man. This is the Lightning Man battle. 2 hours later, the battle against Lightning Man was about to begin. Ijima began to assign tasks, instructing Zongfang to command the ground to eliminate Jobilii, while A-GUANG, Daegu, and Naozi were to provide support. Lina, Horiuchi, and Shinshin were to pilot the Atlantis to eliminate Lightning Man. A-GUANG and Daegu arrived at the scene of the beetle monster Jobilii. Hikari, what is the meaning of Ultraman's existence? Daegu asked A-GUANG. You have to find that answer yourself. Just like the sun's existence brings light to the earth, life to plants, and warmth to humanity, and the existence of the earth gives all living beings a home. Daegu, why did you join the Victory Team back then? And now what are you fighting for? Think about those you care about. Friends, partners. Do you want to protect them? Do you understand? A-GUANG said, I understand. I have people I care about, and I want to protect them, Daegu replied. At this moment, the monster began to move and walked out of the mountain. All ground troops began to attack, but just like last time, it had no effect, and instead, Jobilii released lightning, destroying many ground troops. They had no choice but to stop the attack and retreat. This won't do. It keeps coming out to cause destruction. Who can stand that? Daegu, transform into Tiga. A-GUANG comunicate telepatichali. Yes, Daegu replied. Daegu then went to a hidden spot, took out the godlight stick, and transformed into Ultraman Tiga. Tiga rushed forward and punched Jobilii in the chest several times, but Jobilii showed no signs of injury. Another monster with extremely high defense. Daegu thought. Tiga continued to attack. After a series of punches and kicks, even Tiga felt tired, but the monster still showed no signs of being harmed. At this moment, Jobilii unleashed a lightning attack on Diga with the pincers on its head. Diga was hit and fell to the ground after a burst of sparks. This time, without A-GUANG's reminder, Daegu transformed into his powerful form and continued to engage the monster in close combat. Diga's attacks began to take effect, pushing the monster back repeatedly. However, the monster's defense was still too high. Even though Diga had the upper hand, he couldn't inflict effective damage. Daegu, first break the monster's giant horn, A-GUANG reminded telepathically. Thus, Daegu made a strong strike and broke one of Jobilia's horns, causing it to scream in pain. Diga was dubbed the horn-breaking demon by many online fans. How could it not break a few monster horns? A-GUANG told. Before long, Diga broke the other horn of Jobalia, resulting in another round of screams. Seeing that it was about time, Diga gathered energy in both hands and released the Dirasium light stream, blowing Jobalia into pieces. Meanwhile, on the Tartaros and Fian too, they also launched an attack on the Lightning Man. However, strangely, the light beams that were about to hit the Lightning Man's nest suddenly turned and shot into the sky. Before anyone could launch a second attack, the clouds began to rise gradually. Moreover, cloud formations associated with the Lightning Man were observed rising and leaving the Earth's atmosphere all over the world. It turned out that the Lightning Man had decided to leave Earth and was heading into space. At this time, TPC also sent a notification requesting everyone to cease their attacks. The battle against the Lightning Man was thus concluded. Chapter 26, Daily Life One Time Flies. And during this period, there have been a few monster incidents, but they were all resolved quite easily. The first was an invasion by aliens from the planet Tandan. Here's what happened. One day, the Victory team was testing an improved version of the Magus power system. Shinshiro was piloting a new experimental aircraft in space when he was possessed by an alien. As a result, the experiment went awry, and the aircraft crashed, leaving Shinshiro unconscious. "Shinshiro, how are you?" A-GUANG and Daegu came to the treatment center to visit Shinshiro. A-GUANG entered and immediately noticed that Shinshiro had been possessed. "Who are you? Why have you possessed Shinshiro?" A-GUANG asked Shinshiro. "Huh? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all." Shinshiro nervously tried to disguise his situation. "You don't need to pretend. However, since you haven't harmed Shinshiro, we won't do anything to you. Just tell us your intentions. If you mean no harm, we will help you," A-GUANG said. "All right, actually, I came to retrieve someone. I have been separated from my sister for many years. This goes back to 15 years ago," Shinshiro explained. "My mother, my sister, and I were preparing to move to Cluny. My mother took us on a long journey, but an accident occurred along the way, and we had to temporarily land on Earth. The life support system could only send 2 people away. At that time, there was a car accident, and my sister Maya was possessed by a little girl who was involved in the accident. I promised to come back for her once I returned. But not long after, the Tantan aliens, who were once very friendly with us, invaded our planet. My mother was killed, and I could only flee through space. Later, I got in touch with a friend who was also fleeing, and now I'm ready to come back to get my sister," Shinshiro continued. "I see," Diga said. "So now you just need to find your sister. And you will leave Earth, right?" A-GUANG asked. "Yes," Shinshiro replied. "Then let's go find your sister. Do you know where she is?" A-GUANG inquired. I don't know for now," Shinshiro said. "I know where she is. If all goes well, it should be Chris Maya," A-GUANG said. "Fortunately, I remember this episode." A-GUANG thought. Over the past year, Maya has quickly grown into a superstar, and she is very popular with many fans. Many people at TPC are fans of Maya, including Juegue and Mayumi. A-GUANG once saw them discussing Maya's concert, so he recalled that this Maya is an alien. Although he didn't know the specifics, he knew that she had a brother coming to get her. Now that he thought about it, it must be her. We can contact Chris Maya's agent and request a meeting with Maya. That way, we can confirm it, right? A-GUANG suggested. After searching on the computer, they found the agent's phone number, and Shinshiro called immediately. "Hello, who is this?" The agent's assistant said. Hello. I'm Maya's brother. I want to meet Maya. It's very important," Shinshiro said. "You're crazy." The assistant hung up, thinking to himself that Maya lost her parents a long time ago. So how could she have a brother? Undeterred, Shinshiro continued to call, but the other party completely disbelieved him and could not arrange for Shinshiro to meet Maya. Just as the 3 were trying to contact Chris Maya, an unidentified flying object broke through the defenses of the Delta Space Station. A-GUANG and Daegu received the notification and piloted the Fian to engage. "We're approaching the target. We'll be in contact in 40 seconds, Daegu said. "Is there any response from them?" A-GUANG asked. "None at all," Daegu replied. Suddenly, the spaceship attacked the Fian, but the 2 managed to dodge. Daegu retaliated and hit the enemy ship, bringing it down. They then returned to base, leaving the search for the wreckage to the ground crew. The next day, A-GUANG, Daegu, and Shinshiro went to find Maya. As the Victory team, checking on someone else's schedule was quite easy. They found Maya, through the computer and reported to their captain before setting off. Arriving near Maya. Maya, I'm here. Maya. Shinshiro sent a telepathic message. Hearing her brother's call, Maya immediately got out of the car and noticed her brother across the street along with 2 members of the victory team. Maya, I've come to get you. Shinshiro continued communicating telepathically. After confirming, Maya ran over immediately. Next, Shinshiro and Maya exchanged a few words privately, and then the group found a quiet place to discuss together. What are you going to do now? Your hometown has been destroyed, A-GUANG asked. My friends and I who escaped are planning to find a new home in space and start a new life with my sister, Shinshiro said dreamily. Your journey ends here. Suddenly, a person approached and shouted at Shinshiro. All fugitives must be executed. Now only you and your sister are left. For the justice of our Tantan, you must die. The person raised a gun as he spoke. Bang! The gun fired. However, A-GUANG quickly drew his gun and shot at the man when he saw the situation going south. After being hit, the man began to grow larger and transformed into an alien form, killing others indiscriminately. And you call that justice? A-GUANG furiously took out the shining stick and transformed into Ultraman Jeed to fight him. The 2 sides began to battle, but the Tantan alien's combat power was genuinely mediocre, and Jeed gave him a good beating. Seeing that he couldn't win in hand-to-hand combat, the Tantan alien shot golden lightning from his hands. Wow, this move looks impressive, but Jeed easily blocked it with his shield. Seeing that this was ineffective, the Tantan alien turned to run. Jeed wouldn't let him escape, delivering a flying kick that knocked him to the ground. The alien fell heavily. Seizing the opportunity, Jeed unleashed the Jeed beam, killing him. Then he transformed back into his human form. All right, now you can choose to leave Earth or stay here to live. We Earthlings are very welcoming to friendly aliens. A-GUANG displayed his powerful might and then spoke kindly to Maya and her brother. In the end, Maya and her brother decided to leave Earth to search for a new home. The second monster to appear was King Morat. Despite having King in the name, he was actually a giant rat that had transformed due to environmental pollution. The Magura rat, afraid of light, only moved at night. At night, its teeth would grow longer, and it would start forging. Here's what happened. Daegu and Rina took a vacation to visit the Moreau Zoo when suddenly, the ground shook and a monster emerged from underground. Oh no! Everyone run! 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 The tourists panicked and fled. Daegu saw the monster and quickly notified headquarters using his communicator. The members of the victory team arrived at the scene and inquired about the situation. They learned that the monster had appeared but had not moved. It was just sleeping. The team leader then arranged for residents within a 20-kilometer radius to evacuate. As everyone prepared to launch beams to eliminate the monster, Rina stopped them. Rina thought the monster looked quite pitiful. Perhaps it was a very gentle creature. I think we should let Yali check the species of this monster, and then we can decide what to do, A-GUANG suggested. After analysis, Yali concluded the monster's habits. It turned out to be a Magura rat that had mutated from eating waste underground. This monster was afraid of light and could not move during the day due to the strong light, but it would come out to move at night. If that's the case, it's similar to the ocean monster Raylos from before, A-GUANG remarked. So, Kirai, is the shrinking gun from the Crowman still around? We can modify it for the flying swallow to shrink the monster and then lock it up. Isn't that a good plan? A-GUANG proposed. Hikari's suggestion is very good. So Kirai, I'm counting on you. Kurumi said. No problem. I'll start the modifications right away. Kirai replied. As evening approached, Kirai finally finished modifying the shrinking gun and installed it on the flying swallow. He flew over and said, Shrinking beam, launch. The sleeping monster was hit by the beam and began to shrink, eventually becoming the size of a rabbit. The group then locked the monster in an iron cage. Humans fear monsters because their power is too great and the destruction they cause is severe. But why aren't humans afraid of the animals in the zoo? Because the animals are locked up and cannot cause harm. Now that the monster has become so small, no one has any reason to worry. So the group took the monster back to headquarters for research, hoping to see if they could revert its cells back to their original state. Chapter 27 Daily 2 next to appear is Bizamo, an artificial life monster from the planet Bizamo, possessing high intelligence but lacking moral constraints. It acts recklessly, solely focused on reproduction, which led to the destruction of its home planet. It was discovered in Antarctica and brought to TPC for research. During the research, it released a large amount of oxygen, causing oxygen poisoning among the researchers. The Victory team intervened to investigate, and, after some inquiry, Kurui found a coral-like life form in the research room that was discovered in Antarctica and brought it back to the command room. In the Victory team command room, everyone gathered around to observe the coral-like object brought by Kurui, but they couldn't make heads or tails of it. So, Ijima ordered Kurui to conduct further research on the object. After some investigation, Kurui discovered that the oxygen concentration in the room increased while the carbon dioxide content decreased. He confirmed that the previous oxygen poisoning incident was caused by this entity. However, while Kurui was distracted, a mass of pink substance flowed out from the coral-like life form and entered the computer. "I am alive. Please save me." The computer automatically displayed this text. Kurui was shocked upon seeing this. "What's going on? My computer has come to life and is talking to me." He began to converse with the computer. Through their communication, Kurui learned that it was not his computer that had come alive, but that the entity he was researching was alive. It called itself Bizamo, from the planet Bizamo. Its purpose for being created was to purify atmospheric pollution. Upon hearing this good news, Kurui thought that humanity's atmospheric pollution could be solved, which was fantastic. He then brought the computer to the command room to inform everyone. The others felt that if what Bizamo said was true, it would be wonderful. Ijima then ordered that Bizamo be returned to the laboratory for monitoring before convening a high-level meeting to make a decision. That night, Bizamo secretly reproduced several more of its kind, which then crawled through the ventilation ducts to other places. It also transformed into Kurui's appearance to contact Nansui, asking him to connect Kurui's computer to the main computer, and Nansui complied without suspicion. As a result, the system malfunctioned, and the main computer was controlled by Bizamo, which threatened everyone that if they dared to cut the power, it would take Kurui's life. Kurui felt deceived, but he still wanted to know the reason. So he asked Bizamo why. Bizamo explained that they did not possess the so-called compassion of humans. They reproduced using electrical energy and infiltrated computers to evolve. Meanwhile, Nansui found a way to restore the system, which was to activate the backup system developed by Kurui. This backup system was a precaution Kurui had made in case the main computer was infected by a virus. However, this operation required a password, which only Kurui knew. Just when everyone was racking their brains over the lack of a password, Kurui sent a sequence of Morse code through the communicator. After decoding it, they obtained the password for the backup system and entered it immediately. The system was restored. They set out to rescue Kurui. When Bizamo realized that the system was no longer under its control, it decided to kill Kurui to show them its power. Just as Kurui's life was hanging by a thread, the others arrived just in time, opened fire, and killed Bizamo, saving Kurui. However, Bizamo was not completely defeated. There were still many of them. Bizamo disguised itself as Daegu and tricked Rina into piloting the Flying Swan away from the TPC headquarters. On the Flying Swan, Rina was unexpectedly controlled by Bizamo. The others deduced from the flight path that Bizamo's target was a high-purity power plant. Daegu piloted the Flying Swan to pursue, and everyone set out as well. On the second Flying Swan, Bizamo absorbed Rina's knowledge and then dropped from the plane onto the power lines, starting to absorb electricity to reproduce itself. The second machine was about to crash to the ground, and in a moment of desperation, Daegu transformed into Tiga and saved the second machine and Rina inside. By this time, Bizamo had absorbed enough electricity and transformed into a giant monster. Tiga fought against the monster. Bizamo was no match for Tiga and was easily defeated. "How dare you harm Rina? How dare you deceive us?" Tiga shouted while fighting. However, Bizamo also had abilities, such as shooting electric light bullets from its eyes and emitting electromagnetic wave barriers from its arms, which blocked Tiga's attacks and caused some trouble for him. Thus, Tiga transformed into a powerful form and engaged in battle again, not only knocking out Bizamo's eyes, but also breaking its arms. Finally, with a shot of dilithium light flow, Bizamo was blown into pieces. Bizamo was thus eliminated. After that, a bird-like monster named Sira appeared. Originally a parrot, it had been transformed into a monster due to the influence of Zidal gas. That day, The victory team received a notification about a monster appearing in Hokkaido. The team flew over on the Flying Swan. They initially planned to attack the monster from the side, but Director Zawai ordered the team to attack from the front, disregarding the safety of the team members in order to change the monster's course. There was no way around it. After all, he was the head of TPC. So, the second Flying Swan attacked from the front and collided with the monster, resulting in serious injuries to both Munakata and Daegu. As for why they had to attack from the front, Director Zawai provided an answer. He was actually worried that the monster would approach the Zidal Center. 20 years ago, a scientist accidentally created a terrible gas, Zidal gas, there. That scientist was Dr. Nizu, the former director of the Hokkaido Energy Development Institute. He had brought a tube of this gas home, and when it leaked, it led to the destruction of his house and the nearby forest. Dr. Nizu's daughter also died in that incident. Just a tube the size of eye drops caused such massive destruction. Later, the defense forces were disbanded, and Zidal gas was sealed in the Zidal Center. If the monster attacked there and the Zidal gas exploded, then 1/10 of the country's land would be burned and countless lives would be destroyed. At that time, Dr. Nizu saw the news and recognized Sira from the past, guessing that Sira's target was the Zidal gas. He arrived at the TPC headquarters to inform the victory team that the monster bird was Sira, which had been his daughter's pet. 20 years ago, it witnessed its little owner being consumed by flames, which is why it harbored a deep hatred for Zidal gas. Its target was the Zidal gas, and he requested the victory team to stop Sira. Meanwhile, after being injured by the victory team, the monster Sira hid in a Sami mountain to recover. It recalled the explosion from 20 years ago and thought of its little owner. It then took flight again towards the Zidal Center. The victory team also received a signal of Sira's appearance on the radar and mobilized everyone. The first and second Flying Swans caught up with Sira and unleashed a barrage of lasers, shooting it down from the sky. The team attacked again, but Sira, regardless of its injuries, sprayed flames towards the Zidal Center. At this moment, Dr. Nizu arrived at the scene and headed towards the storage room of the Zidal gas, preparing to transfer it. Just as the monster was about to reach there, Daegu transformed into Tiga. However, Daegu had already been seriously injured and could not exert his usual strength. As a result, he was knocked to the ground by Sira. Seeing this, A-GUANG took out the godlight stick and transformed into Cade Ultraman. Cade was about to launch an attack, but noticed that Sira did not take advantage of Tiga's fall to attack him. Instead, it headed straight for the Zidal Center. Cade sensed that Sira did not possess the brutality of other monsters, so he approached and communicated with Ultraman telepathy. Sira, stop. You cannot go any further. If the Zidar gas is released, it would cause great disaster. I want to take the Zidar gas away, Sila responded. What? Cade was shocked. It turned out that Sila did not intend to destroy the Zidar gas, but to take it away from Earth. How embarrassing. I didn't expect that after fighting for so long, it was all a misunderstanding. At this moment, Sila was in poor condition, even starting to spit blood, staggering and collapsing at the door of the Zidar gas storage room. The others were about to attack Sila, but Gade stopped them. At the door of the storage room, Dr. Nezumi happened to be moving the Zidar gas out and was also startled to see Sila, thinking he was done for. Suddenly, Sila opened his mouth and sprayed out a golden light. Dr. Nezumi understood Sila's intention and showed a relieved smile, placing the box containing the Zidar gas under the golden light. The golden light shifted from spraying to inhaling, and Sila absorbed the box into his body. Dr. Nezumi had been in poor health for the past 20 years, but he had been researching how to eliminate the Zidar gas. Now that his wish was fulfilled, he could peacefully pass away as his illness flared up. At this point, everyone also realized they had misunderstood Sila earlier. Sila was in very bad shape and could barely stand, so Gade and Digga rushed to support the monster Sila, one on each side. Faced with such a monster, not only did everyone feel guilty, but even the two heroes were genuinely impressed. In the end, everyone worked together to fulfill Sila's wish. Gade and Digga led the way, with two flying ships pulling Sila toward the universe. Once in space, Sila closed his eyes. Meanwhile, on the ground, Dr. Nezumi's body emitted a golden light, which flew into space and entered Sila's body. Sila transformed from a monster into a giant bird covered in gold. Guided by the light emitted by Gade and Digga, Sela flew deep into the universe with the souls of his two masters. It's truly touching to see that even a monster can have such emotions. Chapter 28. The vampire beast Shulenos Onahara is a journalist. Tonight, he plans to invite Munakata out for drinks and tell him about the vampires. Munakata arrives, but only drinks milk. Onahara informs Munakata about the recent 5 missing persons, which he believes are the work of vampires, and that there may be more victims buried at their hands. However, Munakata does not believe in ghosts and prepares to leave. Just as he does, he receives a notification from headquarters instructing him to head to the D3 area because someone has heard strange sounds. Upon arriving at the scene, Daegu and Horiuchi are already there. After some inquiries, they discover that the source of the sound is exactly where the recent 5 disappearances occurred, and they find a clump of hair on the ground, but no other clues. As they drive back, a woman suddenly rushes out and collapses on the road. Daegu immediately gets out to check on her and finds her unconscious, so they take her back to the headquarters treatment center for care. After an examination, it is found that the woman has no injuries but remains unresponsive. A-GUANG observes her, feeling that she does not seem entirely human, yet cannot find anything unusual. Vampires look almost identical to humans without revealing their true form, and A-GUANG cannot use X-ray vision to look at a woman. That would be impolite. Later that night, the woman in the treatment room suddenly wakes up, knocks out the patrolling personnel, and heads to the of Kumagai, preparing to attack her. However, Kumagai, as the captain of the victory team, has some combat skills, but unfortunately, the opponent is a vampire with inhuman strength and speed. In a short while, she knocks Kumagai unconscious and prepares to drain her blood and turn her into a vampire. It turns out her target was Kumagai all along. Just then, Munakata discovers the knocked-out patrol personnel and rushes over, timely shooting to save Kumagai. The vampire woman, realizing she has been discovered and fearing more people will come, jumps into the sea to escape. Munakata informs everyone that the captain was attacked by a vampire. Yatsuzaki also analyzes the hair they previously brought back and finds it belongs to a vampire bat from South America. Munakata recalls Onahara's earlier warning about vampires causing trouble, suspecting that Onahara might know more, so he calls him to ask questions. After meeting with Onahara, Munakata inquires about the vampires, and Onahara shares everything he knows. Munakata gathers the information and quickly returns to headquarters to inform Director Sawai. Director Sawai orders him to eliminate these vampires and take full responsibility for the matter while the captain is injured. Thus, Munakata instructs Yatsuzaki to locate the vampire's lair and Horiuchi to create weapons to eliminate the vampires. Yatsuzaki calculates using existing data and discovers that the vampire stronghold is in an old disco hall near the bay in G13 district. Horiuchi also finishes making a UV gun, and everyone sets off for the vampire's lair. They enter the disco hall and begin searching in pairs. Soon, they are attacked by vampires, but fortunately, they have UV guns, and one shot is enough to incinerate a vampire. After a thorough search, they find a coffin in the center. Daegu approaches to check it out and gets sucked inside. Before he can figure out what's going on, a very clitch voice declares a desire to rule the world. This vampire is acting like something out of a superhero comic. Daegu looks around and sees not only a man, but also a humanoid bat creature with red eyes. Oh, so it's you causing trouble. If you want to rule the world, you'll have to get through me first. Daegu pulls out his godlight stick, ready to transform into Diga. However, he fails to transform. What's going on? Daegu wonders. It's useless. There is not a shred of light in here. The man boasts. Meanwhile, outside, the rest of the team has eliminated all the vampires, leaving only Shuena. Just as they are about to eliminate her, Onahara appears and stops their attack. Under Onahara's sincere plea, Shuena regains her sanity. She walks to the window, pulls back the curtains, and is burned by the sunlight streaming in. Seeing such a tragic love, everyone is moved, especially those who are currently single but have someone they like, feeling very envious. For example, Munakata begins to daydream, not knowing who he is thinking about. Since the sunlight shines directly on the coffin, Daegu manages to escape. The monster also emerges from the coffin and summons dark clouds, revealing its giant form. Is the vampire beast Shulenos. a creature that possesses the vampire virus and can turn humans into vampires. It is the mastermind behind this incident. As everyone rushes outside and sees the monster, they begin firing at it. Unfortunately, their firepower is insufficient to cause significant harm to the monster. Daegu finds a concealed spot and transforms into Digga. Without hesitation, he engages in battle with the monster. Shulinos is formidable, matching Digga's composite form and strength, and its massive wings create fierce winds, putting Digga at a disadvantage. At this moment, Shulinos pins Digga down, preparing to drain his energy. Strangely enough, Digga's energy is light, while monsters fear light. How can it absorb Digga's energy? What kind of scriptwriter could come up with such a plot? A-GUANG complains, but at this point, there's nothing he can do. Regardless of whether it makes sense, he can't let it succeed. So he stops thinking and quietly finds a hidden place to pull out his godlight stick, transforming into Ultraman Jeed. He grabs Shulinos by the head from behind and pulls back, rescuing Digga. My goodness, you might not believe it, but an Ultraman almost got drained by a monster. Digga says, still shaken. Jeed locks Shulinos from behind, and Shulinos struggles to break free. Digga turns and unleashes a flurry of punches to Shulinos' chest and abdomen. Bam, bam, bam. Shulinos screams in agony. Jeed then lifts Shulinos with great force and slams it down hard. Boom! A loud crash. The ground is smashed into a large pit. Next comes the classic good versus evil 2-on-1. Shulinos stands no chance against the duo and is beaten mercilessly. I have roamed South America for years, always beating others. I've never been beaten like this before. Fine, you are strong, so I will leave. Shulinos, not wanting to suffer further defeat, turns to fly away, as if having made a decision. You think you could just leave? Not a chance. You've harmed so many people, and you think you could just walk away? Not on my watch. I Jeed, 1T allow it. I Digga, 1T allow it either. Digga fires a binding light beam, immobilizing Shulinos. And then Jeed unleashes the Jeed beam, blowing Shulinos to pieces. Jeed glances enviously at Digga, thinking how many skills he has. With Shulinos dead, the dark clouds disperse, and sunlight shines once again on the earth. That golden sunlight is the light of life, the color of life. That night, recalling the love between Anahara and Shuena, Munakata feels a sense of longing. So he goes to that bar alone at night to drink. Milk? What a health-conscious man. Suddenly, a woman's voice comes from beside him. Can I sit here? Munakata replies affirmatively and turns to look, only to find it is Captain Kumagai. Kumagai sits down and orders a brandy from the bartender. Captain, you should stick to milk, Munakata advises with concern. You always act so serious. No wonder you're still single. Kumagai says, placing her hand on Munakata's arm. There's a devilish captain here, and I'm already very satisfied. Listen, it seems that Zonfong is actually interested in the captain. After saying that, both of them laughed happily. Click, the boss took out his camera to capture their sweet moment and took a photo of the two. You two are just too sweet. Can I put this photo up in the shop? The boss asked. Zonfong naturally didn't dare to agree, so he turned to look at Yuji Ike. Yuji Ike smiled and agreed to the boss's request. Oh, it seems like there's a new story unfolding. Once again, I wish all lovers in the world to be together. Chapter 29, Biological Weapon Daishmanir. During this time, more and more aliens were coveting Earth. One day, Director Zoe convened leaders from various countries to hold a meeting on the Kremos Islands. However, shortly after the TPC-1 plane carrying Director Zoe took off, it lost contact, and over an hour had passed. Therefore, the victory team arrived at the location where TPC-1 had gone missing to conduct a search. At this moment, when Fian 2 approached the vicinity of the Kremos Islands to search, it was suddenly trapped by a red aurora as it got closer to the islands. Fortunately, Lena and Shincheng were both ace pilots, and after some effort, they finally broke free and returned to headquarters. Not long after, news reports from the Kremos Islands reached the entire world. It turned out that Director Zoe announced that the Kremos Islands had become an independent nation, and he himself was the president. He also declared that anyone who trespassed into the airspace of the Kremos Islands would be shot dead. The members of the victory team watched the news and felt that this was not something Director Zoe would say. They speculated that someone was impersonating him. This must be fake. Yari, analyze the video, Yang Wang said. Meanwhile, The news report from the Kremos Islands caused a huge reaction in the outside world, with many claiming that Zoe was an ambitious man trying to rule the world. Before long, Yari discovered through analysis that the eyes of the director Zoe in the video did not react like those of a normal person. The group realized that A-GUANG's earlier statement was correct. The speaker was not director Zoe himself. Therefore, Kuga sent this finding to the news department for them to publicize and ordered everyone to head to the Kremos Islands to rescue director Zoe and the leaders of various countries. Due to the strong pink Aurora defense shield above the island, this operation would advance from both sea and air. One team would infiltrate the island from the sea using the Dolphin, destroying the Aurora defense shield, while the Artemis would wait in the air to attack once the shield disappeared. Not long after, Daegu and A-GUANG successfully entered the island aboard the Dolphin. The two split up. Daegu went to destroy the tower, launching the defense shield to allow the aircraft to enter, while A-GUANG infiltrated to rescue Zoe. Daegu arrived at the tower, took out a portable missile, and blew up the defense shield launch tower. After a loud explosion, the Aurora defense shield above the island disappeared. However, suddenly there was a massive tremor, and a monster emerged from the ground, Daishimanir. This biological weapon, created by the people of the Deus' star system, could emit red beams from its top and had considerable power. Its exterior was made of a special alloy, giving it very strong defenses. Seeing the monster appear, Daegu transformed into Digga and rushed forward to battle. However, Digga's punches and kicks had no effect on it. Fian too arrived on the island and attacked the monster with the Drak cannon, but the damage was minimal. This was alarming. The Drak cannon was initially a powerful weapon capable of defeating Gakuma with a single shot, and now it was nearly reduced to a regular attack. Meanwhile, A-GUANG searched through the building and found Zoe in a room, only to discover that it was a fake. He continued his search, eliminating many small Daishimanir along the way, and finally found Zoe and the other leaders in the grand conference room. A-GUANG rescued everyone and, along with Zoe, eliminated many small Daishimanir individuals. Due to the large number of small Daishimanir that were destroyed, the remaining ones all flew back to the great Daishimanir, preparing to escape. Seizing the opportunity, everyone launched an attack. Digga fired the Zai Paley AO beam, Fian too fired the Drak cannon, and Artemis launched the Magus cannon. All three attacks struck simultaneously, destroying all the Daishimanir and resolving the crisis. A few days later, a strange visitor arrived at the TPC Asia branch, a body of an alien codenamed Sleeping Beauty. This was actually a Deus' star system being, and the previous Daishimanir biological weapon was created by them. They had also manufactured other biological weapons hidden somewhere in the world. Upon seeing this alien body, A-GUANG discovered that the alien was already dead, but there were still mental waves, indicating that its consciousness was not yet gone. He then went alone to the laboratory door, attempting to communicate with the alien through thought, but unfortunately, the alien did not wish to engage. Hyuj and Yari had been analyzing and found that the fragments of the spaceship piloted by this alien had the same material as the fragments from the monster on the Kremos Islands, suggesting they likely came from the same place. Ultimately, through scans worldwide, they discovered that there was also similar material within Kunlun Mountain, which exhibited powerful biological energy reactions, indicating that there was likely a monster hidden inside. Therefore, Kuga ordered the victory team to head to Kunlun Mountain. At this time, Daegu sent a communication stating that an alarm had gone off in the laboratory storing the alien body. Daegu was then left behind. Daegu opened the laboratory door and entered, asking the staff for details. The staff were also unclear, only knowing that the box storing the alien had inexplicably heated up, appearing quite dangerous. Therefore, everyone except Daegu evacuated the laboratory. At that moment, the box containing the alien body began to vibrate violently, and it opened automatically, with Lena walking out. This completely bewildered Daegu. Lena began to talk to Daegu, and through their conversation, Daegu learned that Lena had been possessed by the alien. He also discovered that aliens would not become friends with humans. They only wanted to rule the world. Goodness, so many of them want to rule the world. Can't they coexist peacefully? After threatening Daegu, a metallic sheen began to cover Lena's body, eventually enveloping her entirely. She transformed into a burst of light, drilled out of the TPC headquarters, and became an irregular object, flying at high speed towards Kunlun Mountain, entering the head of the biological weapon. At this moment, the biological weapon monster seemed to have been activated. It woke up and began to emerge from Kunlun Mountain. The members of the team aboard Fian 1 and 2 finally arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Oh, the speed difference compared to the aliens was too great. As soon as they arrived, they saw the monster emerging and spraying red gas to greet them. Wow, such hospitality? Do aliens know that red is festive? A-GUANG joked. Upon hearing A-GUANG's words, the atmosphere lightened up. Kyuj also collected a sample of the red mist for Yari to analyze. No matter what, seeing the monster spraying red mist as a welcome, the victory team had to respond, so they unleashed a barrage of lasers in return. Unfortunately, the monster's metallic armor deflected the lasers. At this time, Yari also analyzed the components of the red mist. It turned out to be a catalyst that would form an unknown gas when combined with oxygen. No wonder they wanted to hide in the high Kunlun Mountain. They intended to disperse the gas globally, allowing them to transform Earth's atmosphere, A-GUANG realized. Thus, the team continued to attack the monster. Daegu transformed into Diga and used his superpowers to teleport over, blocking Fian's attack on the monster. Everyone was puzzled. A-GUANG inquired telepathically, Daegu, what is going on? Lena is under alien control. She's in the core of the head, Daegu replied. What? I see. Don't attack yet. There's a problem at the core of the monster's head. A-GUANG warned everyone. What? All right, everyone responded. Diga approached and fought the monster. But the monster's armor was too thick, and his punches and kicks had little effect. Instead, he was pummeled by the monster. Daegu changed to aerial form and used speed to take the core from the monster's head. A-GUANG reminded through thought. Thus, Diga transformed into aerial form, seizing the opportunity to deliver a hand strike and remove the head core. Now you can attack. A-GUANG reminded everyone. The Fian fired a drag cannon, hitting the monster's head and blowing it into pieces. Meanwhile, Diga took Lena back to her home. The others piloting the Fian also returned to the headquarters. Chapter 30. The Super Monster Goldrass. Today, a man saw a huge ship while running and thought it was a mirage. The victory team went to investigate and found it was not just a simple mirage. It had a metallic response, indicating that the image was real. At TPC headquarters, in the command room of the victory team, everyone was puzzled by the presence of such a large ship. They wondered how such a heavy object could have been moved. Yosuke checked the ship in the footage and discovered it was an American transport ship, the Zambolis. However, records indicated that this ship had gone missing in the Bermuda Triangle 70 years ago. One must say, the world of Diga is truly mysterious. There are always some people or things that traverse back and forth. Since the reason was unknown for now, they decided to cordon off the area. They commenced operations, surrounding the location while evacuating nearby residents. Just as TPC was conducting their research, the magnetic field in the sky fluctuated again, and a girl appeared before everyone. The victory team conducted a preliminary check on her, but found nothing abnormal, then took her back to headquarters for questioning. However, the girl seemed very frightened and unwilling to cooperate. Kurama decided to send someone who looked reassuring to ask her questions. Hearing this, Kirai, Shinjo, and Daigo all rushed to volunteer. I can understand Shinjo wanted to go, but I never expected Daigo to be like this. Aren't you afraid of Rina causing trouble for you? And Kirai, you already have a girlfriend. Seeing the three compete to go, Kurama sent Yosuke instead. After all that competition, it ended up benefiting someone else. Yosuke entered the interrogation room and was instantly stunned upon seeing the girl. She seemed to have appeared in his memories before. Yosuke, hurry up and start asking questions, Kurama reminded him, noticing Yosuke was frozen. However, the girl was a bit agitated at that moment. Yosuke began to comfort her, asking her to calm down first, then proceeded with some simple questions like her name, age, and address. Seeing that Yosuke was not intimidating at all, the girl gradually calmed down and answered his questions. It turned out her name was Tezuki Yuri, born on August 16, 1915. For some unknown reason, she had suddenly appeared in another place while walking down the street and was then brought here. After learning about the girl's background, everyone realized she was innocent, so they had Yosuke take her outside to look for her original home. Meanwhile, in the sky, there was another wave of fluctuations and the image of a monster appeared. At the scene, Munakata issued an alarm. Everyone checked the image and indeed found a monster. And they also discovered that the magnetic fields from all the mysterious areas scattered around the world were converging at Sakuragi. At that moment, places like Bermuda, Norfolk, and the Lion's Nose Tree Sea, where the powers of twisted time and space suddenly concentrated, formed a time-space realm. I believe it must be this monster that gathered them. A-GUANG asserted. I think so too. Daigo agreed. Regardless of the reason, we must stop this phenomenon from continuing. A-GUANG continued. The group discussed how to resolve this issue. Finally, it was Kirai the scientist, who suggested using opposing energy to collide with the energy of the time-space realm to destroy it. But how exactly do we operate this? Others asked. Kurama provided the answer. Using the anti-magnetic Magnus 1 and anti-gravity Claphus 2, the energy emission devices would generate opposing energy. As expected of a researcher, you're impressive. You thought a solution right away. The combat expert A-GUANG, ace pilot Shinjo, and fallen pilot Daigo all admired Kurama and Kirai. Although they didn't understand what Magnus and Claphus were, it didn't stop the three from cheering them on. It's okay not to understand. Just clap and pretend you do. The three were very in sync on this. At Sakuragi, everyone had set up the equipment and was ready to act at any moment. Munakata ordered the launch. As the Magnus and Claphus rays were fired and converged into a massive beam, it struck the time-space realm, halting its collection. The monster then emerged from the time-space realm. It was Goldrass. Goldrass stood 70 meters tall and weighed an astonishing 82,000 tons. Such a colossal creature was clearly not to be trifled with. Munakata immediately ordered to open fire. All firepower was unleashed, but the monster deployed a barrier, reflecting all the fire back and destroying countless automatic cannons, even mistakenly injuring the Fuyin 1. Daigo, being the fallen pilot, crashed once again. It's unclear if it was intentional or if his piloting skills were just lacking. Daigo transformed into Giga Ultraman and engaged in battle with the monster. Unfortunately, the monster was still quite formidable. Giga noticed a significant power gap, so he switched to his powerful form and continued fighting. However, Goldrass possessed strong super abilities in its head horns. It could control the time-space magnetic field, emit flashes and electric shocks, and even create barriers to rebound attacks. Much stronger than the previously encountered monster, Gilbagon. After a while, Giga realized that his punches and kicks were not doing much damage to Goldrass, so he unleashed a Dyrashium light flow, which was rebounded by Goldrass's barrier, almost hitting Giga. Seeing Giga in a tough battle, A-GUANG knew it was his time to shine. He found a hidden spot, pulled out the Godlight stick, and transformed into Giga Ultraman. Giga's power was much greater than Giga's powerful form, and with Giga's addition, the situation changed immediately. The previous tough battle turned into a just 2-on-1. Giga moved in with a side kick, pushing Goldrass back repeatedly, while Giga followed up with 2 punches, which were blocked by Goldrass. Giga then delivered another kick, forcing Goldrass to retreat. Giga unleashed a series of punches to Goldrass's chest and abdomen, while Goldrass countered with its claws, which Giga managed to block. Giga stepped in and kicked Goldrass back, and Giga fired an energy blast from his palm at Goldrass. Goldrass didn't have time to deploy its barrier and was blasted to the ground. Giga executed a flying kick, breaking one of Goldrass's head horns, causing the monster to scream in pain. Giga pressed forward with continuous attacks, while Giga gathered energy in his right hand, which began to glow. Seizing the opportunity, he moved in for a knife hand strike, severing Goldrass's other horn. With that, Goldrass could no longer unleash super abilities to counterattack. Consequently, the ensuing battle became much easier. Giga and Giga showcased a combined double fist attack. In the end, Goldrass was beaten down and could no longer rise. Finally, the 2 Ultramen began to charge their energy beams. The victory team seized the opportunity to fire the Drak Cannon, Bayou, Z, boom! 3 beams struck Goldrass, and even the strongest defense couldn't withstand it, instantly exploding into fragments. The time-space realm returned to normal, and the ships and planes that had been displaced by the time-space realm turned into scrap metal under the influence of time. In the end, Tezuka Yuri disappeared. Although Yosuke, felt very reluctant. Despite only knowing her for a day, this day would become a beautiful memory for both of them. These two young people were indeed pitiful, falling in love one day and losing it the same day. Chapter 31 against 2 Unknowingly, spring has arrived. And this year's cherry blossoms are more beautiful than in previous years. The members of the victory team are all a bit drowsy, especially Ju Jing, who is snoring during his nap and being teased by Lena. As a member of the victory team, he is really slacking off. The main reason is that there hasn't been much going on lately, and everyone is quite free. The last mission was over a month and a half ago, so they decided to take advantage of this peaceful time to repair the various military machines that are usually overworked. After a busy period, they finally managed to fix most of the equipment. Then, Kamiya suggested that everyone go to enjoy the flowers tomorrow to lighten the mood. Enjoying the flowers? Daegu showed a terrified expression. Great. Awesome. That's just wonderful. The group joyfully exclaimed. But if we all go, won't this place be empty? Zhongfang said. So they decided by drawing lots to see who would stay behind on duty. In the end, Daegu drew the Joker and was left behind. However, Daegu actually felt relieved inside. What's going on? Does Daegu not want to enjoy the flowers with everyone? In fact, Daegu is allergic to pollen, and spring is his disaster season. So naturally, when it comes to enjoying the flowers, Daegu's heart is in refusal. The next day, everyone arrived at the cherry blossom viewing spot, laid out mats, and set out food, enjoying themselves. Ah, how beautiful! Xin Chung pointed at a beautiful woman not far away. You see a beautiful woman, and that's how you act, Zhongfang joked. Should I go over and say hello? Xin Chung said. Go ahead. Maybe there will be a beautiful encounter, Yang Wang said. Forget it. I'll stay with everyone. TCH, you have the heart of a thief, but not the courage. Yang Guang Despi said. Following Xin Cheng's gaze, Yang Guang saw two people not far away, a young girl and an old woman, and his gaze sharpened. Not human. Forget it. As long as they don't cause trouble, I welcome aliens to Earth. He continued to eat cakes. So delicious. Everyone was happily playing, and time slipped away unnoticed. Oh my god, it's already so late. Yirue claim it. Is it time to contact us? Zhongfang asked. Yirue took out the communicator to contact Daegu at the base. However, there was radio interference, no signal. Yang Guang looked suspiciously at the beautiful woman and the old woman not far away. Meanwhile, Daegu at headquarters was also unable to contact the team enjoying the flowers. Another staff member called by Yirue to help Daegu with the duty analyzed that there might be insulating interference material near where everyone was enjoying the flowers. Daegu sensed that everyone might encounter danger and decided to pilot the Fian to investigate. On the other hand, when nothing is happening, something is basically bound to occur. The two aliens not far away began to cause trouble. Miss, what's wrong? Miss, are you okay? Everyone's attention was drawn by a commotion, and they saw the old woman looking very anxious. So they ran over to inquire about the situation. Seeing the woman in distress, the others decided to take her to the hospital. However, Yang Guang sensed that the woman was acting. Wait, I feel something's off, Yang Guang said. I don't know what your purpose is in pretending to be sick. Why are you doing this? Yang Guang asked. How can you say that? The lady is about to collapse. The old woman said urgently. Hikaru, what are you talking about? Zhongfang asked, puzzled. Kamiya glanced at Yang Guang and seemed to realize something. After all, Kamiya knows that Yang Guang is Gaio Ultraman. I already saw that you are not human. Dawei Tianlong. Deluo Fa Zhou, Ben Ruo Zhu Fo, Ben Ruo Ba Mahong. Yang Guang stepped forward, grabbing the girl and speaking nonsensical words, then prepared to strike. At this moment, the old woman stepped forward to block him, grabbing Yang Guang's raised arm. Yang Guang didn't hold back, striking the old woman with a powerful blow that knocked her to the ground. Hey, Hikaru, stop. It really is an alien. Zhongfang and Xian Chung prepared to stop Yang Guang's violent behavior, only to see the old woman being knocked back to her true form, revealing her alien appearance. Everyone began to be on guard. We are the Manon aliens. Our planet is about to face extinction due to widespread desertification, and water is also running dry, making it uninhabitable. We are searching the universe for a new place to live, and we found Earth to be quite suitable, preparing to conquer it, said the Manon alien. Heh, I thought you were pitiful, but unexpectedly, You are selfish, A-GUANG said. He then threw a punch, which the Manon alien blocked. After all, without transforming into Ultraman, he couldn't unleash his full power, and in a one-on-two situation, they exchanged blows but couldn't gain the upper hand. The Manon aliens then made their escape. We need to leave here, Zhongfang said. So everyone ran outside and contacted Daegu, who was piloting the Fian and rushing over. Soon, a distant alien spaceship began to take off, just as Daegu arrived, firing a laser to shoot it down. Before the spaceship exploded upon landing, the two Manon aliens escaped and then grew giant, charging toward everyone. A-GUANG hid in a concealed spot, realizing no one saw him, and took out the godlight stick to transform into Gaio Ultraman. As Gaio appeared, he charged at the two Manon aliens, delivering a kick first. The leading Manon alien sidestepped to avoid the attack, and the one behind took the opportunity to punch, which Gaio blocked with his left arm. Gaio switched from blocking to grabbing, seizing the Manon alien's wrist and performing a shoulder throw. Bang! He slammed the Manon alien heavily to the ground. Gaio prepared to kick her again, but the previously attacked Manon alien came forward to attack Gaio. Gaio had to abandon his attack on the one on the ground, performing a forward roll to dodge the attack and create distance, with both sides striking poses to confront each other. The Manon aliens approached from both sides to flank Gaio, but Gaio wouldn't be foolish enough to stand still. Facing two enemies at once would be disadvantageous. So he moved right, suddenly kicking out, hitting one Manon alien and sending her flying into her companion. The two Manon aliens collided and stumbled but did not fall. Gaio seized the opportunity to attack. Throwing a punch, the Manon alien, still regaining balance, hurriedly tried to block, but Gaio feinted with one punch and struck the Manon alien in the chest with another. Pushing her back, the other Manon alien approached and launched a series of attacks, which Gaio blocked one by one. Then he seized the opportunity to deliver a palm strike to the Manon alien's chest, sending her retreating hundreds of meters. The previously pushed back Manon alien recovered and advanced to attack, just as she was about to hit. Gaio pulled his arm back to his chest and took the punch from the Manon alien. The Manon alien took the chance to unleash a series of kicks. Gaio dodged a few, and then suddenly executed a leg throw, sending the Manon alien rolling. He then stepped forward and delivered a soccer kick to the down Manon alien. Bang! The Manon alien's head was struck, causing serious injury. At this moment, the other Manon alien rushed forward to rescue her companion. However, after only a few exchanges, she was knocked down by Gaio. To be honest, the Manon aliens were not weak in close combat, slightly weaker than Digga. If it were a one-on-two situation, Digga would surely be in a tough battle. But Gaio is different. He could still maintain the upper hand in a one-on-two situation, mainly due to his overwhelming strength. With a grip strength of 100,000 tons and a wrist strength of 140,000 tons. Even if the opponent blocks, they would be suppressed and unable to counterattack. This is what is meant by one force subdues 10, just like that. Seeing that close combat was ineffective, the Manon aliens decided to attack from a distance. Launching fireball attacks, Gaio dodged left and right, then raised his shield, bouncing the fireballs back and hitting the two Manon aliens, injuring them with their own fireballs. To be honest, the defense of the Martians was a bit weak. Gaio didn't linger much and directly started charging his beam. Gaio, after hitting one Martian, he swept towards another, blowing them all to pieces. After defeating the aliens, everyone called Daegu to continue enjoying the flowers, as it was a rare group outing that couldn't be disrupted by the aliens. So they continued to play music and dance. Chapter 32, Illusory Monster Voltan, the season of blooming flowers is a feast for the eyes, but not necessarily for the nose. If you have pollen allergies, the various types of pollen can make you sneeze continuously. Poor Daiku is a victim of pollen allergies. So when it was mentioned to enjoy the flowers, he showed a look of terror. Achoo! Daiku sneezed again. Daiku, if it gets too bad, you should go see the medical team, A-GUANG reminded him. All right. Daiku reluctantly agreed. So, Daiku went to the treatment room. Meanwhile, in the command room of the victory team, everyone was discussing the recent uproar about the illusory monster. I heard there's been a monster appearing lately. Many people have seen it. Yes, but it seems to be an illusion. So far, there have been no casualties. So we don't need to worry. To avoid causing panic among the public, it's best that our victory team doesn't take action for now, said IG McKay. Just as everyone was discussing the illusory monster, Lieutenant Tachibana called, asking Captain Ijima to come over. IG McKay then went to Lieutenant Tachibana's office. After exchanging pleasantries, Lieutenant Tachibana got straight to the point, stating that the rumors about the monster were spread by their own people. Upon hearing this, IG McKay was extremely surprised. Spreading rumors? Isn't that causing panic among the public? But why do that? Captain Ijima asked in confusion. Lieutenant Tachibana explained that due to the previous monster appearance, the public's reaction was too chaotic, which hindered the victory team's actions. Therefore, they wanted to use the monster rumors to see how the public would react, to control them and make them cooperate better. IG McKay felt this was deceitful, a form of dictatorship. The TPC shouldn't use coercive means to control the masses, and he began to refute Lieutenant Tachibana's viewpoint. However, Lieutenant Tachibana refused to listen, insisting that Ijima cooperate and ordered that if more monster sightings occurred, the victory team must mobilize to investigate, thus making the rumors seem more credible. He even forbade Ijima from informing his team about this matter. Although Ijima was angry, he felt helpless since the other party held a higher rank. Reluctantly, he returned to the victory team's command room and instructed everyone to begin investigating the illusory monster. The team members were puzzled. Hadn't it been said before that to avoid public panic, they shouldn't go out to investigate? Why were they being sent out now? The members of the victory team had no choice but to go to various locations to inquire about the monster. Daiku and A-GUANG went to the place where the monster had previously been seen to investigate. However, looking at the clear blue sky, there was no sign of a monster at all. As the victory team continued their investigation, the public began to worry. Is there really a monster? Some citizens asked the victory team members. We're still investigating, Daiku replied. There must be a monster. Even the victory team is mobilized. What should we do? The public began to feel anxious and panicked. Days passed, and the victory team conducted several large-scale searches, but found nothing. One evening, Daiku and Munakata were patrolling in a car when Daiku saw a monster in the rearview mirror and immediately stopped to check. However, the monster disappeared instantly, and Daiku saw nothing, so they returned to headquarters. But Daiku believed there really was a monster and told everyone. Unfortunately, since no damage was caused, the others didn't take it seriously. The next day, the team received many phone calls from people claiming to have seen the monster. So, the victory team set out to investigate again, but they were stopped by Captain Ijima. Wait, I'm sorry, but please listen to me. There is no monster at all. This is all a scam created by the TPC to instill panic among the public, deliberately scaring them. And I've known about this for a long time. IG McKay looked at the unaware team members, feeling very distressed, and revealed the truth. Upon hearing this, everyone felt uncomfortable about the concealment. I'm sorry. Ijima apologized to them. Oh, it's nothing. Captain, you just told us the truth now. I believe you must have had your reasons for not saying it earlier. A-GUANG helped smooth things over. Just then a call came in. Hello. Yizu picked up the phone. After some operation on the computer, a figure of a monster appeared on the screen, and it was destroying the city. Looking at the monster on the screen, Daiku exclaimed, "That's right. Just like what I saw last night." The monster that appeared this time was called Vultan, which had the ability to create illusions, capable of creating multiple illusory clones of itself, and could even switch places with these illusions. It could also emit destructive rays from its nose. Although its speed was relatively slow, eliminating it was still quite tricky. So the monster really did appear. Captain Ijima ordered the victory team to set out. The team piloted the flying swallow to the scene, but found the monster along the way. Although everyone was puzzled as to why the monster appeared here instead of the city, they had to attack it. They fired at the monster, but the laser passed through its body and struck the mountainside, causing a massive forest fire. Wait, it's an illusion. Realizing this outcome, everyone understood that it was the monster's illusion, so they hurried to the G14 area. Upon arriving at the location, everyone unleashed a barrage of lasers at the monster. But it seemed the monster's skin was quite thick, and the attacks didn't inflict much damage. The monster, annoyed by the continuous attacks from the planes, emitted a bright light from its back, obscuring the team's vision. Everyone flew out, except Daiku, who stayed inside. Daiku, get out. The others worried, but only A-GUANG remained calm. He knew Daiku was deliberately staying inside, because that way no one could see him transform. As expected, with a loud bang, the monster was knocked to the ground, and the light faded, revealing Digga standing in the city. Haha, it's my turn to take the stage, Daiku thought. Taking advantage of the monster not standing up yet, Digga stepped forward and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at the monster. However, the monster's defense was quite high, and Digga's attacks didn't cause much harm. The monster raised its head and shot rays from its head. Digga jumped to dodge, and while descending, delivered a flying kick that hit the monster, causing it to stagger back several steps. This monster has high defense, but low agility, Digga thought, moving in for another round of attacks. But the monster wasn't to be underestimated. It clamped Digga's arms with its large pincers, rendering him immobile, and then unleashed a close-range beam, hitting Digga hard and knocking him to the ground. Digga thought, you use beams? Don't I have them too? Let me show you the power of the Zapierian beam. Just as he was about to unleash the beam, the monster summoned an illusion behind Digga. Unexpectedly, the monster could switch places with its illusions, attacking Digga from behind and interrupting his big move. Digga stood up and saw illusions surrounding him, unable to distinguish which were real and which were fake, and the monster took the opportunity to ambush him several times. Digga's colorful timer on his chest began to flash red, signaling danger. Digga is in trouble. The members on the Flying Swallow saw Digga struggling and prepared to assist him by attacking the monster. But unfortunately, it was another illusion, and the laser passed through the monster's illusion, striking a building and causing significant damage. Seeing this, everyone knew they couldn't attack recklessly anymore. A-GUANG realized there was no other way and decided to transform to help Digga. Without hesitation, he landed the plane nearby and transformed into Gade, the Ultraman, to save the day. Next comes the much-anticipated 2-on-1 justice battle. Gade didn't hesitate and attacked the nearest monster. Fake, he said. Next, fake. Another one, fake. There was no choice but to confront the monsters back-to-back with Digga. You might not believe it, but the two heroes were surrounded by a single monster. What was supposed to be a righteous 2-on-1 turned out to be a farce. The monster didn't attack either, knowing that once it did, it would be discovered. Gade looked at the monsters moving around them and thought of a plan to launch a wide-area attack. He hadn't used this move before because wide-area attacks generally have less power and don't deal significant damage to the enemy. So, Gade began to gather energy. No, it was gathering the energy of light within him, then exploding it, creating a circle of energy that expanded outward. When it encountered illusions, it passed through directly, and when it hit an entity, it knocked the monster back. Found it there. Digga quickly shot a beam of light, injuring the monster. Taking advantage of the monster's moment of confusion, the two heroes moved in and delivered a flurry of blows. I'll make you false. I'll make you an illusion. I'll make you both false and an illusion. As the monster was nearly defeated, both heroes fired their beams to eliminate it. Then, with a shout, they flew into the sky together. The monster troubles were over for now, but Kamiya K did not go to the command room to direct everyone. Everyone knew that Kamiya K felt guilty for her earlier concealment from them. Today, after much contemplation, Kamiya made a decision. She went alone to Director Sawai's office and tendered her resignation. However, Director Sawai did not agree to her resignation and told her that the victory team needed her. He comforted her, saying she should trust her team. They wouldn't lose faith in her because of this incident. So, Captain Kamiya returned to the victory team's command room, and seeing her teammates who bore no grudges, she revealed a touched smile. Chapter 33. Tano. A few days later, a monster appeared in the city. The monster's head emitted flames and destroyed buildings. It was the ancient beast Garrula. The victory team piloted the Hayabusa and launched an attack on the monster. However, due to the urban environment, they couldn't use high-powered weapons, so their attacks did little damage to the monster. Meanwhile, the monster continued to wreak havoc on the city. Daigo and Rina were on the ground, evacuating the crowd. Seeing that the victory team was unable to stop the monster, Daigo went to a hidden place to prepare to transform into Tiga. He then noticed a man not far away and approached him to suggest he take shelter. The man told Daigo that on the 7th floor of that building, in the room next to the stairs, a woman was trapped there. Following the man's directions, Daigo reached the location and indeed found a woman unconscious on the floor, ready to rescue her. The monster spotted Daigo and the woman through the window and shot flames at Daigo. In a moment of crisis, Daigo transformed into Tiga and punched the monster down. He then placed the girl aside and delivered a series of heavy punches to the monster. After being attacked by Tiga and the victory team for a while, the monster sensed danger and quickly dug a hole to escape. Tiga hurriedly fired a beam attack, but unfortunately missed. Seeing the monster escape, the victory team returned to headquarters. That night, Daigo returned to the lounge and saw an email displayed on the computer, so he opened it to read. Hello, Ultraman. I often watch you from afar as you fight against demons, observing your brave protection of humanity. You are the just Ultraman who defends human peace. However, to be honest, I do not like people like you and harbor a certain hatred toward you. Can we have a face-to-face conversation? I believe I have the right to do so. Tomorrow at noon, I'll be waiting for you at the K District Shopping Center. Please make sure to come alone. I hope we can have a meaningful time together. Tano. On the other side, A-GUANG also received the exact same email. The next day, the two arrived at the K District in the city center. Oh, Daigo, you came too? You received that email, right? A-GUANG saw Daigo and realized he had also been summoned by Tano. Ah, yes, Hikari, you received the email too. What does that guy Tano want? Daigo wondered. It's okay, Daigo, you'll find out when we meet him, A-GUANG replied. Actually, A-GUANG had remembered that Tano was a person with special abilities since childhood. He could see things that were about to happen and hear the thoughts of others. As a result, he was called a monster by his classmates, who were afraid of him and bullied him. A-GUANG and Daigo sat down together to wait for Tano's arrival. You really came. Daigo, Hikari. I knew it was you. Daigo recognized the man as the one who had reminded him that day. The man complimented Daigo for a bit, saying he would not have been able to save the girl yesterday. Then Tano tentatively mentioned his unusual abilities. Superpowers? Actually, that's not surprising. It's not unusual for some people to have superpowers among such a large population of humans, A-GUANG said lightly. It seems I was right to meet you. You're the only ones who know about my abilities and do not discriminate or fear me, Tano said. Discrimination and fear? It seems you've awakened your superpowers early. Were you rejected and bullied by your classmates when you were young? A-GUANG asked. How do you know that? Do you also have superpowers? Well, after all, you are Ultraman, Tano replied. So, Tano, why did you call us here? Daigo inquired. Well, you two from the victory team, would you like to play a game with me? We can discuss the detailed rules another day. Today, someone will come to interrupt us, Tano said. As Tano spoke, he stood up to leave, and before he left, he informed the two that the monster that attacked the shopping center would appear again. At that moment, Rina approached. She had secretly followed Daigo because she was worried about him. Daigo, Hikari, you are together. Who was that person just now? Rina asked. Oh, he just came to ask me for the time. Daigo was about to finish his sentence when A-GUANG interjected. He is a superpower user who can hear people's thoughts and see things that are about to happen. He invited us out to play a game. A superpower user? A game? Rina was puzzled. Then Daigo and Rina went for a walk, while A-GUANG returned to the victory team headquarters to inform Keiko Ujima about the matter. You mean that person named Tano has superpowers? He can predict the future? Keiko was surprised. Yes, and that's why he was bullied as a child. So he may need some care, A-GUANG explained. He is not inherently bad, and he hasn't used his superpowers for evil. I think such a person, if nurtured properly, could contribute to society and humanity, A-GUANG suggested. That evening, the victory team's radar detected a strong biological energy response in the mountainous area. The victory team piloted the Hayabusa to the target location and saw the monster setting fires everywhere, causing a forest fire. They launched liquid nitrogen missiles to try to balance the monster's flames. However, the missiles were detonated by the flames emitted from the monster's head, and the monster turned and fled. The team then began to extinguish the fire, and after putting it out, they returned to headquarters. Daigo and A-GUANG returned to the lounge and saw another email on the computer. They opened it and found that it was indeed from Tano. The next day, the two arrived at the racetrack, the location Tano had agreed upon. There were no horse races today, so there were only the three of them on the field. After some conversation, A-GUANG felt that Tano's thoughts were somewhat extreme. Tano, your thinking is too extreme. Life may have setbacks, but it's not as difficult as you think. Since you can see others' hearts, you should know that not everyone is a bad person. The reason humanity is that there is light and darkness within. Nobody is perfect. We cannot deny a person just because they have desires in their hearts. Everyone makes mistakes, and we should be more forgiving of others. We should allow others to be themselves and allow ourselves to be ourselves. Of course, I have not experienced your pain, so I am not qualified to advise you on what to do. But when we hold onto anger, complaints, and other negative emotions, you will find that the whole person is in pain, even suffering. Conversely, if you hold on to kindness, joy, tolerance, and other positive attitudes, you will find that the whole person is full of vitality, and life is filled with hope and happiness. A-GUANG continued his spiritual counseling. So Tano, do you want to live happily or live in pain? Keep your heart bright and do not fear the darkness. Tano, no matter what kind of hurt you have experienced in the past, please do not give up. Perhaps ordinary people cannot accept you for now, but we can. We become Ultraman to fight for humanity. It is not always smooth sailing, and we have also been defeated by monsters, but we have never given up in our hearts. Humanity may have various shortcomings, but we have never given up because humanity is worth protecting, Daigo said. Thank you. I originally wanted to invite you out to play a game, but now, forget it. Thank you for letting me experience care and love. By the way, the next monster will appear in the K3 area at 4 p.m. After saying this, Tano left. A-GUANG and Daigo exchanged smiles and returned to headquarters together. Chapter 34. Resolving Garrula and Dream Monster Kugan. A-GUANG found A-GUANG and told her that Tongya's mindset had changed, and that they could try to reach out in the future if the opportunity arose. He also informed her that the monster would next appear in the K3 area at 4 p.m. K3 area? Is that reliable? Is it what Tongyi said? A-GUANG asked. Reliable, A-GUANG replied without hesitation. But how do we tell everyone about such baseless news? It's really a headache, A-GUANG said. We can have a victory team go there to wait. That way, when the monster appears, we can evacuate the crowd while attacking the monster, A-GUANG suggested. That's the only way, A-GUANG replied helplessly. Thus, everyone divided their tasks. Some piloted the flying swallow to patrol the skies, while others waited in the K3 area. At 4 p.m., the monster Garrula indeed appeared. The public began to panic and flee, while Lena and Daegu directed the evacuation. A-GUANG ran to an unoccupied area, took out the godlight stick, and transformed into Ultraman Jeed. This time, you absolutely can't escape. Jeed charged at Garrula, delivering a kick that sent Garrula stumbling back. He then followed up with several punches to Garrula's chest, finishing with a spinning kick that knocked Garrula to the ground. Garrula got back up, and one had to admit that Garrula's defense was indeed formidable. If it were Digga, he would probably be hammered. Digga, you're slandering me. It's clearly Daegu's fault, not mine. Garrula unleashed a heat attack from its head, but Jeed blocked it with a barrier. When Garrula stopped, Jeed leaped into the air, executing a powerful descending kick. Although he couldn't perform the Leo flying kick, he had seen enough to mimic it, which shouldn't be too difficult. This move might not have the power of the Leo flying kick, but the glowing right foot indicated it would deal significant damage. Bang! The kick landed on Garrula's head, breaking off one of its horns and sending Garrula flying hundreds of meters before crashing to the ground. Ayo! Garrula cried out in pain, rolling on the ground. Jeed immediately mounted Garrula, delivering a series of punches to its head, leaving poor Garrula with several broken teeth. Garrula struggled desperately to break free and turn to escape. Git, of course, wouldn't allow that. He grabbed Garrula by the tail and flung it away. Bang! Garrula crashed heavily to the ground again, and Jeed seized the opportunity to unleash a beam of light, obliterating Garrula into pieces. He then transformed back into his human form and joined the others. A few days later, A-GUANG, A-GUANG, Daegu, and Tongyi met at a bar. Tongyi, hello. I am A-GUANG, the captain of the victory team. I've heard about you from Ikari. You possess a special ability, and if you could use it for the right purpose, I believe it could save more people. Would you be willing to join the victory team? I can specially appoint you as a monster expert, A-GUANG asked. Well, what will you do to me if I don't join the victory team? Tongyi asked. Don't worry, we won't do anything to you. Hikari only told me about you. The others don't know, so you can rest assured, A-GUANG explained. Tongyi, Captain Ijima is someone you can trust. She knows about me being Ultraman, and she has kept my secret, A-GUANG assured. Tong Yi joined the victory team. At first, I was just part of the logistics and transportation team. And joining the victory team doesn't mean you have to fight on the front lines. The other members of the victory team are all very kind. Daegu also encouraged. Thank you for your kindness, but please allow me to think about it for a while, Tong Yi said as he stood up and left the bar. A few nights later, a monster appeared in the residential area. Run. The monster is here. Hurry. Run. There's a monster. People screamed in panic as they fled upon seeing the monster. The victory team received the alarm and piloted the flying swallow to the monster's location, launching an attack. However, the laser fired from the flying swallow passed through the monster and hit the buildings, causing no harm to the monster. Seeing that they couldn't attack the monster and that it seemed to cause no destruction, they began to observe. Until dawn, the monster vanished on its own. The team returned to headquarters. Yasuzawa analyzed the situation using the computer and discovered that there was no monster at all. Moreover, the flying swallow's cameras did not capture any images of the monster. In other words, what everyone saw was an illusion. There must be a monster, after all. So many people saw it. Just because the equipment didn't detect, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. We all know that monsters have various abilities. Perhaps this one is particularly special. The appearance of a monster must have a reason. A-GUANG firmly believed that a monster was definitely present. From last night until now, have there been any strange phenomena? Ijima K asked. Yasuzawa typed on the computer and found records of cosmic rays hitting the area where the monster appeared last night. The location was a small area at Point T in Region J. Moreover, this was a type of cosmic ray that had never been discovered before, and the Science Bureau was currently analyzing it. That night, the monster appeared again. Ah, run. There's a monster. Help. Run. The monster is coming. People again panicked and fled upon seeing the monster. The victory team received the alarm, and Yasuzawa discovered that this time there was a trace of biological energy response. Ijima K ordered the team to set out. The victory team piloted the flying swallow to the location and found it was the same monster that had appeared last night. Minazawa ordered everyone to attack. The flying swallow fired lasers at the monster, but again, just like last night, the lasers passed through the monster's body and hit the buildings, dealing no damage. Everyone was confused. This time, the monster seemed to be even more aggressive, breathing fire at the flying swallow, directly hitting it. That's right. It must be our pilot Daegu. Before the plane crashed, Daegu took out the godlight stick and transformed into Diga. Diga bravely charged forward, attempting to engage the monster in close combat. However, he passed straight through the monster's body. Diga was stunned, wasn't able to breathe fire. It should be a solid entity. Diga, not believing in evil, continued to attack, but several attempts resulted in him passing through the monster's body without hitting it. Diga looked at the monster, unsure of what to do. The monster then vanished on its own again. The team couldn't detect the monster on their radar and searched for a while without results, so they returned to headquarters. Although everyone returned empty-handed, the Science Bureau's analysis results were just coming out. It turned out that this cosmic ray was called Morphostide, and through the action of Nikomazu, Morphostide could transform human consciousness into reality. Wow, such a magical ray. Everyone speculated that someone had been thinking about the monster, which was why it was reflected by Morphostide. However, it wasn't just about thinking. This ray only acted on special brainwaves. It only occurred in a very small number of people when dreaming, the researchers explained. How do we find such a person? A-GUANG asked. That's simple. We can create a brainwave detector, the researchers said easily. Thus, Minazawa and Shinjo took the newly developed high-performance brainwave detector to the vicinity of the monster's appearance to start searching, but they found nothing until night fell. Of course, who sleeps during the day? That night, the monster appeared again, and the crowd began to panic and flee. The team received the notification and rushed to the scene. This time, the monster's reaction was more ferocious and realistic than the previous two times. The victory team launched an attack on the monster, but the laser passed through the monster's body without causing any damage. What was going on? The monster was clearly destroying the ground. It was definitely real. A-GUANG thought it must be related to dreams, and that he needed to enter the dream to eliminate the monster. So he used his mind to contact Daegu, instructing him to enter the dream and fight the monster. Huh? Why didn't Gade enter the dream to fight the monster himself? He couldn't do that, but Digga was different. He was a wizard and could definitely do it. Dagu received A-GUANG's mental instructions, drove away to a secluded place, and went to sleep. In the dream, Dagu transformed into Digga and began to battle the monster. As expected, Dagu used a special light skill to defeat the monster in the dream. Meanwhile, Munakata also found the person who was dreaming, a man named Ikuda, and brought him back to headquarters for questioning. Chapter 35. The Eludians today is the day the spaceship Lamokis is returning to Earth, but the ship encounters an unexpected event along the way. The two astronauts aboard the Lamokis are none other than Saishing and Shiroki, good friends of Shinjo. These two astronauts hold the record for the longest distance flown in a two-person spacecraft. They have successfully completed their mission, and today is their return to Earth. However, on their way back, they are attacked by aliens and crash into the mountains. The Victory team goes to investigate and rescue them. Upon arriving at the crash site, the team prepares to check inside the spacecraft when suddenly a voice comes through their communications. It turns out to be Shiroki, who requests to be shot. Shot who? Everyone is puzzled. At that moment, an alien rushes out from the bushes. Seeing the alien, Shinjo remembers Shiroki's words and shoots without hesitation, killing the alien. The team approaches to check the alien, while Shinjo goes inside the spacecraft and finds Saishing, rescuing him. Suddenly, a tall tower descends from the sky and lands on the ground. At this point, all communications malfunction, and everyone's phones and computers display the same image. Inside is an alien who introduces himself as an Eludian and claims he means no harm to humanity. They possess a highly advanced civilization, devoid of sadness, pain, anxiety, or panic, where everyone is completely equal. In their lives, there is no competition or comparison. If anyone seeks stability, they can gather under the tower at noon. With no way to contact headquarters, everyone is unsure how to respond. I think we should just attack. Aliens that make such statements are up to no good. There must be an ulterior motive behind their temptation of humans, A-GUANG suggests. Isn't that too rash? What if what they're saying is true? Zhongfang counters. At this moment, Kirai makes a discovery about the alien's corpse and calls everyone over to take a look. This guy is already dead, but his body is still changing, Kirai observes. Shinjo approaches the alien's body and discovers that the alien's wristwatch belongs to an astronaut, realizing a terrifying possibility. Is he Shiroki? Shinjo asks Saishing, who nods in confirmation. The team is bewildered by the situation. What exactly is going on? Saishing explains that when they were returning to Earth, the Eludians infiltrated their spacecraft and used Shiroki for experiments to see if humans could become Eludians. So, everything the Eludians just said was a lie. Their so-called coexistence means turning humans into Eludians. A-GUANG exclaims. Exactly. That's how they increase their numbers, Saishing adds. So Shiroki intentionally let Shinjo shoot him, sacrificing himself for us to study his body, hoping to find a solution to the Eludian transformation. Is that right? A-GUANG analyzes. That's correct, Saishing confirms. Then Shinjo, Kirai, and Saishing will take Shiroki's body back to headquarters for research, while Daiku and I go to prevent the crowd from approaching the tower, A-GUANG orders. Zhongfang protests, hey, I'm the commander here. A-GUANG and Daiku arrive near the Eludian tower and see some people heading towards it. Hey, what are you doing? You can't go there. Daiku tries to stop them. What business is it of yours? Get out of the way. Someone replies. Listen to me. Living with Eludians means you'll turn into Eludians, Daiku explains. So what? Even if I become an Eludian, I don't care. If the world they describe is real, I'd rather be an Eludian, a man responds. Huh, the pies falling from the sky are actually traps. Don't be deceived by the Eludians. Happiness in life doesn't come without reason. The more happiness and beauty you want, the more suffering you must endure. There's no such thing as a free lunch. All success must be earned through hard work. Don't place your hopes on aliens. A-GUANG urges. Why should I believe you? The man stubbornly retorts. Our Victory team's duty is to protect humanity and maintain world peace. Therefore, we constantly fight against aliens and monsters. If you don't trust us, will you trust aliens you've never seen? A-GUANG insists. Exactly, everyone, please go back and don't approach here, Daiku also advises. under A-GUANG and Daiku's persuasion. Although some people come over, they're all blocked far from the tower. Before long, noon arrives. The Eludians, seeing no one coming, unleash their tentacles to grab people. Everyone run. This guy is showing his true nature. A-GUANG shouts as he and Daiku start shooting at the tentacles. Fortunately, A-GUANG and Daiku had previously blocked the crowd, so the Eludians haven't captured anyone. Realizing this strategy isn't working, the Eludians come down to attack A-GUANG and Daiku directly. Please, these Eludians are no match for us, Daiku says, quickly dispatching them with a few punches and shots. Seeing that this isn't effective, the Eludians combine to become a giant, trying to stomp on A-GUANG and Daiku. I can only say it looks ugly, but thinks highly of itself. Daiku remarks, transforming into Diga. Come on, let's have a big battle, you liars. Daiku thinks. As soon as the fight begins, Diga beats the Eludians mercilessly. The Eludians' close combat skills are no match for Diga. It's been a while since he had such a satisfying fight. Previously, he either couldn't win or couldn't move. This time is different. Every punch lands on the opponent, and the Eludians have no power to fight back. This is the treatment a main hero deserves. At this moment, Daiku is filled with hope. Before long, Diga fires the Zai Pele AO beam, blasting the Eludians into pieces. Meanwhile, Zhongfeng and Lina arrive in the new EXJ aircraft, opening fire on the Eludians' tower and destroying it. At the headquarters research facility, Kirai develops a special antidote and injects it into Saixing, who fully recovers after a few days. Soon after, a monster appears, named Fibas, transformed from the AI Karen of Game City. Recently, computer games have suddenly become popular. A-GUANG was initially interested, but lost interest after a while. TCH, it's just a level-up game, A-GUANG scoffs. Fighting in the Summoner's Canyon was much more exciting than this. Memories flash back to the past, when he dominated the Summoner's Canyon. Back then, A-GUANG would choose the big sword, buy 4 Doran's blades, and slaughter from the top lane to the bottom lane, then from the bottom lane to the jungle, without even blinking. Recently, Yawari has been spending his free time playing computer games and successfully obtained a ticket to Game City. So, Lina drives Yawari to Game City during their holiday. As for why Lina goes too, well, Lina is worried about Yawari being deceived and goes as a guardian. In truth, Lina also loves playing games but isn't very good at them. Being both bad and eager to play describes her perfectly. Why do I say this? Because when Yawari plays games, Lina is always watching and is even more excited than Yawari. But when it comes to her own turn, she dies quickly. Not long after Yawari and Lina arrive at Game City, all communications in the city experience interference, and soon, all major facilities collapse. The group is unable to contact Yawari and Lina. Everyone is busy fixing computers, checking, and analyzing, while only A-GUANG remains leisurely. Hey Hikari, why are you so free? Can you help us out? Kirai said. Sorry, I don't really understand computer systems, so I can't help you much, but I do know what might be causing it. A-GUANG replied nonchalantly. What? Then what do you think is causing it? Kirai said, unconvinced. It's monsters. Any abnormal phenomenon is either caused by monsters or aliens coming to Earth again. Don't worry. After a while, they will reveal their intentions on their own. A-GUANG said calmly. That makes some sense, Kuju-K said. Sure enough, not long after, all the computer systems returned to normal. Thinking of A-GUANG's words, everyone realized that this time it was probably just a trial run by the enemy. They would come back again. So Kuju-K ordered Kirai to track the computers. Unfortunately, Kirai lost the trail and only knew the general location, which was near the Game City. I see. Then let's go investigate and find out, A-GUANG said. All right. A-GUANG will pilot the Flying Swallow number 1, and Shinjo Munakata will pilot the Flying Swallow number 2, Kuju-K ordered. Understood. When everyone flew near the Game City, each person saw illusions. Sometimes a mountain appeared, and sometimes planes flew by, causing quite a bit of trouble. But fortunately, they were all ace pilots and eventually landed safely. When they arrived at the entrance of the Game City, something unexpected happened. Monsters appeared inside, and the people inside began to flee. Chapter 36. The Resurrection of Gaidi. This monster is Phoebus. It feels that humans are too self-righteous and flawed, and it wants to change the world. Artificial intelligence. When it evolves to its final form, often considers humans to be useless and believes it is perfect. This is why many advanced civilizations prohibit the research of artificial intelligence, as it can evolve autonomously and is difficult to control. Many advanced civilizations in the universe have already perished due to the development of artificial intelligence. Now, the computer at TPC headquarters has been taken over by the monster, and the Atlantis has autonomously taken off to the city center, preparing to fire. A-GUANG, Daegu, Xinxiang, and Zhongfang rushed in and started shooting at the monster, but unfortunately, the hyper-victory gun was still a bit ineffective against it. "It's you, Daegu." A-GUANG nodded at Daegu, who understood and went to a hidden place to transform into Ultraman Tiga. Tiga charged forward, attacking the monster with punches and kicks, while the monster flailed around like a child who can't fight. After a while, the monster suddenly analyzed Tiga's moves, reversing the situation, and Tiga began to take hits. This Tiga is not doing well. Why can't it ever defeat the monster? Not long after, Tiga's lights turned red. A-GUANG couldn't bear to watch any longer. Although Daegu had undergone special training from A-GUANG, Tiga was ultimately a mage type, not a warrior, and could only be considered decent in close combat, but not a master. A-GUANG took out the godlight stick and transformed into Ultraman Jeed. A true master of combat, Jeed's techniques flowed seamlessly and could change at will. Jeed said to Tiga, instead of rushing in like before. Jeed stepped forward slowly and stood before the monster. The monster attacked directly, but Jeed blocked it, countering with a right punch that knocked the monster back several steps. Jeed continued to advance, throwing a left punch, which the monster swatted away, followed by a right punch, which was also blocked. Then, Jeed executed a double ear strike. The monster raised its arms to defend, but Jeed changed tactics, grabbed the monster's arms, pulled down, and simultaneously struck with his right knee, hitting the monster hard in the chest, knocking it back several steps. He then added a side kick, sending the unbalanced monster flying and crashing heavily to the ground. The monster stood up, and Jeed continued to attack, again throwing a left punch, which was swatted away by the monster. Jeed then slapped the monster with his right hand, which the monster blocked with its left arm. Jeed suddenly withdrew his right hand, causing the monster's left arm to raise, exposing its chest. Jeed thrust his right elbow forward, pushing the monster back several steps again, and seized the opportunity to add another side kick, sending the monster crashing to the ground once more. "Oh, I could do every move, but why can't I connect them?" Daegu wondered. When the opponent blocks, you must draw on their blocking force for your own use or prevent them from countering. That way, even if they see through your moves, they cannot block them. Jeed explained to Tiga. Next came the teaching session, with Fibas getting knocked down repeatedly by Jeed. Daegu learned many techniques in the process. In the end, Jeed charged energy and unleashed the Jeed Ray. Bayu! Boom! With an explosion, the monster was annihilated. The computer at TPC headquarters returned to normal. During this time, scientists at TPC headquarters were studying a huge statue. This statue was not a giant, but a monster, with a colorful timer similar to that of Ultraman on its chest. Indeed, this was the statue of the Shirshir dog monster Gaidi that A-GUANG transformed into when he became Ultraman Jeed in the cave. So why was it at TPC headquarters? Because when they fought the second-generation Giri Elad, they successfully transmitted energy to Tiga using the Magus power system. A-GUANG thought about whether he could also supply energy to Gaidi to resurrect it. After all, it was his combat partner and pet. He informed Jumake about the statue, and the victory team brought the statue back, which had been several months ago. However, the experiment had not been successful all this time. A-GUANG figured out the key point. The Magus power system only provided energy, not life, so the statue could not be resurrected. The energy was transmitted to Tiga because Tiga already had life, just lacking energy. Therefore, to resurrect Gaidi, it needed life, and that life had to be converted into light energy. This meant he had to find Masaki Kigo to develop a light energy conversion device. A-GUANG privately spoke with Masaki Kigo, who, like Daegu, possessed the light gene of the ultra-ancient warriors. Masaki Kigo later transformed into Evil Tiga because he wanted humanity to submit, intending for them to evolve into giants alongside him, as he often dreamed of the apocalyptic nightmare from 30 million years ago. One could say his mindset and methods were problematic. But in the last episode of the TV series, he was redeemed. After some communication, Masaki Kigo showed a willingness to help. A-GUANG then introduced Masaki Kigo to Dr. Yabuki and Dr. Tange. Dr. Tange was not really a bad person. In the original TV series, he united with Masaki Kigo because TPC did not value him, secretly assisting Masaki. In the end, both were redeemed in the final episode. A-GUANG praised Dr. Tange, and they became friends. As for Dr. Yabuki, they had already become friends earlier. Ultimately, with the joint efforts of the three top scientists, the light energy conversion device was completed. During this time, A-GUANG also raised a pet, a military dog named Gaidi, to provide life to the statue of Gaidi. One day, the statue resurrection plan finally began to be implemented. The light energy conversion device was ready, and they prepared to start the resurrection experiment on the statue, asking the victory team to be on alert. If the monster successfully resurrected and attacked humans, the victory team was to eliminate it. Director Zizai informed them. A-GUANG was incredibly excited upon hearing the news. As for the monster attacking humans after resurrection, that was impossible. Everyone arrived at the experimental site. The light energy conversion device is ready, Masaki Kigo said. The Magus Power System light energy transmission device is ready, Dr. Yabuki said. The experiment began. Hikari, please bring your pet to the light energy conversion device platform to convert it into light, Dr. Tange instructed. Yes. A-GUANG led his military dog to the center of the light energy conversion device platform, having it sit obediently. Gaidi, you will soon become Gaidi, A-GUANG said, petting the dog's head. The dog was very obedient, being a military dog and trained. Although it couldn't understand its owner's words, it sat down obediently. The light energy conversion device is starting, Masaki Kigo announced. The light energy conversion device began to glow, and golden lightning entered the dog's body, gradually illuminating it until it transformed into light particles that flew into the colorful timer of the statue. The Magus Power System light energy transmission device is starting. Dr. Yabuki said. Light was emitted from the device, shining on the colorful timer. The statue began to change after receiving life and energy. The petrification gradually faded, and Gaidi was resurrected. Oh, Gaidi roared toward the sky. Everyone went on alert, while A-GUANG secretly moved to a place where no one could see him and transformed into Ultraman Jeed. Upon awakening, Gaidi found itself surrounded and was momentarily confused. They seemed hostile towards me. Humans, we fought together. Just as Gaidi was about to howl at the humans, it suddenly saw a flash of light not far away, revealing a tall figure. Master, Ultraman Jeed, how did you appear? Everyone wondered. As a result, the monster happily ran to Gator, and Gator reached out to pat Gaidi's head. Great, Gaidi, you're alive again, Gator communicated telepathically. Oh, this monster seems to know Gator, Kirai said. Thank you for bringing it back to life. It was my former battle partner, Gator conveyed to everyone using Ultraman telepathy. Everyone showed happy smiles. After explaining everything to the group, Gator put Gaidi into the colorful timer space and then flew away. Gator returned to the ground and transformed back into A-GUANG, and Gaidi also returned to its military dog form. A-GUANG hid Gaidi in his lounge to avoid being discovered by others. After all, Gaidi had already transformed into light, become a monster, and was taken away by Gator. If it appeared again now, it would surely be exposed. The others did not see A-GUANG and thought he was sad because he had lost a dog and went back. Only Daegu and Ikezawa Kei knew the truth. Although the monster had been taken away and there was no opportunity for research, it was a successful experiment, successfully transforming animal life into light and turning it into a giant monster. Similarly, if we want to turn humans into giants, we can use a similar method. Next, the issue of giant stone statues must be addressed. We have to search everywhere. If we can't find any, we should try to create our own statues, and then select individuals to transform into light, thus creating our own Ultraman. Just thinking about it is exciting. Chapter 37's Aquila. A few days later, something happened, and everyone gathered in the command room. The radar detected strong plasma signals at a certain location. However, strangely, nothing was seen. Let's go investigate, A-GUANG said. Okay. Then Hikaru, Daegu, Lina, and Shinjo You go investigate, Kujo-K ordered. Should we call Commander Munakata? Daegu asked. No need. Let him continue his vacation, Kujo-K replied. The group arrived at the location and searched but found nothing suspicious. However, Lena discovered a strange flower that she had never seen before. After seeing the flowers, both A-GUANG and Daegu felt as if some memories were being awakened. The extinction of ancient civilizations seems to be related to this flower, Daegu recalled. Huh, why do I also have memories of the ultra-ancient? Am I not a time traveler? A-GUANG said, puzzled. There's one here, and there too, Shinjo commented. It should be related to this flower. Let's collect some and take them back for that fat guy, Kirai, to study, A-GUANG suggested. All right. After collecting the flowers, the group continued to search separately for any other anomalies. Soon, A-GUANG and Daegu found a girl in a blue outfit and brought her back. They discovered that something seemed to be wrong with Shinjo and Lena. Shinjo, what's wrong? Lena? Daegu tried to wake them, but they seemed to be in their own world, unresponsive. It's useless. Once they enter the world of dreams, no one thinks about coming back, the girl said. A-GUANG said to Daegu, let's hurry back. This flower is problematic. Its pollen can cause hallucinations. Okay, so A-GUANG and Daegu, along with Lena, Shinjo, and the blue-clad girl, returned to the TPC headquarters. A-GUANG took Zakila to the laboratory for Kirai to analyze, warning him not to inhale the pollen. Daegu took the girl to the command room to inform the captain of the situation. Kujo-K questioned the blue-clad girl and learned her name was Dina, and that the flower was called Zakila, which had bloomed on Earth 30 million years ago. When humanity is on the brink of extinction, Zakila flowers will bloom. The pollen of Zakila is special. It causes people to enter a dream state from which they cannot escape. We must destroy Zakila as soon as possible, A-GUANG insisted, knowing it was not a good thing. Then Yatsui checked the computer and found that many people had already been affected by the pollen, lost in dreams. A-GUANG calmed down, realizing that Zakila was merely using pollen to influence humanity. When a main body of Zakila appeared, they could just destroy it then. This is a choice made by humanity itself. Ultraman cannot intervene. It's ridiculous. They are clearly controlled and influenced by the monster's pollen. How can it be said to be humanity's own choice? It's like a person who accidentally ingests an addictive substance and then uncontrollably continues to consume it. Can that be called a choice? Then what is the purpose of rehabilitation centers? If they are obstinate, I'll let you all experience Professor Yang's electroshock therapy. As Zakila continued to grow and bloom, people around the world inhaled the pollen. The entire TPC headquarters staff fell into dreams. In the command room, only A-GUANG, Daegu, and Dina remained awake. At this moment, a man in blue entered, clearly related to Dina. The visitor was Luke, Dina's father, who had come to take Dina away from Earth. He believed the Earth was doomed, that humanity would face extinction again, and that even the Giant of Light could not save humanity. I do not agree with your viewpoint, A-GUANG interrupted. It's not that humanity doesn't need the Giant of Light, but rather that humanity's minds are influenced by Zakila's pollen. Humanity should make choices for themselves, and that should be while they are awake. Today's humanity cannot be considered awake. Daegu, let's go destroy Zakila. There were also some unfortunate souls in ancient times who wanted to do the same, but humanity's desires run deeper than Zakila's roots. Let's go, Dina. Sinking into desire is like sinking into hell. I, Professor Yang, will use electrotherapy to save those who cannot extricate themselves. After sunset, Zakila's influence on humanity began to weaken. After all, Zakila belonged to the plant kingdom. Its vitality would decline after the sun set. Humanity suddenly returned from the dream world to reality, feeling immense pain. Each person groaned, craving the pollen. In the command room of the victory team, everyone gathered to discuss how to deal with Zakila. Right now, Zakila is still just a bud. Once it blooms, humanity won't be able to stand up. We call on the world to destroy all Zakila tonight. A-GUANG said to everyone. Daegu also agreed with A-GUANG's suggestion. However, despite knowing Zakila was not a good thing, they couldn't make up their minds. Why? Because most people had inhaled Zakila's pollen, experiencing a world better than reality. Attacking Zakila now would mean going against the entire world. But if they did not destroy Zakila, then humanity would come to an end. Zakila's pollen made people addicted and unable to extricate themselves. How is that different from poison? Someone must do the right thing. Even if countless people would criticize you. To maintain world peace, someone must bear the burden and move forward. Daga, let's set off, A-GUANG said and left the command room. Daga followed A-GUANG out. The two piloted the flying swallow to Zakila, parked the plane, and transformed into Ultraman. Nearby, people saw Gato and Diga and pleaded, Ultraman Gato, please don't destroy Zakila. Diga, please, don't destroy Zakila. That's our Zakila. No. Hearing the crowd's cries, Gato and Diga remained unmoved and launched their attack. A flurry of punches and kicks felt much better than hitting a punching bag. Zakila counterattacked with thorny vines. But it was pointless. As a plant, it couldn't move, and aside from swinging its vines, what else could it do? In no time, Gato tore off several leaves, and one of its vines was snapped by Gato. Perhaps Diga alone would have posed a challenge, but with two Ultramen, it became much easier. Seeing that it was about time, Gato and Diga charged their energy together and unleashed their powerful light attack. Bayu! Bayu! Boom! They simultaneously struck Zakila, blowing it up. However, Zakila's roots remained. Gato and Diga approached to grab the roots and transmitted energy together to destroy Zakila's roots as well. The two Ultras looked at each other, confirming that Zakila had indeed been eliminated, and then flew away. The next day, in the Victory Team command room, without the influence of Zakila's pollen, everyone felt refreshed. They couldn't imagine why they had been controlled by Zakila the day before. Being awake felt so good. Speaking of which, I really admire Gato and Diga. They knew full well that the whole world might be against them, yet they still risked everything to save us, Kujo-K said, glancing at A-GUANG and Daegu. Although he didn't directly say that Diga was Daegu, Kujo-K had already guessed. In the outside world, after the Zakila incident, humanity began to cherish real life even more. Investigations by relevant departments found that people's enthusiasm for life was higher than ever. Perhaps people had realized that indulging in dreams would only lead to further degradation, ultimately perishing in beautiful dreams. Only by facing reality and achieving results with their own hands could they find what was real. Even if there are all sorts of difficulties and setbacks in reality, as long as one gathers the courage to face them, there is no obstacle they cannot overcome. Chapter 38. The monkey monster met Amalga in the evening. Hashikawa was on a date with Chizuru when suddenly there was a power outage in the S1 area. As a member of the Victory Team, Hashikawa had to leave Chizuru behind to investigate. The team arrived at the power company to inquire about the situation, only to find out that a monkey had chewed through the underground cables. After understanding the situation, they returned to headquarters, but the doubts in their minds remained unresolved. Could it be related to the Eberron cells, which require a lot of electricity? A-GUANG speculated. The others agreed with his hypothesis. Hikari then left the command room to inquire with the higher-ups about the Eberron cells. It turned out that the Eberron cells were originally intended to enhance astronauts' physical abilities. But due to the previous incident involving Ryosuke, the higher-ups had ordered the experiments to be halted and all test subjects to be destroyed. However, one monkey had escaped. Therefore, it was highly likely that this power outage was caused by that monkey. Later that night, the Victory Team received intel that the monkey was causing trouble again, this time at the power plant, preparing to absorb electricity. The team rushed to the scene in their new fighter jets, where they found a monster gnawing on the cables. This monster was Metamalga, a creature created from the Eberron cell experiments at the Space Development Center. Concerned that the monster might not be satisfied, it tried to feed it a laser meal. However, the monster was unfazed and continued to absorb electricity before ultimately escaping. In the following days, the Victory Team searched for the monster while Hashikawa went to the Space Development Center to research methods to deal with it. After hiding for a few days, Metamalga reappeared and headed towards the Space Development Center. The team speculated that Metamalga was seeking high-purity energy. They had to stop it. Hikari ordered the Victory Team to mobilize. The team flew to the monster's location and launched an enthusiastic attack. However, Metamalga ignored them and continued forward. Upon reaching the Space Development Center, it began to consume a large amount of high-concentration energy. The team could not attack because doing so would cause a massive explosion. After gorging itself, the monster, fueled by hatred for humanity, began to destroy the surrounding buildings. Unfortunately, Hashikawa and other personnel were trapped inside a building. In a crisis, Daichi transformed into Tiga to fight the monster. With Metamalga fully charged with electricity and high concentration energy, it became very powerful. Tiga soon found himself at a disadvantage, receiving a beating from the monster. Tiga struggled to break free from the monster's grasp and unleashed a transformation beam, hoping to save the monkey that had been used for experiments by humans. However, to his surprise, the monster absorbed the transformation beam and became even more ferocious. Tiga was stunned. Metamalga began attacking Tiga, who was unable to fight back and was soon overpowered by the monster. The situation became critical as warning lights flashed. A-GUANG realized he had to step in. He transformed into Gade, kicking Metamalga off Tiga. The monster, furious, jumped back at Gade, but Gade dodged to the side and pushed Metamalga mid-air, disrupting its balance. The monster fell to the ground, but was not significantly harmed. Metamalga got back up and began to wildly swing its arms in attack. Being a mutated monkey, it lacked human fighting techniques and relied solely on animal instincts, scratching and clawing. However, its strength was considerable. Fortunately, Gade was stronger. He seized the monster's swinging arm and, using its momentum, executed a throw to send it flying. After getting back up, Metamalga roared at the sky and pounded its chest, resuming its assault. It was clear that it had lost its rationality. No matter how many times it was knocked down, it kept getting back up to attack, giving the impression of being invincible. In reality, it was overcharged with energy, and under normal conditions, it wouldn't be that powerful. But for now, the situation was tricky because they couldn't use beams and could only engage in close combat. However, close combat didn't deal fatal damage to the monster. Gade used his excellent skills to keep knocking it down, but the monster kept getting back up to continue the fight, leading to a stalemate. A-GUANG thought to himself that this couldn't go on and needed a plan. Suddenly, he had an idea. Since they couldn't explode the monster here, they should move it to a safe place and then destroy it. Daichi, wait for the right moment to freeze the monster, and I'll take it to space and eliminate it with a beam. A-GUANG communicated telepathically with Daichi. Okay, after Gade knocked Metamalga down again, Tiga transformed into his aerial form and used a freezing beam to encase the monster in ice. Then, Gade lifted the monster and flew it into space, where he unleashed a beam to destroy it before returning to the ground. Meanwhile, the other members of the victory team rescued Hashikawa, Chizuru, and Sayaka from the wreckage of the building. Following this incident, the D Department of the Space Development Center was disbanded, and the astronaut enhancement program was completely abolished. The Eberron cells were entirely eliminated, seemingly bringing an end to the matter. However, it wasn't truly over, as there remains a dark side in human hearts that can be amplified by various desires, potentially leading to bad actions. Of course, with a dark side, there's naturally a light side as well. If guided correctly, humanity can evolve in the right direction and achieve a bright future. 2 weeks later, Hashikawa and Chizuru got married, with all members of the victory team attending the wedding, along with some high-ranking officials from TPC. To everyone's surprise, Hashikawa, the chubby guy, had lost weight for the wedding and didn't look so heavy anymore. He could no longer be called the chubby guy. Chizuru looked stunning in her snow-white wedding dress, the most beautiful person at the event. After the ceremony, everyone began to enjoy the banquet. Shinjo drank too much at the wedding feast, believing he was the most handsome, yet he still didn't have a girlfriend. Seeing Hashikawa married, he loudly proclaimed that he would soon have a girlfriend. At the banquet, A-GUANG turned his right to have a drink with Daichi and boast, only to find Daichi feeding Rina some food. He immediately felt like he was being fed dog food. Turning to his left, he wanted to drink with Munakata, only to see Munakata caring for Akari, advising her to drink less. Again, he was fed dog food. Looking ahead, he saw Hashikawa and Chizuru sweetly gazing at each other. Come on, you two should kiss already. After being filled with dog food, A-GUANG could only go to the children's table. Mayumi, let's have a drink together. If only Takuma were here. Mayumi. Watching Hashikawa and Chizuru get married, fell into a beautiful fantasy herself. All right, I won't disturb you. Nayuki, let's have a drink together. You did pretty well in the last game, just a bit better than me, haha. Where's Yuriko? How's she doing? Nayuki, drunk, muttered. Don't think about Tezuki Yuriko. She was born in 1915, and if she were alive now, she'd be in her 80s. Yang Guang thought, the world is filled with the decay of love, while I alone exude the fragrance of a single noble. The out-of-place Yang Guang barked like a dog. Once again, may all lovers in the world become a couple. Actually, before Hashikawa's wedding, another monster appeared on Earth. This monster was a lost baby cosmic snail named Daliban, separated from its mother. At that time, someone spotted the monster in Sagami Bay. The team went to investigate and even used dozens of advanced instruments, but still found no trace of the monster and had to return to headquarters. Later, they managed to lure the monster out using the sound of the Enoshima Electric Railway's whistle. And using the sound of the Jiangxidian, the monster was lured into the universe. Daliban successfully reunited with his mother, and in the end, the two snails headed into the depths of the universe. Chapter 39. The twin alien Meijulang, the TPC lunar surface base, commanded by Captain Jifeng and staffed by 100 elite members, is currently under construction. Today, a strange incident occurred at the lunar base. The personnel inside began attacking each other. Those struck would reveal their alien appearance and then vanish. Ultimately, Deputy Commander In Yong piloted a fighter jet to destroy the lunar base. Captain Jifeng pursued him in another jet, and the two engaged in a chase and attack in space. However, an alien infiltrated Captain Jifeng's jet, trapping him in a cocoon, and pretended to be Deputy Commander In Yong, reporting to headquarters that Captain Jifeng had destroyed the lunar base. The alien then impersonated In Yong and returned to TPC headquarters. Meanwhile, Captain Jifeng floated helplessly in space. At headquarters, inquiries were made with In Yong, leading to an investigation into the lunar base incident. However, the victory team was not allowed to intervene, as team leader Jiyuan had previously been classmates with Captain Jifeng, raising concerns that Jiyuan might act emotionally and compromise judgment. Nevertheless, Jiyuan prepared to act on his own to rescue Captain Jifeng. The others stopped Jiyuan Hui, insisting on accompanying him. Jiyuan Hui advised against it, citing that it was against regulations. However, the members of the victory team had faith in team leader Jiyuan. Since you trust Captain Jifeng, we are willing to trust him too, Yang Guang supported. Team leader, you should stay in the command room. Let us bring Captain Jifeng back, Daegu said. Thus, Daegu and Lina piloted the Fian to investigate Captain Jifeng's jet floating in space, while Zhongfang and Xinqing monitored In Yong's whereabouts. In Director Zaoi's office, another In Yong attacked Zaoi and wrapped him in a cocoon. Shortly after, Zaoi, along with In Yong and several TPC high-ranking officials, arrived at the victory team command room, where they criticized Jiyuan Hui. However, Jiyuan Hui argued that as long as they found Captain Jifeng, they could uncover the truth behind the lunar base incident, questioning why they were not allowed to search for him. Your unilateral actions will cause chaos in the organization, one high-ranking official warned. Subsequently, Director Zaoi dismissed Jiyuan Hui from her position as victory team leader, citing her personal connections as grounds for disrupting organizational order, and appointed In Yong as the new leader. Naturally, the team opposed this decision, voicing their dissent. Director Zaoi, the lunar base incident is still under investigation. In Yong should not be appointed as the victory team leader at this time, Yang Guang protested. Exactly, this is not right. We believe Jiyuan Hui can lead us. Jigan added. Seeing the opposition, Zaoi was furious, accusing them of insubordination. As Yang Guang observed the high-ranking officials acting strangely, he used his superpower to look closer and discovered they were not human. Without hesitation, he drew his gun and fired. Stop! Hikaru, cease fire. Is that an alien? After hitting a few individuals, they transformed into their alien forms and vanished. However, In Yong managed to escape. It seems In Yong is suspicious. We should check his room. Yang Guang said. The others were shocked by Yang Guang's actions. He had just been talking and suddenly opened fire, frightening everyone. But those are leaders. Yet, upon witnessing the struck individuals transform into aliens and disappear, they breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were aliens. Well done, Hikaru, foreseeing through the alien's disguise. Now let's investigate in Yong and the director's office, Jiuan Hui commanded. Yes. The group then went to investigate in Yong, Director Zawi, and other high-ranking officials' offices, discovering the real individuals trapped in cocoons. They rescued them from the cocoons. Meanwhile, in space, Daegu successfully boarded Captain Jifeng's plane, finding him in a cocoon and rescuing him. Learning the truth from him, it turned out that the imposter in Yong was a twin alien. About 2 months ago, a giant alien corpse with 2 heads was discovered near the Copernicus radar. The lunar base recovered one of the bodies, which disappeared the next day. In reality, the alien had feigned death, transforming into Yong's likeness to cause chaos at the lunar base. The real Yong might also be in a cocoon. It's possible that many at headquarters have been controlled by aliens and had turned fake. Daegu, something's wrong at headquarters. It turns out Yong is an alien impersonator. And other high-ranking officials have also been controlled by aliens. However, Hikaru has seen through it, and we've successfully rescued the others. What about you? Kugi-ai contacted Daegu. I found Captain Jifeng and learned the truth from him, Daegu replied. That's great. Hikaru is tracking the aliens now. Hurry back to headquarters, Kugi-ai instructed. Okay. The aliens piloted a new type of machine to escape. A-GUANG shouted into the communicator. The victory team is in pursuit. The team piloted several Fiend jets to chase after them. After a skirmish, A-GUANG's plane was hit and crashed to the ground, exploding. After the explosion, a gigantic monster appeared, the twin monster Meijulang. One was silver and the other gold. The silver one was the brother, and the gold one was the younger brother. One had a single horn on its chest, while the other had 2 horns. They were intertwined, connected by a reproductive organ capable of firing energy blasts. Highly intelligent. In their humanoid form, they could change their appearance and create duplicates, but the duplicates would disappear if hit. The team launched an attack, ultimately damaging this organ and separating the 2 monsters. They continued to attack, but unfortunately, the monsters' defenses proved too strong for the Fiend jets to breach. Coincidentally, A-GUANG and Daegu were piloting the same jet today. Thus, Daegu and A-GUANG began a desperate assault on the monster, showing great bravery. The jet got closer to the monster, and ultimately, in front of a large audience, they were struck by the monster, causing the jet to shake and crash to the ground in an explosion. In a flash of light, 2 Ultramen appeared, Guy-Dan and Digga. What followed was the beloved scene of Ultramen battling monsters. Guy-Dan faced the silver monster, while Digga confronted the gold monster. Both sides charged at each other, colliding. The silver monster was knocked back several hundred meters by Guy-Dan's shoulder tackle, crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Digga was thrown back by the monster and fell to the ground. Digga, what's wrong? Why is it always me getting hurt? As the main Ultraman, do I have no face? I told you, switch to a powerful form for close combat. Of course, you'll struggle if you only use the composite form every time you enter the fight. You need to remember, the composite form is for firing beams. The aerial form is for pursuit or escape, and the powerful form is for hand-to-hand combat. Got it? Guy-Dan communicated telepathically. Digga nodded, indicating he understood, and then transformed into his powerful form. He engaged in battle with the Golden Brother. This time, it was indeed different. He was no longer thrown back and had the advantage in strength, dominating the battle. Meanwhile, Guy-Dan had no trouble. The Silver Brother was powerless against him. Seeing that he couldn't win, the Silver Monster decided to unleash a killing move. The horns on his chest began to grow larger and longer as it charged at Guy-Dan. Guy-Dan, of course, did not foolishly take it head-on. He sidestepped and delivered a kick to the Silver Brother's rear, causing it to crash into a building. Guy-Dan stepped forward, pulled the silver horned monster from a building, and delivered a powerful blow. The Silver Brother was hit and screamed in agony. Finally, Guy-Dan delivered a charged knife hand strike, severing the large horn, causing the monster to let out another painful cry. Get one to show mercy to the monster, taking advantage of your illness to take your life. Charging up energy, he unleashes the Ged Ray. Bayou. Boom. The monster is blown to pieces. Meanwhile, the Twin Horn Brothers' horns begin to emit flames, preventing everyone from getting close. And Digga is dodging left and right. Seeing this, Ged fires an energy blast from a distance, hitting the flame-spewing Twin Horn Brother and knocking him to the ground. Digga seizes the opportunity, unleashing the dilithium light flow, blowing the twin-horned brother to pieces as well. With that, the twin monsters A-GUANG, which had destroyed the lunar base, are completely eradicated. This can be considered revenge for the over 100 elites in the lunar base. Ged and Digan nod at each other, and with a shout, they both soar into the sky. A few weeks later, Captain Jifeng and Deputy Captain Aishi set off on another journey to the moon to rebuild the lunar Carlo base. In the Victory Team command room, Aikino Megumi informs everyone that Captain Jifeng has arrived at the lunar base and has sent an email saying that once the lunar base is completed, everyone is invited to visit the moon. Let's go. Of course we should go. All right. Chapter 40. The Dark Magic Bird Saga appears recently. A-GUANG has been having nightmares about the destruction of an ancient civilization 30 million years ago. He dreams of the opening of Kigila, where humanity becomes addicted to dreams. Ceasing to strive, work, or improve themselves, they begin to drift through life, engaging in reckless behavior. The Ultraman, witnessing this, initially send some of their own to dissuade humanity, but they are met with scorn and disdain. Some return home as light, leaving behind their bodies used for battle, while others stay behind to fight the darkness, ultimately exhausting their energy and turning into stone statues. However, today's dream feels longer than usual. A-GUANG dreams that he is Gade, the Ultraman, and fights alongside Gotti to protect humanity against countless sagas. After eliminating many sagas, Gotti exhausts all his energy and becomes a stone statue. Gade also uses up most of his energy and hides with Gotti in a cave. This cannot continue. Humanity will perish, and the earth will be consumed by darkness. My energy is nearly depleted. I must leave. Gade thinks of a strategy, but finds no other way to save humanity. Thus, he leaves his body and transforms into light, flying into the universe. Goodbye, humanity. Goodbye, Earth. But as he flies out of the atmosphere, suddenly the space begins to fluctuate, becoming highly unstable. A temporal vortex appears in front of Gade, pulling him in. Normally, space instability does not occur unless there is a massive energy impact, explosion, or someone uses special abilities to open a time-space passage, causing unpredictable chain reactions. At that moment, Gatangier appears, and the endless dark energy envelopes the entire planet, leading to the instability. Gade, transforming into light, travels at high speed, which also impacts the space. Under normal circumstances, neither Gade's light energy nor Gatangier's dark energy would reach the threshold necessary to create a time-space gate. However, light and dark, as opposing attributes, produce incredible abilities through their entanglement, causing many varying temporal vortices, and unfortunately, Gade is caught in one. The energy inside the temporal vortex is extremely unstable. Being pulled in will likely shred anything to pieces. Of course, Ultraman can still withstand it, but Gade's energy is insufficient now. Although he manages to escape the vortex, he has exhausted nearly all his energy and cannot go anywhere, not even maintain his giant form, and his life falls to the ground, transforming into a human baby. This is the Blue Planet. At this moment, in a mountain temple, an old Taoist priest sees a beam of light fall into a nearby mountain and goes to investigate. A-GUANG wakes from his dream, revealing a look of realization. So that's it. I'm the true form of Gade, the Ultraman. Meanwhile, Daegu has also been dreaming of apocalyptic scenes from 30 million years ago. One night, the Victory Team receives an alert about an unusual uplift in the waters of New Zealand in the South Pacific. Everyone gets up in the middle of the night, gathering in the command room, and sees underwater scenes on the screen. It looks like a city, but it seems to be destroyed. This video comes from an unmanned underwater reconnaissance drone sent by TPC. Scanning with instruments confirms it was built 30 million years ago. Seeing this, A-GUANG roughly understands the situation. The Dark Ruler Gatangier is about to emerge. Suddenly, a monster bursts out of the water. It's Zaga. Zaga moves quickly and soon flies to Australia, launching energy balls at the city to cause destruction. Lina and Daegu each pilot the Fian No. 1 to engage, while Xinxing and Zhongfang pilot the Fian No. 2. If you wonder why there are two Fian No. 1s, ISNT that normal. After all, crashes happen often. So having several backup planes is not strange at all. Last time, Director Zawi convened a meeting with leaders from various countries and decided to establish their own victory teams, each with different types of aircraft. Humanity has begun large-scale weapon development once again. It's strange for a planet to lack self-defense capabilities. After all, the universe is vast, and no one can guarantee that there will never be an alien invasion. Even the mighty land of light has a cosmic defense force. Without military support, bad people will inevitably come to bully you. With military support, you may not do bad things, but you can prevent bad people from bullying you. Of course, solely developing military power is definitely not right. We must also focus on the elevation of thought. Without wisdom, military power can lose control and lead to negative consequences. There's a saying, fitness is for letting fools speak calmly with me, and reading is for being able to speak calmly with fools. Though this saying isn't entirely accurate, it holds some truth. Whether as an individual, a nation, or the entire Earth united, both aspects must be addressed. The development of military and spirit should progress in parallel. That is the hard truth. After a chase and attack, Zago escapes, and everyone can only return to base. A-GUANG goes to the Scientific Research Center underground at headquarters, where he finds Dr. Bayou and the others. Dr. Bayou, how is the latest Magus power system light energy transmission device coming along? I have a feeling we will need it soon, A-GUANG asks. It's already completed and installed on the Atlantis. This time, we've increased the energy output intensity so it can provide Ultraman with even stronger energy, several times greater than before. The Snow White has also been equipped, allowing energy to be transmitted to 2 Ultramen simultaneously, Dr. Bayou replies. That's great. After getting the answer he wanted, A-GUANG returns to the command room of the victory team. In the command room, Director Zawi and Chief Jigan are also discussing Zaga and the ancient civilization with everyone. If it's underwater, let us take the dolphin to deal with the monster. One monster shouldn't be a problem for the dolphin, someone says. No way. A-GUANG enters and hears someone suggesting a death mission. Are you kidding? Gatangier is there. What good will killing one Zaga do? Why? Chief Jigan asks. That is indeed Zaga's nest, but there is not just one. There are many. A-GUANG replies. Many? How do you know? Chief Jigan questions. Not only are there Zagas, but there's also a very powerful monster, the Dark Ruler who brought destruction to the ancient civilization 30 million years ago, Gatangier. A-GUANG does not answer Chief Jigan's question directly, but continues, if we can eliminate it, Earth will finally usher in peace. Oh, how do you know all this? Who exactly are you? I once investigated your background and found nothing. I only know that Captain Zhu Jianwei helped you gain your identity and join the victory team. Out of trust for Captain Zhu, I did not pursue this matter. Now, what can you tell us? Director Zawi asks. That is true. As the head of TPC, how could you not understand your frontline team members? After all, there are only 8 of them, and each person's history is clear. So A-GUANG's identity cannot withstand scrutiny. Generally, people cannot find out, but Zawi, as the director, can, as he possesses the highest authority. Except for Daegu, the other members of the victory team look at Captain Zhu with surprise. The captain has been hiding things from them again. Director Zhu Jianwei is about to explain, but at this point, there is nothing left to hide. Thank you, Captain Zhu, for your help, and thank you, Director, for your usual trust. In fact, I am Gade, the Ultraman. A-GUANG reveals his true identity. What? Zawi and Jigan are shocked by A-GUANG's words. I see. No wonder you can always see through the aliens. Juegui said. Good kid, you kept us in the dark. Zhong Fong chuckled. And Daegu is Diga. A-GUANG continued to reveal. I haven't figured out how to explain this to Lena yet. Why did you let slip again? Daegu said speechlessly. The next monster is different from previous ones. It possesses powerful dark energy. Even if Diga and I join forces, we won't be able to defeat it. We need everyone's assistance to fight. If we fail, the entire world will be engulfed in darkness, and humanity will be destroyed. A-GUANG spoke about the seriousness of this battle for humanity. It can be said that this is a critical battle for the survival of mankind. At this moment, the radar detected Zoga's whereabouts. Zoga has appeared again. Let's go eliminate Zoga first, Kojima suggested. Yes. So the victory team took off in the Flying Swallow. After a chase, they found that Zoga was too fast for the flying swallow to keep up. Daegu transformed into Diga, switched to aerial form, and shoot down Zoga. A-GUANG shouted through the communicator. Yes. Daegu jumped directly out of the plane, transformed into Diga, then switched to aerial form and chased after Zoga. After a chase, Diga finally caught up with Zoga, and with a powerful Lampar beam, he shot Zoga down to the ground. Then Diga switched to a strong form and punched Zoga repeatedly. Finally, a dilithium beam eliminated it. The group returned to the base, only to find that alarms were sounding worldwide, with many Zogas causing destruction in various cities. There are too many Zogas. Everyone can only return to the base to discuss countermeasures. At this time, the sky was flashing and thundering, and black mist spewed from the ruins, spreading and enveloping the entire world. The ruins began to surface, and Gatangia also revealed its form. The Zogas were wreaking havoc everywhere, and humanity could only take refuge in underground shelters. It was a scene reminiscent of the end of the world. Chapter 41. The Dark Overlord Gatangia in the Victory Team command room. Everyone gathered as they watched on the screen how Zoga was wreaking havoc around the world. Bad news kept coming in from all over the globe. The TPC branch in Beautiful Country's Brute Team was completely wiped out. The TPC branch in France's Victor Team was completely wiped out. The TPC branch in England's Vitelli Team was completely wiped out. The TPC branch in Germany's Hydra Team was completely wiped out. The TPC branch in India's Eli Fin Team was completely wiped out. Suddenly, the base alarm rang out, indicating an invasion. It turned out that dark mist was beginning to envelop the TPC headquarters. Yeri frantically typed on the computer, discovering that something was coming up from the bottom of the base, but they couldn't find the intruder. Frustrated, Yeri scratched his head. It's the dark energy emanating from Gatangia. I suggest everyone evacuate. We will board the Atlantis and all the fighter jets to head to the ruins center for the final battle. Gatangia must have appeared, A-GUANG suggested. I believe Hikaru's words, Directors Away said. Victory Team, let's move out. Ikamake ordered. Yes. Everyone boarded the Fian and the new fighter jets, and they left the TPC headquarters, unable to connect to satellites, but the ground waves simulated communication was still operational. I will now input the image and send a signal worldwide. Yeri, being a computer expert, quickly restored visibility for everyone who was in the dark. At this moment, everyone saw Gatangia in the ruins and was shocked, standing 200 meters tall and weighing 200,000 tons. So huge, so terrifying, everyone exclaimed. The crew piloting the Fian attacked Gatangia, but the lasers only caused sparks when they hit Gatangia's shell and did not break through its defenses. Daegu, let's go. A-GUANG said to Daegu. A-GUANG and Daegu jumped out of the plane, transforming into Ultraman. On Ged's left was Diga, and on the right was Gaidi. The two Ultras and the Beast took a battle stance, looking like they were facing a formidable enemy. Having crossed into Diga's world without fighting the seashell, were they here to be undercover? Humans may have various shortcomings, but they also have light in their hearts. They are worth protecting. Today is the final battle. Seashell. I will fry you up today. The two Ultras and the Beast charged forward to attack the seashell. Diga came in with punches and kicks, but the seashell was unharmed and even ensnared Diga with its tentacles, tossing him away. Ged's every punch and kick sparked against the seashell, but unfortunately, no significant damage was done. Just think, if the shell wasn't even cracked, where would the damage come from? Gatangia extended its tentacles to bind Ged. Ged grabbed the tentacle and roared, pulling it apart with all his might. Gatangia cried out in pain and unleashed several tentacles and a claw, preparing to give Ged a taste of his power. Ged, not fond of raw food, declined Gatangia's goodwill and tore off a few more tentacles, only to be knocked back by the claw to Diga's side. During the fight, Gaidi noticed they couldn't break Gatangia's defense, so he focused on helping Ged fend off the tentacles, even biting off two. The two Ultras exchanged glances. Why did you charge in with the composite form? You could have used the powerful form. Sorry, I got a bit nervous and forgot for a moment, Diga said, feeling embarrassed. Ged stored Gaidi in the color timer. As there was no choice, Gaidi couldn't help against Gatangia, so it was safer to bring him back. Gaidi was a bit unwilling. After 3 million years, it was his first time fighting alongside his master against the dark overlord Gitangia, and he didn't expect to be recalled so soon. It felt a bit anticlimactic for Gaidi to have such a hasty debut. He felt a bit embarrassed. It's okay, buddy, when you brag to others. You can say that Gaidi, bit off 2 of Gitangia's tentacles right when I showed up and got away unscathed. What dark overlord can do anything to me? Others would surely respect him upon hearing that. Ged comforted Gaidi through telepathy. Digga switched to the powerful form, and the 2 Ultras charged forward again. This time, both Ultras leaped up and kicked Gitangia simultaneously on the same side, creating a massive shower of sparks and pushing Gitangia back several steps. However, the shell still didn't break. Gitangia extended numerous tentacles, hiding several claws within, attacking the 2 Ultras. Digga broke 2 tentacles but was caught by a claw and then bound by more tentacles. Ged, having broken the 3rd tentacle, saw Digga being pulled toward Gitangia's mouth and knew Digga was in trouble. He rushed forward, tore off the tentacles, and used a charged hand blade to cut the claw, rescuing Digga. Gitangia was furious. It had lost several tentacles and had never suffered such serious damage in all these years. A flurry of tentacles flailed, and destructive rays spewed from its mouth. Digga wanted to charge in again, but Ged held him back, urging him to retreat. Are you crazy? If you crash into that, I told you to switch to the powerful form, not to lose your mind. Ged lectured Digga like a concerned father. What now? We can't break its defenses. The shell is pretty tough. Digga said, we can only try the combination beam. Ged replied. The 2 Ultras gathered their energy and unleashed their strongest attacks. Full power, Zapelio beam, Bayou. Full power Ged beam, Bayou. The 2 beams merged not far away, forming a new dazzling beam that struck Gitangia's shell. Boom! A massive explosion occurred. Did we succeed? Everyone hoped in their hearts. As the smoke cleared, Gitangia remained. But upon closer inspection, its shell had developed a web-like crack. Ah, that hurts! Gitangia exclaimed. The color timers on the 2 Ultras flashed rapidly. Digga, seeing the result, shook his head with a wry smile. There was no other way. Although I have used all my tricks, I still have a trump card. Ged jumped with Digga to the vicinity of the Atlantis. Humans, we need your help. Please use the Atlantis and the Shirayuki to transmit light energy to us. A-GUANG communicated telepathically with the people on the Atlantis. No problem. Nishijing piloted the Shirayuki to replenish Ged with light energy. We will use the Atlantis to supply Digga with light energy, A-GUANG ordered. Understood. The Shirayuki's Magus power system light energy transmission device activated. Nishijing said. The Atlantis's Magus power system light energy transmission device activated. Digga, you must win, Lena said. From the Shirayuki and Atlantis, beam-like devices extended, emitting beams of light that struck the color timers on Ged and Digga's chests. In no time, the color timers of the 2 Ultras returned to their original colors. But the energy continued to transmit. This time, the device was improved by Dr. Yatsuba, Masaki Kigo, and Dr. Dango, with energy output several times greater than before. Energy transmission completed. Energy transmission completed. Nishijing and Lena said simultaneously. Now it's up to you. A-GUANG prayed along with everyone. At this moment, the 2 Ultras were not only filled with energy, but their bodies also radiated a faint glow. The 2 Ultras approached Gitangia and launched a series of attacks. This time, their strikes were stronger than ever, causing Gitangia to continuously retreat, and all of its tentacles and claws were torn apart by Ged and Digga. Gitangia is indeed powerful, but its mobility is very slow. It relies on its large size, abundant energy, and many tentacles. Although these abilities are enough for it to become one of the strongest monsters, it has weaknesses as well. For example, a single tentacle has weak attack power, and a single enemy cannot defeat a swarm of tentacles. However, if attacked by multiple opponents, it can be easily destroyed. Once the tentacles are gone, Gitangia's physical attacks become useless. It also has a destructive beam. While it is powerful, its lack of agility means it can't hit moving targets effectively. Seeing that it was nearly ready, the 2 Ultramen began to charge their beams, gathering all their energy. Full power Gade beam, Bayou. Full power Zypili AO beam Bayou. The two beams once again converged into a massive, dazzling light not far away, even more brilliant and thicker than before. Boom! The beam struck the crack on Gitangir's shell. After holding out for 2 seconds, the shell shattered. As is well known, creatures with shells have high defense. But once the shell is broken, the flesh inside is very vulnerable. The beam penetrated Gitangir's body, and after a few seconds, glowing cracks began to appear all over it. It didn't hold out for long before it exploded with a tremendous blast. Bang! In the face of such a massive explosion of light and dark energy, the space itself shattered, creating a rift in time and space. It violently attracted everything around it into the rift. Oh no! As the Atidus was about to be sucked into the rift, Gade rushed forward, grabbed the Atidus, and hurled it to Digga, while he himself was drawn in. After Gade was pulled into the rift, it began to close slowly, returning to calm. The black mist in the sky dissipated, revealing the long-lost sunlight. Although Gitangir was defeated, Zoga still existed around the world, so everyone couldn't relax completely. However, Zoga, while fast, had low defense and could be taken down by the Drak Cannon. Thus, the victory team and Digga continued to clear Zoga from around the world. After eliminating all Zoga, everyone gathered in the victory team's command room. The monsters had been defeated, and the world was beginning to enter a reconstruction phase. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. Yari reported on the work. "Hey, I wonder how Hikaru is doing?" Nishinjo said. "I think as an Ultraman, he should be fine," Kirai replied. Meanwhile, our protagonist arrived in a new world. Some may ask, why not have the final Holy War next? Such a classic battle. It's actually not surprising at all. That is Digga's family matter. What does it have to do with me, Gade? Helping Digga fight against his former comrades and loved ones? That's not appropriate. In the end, Chimera, before dying, also said, "I also long for the light." At the end of the Holy War, Chimera absorbed all the dark energy and transformed into Daimagir, an enormous being, 888 meters tall and weighing 88 tons. Digga had no power to resist in front of it. And ultimately, the Ultramen who had long slept in the ancient ruins gave their last light to the fallen Digga. Digga transformed into a shining form, entered Daimagir's body, and caused an explosion, using all the light to neutralize all dark energy, defeating Daimagir. Chimera was sent back to her human form, and in her final moments, she took Daigo's hand and expressed, "I also long for the light." Those immersed in darkness can experience the immense power of wantonness, making it hard to extricate themselves. That is desire controlling the mind. However, those who have experienced the light will understand what warmth and love are. That is a pure heart subduing desire. Not having desires does not mean being unhappy. That kind of tranquil strength, that vigor, that fearlessness can only be understood through experience. However, we should not emulate Digga's behavior of becoming light and then abandoning his girlfriend and comrades. Chapter 42, New World. At this moment, the sky gap, and a giant fell from the sky, landing on the ground. Yes, the newcomer is Gade. In order to defeat Gitangir, Gade passed through the time-space rift, and at this moment, he has exhausted most of his energy with the gem timer on his chest beeping an alarm. Gade looked around and found that this was human society, very similar to Earth, but much more backward than the world of Digga. Turning his head to look the other way. Oh, it startled me. Not far away, an Ultraman and a monster stared blankly at him. They were originally preparing to charge at each other to fight, but upon seeing Gade emerge from the time-space rift, they both stopped their movements and stared blankly at him. Gade saw the Ultraman opposite him and exclaimed, "Panchong." No, what was it called? Oh, ID Ultraman. And the monster was Kirazenin, standing 56 meters tall and weighing 40,000 tons, classified as a dinosaur-type monster, with eyes capable of emitting a red high-temperature destructive beam. Its skin is very tough, and its limbs are powerful. It is a monster that appeared in the first episode of IDTV. Kirazenin looked at the newly appeared Ultraman with disdain. What can another one do? That one just got knocked down by me and barely got up, and this one falling from the sky looks weak. Kirazenin, am not afraid, Kirazenin thought. So without further ado, it launched an attack, charging wildly. Gady made a small jump to the right to dodge the monster's attack, while throwing a right fist, hitting the left cheek of Kirizenton and knocking it directly to the ground. Gady stepped forward and kicked the still-recovering Kirizenton, flipping the monster over. The monster rolled several times after being kicked, then got up and roared, shooting a red beam from its eyes towards Gady. Gady didn't dodge, raising his left arm to defend against the beam with the wrist armor. Then he jumped to a height of 900 meters, executing a Leo-style flying kick. Descending from the sky, the foot was filled with light energy, emitting dazzling brilliance, indicating its tremendous power. Bang! After kicking the monster, Gady slid hundreds of meters on the ground. Boom! The monster emitted a violent explosion. A real man never looks back at explosions. How fierce! Heidi stared in shock. I didn't expect this Ultraman, who came out with a flashing red light, to be so powerful. At this moment, Gady turned to face Heidi, and with a nod, he flew into the sky with a whoosh. Heidi, seeing the monster defeated, also flew up into the sky with a whoosh. Heidi's first battle on Earth was stolen by another Ultraman, and not only that, but he also had to say thank you. There's no way around it. One must maintain the proper politeness towards the strong. As taught in the Light Country classroom, I, Heidi Ultraman, am indeed an exemplary student. Heidi comforted himself. A-GUANG walked along the roadside, looking at the spring season, but his thoughts drifted far away. I wonder if the Goo can defeat his ex-girlfriend in the final holy war without me? I guess I won't be able to attend the Goo and Lena's wedding. When will Haguwei and Chizuru have children? Can that guy Shinjo find a girlfriend? Will Munakata and Izumi end up together? That kid Yatsui, forget it, he's still young, with a bright future ahead. Sigh, I don't have the ability to travel through time and space. I probably won't see them again. By the way, this world has the Light Country. Maybe they can help me return to the world of Diga? Forget it. I'm on Ultraman from the Light Country. They might not accept me. On the other side, our teacher Yutaki Takashi is being lectured by the headmaster. Aha, know this. Yutaki Takashi was left speechless by the headmaster's reprimands. After being scolded, Yutaki Takashi nervously knocked on the principal's office door, fearing another reprimand. To his surprise, Captain Yamashita of UGM was also there. Oh, Yutaki, you're here. I've discussed it with the principal, and he agrees that you can work at UGM after school and on Sundays, Captain Yamashita said to Yutaki. However, the matter of joining UGM must be kept a secret from students and other teachers, the principal reminded. Okay, Yutaki agreed happily, thinking he would receive criticism, but unexpectedly, things took a turn. Truly, when one reaches the end of the road, they find another village. Thank you, Captain Yamashita, Yutaki said to him. At this moment, A-GUANG was holding Gaidi's hand, walking into an underground casino, ready to make some money. This era is not as advanced as the world of Diga, so identity issues do not need to be considered. As long as one has money, they can live. A-GUANG looked around and found no advanced pinball machines. There were quite a few people here, some playing poker, others playing dice. After wandering around and getting familiar, he went to the dice game area. The gameplay was quite ordinary, betting on big or small. Using his clairvoyance, he placed a chip he picked up while wandering on small. If you ask how A-GUANG found money again, if you have telekinesis, you can often find money too. Big, big, small, small. The crowd shouted enthusiastically, waiting for the dealer to reveal the result, believing that the louder they shouted, the more likely the result would align with their hopes. However, in reality, things often went contrary to expectations. The result was small. The dealer took back the chips bet on big and compensated those who bet on small, continuing to the next round. Although A-GUANG had a small capital, he won many times, and after an hour, he had over 10,000 chips. In fact, the winnings were not much, just enough for a few days' living expenses. He stayed at one table for a while, then switched to another, and didn't need to win at every place. Having both wins and losses would avoid raising other suspicions. As long as he bet a little less when losing, it wouldn't cause other customers to follow suit. Another hour passed, and A-GUANG already had around 200,000 chips. It was about time for tonight, so he looked for a place to sleep and planned to come back tomorrow. The next day, A-GUANG went to the mall to buy some clothes for this era, only to find that the consumption power in this era of Sakura Country was extremely high. He thought 20,000 would last a month. But it turned out it could only last a week. It turns out that Japan in the 1980s was in a bubble economy era, and the people were very wealthy. Even calling a taxi cost 10,000. However, this is the world of Ultraman, different from the original world, so it wasn't that exaggerated. But the economy of Sakura Country also experienced significant growth, and the purchasing power increased significantly, probably more than 3 times that of the Diga world. In short, everyone has money now, living a life of luxury and indulgence every day. No wonder monsters started appearing again after more than 5 years. This time, it was due to the excess of negative energy in humanity's hearts, which monsters absorbed to manifest. It turns out that material satisfaction has made the spiritual aspect no longer pure. Many people only care about enjoyment, losing their good moral qualities. When everyone was poor, they could help each other and comfort each other, united in purpose. But once they had money, they began to lose ambition, became materialistic, and started to be self-righteous, blaming others more and reflecting less on themselves. Of course, there are some people who, despite having money, still hold on to their principles, but such people are relatively few. Now the whole society has become materialistic, which belongs to collective karma that a small number of people cannot stop. So for several days in a row, A-GUANG kept going to the casino to reap profits, winning several hundred to millions each night. After a week, A-GUANG had accumulated 100 million in funds, equivalent to the 10 years' income of an ordinary person. The next day, A-GUANG stopped going to the casino and first found a second-hand car market early in the morning, buying a second-hand motorcycle. Why not a car? Because he didn't have a driver's license. A motorcycle is more convenient on the road. Then he found a real estate agent and rented a small apartment to settle down. After getting everything in order, A-GUANG drove to the school where Yutaki Takashi was teaching. Uncle Security, is Yamada Isamu there? I need to find him for something. Can you help me contact him? A-GUANG said to the security guard at the entrance. After all, it's a school, and generally, outsiders are not allowed in. Oh, you're looking for Yamada Isamu? He's here. He'll be out of class soon. I'll take you to find him, the security guard said politely. Oh, that would be great, thank you. So the security guard led A-GUANG into the school to find Yamada Isamu. Hey, teacher Yamada, someone is looking for you, the security guard called out. Hearing the security guard at the gate, Yamada Isamu turned around and saw a tall, strong young man behind him, looking to be about 25 years old. Not much younger than Yamada Isamu himself. The young man was A-GUANG. Hi, nice to meet you, Yamada Isamu. I have something I want to discuss with you. A-GUANG said to Yamada Isamu. Chapter 43. Winged monster Jigajira A-GUANG and Yamada Takashi found a quiet spot on campus and sat down. Hello, teacher Yamada. Or should I call you Eddie Ultraman? Don't be nervous. I'm the Ultraman who came out from the space-time rift last time, Gaia Ultraman. A-GUANG extended his hand in a friendly gesture. Oh, it's you. Hello, Gaia Ultraman. Yamada Takashi also reached out his hand to shake hands with A-GUANG. My human name is A-GUANG. You can call me Guang, A-GUANG said. Oh, Hikaru, that is a nice name, Yamada Takashi murmured. What did you say? A-GUANG asked. Nothing. All right, where are you from? Yamada Takashi inquired. I come from another world where monsters started appearing frequently. Of course, there are also Ultramen. I fought alongside another Ultraman, and finally, with everyone's efforts, we managed to defeat the evil god Gatangier, known as the Dark Ruler. A-GUANG explained. Speaking of Gatangier, it was hundreds of meters tall and weighed tens of thousands of tons. What a colossal creature. It had countless tentacles and pincers, and was the culprit for humanity's annihilation in the previous era. When it appeared, its massive darkness enveloped the entire Earth. Ordinary Ultraman warriors wouldn't even be able to get close to it. However, I'm not an ordinary Ultraman. I went in with 3 punches and 2 kicks, forcing it to retreat and easily tore off its tentacles. With one final beam, I shattered its shell, and with another beam, I eliminated it, saving all of humanity. A-GUANG began to boast. Takashi, have you ever seen such a big monster? A-GUANG gestured with his hands. No, never. Yamada Takashi was completely stunned. A monster hundreds of meters tall, weighing tens of thousands of tons. Is it really that terrifying? Creatures of that size are rare even in the entire universe. Such a terrifying existence would require the combined efforts of Ultraman brothers to defeat. I didn't expect Hikaru to be so strong. No wonder he shares the same name as the hero of my land of light, Yamada Takashi thought. Then, senior, how did you come here? Yamada Takashi had already regarded A-GUANG as a senior. Jokingly, how could a junior be so powerful? Well, it should be because the power of light at that time was too great, and the energies of light and darkness intertwined, creating an incredible force that caused a space-time turbulence. At that time, the human spaceship was about to be sucked in, so I reached out and threw my companion away. But I got caught in the space-time turbulence and ended up here, A-GUANG analyzed. I see. Yamada Takashi showed an admiring expression. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to traverse time and space, so I probably can't go back, A-GUANG sighed. Then do you have any plans, senior? Yamada Takashi wanted to invite A-GUANG to the Land of Light, but he still had tasks on Earth and had just met him, so he was afraid of being too abrupt. I can only stay on this Earth for a while. Oh, by the way, how did you come to Earth? A-GUANG said, while thinking in his heart, why don't you invite me to the Land of Light? I've run out of saliva talking about it. Oh, I'm an Ultraman warrior from the Land of Light. Due to the increase in negative energy on Earth during this time, monsters are likely to appear. So I was sent here to investigate, Yamada Takashi said. I see, based on my observations these past few days, that is indeed the case. Earth's peaceful development in recent years and the significant growth of the national economy have improved people's material lives, but spiritually, there has been no enhancement, leading to various negative emotions, which in turn have increased the negative energy on Earth, making monsters stronger by absorbing this negative energy, A-GUANG analyzed. Yes, that's why I decided to become a teacher, to correctly guide the children's hearts, Yamada Takashi said. Very good, Yamada Takashi. You should indeed guide humanity's hearts in the right direction, A-GUANG agreed. Oh, you think so too? Yamada Takashi exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Takashi, if a monster appears next. I will help you deal with it, A-GUANG said. Thank you so much. Yamada Takashi bowed. The two reached a preliminary consensus, exchanged addresses, and left happily. Sometime later, Yamada Takashi passed the UGM trial training. Although it was just a part-time position, he had already become a qualified UGM member. However, that night, a monster appeared. UGM was deployed, and Yamada Takashi was allowed to pilot a fighter jet to engage. Everyone saw a winged monster causing destruction in the city. It was called Winged Monster Jigajira. The UGM members immediately launched a laser cannon attack on the monster, but the damage was minimal. After analysis, Captain Yamashita discovered the monster's weakness was on its back and ordered the UGM members to focus their attacks. Jigajira cried out in pain and retreated, escaping to the far side of the moon to recover. However, Jigajira did not give up on spying on Earth, as the negative energy was deeply attractive to it. During its time on the far side of the moon, Jigajira absorbed a lot of negative energy, not only healing its injuries, but also becoming stronger, even overcoming its weakness on its back, and returned to Earth to wreak havoc. At this moment, UGM radar detected the monster's invasion, and they launched an attack. Unfortunately, this time UGM's attacks could not inflict much damage on Jigajira. Seeing that humans could not deal with the monster, Yamada Takashi transformed into Eddie Ultraman to engage Jigajira. Jigajira's wings could whip up a storm, blowing away buildings within hundreds of meters, and it could also shoot powerful red beams from its mouth. In close combat, it was formidable, using its massive wings to deliver powerful strikes. Its 40-meter-long tail could be used like a whip to lash out or to bind enemies, making it a tough opponent. Eddie came in with a flying kick, knocking Jigajira down, then unleashed a flurry of kicks, finally throwing Jigajira down, looking very fierce. However, the good times didn't last long. After adapting to Eddie's attacks, Jigajira used its massive wings to strike Eddie. Eddie could not withstand the immense force and was knocked around. Then Jigajira used its tail to strike Eddie down and wrapped its tail around Eddie's neck, tossing him around mercilessly. As an outstanding warrior from the Land of Light, Eddie would not be defeated so easily. He got back up and charged at Jigajira. As Jigajira flew in for another kick, Eddie ducked under it and grabbed Jigajira's tail, throwing it to the ground. Chapter 44. The sulfuric acid monster. Eddie took the opportunity to attack, and Jigajira got back up, shooting a red beam from its mouth that hit Eddie. causing him to fall to the ground, injured. Jigajira seized the chance and rushed forward to deliver a flurry of blows. Eddie's colorful timer on his chest started beeping a red alert. Eddie was in danger. A-GUANG saw this and decided not to wait any longer. He took out the godlight stick and transformed into Ultraman Jeed. As soon as Jeed transformed, he delivered a flying kick that sent the still pummeling Jigajira flying hundreds of meters away, and he quickly pulled Eddie up from the ground. Speaking of which, every time he transformed, he started with a kick, which was really useful. Many Ultramen and TV shows used it successfully. Isn't that impressive? Returning to the matter at hand, Jigajira was a bit flustered upon seeing another Ultraman appear. The previous one could be defeated, but this new Ultraman looked formidable. Just look at his height, which was taller than the first Ultraman, and he had muscular arms, a developed chest, and visible abs. Definitely not someone to mess with. The key point was that this Ultraman wore armor. Being so strong and wearing armor was just bullying the weak. Is there no law? Jeed noticed Jigajira's dazed expression, but didn't care what it was thinking and charged straight at it. Hey, senior, be careful. Eddie tried to warn, but what he saw next was unbelievable. Jeed approached, and with one punch, sent the still dazed Jigajira flying over 100 meters, crashing into a building behind it. Jigajira let out a wail. Jeed quickly stepped forward, lifted the confused Jigajira, and slammed it hard onto the ground. Boom! Jigajira cried out again. Jeed grabbed Jigajira's tail and swung it around. 1 spin, 2 spins, 3 spins. When the speed reached its maximum, he threw it out. Jigajira was left dizzy. After crashing heavily to the ground, it rolled several hundred meters away. Luckily, Jigajira could fly and had some resistance to dizziness, although it was hurt. It quickly stood up and shot a red beam at Jeed. Whoosh! Jeed rolled to the side to dodge, and Jigajira fired another red beam. Jeed raised an energy shield to block the attack. Jigajira continued to fire several times. Either Jeed dodged or he blocked with the energy shield. At this point, Jigajira was getting tired from the continuous shooting, panting a bit. Seizing the opportunity, Jeed leapt into the air and delivered another flying kick that knocked Jigajira down. Jeed's strength was too great. Unless the monster blocked, most would be knocked over by his kick. Jigajira was momentarily unable to get up. Seeing that it was almost over, Jeed charged up energy and unleashed the Jeed Ray. Bayou! It hit Jigajira, blasting it into pieces. That was impressive. The first Ultraman couldn't compare at all. The UGM team members swallowed hard, expressing their amazement. Jeed glanced at Eddie, nodded, and both Ultramen pretended to fly away, turning back into their human forms. For a while after that, Yagami Takashi attended classes at school during the day and worked at UGM at night, feeling fulfilled and meaningful. Especially since he got to finish work with teacher Kyoko every day, it filled him with energy. It seemed that Yagami Takashi liked teacher Kyoko. Spring had arrived, and it was the season for animals to mate. But indeed, from the first day Yagami Takashi was late, teacher Kyoko spoke on his behalf in front of the headmaster. She truly was a kind person. Who wouldn't like someone kind and beautiful? Occasionally, A-GUANG would go find Yagami Takashi to chat and learn some light skills from the land of light. After all, Eddie was an all-rounder with excellent grades in all subjects. Healing rays, 8-split light wheel, and various other amazing light skills. A-GUANG also practiced fighting with Yagami Takashi. In truth, Eddie's combat ability was strong, but his basic strength was slightly weaker compared to Ultraman Jeed. Time passed leisurely in this orderly routine. That night, UGM's radar detected a thick fog made of negative energy in Area 13. That location was right near Sakureoka Junior High School, where Yagami Takashi taught. So the next day, Yagami Takashi used the morning to investigate the area. However, the anomaly from last night did not reappear, and there were no traces left behind. Strange, no traces at all. It's teacher Kyoko. Yagami Takashi wandered around and spotted teacher Kyoko, so he quickly ran over to greet her and asked her out on a date. Wow, the Land of Light sent you to investigate negative energy, and you're already trying to date girls. Unfortunately, teacher Kyoko had swimming class today and refused Yagami Takashi's request. Upon hearing that teacher Kyoko was going swimming, Yagami Takashi immediately felt deflated. At that moment, a car drove up and stopped beside them. Teacher Ahara, can I give you a ride? The man driving said to Kyoko. Teacher Kyoko's name was Ahara Kyoko. Ah, thank you, Kitagawa-sensei. So, Teacher Kyoko got into Kitagawa-sensei's car and headed to the swimming pool, leaving the poor Yagami Takashi to hug a pole by the roadside, sighing as he watched the car drive away. The entire day, Yagami Takashi was out of sorts, looking listless. By nightfall, UGM's radar detected another anomaly, and this time the screen displayed the silhouette of a monster. This monster was named Hua, constantly emitting sorrowful crying sounds, able to shoot negative energy waves, and tears streaming from its eyes that corroded everything like sulfuric acid, while its tail could spray toxic gas. It was a monster born from the negative energies of sadness, anger, and jealousy from a boy named Shinichi's heartbreak. UGM dispatched fighter jets to attack the monster fiercely, but it had no effect, and the monster continued to destroy buildings. The monster was shedding tears, corroding the surrounding structures, causing buildings to catch fire, and intermittently spewing negative energy flames, destroying everything around. Seeing that UGM's attacks were ineffective and the crowd was fleeing in panic, in this critical moment, Yagami Takashi transformed into Ultraman Eddie to confront the monster. Eddie started with another flying kick, hitting the monster. This move was always effective, and the monster was knocked to the ground. Who attacked me? The monster angrily got back up and charged at Eddie. Eddie stepped forward to fight, but was knocked down by the furious monster. The monster took the opportunity to mount Eddie and assault him, while its sulfuric acid-like tears fell onto Eddie, corroding his skin. Although Ultraman's skin was special and had high defense, it could still be injured. Chapter 45, Eddie's Beating Routine. 1. Eddie struggled desperately and finally broke free from the monster's grip. If he hadn't, he might have been done for. He didn't expect this heartbreak monster, oh no, sulfur monster, to be so powerful. When the suppressed feelings of frustration and unwillingness inside erupted, it caused unimaginable destructive force. So, there's a saying, don't provoke honest people, because once they explode, it will be without consequences. Therefore, humanity must have the correct outlook on life, values, and worldview. Without the right mindset and noble character, it's easy to do bad things. Humanity must elevate its spiritual world while also correctly guiding emotions, rather than suppressing them internally, which only distorts the heart further. Even Ultraman Eddie was beaten up by the negative energy monster born from a twisted soul. Who said Eddie the all-powerful has never lost? Isn't he getting beaten up every time? Disturbing the peace late at night is truly a crime. Yang-Guang lived not far from Yashida's school, and for ease of communication, he specifically found a nearby house. Being awakened at night by alarms and panicking crowds, he could only quickly dress and follow the flow of people outside. Once outside, the crowd naturally went to seek refuge, while Yang-Guang went to a concealed spot to watch the battle. Seeing the all-powerful king take a beating was a bit speechless. Didn't they say Eddie had never lost? Look at this. He has been beaten up like this. Don't tell me he can turn around in the end. You think this is a TV drama? The protagonist always makes a comeback. This is reality. Look at the fleeing crowd, the destroyed buildings, the giant monster. And that Ultraman who isn't just a guy in a suit. This is the real world. There's no luck involved. Yang-Guang sighed and took out the godlight stick to transform into Ultraman Jeed. Jeed came in with a flying kick, sending the monster, which was still focused on beating Eddie, flying 100 meters away, then reached out to help Eddie up. Are you okay, Eddie? Ah, thank you, Senior. Eddie expressed his gratitude. Leave the rest to me. Jeed said. Be careful, Senior. Eddie concernedly replied. It's just a heartbreak monster. I haven't had a heartbreak, so why can't I beat it? Jeed charged in with a kick, knocking the monster over. A heartbreak, huh? Then he pulled the monster up and punched it in the face, knocking it down again. Crying, huh? The monster got back up and shot negative energy flames at Jeed. Jeed's body emitted light to withstand the impact of the negative energy flames. I reflect on my inner self every day. How can mere negative energy hurt me? He stepped forward, grabbed the monster by the neck, closed its mouth, and slammed it to the ground. Then he lifted the monster up, shouting, "A man cannot be defeated by heartbreak. Be a real man." He threw it with all his might. Bang! The monster crashed heavily to the ground. The monster lay there, and Jeed seized the opportunity to ride on top and deliver a flurry of punches, The monster screamed in pain. Finally, Jeed leaped into the air, charged energy, and unleashed the Jeed light. Bayou. Boom! The monster vanished on the spot. Jeed nodded at Eddie, and then the two Ultramen flew away simultaneously with a shout. So impressive, the UGM team exclaimed as they watched the dramatic battle unfold. From the enthusiasm of fighting the monster, to the helplessness of being unable to harm it, to the excitement of Eddie's appearance, to the tension of Eddie getting beaten, and finally to Jeed's overwhelming defeat of the monster. Perhaps UGM had not yet gotten used to such emotional changes, but they would get used to it in the future. The next day, Yashida was in a good mood and purposely waited on the path of Teacher Kyoko. When he encountered Teacher Kyoko, he invited her out on a date again. Unfortunately, Teacher Kyoko had to go to swimming class today. Upon hearing this, Yashida declared, "I must be with Teacher Kyoko today," and suggested he would also go swimming. It's a women's class. You can't join." Teacher Kyoko laughed. That's really too bad. What are you mumbling about?" I said I'm relieved." So, Yashida reluctantly watched Teacher Kyoko leave. "Hey, Yashida, she's already far away. What are you still staring at?" A-GUANG teased, stopping his motorcycle beside Yashida. "Yashida, don't lose your shine and love. You need to show your strengths. Don't be humble. Don't be a simp. Be a real man. Be fierce." A-GUANG lectured Yashida. "Of course, even if you fail 10 or 100 times, don't be discouraged. Keep pushing forward and face it with joy." A-GUANG continued. "Oh, senior makes a lot of sense. With your experience, you must have a girlfriend, right?" Yashida admired. Love only slows down my punching speed. I have things to do. I'm leaving now." A-GUANG was speechless and twisted the throttle to leave. This guy Yashida really knows how to hit a sore spot. No wonder he's single. With that level of emotional intelligence, how can he be an outstanding graduate of the Land of Light? "Hey, senior?" Yashida asked with a big question mark on his big head. After a period of peaceful life, that night, UGM radar detected a meteorite falling to the ground. The meteorite was actually Sandriath. After arriving on Earth, it hid in a valley. The next day, the radar detected a monster flying toward Japan. It was the cosmic monster Sandriath, who came to Earth to find her child, discovering the child was somewhere in Sakura country, so she flew over. Sandriath sensed her mother's arrival and ran out of the valley. Now, Sandriath was at an age equivalent to that of a human middle schooler, currently quite rebellious, capable of emitting destructive beams from its eyes and mouth, and flying at a speed of 10 Mach. After arguing with her family, she left them to come to Earth and hid in the mountains. Now, when the two monsters met, Sandriath began to persuade her child. But Sandriath was headstrong and unwilling to listen. UGM deployed and flew their aircraft to the scene, finding the two monsters seemingly communicating. UGM analyzed the sound waves of the monsters and discovered they were parent and child, with the mother trying to persuade the child to return to the universe. But the child was unwilling and started to make a fuss. Yashida understood the situation and thought of attacking the monsters to resolve their conflict. So, Yashida transformed into Ultraman Eddie and attacked the two monsters. The giant monster saw its child being attacked and rushed to support it. The little monster, seeing its mother being attacked, also rushed to help its mother attack Eddie. After a series of cooperative attacks from a mother and child, their conflict was largely resolved, and they reconciled. The mother and child flapped their wings and flew back to the universe. Meanwhile, Eddie, who was lying on the ground covered in dirt, looked at the two monsters who were now fine and smiled like a proud father. He then got up, brushed off the dust from his body, and flew away with a whoosh. Chapter 46. Eddie's beating routine 2. A week later, it was now late April. The school had just finished a monthly exam, and Yateman was busy grading papers for the children. Before he knew it, it was already very late. If it weren't for the security guard's reminder, he might have worked through the night. Yateman was truly a good teacher for the kids. So, Yateman packed his things and left the school, heading to the bus station and boarding the last train. However, he ended up at the terminal station. When Yateman got off, he realized he was unfamiliar with the area. After wandering around, he ended up back where he started, knowing something must be wrong. At that moment, two aliens suddenly appeared in front of Yateman and blocked his way. It turned out that this was all the work of the BAM aliens. Yateman realized what was happening. If you want to catch me, then come and try. Yateman's demeanor suddenly changed from that of a gentle teacher to that of a brave warrior. He launched an attack on the two aliens, knocking them down with just a few punches and kicks. Come on, Yateman is actually the body of Ultraman Eddie, not an ordinary person without combat abilities. After defeating the BAM aliens, Yateman took the opportunity to pull out his transformation stick to become Ultraman Eddie, but the transformation failed. Haha, here you cannot transform. The BAM alien said as it pulled out a gun and shot at Yateman's arm, forcing him to flee. Although the BAM aliens failed to capture Eddie, they managed to trap him in a fourth-dimensional space. They then released the mechanical dinosaur monster Megakailas to wreak havoc on the three-dimensional Earth. UGM's radar received signals of the monster's appearance, prompting an attack. Despite a barrage of missiles and laser attacks, the monster remained unharmed, living up to the expectations of the audience and online fans. Megakailas fired missiles from its mouth, destroying UGM's radar base 1 completely before disappearing. It then reappeared at UGM's radar base 2, launching another missile attack that obliterated base 2 as well. It turned out that Megakailas had the ability to traverse space. UGM arrived and launched another attack on the monster, but this time they got lucky and hit the monster in the eye. As a result, Megakailas had to return to the fourth dimension to recover. Meanwhile, trapped in the fourth dimension, Yateman suddenly heard the children's calls for him. The next day, when the children realized that teacher Yateman had not come to class, they all gathered at the door, calling for him. Hearing this, Yateman reignited his fighting spirit. Yateman infiltrated the factory where the mechanical monsters were being repaired and discovered the fourth-dimensional control console. Found it. If I destroy this place, I should be able to transform. He rushed forward and took down several BAM aliens with just a few punches and kicks. Come on, I can't beat you with a gun. But can I not beat you barehanded? A bunch of weaklings. Yateman thought disdainfully. Afterward, Yateman destroyed the control console and successfully transformed into Ultraman Eddie, engaging in battle with the mechanical dinosaur Megakailas. However, the mechanical dinosaur incorporated the highest technology of the BAM aliens, boasting numerous functions and tremendous combat strength. Not only did it have a hard shell, but it could also fire missiles and lasers, and even emit barriers to block attacks. Eddie found that every time he charged in, he was stopped by the barrier and couldn't get close. The mechanical dinosaur could also blend into space for sneak attacks. Thus, Eddie began his routine of getting beaten by the monster. Realizing this wouldn't work, Eddie activated the dimensional shift beam, pulling both the monster and himself back to the three-dimensional space. Once in the three-dimensional world, the mechanical dinosaur could no longer use its barriers. Eddie also discovered the monster's weakness. It was not very agile when spinning. So, Eddie started circling around the monster while attacking. Eventually, the monster lost its ability to move due to Eddie's relentless attacks, and with one powerful Shikushim beam, he blasted the monster into pieces. As expected of an outstanding graduate from the Land of Light, Eddie's ability to adapt in battle was exceptional. Finally, he flew away with a whoosh. After that, everyone enjoyed a monster-free Labor Day on May 1st. During this time, they took their breaks and holidays. Perhaps the monsters wanted to celebrate too, as there were no sightings of monsters that week. However, just after the holiday, UGM's radar detected a UFO, which subsequently attacked the Nordic countries and the Australian continent, causing significant damage to the Earth. Later, the UFO arrived in the land of cherry blossoms, landing in a green park area and releasing Abduralis to cause destruction. Abduralis stood 53 meters tall and weighed 30,000 tons. Its appearance resembled that of a frog, with multiple tentacles growing from its body, looking somewhat terrifying and disgusting. It could release a destructive beam of ultra-high temperature at 60,000 degrees from its eyes, which was incredibly powerful. The tentacles could also secrete venom to dissolve living beings. The key was that Abduralis possessed superb combat skills, capable of delivering fast and powerful punches, as well as being skilled in throws. UGM team members piloted fighter jets to attack it, but everyone knew that human attacks on Ultraman were basically ineffective. Abduralis not only ignored UGM's attacks, but also casually trampled many buildings. Seeing that the monster couldn't be stopped by human methods, Yateman transformed into Ultraman Eddie to confront it. Eddie started with a kick to clear a path, but unfortunately, this time it didn't succeed. Didn't T. Hikaru say he could succeed every time? Eddie wondered. You know that's G, not you. Besides, this monster specializes in close combat. Isn't it normal to dodge melee attacks? After dodging Eddie's flying kick, Abduralis engaged Eddie in combat. With its powerful martial arts, it was evenly matched against Eddie for a while. If it were in the past, Eddie would have certainly been knocked down by the monster. But this time was different. Eddie had exchanged battle insights multiple times with A-GUANG, improving his close combat abilities. After all, Eddie was an outstanding graduate from the Land of Light. Unlike the foolish Daigo. Seeing that it couldn't defeat Eddie, Abduralis released its high-temperature destructive beam from its eyes, hitting Eddie, but the damage was minimal. Ultraman had a high thermal resistance. After all, Eddie's Shikushian beam could reach temperatures of 500,000 degrees. Therefore, the 60,000 degree destructive beam didn't cause much harm to Ultraman. However, Eddie dared not engage in close combat with Abduralis again, as the tentacles on its body could secrete venom, and Eddie had already suffered once during the previous fight. Thus, Eddie changed his strategy, using his signature flying kick skills to continuously deal damage to Abduralis. Eventually, Abduralis became dizzy from Eddie's kicks. Seeing that the timing was right, Eddie charged up and unleashed his Shikushian beam. Bayu. However, Abduralis was also tenacious, and after taking a Shikushian beam, it surprisingly didn't die. So, Eddie followed up with an even more powerful belt beam, killing Abduralis and resolving this crisis. This was the routine of Yateman getting beaten during this period, or rather, the routine of Ultraman Eddie getting beaten. Chapter 47. Noizura after enjoying a week of peace. Today a monster has appeared again. UGM's radar detected a monster on the Shinkansen. This time, it is the noise monster, Noizura, attracted by the noise of the Shinkansen. Noizura looks like a bat, can fly, and reaches speeds of up to Mach 5. Its large ears are extremely sensitive to sound waves, allowing it to predict the trajectory of enemy attacks by listening, thus enabling timely evasion. Its eyes can emit powerful orange beams, and it possesses great arm strength, making its combat abilities quite formidable, standing 60 meters tall and weighing 40,000 tons. However, Noizura only consumes noise at certain frequencies that it likes and is very averse to the noise emitted by UGM aircraft. UGM mobilized and launched an attack, as usual. But the monster's ears are very sensitive, always managing to dodge UGM's firepower in advance. Yamada, through observation, discovered that the monster has keen hearing and proposed a silent combat plan. Captain Oyama agreed to this plan, and all sound-producing activities in the nearby area were urgently stopped. Without sound, Noizura lost its vitality and dozed off in place. UGM prepared to launch a full-scale attack, while the monster was resting to eliminate it. However, A-GUANG thought this was a bit presumptuous. UGM didn't have any powerful weapons, so how could they claim to eliminate the monster? There were indeed powerful weapons, but their immense power would cause irreparable damage to the city, making them unusable on Earth. As UGM was preparing to act, one of Yamada's students couldn't resist the urge and started practicing rock music in an open area. This inadvertently awakened the monster, and the rock music happened to be at a frequency that Noizura liked. Consequently, the monster began to chase the students wildly. In this critical moment, Yamada transformed into Ultraman Eddie, blocking Noizura's advance and engaging it in battle. Eddie launched a series of punches and kicks right from the start. Noizura defended and counterattacked a few times. However, Eddie, having learned from A-GUANG, had honed his combat skills, and gradually, Noizura began to fall behind in the fight. Seeing that it couldn't defeat Eddie in close combat, Noizura began to emit orange beams from its eyes. Eddie dodged left and right, agile and unhit, while also firing his palm beam, striking Noizura and knocking it down. As time passed, Eddie would surely be able to eliminate the monster. But he didn't have much time left. Soon, the energy within him began to dwindle, and the colored timer on his chest emitted a beeping alarm. On Earth, Ultraman has a very short fighting time due to the lack of energy replenishment, and moreover, to conserve energy, he cannot freely unleash beam skills, greatly diminishing his combat power. Upon hearing the beeping of the color timer, Noizura instantly lost its will to fight, as this sound was at a frequency that Noizura detested. Eddie seemed to sense Noizura's change, so he communicated with Noizura and ultimately sent it back to the universe, resolving this monster crisis. A few days later, A-GUANG came to school to find Yamada, wanting to discuss the use of the 8-segment light wheel. Riding his motorcycle to Sakuragaka Middle School, he greeted the security uncle and went inside, having become familiar with the place. A-GUANG arrived at the office and found that Yamada was not there, realizing he might still be in class, so he sat down in Yamada's seat to wait. "Hey, Hikari, are you here to see Yamada again?" Teacher Kyoko returned to the office after class and saw A-GUANG sitting in Yamada's seat, knowing he had come to find Yamada again. Teacher Kyoko had a good impression of A-GUANG. After all, no one would dislike a tall, handsome, and wealthy man, especially one with a pleasant speaking manner. "Oh, it's Teacher Kyoko. It's been a few days, and you're still as beautiful as ever, like cherry blossoms that are a delight to behold, simply never enough to look at," A-GUANG complimented. "Hikari, you really know how to flatter," Teacher Kyoko said happily. "Oh, by the way, in a few days, we are organizing a spring outing for the kids. If you have time, Hikari, you can join us," Teacher Kyoko invited. "Oh, can I go too?" "I have time." "Of course. A spring outing with the kids must be very fun," A-GUANG responded. "Hey, Hikari, what brings you here?" Yamada returned to the office after class and saw A-GUANG, asking, "Ah, Yamada, class is over. I came to find you. I want to discuss something with you," A-GUANG said. So the two went to a secluded place. "Yamada, I've already learned the 8-segment light wheel, but I have some insights I'd like to share with you," A-GUANG said. "Oh, you learned it so quickly? That's impressive. Back in the day, it took me a long time to learn. Although the 8-segment light wheel looks simple, controlling it as if it were second nature is not an easy task," Yamada reminisced. "I think throwing the 8-segment light wheel out makes it easy for someone to dodge. I believe holding it in hand and striking at the enemy would be more effective." A-GUANG shared his thoughts. "Huh? Holding it in hand? How can that work? It's spinning. You have nowhere to grab it," Yamada refuted. "The key is in the middle. After forming the 8-segment light wheel in your hand, don't rush to throw it out. Use telekinesis to control the middle position and let it stick to your palm," A-GUANG explained. "Oh, if that is the case, it really might be possible." "Hikari, you are truly a genius," Yamada exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, it's nothing. Just a fleeting inspiration," A-GUANG waved his hand. Until the sun set, both gained valuable insights. A-GUANG deepened his knowledge and skills about the land of light once again, while Yamada benefited greatly from A-GUANG's various innovative ideas, constantly amazed at how things could be used in such ways. A few days later, Yamada and Teacher Kyoko took the kids on a spring outing, and A-GUANG also got on the bus. "Yamada, do you want some chocolate?" On the way, Teacher Kyoko sat with Yamada. "Oh, how happy. Teacher is so happy," the students teased as they looked at Teacher Kyoko and Teacher Yamada. "Haha, all right, I brought a lot of chocolate over here. Come on, everyone, come and get some," A-GUANG said with a smile. "Okay, thank you." As soon as the kids heard there was food, they rushed over to grab it. After a while, everyone finally arrived at their spring outing destination, the Ishikawa Mountain Limestone Cave. However, when they arrived at the destination, they found that UGM's team was also there. After some inquiries, they learned that someone had reported a monster sighting in the area. Chapter 48. Tabura, the one who raised the alarm, was a scholar named Ribai. However, it is unknown what the future relationship between him and Ribai will be. According to him, 3,000 years ago, Tabura rampaged in this area, capturing and eating people. Then a giant of light suddenly appeared, defeated Tabura, and sealed it within this mountain. At the same time, there was a stone tablet as evidence. The crowd listened to him with some belief as he spoke convincingly. 2 UGM team members, along with Scholar Ribai, entered the cave to investigate. After walking for a while, the instruments surprisingly reacted. The UGM team members looked at the alarms going off on the devices and realized that there really was a monster here. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the 3 saw the monster in the cave, prompting them to flee. Thankfully, all 3 managed to escape, and the UGM members quickly reported the situation to headquarters. At that moment, due to the earthquake, a crack appeared in the ground, and Teacher Kyoko unfortunately fell into it. Fortunately, She was not injured, just fainted. Ah, Teacher Kyoko, Yada shouted. Yada, quickly go down and rescue Teacher Kyoko, Yang Guang reminded. Oh, okay. Yada slid down, woke Teacher Kyoko up, and they helped pull her back up. At this time, the monster Tabura emerged from the mountain, starting to wreak havoc. Seeing the children, it prepared to capture and eat them. Oh wow, waking up to food, Tabura thought. The crowd began to flee. But how could humans possibly outrun a monster? You run, I chase. You can't fly away. Tabura seemed quite happy, grunting and chortling, seeing that the crowd was about to be caught by the monster. Yang Guang gave Yada a glance. Yada understood and, while everyone was distracted, took a turn to a hidden spot. He took out a light stick and transformed into Ultraman Eddie. I've seen that look before, Daegu exclaimed. As soon as Eddie appeared, he charged at Tabura, preventing it from pursuing the children. What the heck? Get lost. Don't interfere with my meal of young boys and girls. Tabura roared, seeing someone daring to block its way. Tabura resembled a dinosaur, with a tongue that could extend up to 100 meters, used for capturing humans. Its tail was nearly 80 meters long, capable of whipping enemies. Its eyes could also emit powerful destructive beams. Tabura's body was tough, and its strength was formidable. Eddie attacked, but Tabura retaliated with its claws and whipped Eddie with its tail, momentarily putting Eddie at a disadvantage. As Tabura knocked Eddie to the ground again and fired its destructive beam, Eddie was struck and injured, unable to get back up. Taking advantage of this, Tabura moved in to continue its assault on the fallen Eddie, causing Eddie's color timer to flash a red alert. Eddie was in danger again. Seeing this, Yang Guang stealthily hid behind a rock and took out his godlight stick to transform into Ultraman Jeed. Jeed arrived with a kick, sending Tabura, which was still beating on Eddie, flying 100 meters away. To be honest, Yang Guang did not expect Tabura to be able to beat Eddie like that. With Tabura's weight of 30,000 tons, how could Eddie not be able to fight back? But he pushed those thoughts aside and moved to confront Tabura. Tabura clawed at Jeed, but Jeed blocked the attack with the armor on his arms, then threw a punch at Tabura, sending it flying backwards and crashing to the ground. Before it could stand up, Jeed grabbed its tail and swung it around a few times before tossing it away. Bang! Tabura hit the ground, letting out a wail. Jeed and Eddie advanced together to attack Tabura, a righteous 2-on-1 situation. Eddie, wanting to avenge the earlier beating, put in extra effort. You like hitting me, huh? Do you know how humiliating it is for a man to be defeated in front of the one he loves? Even if you don't know I'm Ultraman, Eddie. I'm still not happy, Eddie exclaimed in anger. Under the combined assault of the two Ultramen, Tabura was helpless, and soon it was on the verge of collapse. Finally, Jeed unleashed a beam. Bayou! It struck Tabura, blowing it into pieces and liberating them completely. Our versatile King Eddie, after once again facing defeat, was rescued. Great! He has become the main Ultraman and Jeed the secondary one, just like Digga. Afterward, the two Ultramen nodded and flew up into the sky. It was a Sunday, and Yang Guang went to the park to practice pull-ups, believing that consistent exercise is essential. However, this world was not as advanced as the Digga world, and people's fitness awareness was relatively weak. There were no professional gyms, so he could only practice on the monkey bars in the park. After completing 1,000 pull-ups and preparing to rest, he noticed a few children from Sakura Middle School nearby, talking about something. He ran over and overheard the kids gossiping about Yada, saying bad things about him to Teacher Kyoko. Teacher Kyoko found it strange. Wasn't Yada usually well-liked by the kids? It turned out that from the children's words, he learned that Yada had gone on a date with another beautiful woman. What? Wasn't agreed that we would go on a date? He asked me out and then stood me up. Yada is really unforgivable. In truth, Teacher Kyoko had a good impression of Yada. Ever since he jumped into the crack to save her, she had secretly developed feelings for him. Unfortunately, Yada was not proactive enough, and it was only with the help of the students that they managed to go on a date. That's not true. Teacher Yada is not the kind of person you think he is. He must have something very important to do. Yang Guang interjected from behind. Uncle Hikaru, what are you doing here? The children asked. But we saw it with our own eyes. Teacher Yada was picked up by a woman in a car, the kids retorted. Poor Eddie. He hasn't even started dating yet, and it's already falling apart. What should we do? Yang Guang decided to help Eddie. Hey, kids, do you want ice cream? It's on me, but you have to help me buy one for Teacher Kyoko too, Yang Guang said, pulling out a stack of cash and handing it to the children. This is extra for your trouble. When the kids saw so much money, they thought such an opportunity was rare, took the money, and ran off. Is teacher Kyoko going on a date with Yada today? Young Guang asked. No, I'm just here to play with the kids, teacher Kyoko replied. She was possibly upset with Yada and thus denied that she was going on a date with him. Teacher Kyoko is dressed so beautifully today. She must be going on a date with someone, Yang Guang remarked. In fact, he knew that Yada also liked teacher Kyoko a lot, but Yada had never been in a relationship before, so he was a bit awkward. Actually, Yada was a very outstanding person. He not only had professional knowledge, but was also an excellent warrior. He dedicated himself to educating children, hoping to guide them towards the light. For this reason, he worked day and night to protect everyone. Yang Guang began to enthusiastically praise Yada's virtues. Chapter 49. The Oil Monster Gabihill. Although Yang Guang was speaking the truth, to teacher Jingzi, it sounded like he was making excuses for Yademing, and the more he said, the more ridiculous it became. It was understandable that Yade's teacher was dedicated to educating, but how could he be protecting everyone? It seemed that a man's words were just empty promises. Yang Guang noticed teacher Jingzi's expression and realized she didn't believe him, so he decided to reveal the truth. Actually, Yademing worked as a teacher during the day and was a member of UGM at night. He was busy every day for the sake of his sense of justice and the people he wanted to protect. What? Yademing is a member of UGM? Teacher Jingzi was stunned upon hearing this. However, thinking of Yademing's courageous sense of justice, she felt that what Yang Guang said might be true. This was Yademing's secret, known only to the principal, so teacher Jingzi mustn't tell anyone. If she didn't believe it, she could find an excuse to check his home next time to see if there were any UGM equipment. If she asked him, he would definitely deny it. But as a member of UGM, he would surely have communication devices at home or on him, Yang Guang said. Hearing Yang Guang speak so seriously, teacher Jingzi felt he wasn't lying and decided to test Yademing as Yang Guang suggested. Ice cream is here. Teacher Jingzi, Uncle Hikari here. The children had returned with ice cream, and everyone happily started eating it. The next day, teacher Yademing found teacher Jingzi and told her that he had something to do yesterday and hoped to continue their date next week to make up for yesterday's regret. Teacher Jingzi decided to give Yademing another chance and agreed to his date request. However, unfortunately, Yademing became busy over the next few days and kept standing up teacher Jingzi, which added some complications to their relationship. The reason was that an oil-sucking monster had appeared. The oil monster Gabihill would become aggressive and cause destruction after consuming oil. However, by the time UGM was deployed, the monster would burrow underground and escape. A few days later, the monster came to Narita Airport to consume oil. Coincidentally, the director of education had arranged a blind date for teacher Jingzi and insisted she go to Narita Airport to pick someone up. Knowing that the monster was at Narita Airport, Yademing was worried about teacher Jingzi's safety, so he also ran to Narita Airport. As for how Yademing got there, it was Yang Guang who drove him, as Yademing had no means of transportation. Yang Guang and Yademing arrived at Narita Airport and saw the monster causing destruction while the crowd fled in panic. The two began to search for teacher Jingzi separately. With his superpowers, Yademing finally found teacher Jingzi and successfully helped her escape the airport. Teacher Jingzi, are you okay? It should be safe here. Yademing expressed his concern. Thank you, teacher Yade. Teacher Jingzi had come to pick up the blind date arranged by the director of education. But when that man saw the monster, he fled alone, leaving her extremely disappointed. Just when teacher Jingzi felt hopeless, Yademing appeared and helped her escape. Hey, are you guys okay? Yang Guang drove over at that moment. We're fine. We managed to escape in time, Yademing replied. Seeing the monster wreaking havoc and the suffering of the crowd, Yademing couldn't bear it and decided to transform into Ultraman Eddie to confront the monster. Hikari, I'll leave teacher Jingzi to you, he said, starting to run towards the monster, but Yang Guang stopped him. Don't say such foolish things. A man should protect the woman he loves. As for the others, I'll take care of them. Get in my car and leave with teacher Jingzi. I can run fast alone. It won't be a problem, Yang Guang said, pushing Yademing to teacher Jingzi's side and winking at him before running off in another direction. Hikari, Yademing and teacher Jingzi exclaimed. Yang Guang turned a corner to a secluded place, took out the godlight stick, and transformed into Ultraman Jeed. Seeing the monster, Jeed recalled its data and abilities. The monster, Gabihill, fed on oil, stood 58 meters tall and weighed 33,000 tons. Its tongue was 200 meters long, used to suck oil and ensnare enemies. It could also spit high-temperature flames to attack enemies. In Jeed's eyes, this monster was nothing. A low-tier existence, even in the world of Dyna. Gabihill attacked as soon as it saw the giant. Jeed met the attack head-on. Gabihill swung its arms at Jeed, but Jeed knocked the monster's arm aside and punched it, sending Gabihill crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Jeed lifted Gabihill and slammed it down hard. With a loud bang, then came a monster's cry, This scene was reminiscent of the scene in Zombie Uncle, where the ancestor crushed the royal zombie. A complete overpowering. Gabihill stood up, frightened and shocked, hesitating to approach, trembling backward. Then it remembered it could breathe fire and aim flames at Jeed. Jeed dodged swiftly. Gabihill continued to breathe fire, but Jeed kept evading, as the flames were too slow to hit him, although the ground caught fire in various places. Seeing that this wouldn't work, Jeed leaped and kicked Gabihill down again. Then, gathering energy in his right hand, he unleashed an 8-part light wheel, swinging it at the monster. After being sliced by the 8-part light wheel several times, Gabihill sustained multiple wounds, and one of its arms was severed. Seeing Gabihill wobble and lose its ability to resist, Jeed fired a beam, blowing Gabihill into pieces. The crisis was easily resolved. Thanks to this incident, Teacher Yadming once again won Teacher Jingzi's heart. With the monster eliminated and free time on their hands, the two could finally date normally, and soon after, they officially began their relationship. In the following days, Yadming became the happiest person in the entire school. Ever since he got a girlfriend, he was particularly motivated every day, filled with passion. He often sprinkled dog food with Teacher Jingzi in front of others. The director of education was infuriated every time he saw Yadming. Meanwhile, A-GUANG had a tough time too. Every time he went over, he was fed a mouthful of dog food. So he decided not to visit Yadming anymore and prepared to retreat for a while. Later, A-GUANG bought an abandoned warehouse and renovated it. He divided it into several areas. One for combat training, one for equipment workouts, living quarters, a storage room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Of course, there was also a doghouse. This was A-GUANG's first home in Sakura country. After a simple renovation, he moved in and entered training mode. A-GUANG first ran around the entire area for warm-up. After warming up, he began practicing Tai Chi. After finishing Tai Chi, he moved on to weight training and equipment exercises. After equipment training, he stretched, and just like that, the morning ended. After having lunch, he started using the light energy in his body to digest food and recover from the fatigue of the morning workout. In the afternoon, he practiced combat skills. Combining the fighting techniques he learned from Ultraman Eddie with his own to create more powerful close combat techniques. The entire afternoon passed in this manner, and after dinner, he took Eddie for a walk before going to sleep. Thus ended a fulfilling day. In such fulfilling days, his strength began to slowly increase, and before he knew it, a month and a half had passed. Chapter 50. Eddie's daily struggles won during this period. Many events occurred, and numerous monsters appeared. However, A-GUANG focused on training and improving himself, without helping Ultraman Eddie. Fortunately, Ultraman Eddie proved to be an excellent graduate of the Land of Light, having received thousands of years of education there, making him a truly outstanding warrior, much stronger than Dagu, a human. It's not that Diga is inferior to Eddie, but rather that Dagu is not the true form of Diga and cannot unleash Diga's full potential. The crises caused by monsters on Earth were resolved one by one through the efforts of humanity and Ultraman Eddie. The first to appear was Zaura, which was originally an elephant from a zoo, but transformed into a monster after mistakenly eating the alien creature Jackie. Its appearance was a combination of an elephant and a conch shell. Jackie was actually a pet of Aluma, who grew up with Ultraman Eddie and is a good friend known for his mischievous nature, a playful yet kind alien. Now a planetary investigator, Aluma came to Earth to assess whether humanity has value in existence. During the investigation, Jackie's absorption of too much negative energy caused him to become violent, merging with the elephant from the zoo to become the monster Zaura. Thus, Yada transformed into Eddie and entered Zaura's body, using a belt beam to restore Jackie to normal. In the end, Jackie returned to Aluma's side. After Eddie emerged from Zaura, he also restored Zaura to its original form, turning it back into an elephant. This crisis was thus resolved by Ultraman Eddie. Aluma realized that although humanity has various flaws, they also possess inner light and the ability to reflect on themselves, leading him to return to space with Jackie. As for whether Aluma is an Ultraman, it should be the case, as he grew up with Eddie, indicating he also lived in the land of light. Although there is no definitive confirmation, Aluma's cartoon Ultraman image has appeared in special effects magazines. A few days later, the toxic gas monster Maidan emerged. It is a monster that feeds on and grows by consuming natural gas. At the natural gas storage base in the East China Sea, workers discovered a blocked pipeline, which turned out to be a massive egg. Maidan broke out of the egg and fled into the base, destroying the natural gas pipeline to consume the gas. Within one night, Maidan grew to the size of a human. The base staff reported the situation to UGM, prompting Yada and several team members to respond. To safely eliminate the monster, UGM decided to shut off the main natural gas valve and use small gas canisters to release gas, luring Maidan away from the storage facility to the seaside for extermination. However, Maidan had a remarkable regeneration ability. After being blown apart, its body fragments scattered everywhere, with one piece being picked up by team member Harada. This fragment resembled a beautiful shell, which was then given to Emi Shirogane, who carried it with her. However, Maidan revived using this body fragment, sneaking into the underground natural gas pipeline of UGM and absorbing a large amount of gas, ultimately gorging itself in the natural gas pipelines in downtown Tokyo. Captain Oyama ordered Harada and Shirogane to analyze the cellular remains of Maidan, learning about its body structure. It turned out that Maidan feeds on natural gas and can grow up to 60 meters tall, filling its body with flammable gas. Any spark could potentially cause a massive explosion. However, explosions would not kill Maidan, as it could revive using the fragments. Thus, it seemed impossible to effectively deal with Maidan. Captain Oyama ordered the RD department to create a new type of weapon, the freeze beam. After freezing Maidan at ultra-low temperatures, it would be sent into space for destruction. At this time, Maidan had absorbed a substantial amount of natural gas from the underground pipelines and had grown into a 60-meter monster on the surface, preparing to continue its consumption of gas. Due to concerns about a potential explosion, UGM hesitated to attack, watching helplessly as Maidan continued to consume gas while waiting for the RD department to finish the freeze weapon. Unfortunately, as Maidan was consuming gas, a thunderstorm suddenly broke out. To prevent Maidan from being struck by lightning and causing an explosion, Harada, disregarding his own safety, piloted a fighter jet to act as a lightning rod, enduring multiple lightning strikes. Ultimately, the aircraft could no longer withstand the pressure and was about to crash, prompting Yada to transform into Ultraman Eddie and save Harada's plane. Eddie then used his body as a lightning rod to attract the lightning. However, being a monster, Maidan did not appreciate this and released toxic gas to attack Eddie. Eddie endured the dual torment of lightning and toxic gas, and soon his color timer on his chest began to beep a red alarm. Fortunately, the RD department completed the freeze bomb, and Captain Oyama piloted a fighter jet to arrive and fired the freeze beam, encasing Maidan in ice. Eddie seized the opportunity to lift Maidan and flew into space, using a powerful Shikushim beam to explode Maidan into fragments. Thus, through the joint efforts of humanity and Ultraman Eddie, the crisis posed by the toxic gas monster Maidan was resolved. The third monster to appear was the lava monster Gura. One day, UGM's radar detected a meteorite landing in the Ashita Mountain volcano, but when fighter jets were dispatched to investigate, they found nothing and decided to ignore it, thinking it was just a meteorite. However, this meteorite was not an ordinary one, but a monster species called Gura from the planet Bibros. The Bibrosians planned to turn Earth into their frontline base for conquering the universe, sending Gura in the form of an egg to hide in the volcano. The monster Gura strengthened itself by absorbing the volcanic energy. As Gura continuously absorbed the energy, its power increased, and it began to be detected by UGM's radar. Yada noticed the anomaly and went to investigate. By the time he arrived, Gura had absorbed enough energy and hatched. Yada transformed into Ultraman Eddie to battle it. However, Gura held the title of a cosmic warrior and was a weapon the Vibrosians prepared to kill Ultraman Eddie, possessing tremendous combat power, with fighting and beam skills rivaling those of Ultraman warriors. Gura could emit lava beams at 30,000 degrees, with destructive power comparable to Eddie's Ultra Shot, and its skin had strong defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, the Vibrosians were somewhat overconfident. Ultraman Eddie was an excellent graduate of the Land of Light, known as the All-Powerful King. The Shakushin beam had tremendous power, capable of reaching temperatures above 500,000 degrees, in addition to the even more powerful belt beam. While Gura could match an ordinary Ultraman warrior, it did not mean it had the ability to kill Ultraman Eddie. After a fierce battle, Eddie ultimately succeeded in defeating Gura, thwarting the Vibrosians' ambitions. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Vibrosians fled Earth in their spacecraft. It is believed that the Vibrosians will not dare to invade Earth again until they find a stronger monster. Chapter 51, Eddie's Daily Life of Not Getting Defeated 2. Although Ultraman Eddie has once again helped humanity overcome a crisis, there are still many evil aliens in the universe, and they're now eyeing Earth. During this time, it was indeed discovered that aliens were attempting to invade Earth. With the help of Ultraman Eddie, humanity has overcome several crises. First, there was Salamandora, a monster controlled by the Gorgon aliens who attempted to invade Earth. It could continuously launch missiles from its mouth and emit flames of 1,300 degrees from its nose. Its body was covered in hard scales that could repel missiles and lasers, especially the skin on its head and back, which was very tough. The attacks from UGM and the Earth Defense Force's aircraft could not cause any damage. UGM discovered through scanning that Salamandora's throat was its biggest weakness. So, Yagami took the lead in piloting a fighter jet to attract Salamandora's attention. And then Captain Oyama used a laser beam to hit its throat, defeating it. However, for Gorgon aliens combined with Salamandora's cell fragments to revive it, and began to wreak havoc again. UGM continued to use the previous tactic, preparing to attack the monster's throat. However, this time the monster was no longer fooled and had tightly protected its throat, making it impossible for UGM to hit its weakness. Taking the opportunity, it grabbed Captain Oyama's aircraft and threw it at Yagami's fighter jet, causing both planes to collide and explode. Fortunately, Yagami transformed into Ultraman Eddie in time to save Captain Oyama. Subsequently, Eddie fought with it, but although Salamandora had high defense, its strength was average, and it was soon defeated by Eddie. Finally, with a powerful Shakushin beam, Eddie rendered it unable to fight. Eddie then used his eye beams to burn Salamandora's cells, preventing it from regenerating. Next appeared the monster Zaldin, which could move objects with its mind. This was a cruel carnivorous monster that liked to eat humans. It could use powerful psychic abilities to teleport humans to itself and then hypnotize them, putting them in a dazed state. Eating humans would enhance its mental and physical strength. It had been causing chaos in various parts of Europe, repeatedly attacking humans, and the European UGM had fought against it multiple times. Now it had come to Japan, hiding in an inconspicuous warehouse, using its teleportation ability to constantly transfer large numbers of humans to prepare them as food after it woke up. The new director Ito found Zaldin's location using instruments and, together with Yagami, slowly started to relocate the captured humans. However, due to team member Harada misunderstanding director Ito as an alien, he accidentally woke Zaldin. Zaldin woke up to find that the humans it had transferred were being rescued. It became extremely furious and started to destroy the city to vent its anger. UGM dispatched fighter jets to confront the monster. However, UGM's firepower could not inflict much damage on the monster, and instead, they were destroyed by the destructive beams emitted by the monster. Seeing that UGM could not handle the monster, Yagami had no choice but to transform into Ultraman Eddie to fight. Zaldin's close combat ability was not strong, and it could only be beaten by Eddie. After Eddie knocked Zaldin to the ground with a series of punches and kicks, he used the Ultra Double Light arrow to sever Zaldin's horn from which it emitted rays, severely injuring Zaldin. Hikari told me that for horned monsters, One must first cut off the horn to diminish their fighting power. Eddie praised himself in his heart. Daigo sent a confirmation from another world. This is the consequence of your cannibalism. Eddie looked at Zoldan, who had temporarily lost its fighting ability, and unleashed the Shikushim beam to eliminate this cannibalistic monster. The third monster to appear was the experimental Monster Mew. It was originally a docile, small cosmic creature that could only grow to about 60 centimeters. It was discovered by UGM's public relations officer, Sarah, during a cosmic patrol in a monster graveyard. At that time, Mew was on the verge of death. So out of sympathy, Sarah brought it back to Earth. Captain Oyama decided to take Mew to the Cosmic Biology Research Institute of team member Chijino's father, Dr. Chijino, for treatment. Under the meticulous care of team member Emiko Chijino, Mew gradually recovered. Thus, a deep bond was formed between Mew and team member Chijino. However, Dr. Nakagawa had his eyes on Mew. Dr. Nakagawa was a mad and ambitious scholar obsessed with enlarging cosmic creatures and taming them as livestock. This experiment was rejected by Dr. Chijino due to its incompleteness. However, Nakagawa secretly stole Mew and began experimenting on it. Under the influence of drugs and electrical stimulation, Mew rapidly grew to a height of 2 meters. Dr. Nakagawa continued the experiment, ultimately transforming Mew into a massive creature 56 meters tall and weighing 49,000 tons. Moreover, due to the side effects of the experiment, Mew's temperament became violent, trampling Dr. Nakagawa to death and starting to wreak havoc in the city. UGM detected the monster on radar and dispatched fighter jets to attack Mew. Since Mew feared flames, UGM used flame beams to attack it. However, after becoming violent, flames could not harm Mew. Mew emitted rays from its eyes, shooting down UGM's fighter jets. Yagami then transformed into Ultraman Eddie to battle Mew. Although Mew had powerful physical strength and destructive beams due to the experiments, it was no match for Ultraman Eddie, who soon gained the upper hand. Eddie knew that Mew itself was not at fault. It was Dr. Nakagawa's inhumane experiments that had turned Mew into this. Therefore, Eddie used the Ultra Shrinking and Restoration Beam to revert Mew back to its original small animal form and sent it back to space. The fourth monster to appear was the mind-controlling monster Debulon. It had destroyed several planets, thus earning the title of Cosmic Demon. Debulon could massively control surrounding creatures through its mental abilities, unleashing their inner evil thoughts, causing them to attack each other, ultimately leading to self-destruction. Long ago, friendly aliens from the Luria star system captured Debulon at a great cost and sealed it in a crystal cage made of special materials, banishing it to outer space. After drifting for countless years, the crystal imprisoning Debulon floated into the solar system and was discovered by Earth's space probe, which brought it back to Earth. Ignorantly, the experts on Earth mistook this crystal as a natural product of the universe and displayed it at the Science and Technology Museum in Tokyo's S2 area, naming it the Art of Snow. At this moment, UGM's radar detected ultrasonic waves that had never appeared on Earth. Upon investigation, it was found that the waves were emitted by the Art of Snow. Captain Oyama sent people to investigate, and when team member Chijino accidentally scanned it with infrared rays, it caused the Art of Snow to disintegrate, breaking the seal and allowing Debulon to escape in gas form. It then possessed Emiko's body and knocked Yagami unconscious. Chapter 52. Monsters encountered even on vacation. Debulon arrived in the city and used his psychic abilities to control the citizens, inciting a riot. The UGM team members struggled to act due to Debulon possessing their teammate, Haimai. Meanwhile, the Earth Defense Force launched an attack without hesitation. However, human weapons were unable to harm the cosmic demon Debulon. Seeing the human counterattack, Debulon grew in size and began to destroy the city while also using his psychic powers to control other UGM members. Yada no Maku had no choice but to transform into Ultraman Eddie and engage in battle with Debulon. However, concerned for the safety of his teammates and facing constant harassment from other UGM members, Eddie found himself in a tough fight, getting beaten badly by Debulon. Suddenly, the consciousness of the teammate, Shiroya, briefly suppressed Debulon, giving Eddie a moment to catch his breath. Shiroya requested that Eddie eliminate both her and the monster. But how could Eddie bring himself to do that? In his moment of hesitation, he suddenly recalled the method used by the Luria aliens, executing a bear chokehold to tightly constrict Durbalon's neck, causing him to stop breathing. Struggling to breathe, Durbalon then possessed Eddie, attempting to control Ultraman Eddie. However, as an Ultraman, Eddie also possessed powerful psychic abilities, and after a mental struggle, he managed to suppress Durbalon's consciousness and took the opportunity to fly into space, releasing Durbalon. During Durbalon's escape, Eddie unleashed his finishing move, the Shakushium Ray, to eliminate him. This incident teaches us that it's best not to carelessly pick up things from the universe. If you do, you should at least study and analyze them thoroughly before making arrangements. Once again, don't listen to the words of the brick-headed monsters. As time passed to late July, A-GUANG, after a month and a half of hard training, decided to go out and relax a bit. He prepared to enjoy the scenery of this era and planned a vacation on Tidal Wind Island. Coincidentally, on this day, the monster satellite orbiting the Earth detected abnormal signals from Tidal Wind Island. The UGM members prepared to investigate, but the Earth Defense Forces adjutant deemed it unnecessary. However, Captain Yamayama was still concerned, so he had Director Ito secretly investigate under the guise of a vacation. A-GUANG arranged his room, took his dog out for a stroll to familiarize himself with the environment, then returned to have dinner. After dinner, he rested, preparing to have a good time the next day. The next morning, after having breakfast with his dog, A-GUANG went out for a walk and saw a man with equipment seemingly searching for something, accompanied by a woman. A-GUANG immediately recognized that the woman was not from Earth. The man was Director Ito, whom A-GUANG had never seen before because he had been training in private before Ito's transfer. The woman was Ito's fiancée, Seiko Hashizawa. Hey, hello. Everyone's on vacation. Why do you look like you're working? A-GUANG greeted as he approached with his dog. Oh, is that equipment from UGM? Are you a UGM member? Who are you? The man looked at the tall and strong young man in front of him, who was walking a notably large military dog, not recognizing him. Oh, I'm A-GUANG. You could just call me Guang. You should know Yada no Maku, right? I'm his friend. How's he been? I haven't contacted him in a while. A-GUANG asked while extending his hand. Hello, I'm Ito. I didn't expect you to be Yada's friend. Ito also extended his hand to shake A-GUANG's. Oh, who is this? A-GUANG pointed to the woman and asked. Hello, I'm Ito's fiancée. My name is Seiko Hashizawa. The woman replied with a happy expression. Oh, nice to meet you, Miss Hashizawa. A-GUANG politely greeted. Is there anything unusual on this island? A-GUANG continued to ask Ito. Not yet, Ito replied. After chatting for a while, Ito prepared to continue searching and said to A-GUANG, Hikari, since you're here on vacation, you should enjoy yourself. I have things to do. Let's talk another day. Oh, actually, I don't have anything to do. How about I join you? A-GUANG suggested. Look, this is Gady. He is an expert at finding prey. Right, Gady? A-GUANG patted Gady's head. A-GUANG thought that since he was out to relax, it would be a good opportunity to practice if they found a monster. Thus, he joined Ito and the others in searching Tidal Wind Island. The three of them, along with the dog, arrived at the 7th area of the island and suddenly saw a large amount of white mist emerging from cave ahead. And Ito's equipment started to sound an alarm. Ito prepared to go in and check. Wait, that mist seems suspicious. It's best not to enter rashly. A-GUANG let Ito back. Don't worry, Hikari. I'm a professional, Ito said. But you're just an ordinary person. A-GUANG thought to himself. Then I'll go in with you, A-GUANG said. Seeing A-GUANG, who was taller and stronger than himself, Ito thought he wouldn't be a hindrance and agreed. So the two of them and the dog entered the cave. Suddenly, a beam of light shot toward Ito from the mist, and A-GUANG tackled Ito down. There's a problem. Let us retreat, A-GUANG suggested. Okay. Seeing an attack, Ito, who wasn't wearing gear, quickly agreed to retreat. Once outside, the thick mist began to spread, and those who inhaled it seemed to be controlled, moving toward one location. The three of them followed the crowd to a cave. Suddenly, several tentacles emerged from the cave, attaching themselves to the necks of the controlled individuals and starting to suck their blood. Ito's detection equipment also began to alarm, indicating that there was a monster inside. This mist must be toxic and can control humans. We must not get close. A-GUANG exclaimed. Yes, Let us go back and report this to headquarters, Ito replied. So the three of them found a safe place, and Ito reported the situation to headquarters. Captain Yamayama dispatched other team members to investigate. Hey, Jetta no Mako. Yang Guang saw other UGM team members arriving and went over to greet them. Oh, Hikari. What are you doing here? Yata no Mako asked. Oh, I was originally here for vacation, but I encountered Ito searching for something, so I decided to help him. Yang Guang explained. The monster is in that cave. It's using mist to control the crowd, and then sucking their blood, Ito reported. What should we do? One of the team members asked. First, evacuate the crowd, then blow up the cave, Ito instructed. Thus, everyone sprang into action. Boom! After a massive explosion, the cave was destroyed, which naturally angered the monster inside. The rocks collapsed and the ground shook. The monster emerged from the mountainside, revealing itself to be the blood-sucking monster. Chimera. Chapter 53, The Great Battle with Chimera. One chimera comes from a universe and is violent in nature. It stands 59 meters tall and weighs 52,000 tons. It possesses various abilities and is very difficult to deal with. First, it can emit a monster transformation ray, which is Chimera's special ability. This ray can cause severe structural mutations in the cellular organization of living beings, turning humans or other creatures into giant monsters. Moreover, this mutation can only be undone after the organism's death. Chimera can also spit out two types of special gases. One is a hypnotic mist that paralyzes human thinking abilities. Those who inhale it fall into a daze, becoming hypnotized and allowing Chimera to drain their blood. The other is a deadly toxic gas that is explosive and highly powerful. Chimera's tongue can extend a long distance, allowing it to not only suck human blood, but also attack distant targets. Once it wraps its tongue around an enemy, it can release high-voltage electricity, torturing the enemy painfully. Chimera's head also has a sharp horn that, after gathering energy, possesses powerful piercing capabilities, enabling it to pierce through an enemy's body. It can also unleash powerful electric beams for long-range attacks. With so many abilities, it also possesses immense strength. Its massive tail can be used like a whip to strike enemies. It seems to have no weaknesses. No doubt about it. Chimera's power is set to far exceed that of Ultraman Eddie. Roar. With a roar from Chimera, the sea churned, and another monster appeared. This was the octopus monster Darren, transformed by Chimera's monster transformation ray, and it served as Chimera's bodyguard. Although it is an aquatic creature, it can also move on land. Darren stands 53 meters tall and weighs 48,000 tons. It has many tentacles that can be used to strike and bind enemies, and it can also release high-voltage electricity, making it a powerful monster as well. Upon seeing the two monsters appear, everyone immediately pulled out laser pistols to attack. Unfortunately, the power of the laser pistols was negligible against the monsters and could not harm them. At that moment, the Earth Defense Force's Air Force arrived, launching a fierce barrage of fire at the two monsters. Unfortunately, not only did it fail to harm the monsters, but they were also completely destroyed by the deadly toxic gas spat out by Chimera. The Earth Defense Force was annihilated. Roar. Awoo. Seeing their enemies eliminated, Chimera and Darren let out victorious roars. I laugh at those brainless humans. With such little power, they dare to disturb my quiet, blood-drinking life. Chimera thought. Yang Guang and Arrow exchanged a fierce glance. Understanding each other's intentions, nodded to each other, ran to a secluded corner, and each took out their transformation devices, transforming into Ultraman to make their appearance. The dog should not be left behind and transformed into Gaidi to fight alongside its master. Chimera had been quite arrogant after all. With two huge monsters on its side, dealing with some humans was like trampling them at will. However, unexpectedly, just after eliminating the annoying planes in the sky, it let out a bit of a sigh, and three enemies appeared in front of it. Two Ultramen and a monster with a colorful timer on its chest. How unusual. Eddie, that octopus-headed one is yours. I'll take care of Chimera. Gaidi said to Eddie. Gaidi, let's go. Gaidi shouted, pointing at Chimera. With a whoosh, Gaidi charged at Chimera. Gaidi stands 53 meters tall and weighs 48,000 tons and is said to have arm strength equivalent to that of Evil Digga, as it is an ancient dog-like monster. Originally, It was Gaidi's battle partner, although Gaidi transformed from a dog. The term kamenu actually refers to stone lions, typically placed at the entrance of a gate. The hornless ones are called lions, while those with horns are called kamenu, which later became a general term. As for whether they belong to the canine family, the author is also unclear, so we won't dwell on that. It doesn't affect the reading. After all, there are lion dogs in the canyon, so let's just consider Gaidi as a lion dog. Gaidi, listen to me. I really will thank you. Gaidi is fast and strong, and it immediately bit into Chimera's arm. Gaidi rushed in as well, seeing Chimera being bitten on the arm, and kicked Chimera, forcing it to retreat continuously. That's right, Chimera, your strength is indeed greater than Eddie's, but it doesn't mean you can overpower Gaidi. Their strengths should be roughly comparable. However, as a dinosaur-type monster, Chimera is slightly less agile. Taking advantage of the moment, Gaidi continued the assault, preparing to chop off Chimera's horn with a knife hand strike. Chimera was not to be trifled with either and used its other arm to block Gaidi's attack. Gaidi seized the opportunity to grab Chimera's arm and delivered several kicks to its belly, causing Chimera to howl in pain. As a dinosaur-type monster, Chimera can attack back and forth with its legs, but it cannot attack sideways, which differs from the physiological structure of humanoid beings. Therefore, when both of Chimera's arms are restrained by Gaidi and Gaidi, it can only endure Gaidi's kicks in the middle. However, Gaidi's strength is not as great as Chimera's. Chimera, enduring the pain, managed to shake Gaidi off and swung its claws toward Gaidi. Gaidi remained calm, raising its left arm to block while delivering a punch to Chimera's cheek with its right fist. This hit made Chimera shift to the left, and Gaidi followed up with a kick, knocking Chimera to the ground. Chimera roared furiously. Since its debut, it had rarely encountered opponents it couldn't defeat. You two scoundrels, why not fight one-on-one? Taking advantage of Chimera not getting up, Gaidi and Gaidi prepared to beat the down monster, but Chimera spewed deadly gas from its mouth, forcing one Ultraman and one dog back. Gaidi jumped back, retreating hundreds of meters, gathering energy in its right hand and throwing it toward Chimera's head, causing a dizzying explosion for Chimera. As if anyone can't perform long-range attacks. Gaidi prepared to charge forward again, only to see Chimera turn and run. Chimera turned towards Eddie, who was still entangled with Darren. Eddie couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying by Chimera, crashing heavily to the ground. Chimera is quite clever, knowing to pick the soft targets. Eddie, are you okay? Gaidi rushed over to help Eddie up. The two sides continued to confront each other, but this standoff was certainly not beneficial for the Ultraman, as transformation time on Earth is limited. Thus, the two Gaidis and two discharged at Chimera and Darren. Chimera, what the heck? Two Gaidis and two dis? How did it become four people? The author explains, Gaidi and Gaidi are just two Gaidis. Eddie and Gaidi are just two dis. Chimera, all right, if you want to count it that way. Did your math teacher teach you sports? Chimera roared, controlling Darren to charge at Gaidi while itself charged at Eddie. Oh ho, no wonder it can sneak around and suck blood. Not only is it powerful, but also clever. Chapter 54. The great battle against Chimera 2 Ged versus Darren was not an easy win. Ged was stronger than Darren when on land. After all, you're just an octopus monster that can't run fast on land. With a swift movement, Ged bit Darren's tentacle and then struck Darren with powerful arms. Ged charged in with a kick, sending Darren flying hundreds of meters before crashing to the ground. Awesome, with a dog helping me hold him back. It's much easier to fight. The enemy finds it hard to defend. Thus began Darren's brutal beating. In less than a minute, he was knocked down multiple times, with several tentacles bitten off. It was truly pitiful. Once again, Darren was bitten by Ged, who prepared to attack again. However, Darren unleashed a high-voltage electric shock, stunning Ged, and began to lash out at him. The dog was caught off guard and yelped in pain. Darren, let you bite me. Let you bite me. Who would have thought an octopus could generate electricity? Ged couldn't just watch his dog being beaten. He rushed forward and kicked Darren down. He then recalled Ged into the colorful timer. Ged, come back, Pikachu Ged, you did well. Ged attacked Darren again, who swung a whip. But Ged caught it with his hand, yanked hard, and Darren lost his balance, stumbling forward. Ged kicked out, flipping Darren onto the ground. Ged pressed the attack, mounting Darren and delivering a flurry of blows, but Darren unleashed another high-voltage shock, causing Ged to stiffen momentarily. Darren seized the opportunity to throw Ged off him. The electric shock didn't harm Ged much. He quickly recovered. Seeing Darren stand up, Ged leaped into the air and delivered a Leo-like flying kick, crashing down and exploding Darren. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was also one-sided, but it was Eddie who was being crushed. Eddie launched an attack, but was completely blocked by Chimera, who then swatted him to the ground. Wow, what kind of strength is this? Eddie was shocked. Next, Eddie relied on his agility to hit Chimera multiple times, but Chimera's defense was also high, and Eddie's damage wasn't significant. Meanwhile, he couldn't withstand Chimera's attacks and was frequently knocked down. Chimera also spewed out toxic gas to attack Eddie, and soon the colorful timer on Eddie's chest began to sound a red alarm. Eddie was in trouble. Chimera pressed the attack, its sharp horns glowing, charging at Eddie. Fortunately, Eddie used all his strength to leap just in time to avoid the attack. Eddie, that was close. I almost got pierced. Seeing its attack miss, Chimera's horns glowed even brighter, launching an electric beam attack at Eddie. Eddie had already exhausted a lot of energy and was slow to react, getting hit by the electric beam. Ugh! Eddie screamed in agony. The colorful timer on his chest beeped urgently. At this moment, Ged had dealt with Darren and rushed to help Eddie, who was on the verge of being killed. In fact, if Eddie were in space, even if he couldn't defeat Chimera, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. The main issue was the Earth's environment. Ultraman had no energy absorption and couldn't fight for long. As an Ultraman, he possessed many beam abilities, but when he couldn't freely use those skills, his combat power would drop significantly. Ged jumped into the air and kicked Chimera down. Why didn't he unleash a powerful kick like before? Because he had just used a major skill, and such powerful moves couldn't be used consecutively. However, he had resolved Eddie's crisis. Eddie couldn't hold on any longer and vanished, turning back into his human form, Yada. Now Ged faced Chimera one-on-one. Earlier, he had a dog to help him, but now he was alone. Let us see how I punish you. Chimera was brimming with confidence. After all, it had defeated Eddie, leaving only one Ultraman. We lost one. They lost two. This was a big win. Ged wouldn't waste time talking. He charged in and attacked, engaging Chimera in a struggle. With a slight edge and agility, Ged continuously struck Chimera, causing it to screech in pain. This isn't right. This Ultraman, who only knows how to sneak attack, is actually so strong. Chimera felt deceived. Ged didn't care what Chimera was thinking. He seized the opportunity to attack again, once more knocking Chimera to the ground. Chimera retaliated by spewing toxic gas at Ged, who rolled to dodge and then gathered energy into an 8-part light wheel, throwing it at Chimera. Chimera wasn't as agile as Ged. Once down, it found it difficult to get back up, and rolling to dodge like Ged was even harder. Chimera could only fire electric beams from its horns to destroy the light wheel. Taking advantage of the moment, Chimera stood up and charged forward with its horns still charged with energy. Ged certainly wouldn't use his body to block Chimera's charge. He performed a flip to evade and got behind Chimera, grabbing its tail. The two had similar strength, and Chimera couldn't break free. Ged held on tightly, wanting to throw it off, but it was challenging, so he gathered another 8-part light wheel and cut off Chimera's tail. Chimera lost its tail, not only losing an attack method, but also its balance. It's well known that a dinosaur's tail plays a crucial role in maintaining balance during movement. Without it, they become very inconvenient. We can't tell when watching TV because it's just a suit actor pretending. But in this reality, the monsters are real creatures. Even if they can defy logic, they still must adhere to certain biological structures. Without its tail, Chimera's close combat ability drastically decreased, and it began frantically firing electric beams in indiscriminate attacks, like a wounded beast. Chimera, aren't I just a wounded beast now? At this moment, Ged wouldn't rush in. He waited for Chimera to expend a lot of energy and start gasping for breath. Ged leaped onto Chimera's head, concentrated energy in his right hand, and with the momentum from his descent, he struck down, breaking Chimera's horn. Ag! Chimera screamed in pain. Ged seized the opportunity to execute a shoulder throw, slamming it heavily to the ground. Chimera lay on the ground, temporarily losing its fighting ability. Then Ged charged energy and unleashed the Ged beam. Bayou. Boom. Chimera was blown to pieces. Let you do bad things. Letting you suck the blood of the people. This is retribution. Beep beep. At this moment, Ged's colorful timer also sounded a red alarm. This was quite rare. The last time the timer went off was during the battle against Gitangia. I must say, Chimera was indeed difficult to deal with, especially on Earth. Ged transformed back into his human form and went to pick up Yada, who had fainted, then joined the other UGM team members. Chapter 55, 2 months later, anyway. This time it could be considered a happy ending. According to the original plot, Ida would become a monster, be killed by Chimera while trying to save Eddie. And in the end, Itu's fiancée, Hashizawa, would sacrifice her life for him, resulting in Hashizawa's death and Itu's survival. What a tragic love story. Now, however, taking advantage of Itu's 1-week vacation, the two are preparing to get married in a few days and have even invited A-GUANG to join them. After a few days of preparation, Itu and Hashizawa's wedding is held on Tidewind Island, with UGM team members and high-ranking official from the Earth Defense Force coming to congratulate them. Recently, school has entered summer vacation, so Yada Takashi has been working at UGM. At the banquet, A-GUANG and Yada Takashi are drinking together. Yada Takashi starts boasting about how several monsters have appeared during this time, claiming he fought valiantly, making the monsters cry for mercy. Meanwhile, A-GUANG teases Yada Takashi, asking when he plans to marry teacher Kyoko. In fact, Ultramen can marry humans, and their marriages are quite free. The Land of Light, being a semi-utopian society, has unlimited energy in the form of plasma spark and does not face an energy crisis. So there is peace and strong national power, leading to a natural freedom in marriage. In fact, as long as one does not have an official position, people are free. If one wishes to leave the Land of Light and live on other planets, that is fine too. If Ultramen couldn't marry humans, then why would Yada Takashi pursue teacher Kyoko in the TV series? Would he just be a scumbag? After the wedding, A-GUANG returns to his warehouse to continue training, and 2 months pass in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, several monsters have appeared, but they have all been successfully dealt with by Eddie Ultraman. The first monster that appeared was called Gauss. Don't be surprised, it's not Ultraman Gauss, but the monster Gauss. Here's what happened. A few days after Itu completed his wedding with Hashizawa, a cosmic observation satellite discovered a massive red planet heading towards Earth. Therefore, countries around the world decided to use planet-destroying missiles armed with powerful nuclear warheads to destroy the red planet. UGM from Sakura country was selected to participate in this operation. However, the blast area happened to be near 4 planets, one of which had life on Gauss planet. But for the safety of Earth, Gauss planet had to be sacrificed. After a massive explosion, the red planet was successfully destroyed, but the 4 nearby planets were also affected by the explosion. The monster Gauss mutated due to the radiation, becoming a monster with an aggressive personality. Gauss, filled with hatred for humanity, flew to Earth for revenge. Wow. After mutating, it even became smarter, realizing it was humanity's fault. The Earth Defense Force was deployed to fight the monster Gauss, but all their aircraft were wiped out. UGM deployed their fighters to continue battling Gauss, but they couldn't inflict much damage on the monster. Yada Takashi, seeing Gauss transformed into a monster due to human decision-making errors, couldn't bear to eliminate it. So he transformed into Eddie Ultraman, used light to soothe the monster Gauss, and then teleported it to a planet with environmental conditions very similar to Gauss planet, allowing it to live peacefully there. It's understandable for humanity to destroy the red planet for Earth's safety, but it would be best if the plan could consider not affecting other life forms. A week later, the second monster appeared. That day, exactly 50 Earth Defense Force members completed a year-long mission at the lunar base and were returning to Earth on the spaceship Lunar Serenade. However, they were attacked midway, and no one survived. The attacker was the tumor monster Okurin Paul. The monster then arrived on Earth, scattered across Sakura country, attacking humans, draining their blood, and causing multiple tragic incidents. The blood it drained was used by Okurin Paul as nutrients for its infinite reproduction. UGM's base was also invaded by Okurin Paul, resulting in multiple casualties among the staff, and even team member Taijima was left in a near-death state. As Okurin Paul continuously drained blood, its spheres multiplied. UGM tracked the leader sphere's location via radar and launched an operation against it. The leader sphere commanded all the spheres to combine and reveal the true form of the monster. The Earth Defense Force and UGM deployed their aircraft to attack, but many were destroyed by the light emitted by the monster. The aircraft piloted by Yada Takashi was also hit, and just before it crashed, he transformed into Eddie Ultraman to confront the tumor monster Okurin Paul. Daigu, this is a crash landing that deserves a thumbs up. Okurin Paul stands 60 meters tall, but weighs only 20,000 tons. Its body is very soft and elastic, making Eddie's punches and kicks ineffective. It can also emit destructive light rays. Although its fighting power is not high, it is difficult to deal with. In the end, Eddie uses eye beams to hit the monster, burning away its body cells until only the head remained. The leader sphere then fled into space, and Eddie wouldn't let this blood-draining monster escape. He chased after it and fired another eye beam, completely eliminating Okurin Paul. However, before UGM could rest for a few days, traces of monster destruction appeared around the world, resulting in many casualties. The Earth Defense Force and UGM were busy once again. This time, the monster appeared in the suburbs of Tokyo and began to wreak havoc. It was the brutal monster Gamos. Gamos stands 60 meters tall and weighs 30,000 tons. Its powerful claws allow it to move underground. It can also spit out a strong acidic dissolving liquid that can dissolve reinforced concrete buildings and instantly dissolve human bodies. The composition of the dissolving liquid is an unknown substance completely different from any acid on Earth, making it impossible to neutralize. Gamos's body is covered with a thick, hard skin, giving it incredible defense. Its long tail is lined with sharp spikes that can be launched like missiles, causing significant damage to enemies. Additionally, Gamos has formidable close combat capabilities and can emit wave-like shockwave beams from its eyes. However, Gamos also has a weakness: high-frequency sound waves. Once it hears high-frequency sound waves, it becomes weak and sluggish. As soon as Gamos appeared, it began to use its dissolving liquid to destroy urban areas and slaughter civilians. UGM dispatched aircraft to engage in battle, but ordinary shells couldn't harm Gamos. So, Yada Takashi piloted his fighter jet directly above Gamos and bombarded it with powerful missiles, injuring it. However, just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, Zagger used telepathy to interfere with Yada Takashi, causing him to miss the opportunity and allowing Gamos to escape back underground. Zagger comes from the L85 Nebula in the Andromeda Galaxy, is a peace-loving and friendly alien, and works for the Cosmic Federal Police. As for why he wanted to stop Yada Takashi from killing Gamos, it was because his wife and child were killed by Gamos, and he wanted to take revenge himself. Chapter 56. 2 months later, in pursuit of revenge, Zaggar has been tracking Gamos across the universe for a full 20 years. Now, he has finally arrived on Earth. Gamos has recovered from his injuries underground and is back to wreaking havoc. This time, Zaggar is determined to kill Gamos himself. So he grows to a massive size and engages in battle with Gamos. Unfortunately, Zaggar has become somewhat arrogant. At his advanced age, he is no match for Gamos and is quickly severely injured. Instead of achieving his revenge, he finds himself on the receiving end of a beating. At this critical moment, Yada Takashi transforms into Ultraman Eddie to take over the fight against Gamos. Eddie's offensive is fierce, and in close combat, Gamos is no match for him. However, Gamos then retaliates with a combination attack of corrosive liquid and light, severely injuring Eddie. In a crucial moment, Zaggar informs Eddie that Gamos' weakness is high-frequency sound waves. Eddie spins at high speed, unleashing ultrasonic waves, successfully disrupting Gamos' movements and weakening him. Eddie then strikes Gamos with a beam of light, successfully eliminating him. Seeing Gamos defeated, Zaggar's wish is fulfilled, but his injuries are too severe, and he passes away peacefully. Subsequently, Eddie transports Zaggar's body back into space. A few days of peaceful days pass, and today marks the return of the Earth Defense Force's space probe, Space 7, from an expedition on a Mesa star. Generally speaking, such returns from space are bound to encounter unexpected events. Sure enough, An Amazon creature infiltrates the spaceship. Amazon is a cosmic shapeshifter originally from a Mises star. It kills all the crew members aboard by parasitizing them to reproduce itself. The captain presses the alarm button at the last moment, sending a distress signal to Earth. The spaceship, now unmanned, gradually heads toward Earth. UGM receives the signal and dispatches 3 members, Ito, Harada, and Yada Takashi, to pilot a spaceship for rescue. Yada, wearing a spacesuit, goes to investigate and discovers that all personnel inside Space 7 have been parasitized by the shapeshifter. He returns to inform Ito and Headquarters of the situation. Headquarters decides to send a team inside the Space 7 spaceship to pilot it away from Earth to a remote area in space, then launch a large interstellar missile, R1, to destroy the ship. For this dangerous mission, Ito decides to go personally. However, Yada, concerned for Ito's safety, ambushes Ito and Harada, intending to enter Space 7 himself and pilot the ship away from Earth. The mission initially goes very smoothly, but just as success is in sight, the Amazon creature slips into the cockpit, damaging Yada's spacesuit and preventing him from escaping Space 7. Captain Oyama has no choice but to urgently abort the R1 missile launch. Just then, a massive asteroid appears on the spaceship's flight path. UGM plans to have the spaceship make an emergency landing on the asteroid, allowing Ito and the others to assist Yada. Eventually, the spaceship successfully lands on the giant asteroid, and in a moment of urgency, Yada transforms into Ultraman Eddie to escape. At the same time, the Amazon creature merges and grows into a giant, shape-shifting monster. Thus, Ultraman Eddie and the Amazon engage in battle. The Amazon's body is also very flexible, making Eddie's punches and kicks ineffective, and it can unleash destructive beams. However, its strength is average. After being injured by Eddie's ultrasonic shot, it is ultimately defeated by the Shikushima beam. Before Ito arrives in the spaceship, Yada transforms back into Takashi and successfully returns to Earth. Time flies to September, and school starts again. Yada decides to resign from his teaching position to focus on his work at UGM. One day, a massive UFO appears in the sky, announcing to humanity that they are the Vantasians, members of the Galactic Federation with no malicious intent, and hope that Earth will join the Galactic Federation to enter an era without war and build a utopian world. They provide a document for Earthlings to reference and verify. UGM verifies the document and finds it to be genuine, with technology and architecture that can be realized. Therefore, the high-ranking officials of humanity hold a meeting and ultimately decide to join the Galactic Federation. However, the Vantasian aliens monitor Yada and send assassins to kill him, but they fail miserably. After all, Yada is Ultraman Eddie himself. How could a few alien assassins possibly succeed? Yada defeats the intruders and discovers they are all artificial humans. So he brings the remnants back to UGM for research. Later, during the signing conference between the Earth Defense Force and the Vantasian aliens, Yada uses his X-ray vision to see that the Vantasian aliens are the ones who attacked him. He stands up to stop the signing conference, but without immediate evidence. No one believes him, and he ends up being imprisoned. Meanwhile, UGM analyzes the remains of the artificial human assassins and uncovers the true identity of the Vantasian aliens. They hurriedly rush to the location where Yada is imprisoned, just as the Vantasian aliens arrive at the prison room to assassinate Yada. Ito arrives just in time to stop the assassination. It turns out that these artificial humans were originally high-intelligence robots created by the real Vantasian aliens for labor. As the Vantasian aliens became lazy and playful due to the robots doing all the work, the artificial humans felt enslaved. Thus, the artificial humans revolted, leading to the extinction of the Vantasian aliens. After seizing Vantas, the artificial humans disguised themselves as Vantasian aliens to the outside world. These artificial humans despise all biological species and plan to let robots dominate the entire universe. They come to Earth under the pretense of inviting humanity, but in reality, they want to enslave humans. Now, the conspiracy has been exposed. The artificial humans pilot a combat disc called Roboff and launch an attack on Earth, defeating the Earth Defense Force. In the end, Yada transforms into Ultraman Eddie and destroys the artificial humans' combat disc Roboff. An entity that cannot grow to a giant size and relies on high technology still dreams of ruling the universe. It's simply ridiculous. They don't realize that the land of light, with its advanced technology, has not developed artificial intelligence. Not due to a lack of technology, but because artificial intelligence is uncontrollable. After defeating the artificial intelligence, extraterrestrial invasions follow, and Earth truly faces numerous calamities. Argon, a highly intelligent cosmic monster, along with his companions, infiltrates Earth in 2 spaceships, evading UGM's radar and launching an attack on the UGM base. During the battle with UGM, Yada uses the Yada formation to shoot down Argon's spaceship. The Yada formation is a combat formation created by Yada and Captain Oyama. Yada pilots a fighter jet to search for the wreckage in the sky, but does not find any signs of extraterrestrial life. In fact, Argon has shape-shifted into a human form, pretending to be an injured youth escaping from the wreckage. Chapter 57. Training ends. The injured young man was discovered by June, a reserve member of the Earth Defense Force. However, June is not as simple as she seems. Although she does not have X-ray vision or the ability to see through things, she immediately recognizes that the young man is an invading alien. In order to secure her position, upon discovering Argon, she chooses to keep it a secret, planning to lure Argon into revealing the alien's action plan to achieve great merit. So, she hides Argon away. Oh, what an ambitious woman with ideas. Unfortunately, she underestimates the alien. As a cosmic being, Argon naturally possesses high intelligence and quickly realizes that June has figured out his identity. In an instant, he understands June's intentions. Thus, he plays along, pretending to have turned over a new leaf, and provides June with false information about the aliens planning to attack Hong Kong, aiming to distract UGM's forces. Believing it to be true, June reports the aliens' attack location to Captain Yamashita, and UGM's aircraft urgently deploy to Hong Kong for assistance. After successfully executing his plan, Argon laughs heartily. He reveals his true form and returns to his gigantic state. He then meets up with another spaceship and begins to destroy UGM's base. Due to the dispersed combat power, UGM struggles to withstand the assault from the monster and the spaceship. Seeing the base about to be destroyed, Yada Takashi transforms into Ultraman Eddie to engage in battle. He easily destroys the spaceship with his hand beam and then faces Argon in a one-on-one duel. Argon stands 55 meters tall and weighs 30,000 tons. He can emit a destructive beam of white flames from his mouth, but has average close combat abilities. Eddie's attacks successfully suppress Argon, and after a thorough beating, Argon loses his combat capability. Eddie defeats Argon with just his hand beam. Isn't peace wonderful? Just a bit of power, and you want to invade Earth. Look what happened instead. You lost your life. Though Argon outsmarted June, his strength ultimately proved too weak. Under the protection of Ultraman, aliens wishing to successfully occupy Earth must possess the power to defeat Ultraman. Otherwise, they are merely delivering themselves to defeat. Of course, peace is good. In the following days, UGM members go about their daily routines, performing simple patrol tasks, not too relaxed. But after a few easy days, one day while Yada, Takashi, and Shiroki were piloting their aircraft for routine patrol, a dimensional gate suddenly appeared ahead and sucked the aircraft inside. The two found themselves in a place called the Underworld. Shiroki was mistakenly identified as a princess. After learning about the local situation, they decided to help the people resist the evil Akuzo Kame bus. They teamed up with the locals to infiltrate the castle and successfully rescue the princess. In retaliation, Akuzo Kame bus unleashed the monster Kyra into the three-dimensional world to wreak havoc. However, due to interference from the princess, the teleportation device malfunctioned and the transfer failed. Kyra appeared outside the capital of the underworld, growing to a massive size, losing control and beginning to destroy the city. Kyra stands 60 meters tall but weighs only 20,000 tons. Its skin has decent defense, able to withstand multiple attacks from Eddie. However, its close combat ability is average. Simultaneously, it can spit out flames reaching nearly 300,000 degrees, which is quite high. Many previous monsters had beam attacks only in the tens of thousands of degrees. Seeing Kyra destroy the castle, Yada Takashi transforms into Ultraman Eddie to confront it. Kyra is no match for Eddie, who immediately delivers a beating. Realizing it cannot win, Kyra spits high-temperature flames, forcing Eddie to retreat. Once Kyra tires from its attacks, Eddie seizes the opportunity to use his hoop beam to bind Kyra and then finishes it off with a Shikurium beam, successfully eliminating it. Eddie then takes Shiroki back to their original world from the dimensional space. These are the events that transpired over the past 2 months, all resolved through the joint efforts of Ultraman, Eddie, and humanity. As October 1st arrives, National Day, A-GUANG finds himself alone in Sakura country without any festive atmosphere. He decides to end his monotonous training and go out for some fresh air. It has been nearly 6 months since he came to the world of Ultraman Eddie. Initially, he communicated with Ultraman Eddie, acquiring many light skills and combat techniques from the Land of Light, and underwent special training for several months, enhancing his strength a bit. The data is as follows. Ultraman Gade human form, A-GUANG, main body, height, 55 meters weight, 52,000 tons grip strength, 110,000 tons wrist strength, 150,000 tons flight speed, 5 Mach running speed, 7 Mach jumping ability, 1,000 meters finishing move, Gade beam, power greater than Dyna's Zyperia beam. Gade's potential has been nearly fully tapped. It is unlikely that he can further enhance his strength in an environment like Earth, which lacks resources and energy. The training seems to have little significance, so it is time to end it. That night, A-GUANG was walking his dog and preparing to go back to rest when he suddenly saw a mass of white foam engulfing a person, leaving only a pile of clothes behind. A-GUANG approached to investigate, and the white foam began to slowly flow towards him. Oh, this thing can move by itself? Using his X-ray vision, A-GUANG discovered the shadow of an alien within the foam. Seeing that there was no one around, he decided to launch an energy ball attack. As the Ultraman main body, using a skill in human form shouldn't be too much, right? The foam was attacked and fled. A-GUANG did not pursue, deciding to leave the matter to UGM. He contacted Yada Takashi to inform him of the situation. Soon after, Yada Takashi and Shiroki arrived. Aren't you two inseparable? Aren't you afraid that Kyoko-sensei will get jealous? After understanding the situation, Yada Takashi collected evidence and returned to UGM for analysis, while A-GUANG went back to rest. In the following days, several cases of missing persons appeared in the city, and UGM's investigation revealed they all had similar circumstances to the night A-GUANG reported. UGM then invited Dr. Aoyama for an explanation. Yada Takashi noticed something unusual about Dr. Aoyama, and at that moment, Sarah also brought over a photo to show Yada Takashi, revealing that Dr. Aoyama's shadow was actually a monster. Thus, Yada Takashi went alone to Dr. Aoyama's residence. Hello, Ultraman Eddie. Dr. Aoyama opened with the true identity of Yada Takashi. What is your purpose on Earth, Argonian? Yada Takashi retorted, revealing the other's identity. After a series of questions, Yada Takashi learned that the Argonians attacked Dr. Aoyama's spaceship on its return to Earth and possessed Dr. Aoyama to infiltrate Earth, intending to use it as their pasture to absorb human intelligence to strengthen themselves. Chapter 58. The Algonians. The Algonians are the survivors from Algon, a planet that turned into a black hole 1,000,000 years ago. During their wandering in the universe, they evolved into non-corporeal beings of consciousness, becoming aggressive and cruel. They can absorb the wisdom of other beings, allowing them to further evolve into more advanced life forms. The bubbles they create serve as their spacesuits, enabling them to move through space. They can also attack humans in the city at night by using the sewer systems. The humans who are attacked do not die, but fall under mental control. Yamato, upon learning of the Algonians' conspiracy, is determined to stop them. However, unfortunately, the Algonians strike first, trapping him in a special barrier device that prevents him from transforming. With Yamato dealt with, the Algonians believe no one can stop their plans to dominate Earth. They then grow to a massive size and begin to wreak havoc in the city. Gaia, when I don't exist. Actually, it's Dr. Aoyama just back, unaware that there are 2 Ultramen on Earth. After the Algonian grows, it stands 45 meters tall and weighs 60,000 tons, a short and stout heavyweight. Its body is entirely red, with coral-like tentacles on its back that can launch missile attacks. It can emit destructive red beams from its eyes and spray dissolving foam from its mouth, making it a formidable opponent. The UGM radar detects the monster, and fighter jets engage in combat. But unfortunately, the Algonian shoots them down one by one with its eye beams, eliciting a triumphant laugh. Algonian, I laugh with pride. Looking at the mortal world, A-GUANG watches the battle from a rooftop in a nearby building. Noticing that UGM has failed and Yamato has yet to transform into Ultraman Eddie. What is going on? Did Yamato encounter an accident? A-GUANG wonders. Forget it. I can't wait for Yamato. The monster is still destroying the city. He pulls out the godlight stick and transforms into Ultraman Gaia. Gaia immediately flies in with a kick, knocking the overconfident Algonian to the ground. Algonian, whose foot is this so powerful? The Algonian gets up, shocked to see another Ultraman. Wow, I just trapped one, and now there's another. No one can stop my rule over Earth. The Algonian boasts. The Algonian attacks Gaia, who boldly confronts it. Real men face their enemies head-on. As they engage, the battle heavily favors Gaia, who knocks the Algonian down several times in less than a minute. Realizing it cannot win in close combat, the Algonian sprays dissolving foam at the charging Gaia. Gaia, unable to dodge, raises his arms to block, knowing that his wrists are protected by armor. He reaches the Algonian and delivers a powerful kick, knocking it down. Gaia uses his light to quickly cleanse the foam off himself and prepares to attack the downed Algonian. Unexpectedly, the Algonian plays dead, then fires numerous missiles from its coral-like tentacles as Gaia approaches. Caught off guard, Gaia gets hit in the face by the missiles. Gaia, oh no! I was careless and didn't T-dodge. Next time I encounter someone playing dead, I should attack with energy bullets. Fortunately, the missiles are not very powerful, similar to the attacks from UGM's fighter jets. As is well known, the attacks from UGM's aircraft are hardly effective, merely creating a spectacle. Thus, Gaia only gets startled and his face is slightly scorched, but he suffers no serious injuries. The Algonian, pleased with its sneak attack, stands up, only to find Gaia staring at it. Algonian, how can this be? You're not hurt? The response is a fist larger than a car. Bang! The Algonian is knocked down again, and Gaia seizes the opportunity to mount it, unleashing a flurry of punches reminiscent of Wu's song Fighting the Tiger. Bang, 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 bang. Before long, the Algonian is left barely conscious. To be honest, the Algonian's combat power is more than this. Had it faced Eddie, there might have been a fierce battle. Unfortunately for it, encountered Gaia, wanting to dominate Earth and treat humans like chickens. How could that be tolerated? Gaia leaps into the air, charging up for the Gaia beam, and defeats the Algonian. The Algonian's body dissolves into a pile of foam and disappears. Just as the battle ends, Yamato finally breaks free from the trapping device. Yamato, hey, I finally broke free. Afterward, those humans controlled by the Algonian are also rescued. A few nights later, a meteor shower suddenly appears in the sky, but the Meteorological Bureau does not report any such event. Accompanying the meteor shower are meteorites hitting the ground, damaging many buildings and causing panic among the populace. UGM is dispatched to investigate and discovers a monster egg. From the egg hatches a small monster, which turns out to be the migratory monster Bururu. Through Dr. Shiroya's explanation, UGM members learn about Bururu's habits. It is a cosmic migratory bird monster known for its docile nature. Every 10 years, they migrate in groups through space, passing by Earth, and may have accidentally dropped a Bururu egg on Earth. UGM decides to protect Bururu and allow it to return to space once it matures. However, meteorites continue to fall, raising UGM's suspicions, leading them to investigate in space. They discover that Zakira is lying in ambush near the Earth's equator, constantly preying on Bururu. Zakira is 50 meters tall and weighs 20,000 tons, with a flight speed of Mach 10. It has an incredibly sensitive nose, capable of tracking Bururu's scent from vast distances in space, earning it the title of Cosmic Shark, a brutal carnivorous space monster. In the lore, it possesses a unique trait that enhances its strength after consuming migratory bird monsters like Bururu, making it a natural enemy of Bururu. As a carnivorous monster, it has fangs and sharp claws, excelling in biting attacks and using its claws to tear apart its enemies. Its eyes can emit lightning-like laser beams that can obliterate a giant mountain in a single strike. After preying on a group of Bururu, Zakira detects the scent of Bururu on Earth and flies down. UGM dispatches the cosmic mothership to intercept Zakira. However, having consumed many Bururu, Zakira has grown immensely powerful, rendering all the weapons on the mothership ineffective against it. The cosmic mothership is heavily damaged by Zakira's lightning-like laser beam attacks, and aside from Yamato, all UGM members faint. Chapter 59. Defeating Zakira and joining UGM. Zakira successfully entered Earth and found a young Barrelu located in the M20 area, planning to prey on it. Yamato's powerful ship switched to automatic mode and returned to the ground. He transformed into Ultraman Eddie and chased after Zakira. Just in time, he saved a young Barrelu from Zakira's mouth. Zakira, dare to steal my food. Do you not know I am called the Cosmic Shark? Let me show you my strength. Subsequently, Ultraman Eddie engaged in battle with Zakira. Due to Zakira having preyed on a large number of Barrelu, its strength had surged, and its combat power surpassed that of Eddie. At the beginning of the fight, Eddie was at a disadvantage. Before long, Zakira used powerful combat techniques and energy beams to knock Eddie down, causing him to lose consciousness. Taking advantage of Eddie's unconscious state, Zakira prepared to unleash another beam to finish him off. In this critical moment, the young Barrelu overcame its fear of its natural enemy and charged at Zakira, knocking it away, causing the beam to miss Eddie. Eddie was fortunate to escape this disaster. Zakira was furious, turned around, and began to prepare to kill the young Barrelu. The young Barrelu was no match for Zakira, and just as it was about to be killed by its enemy, a massive foot descended from the sky, knocking Zakira to the ground. It turned out that A-GUANG had arrived. Having never seen a gentle migratory monster like Barrelu before, he came to take a look. He happened to witness Eddie being defeated by Zakira and the young Barrelu saving Eddie. Just as the young Barrelu was about to perish at Zakira's hands, A-GUANG transformed into Ultraman Jeed to intervene. Jeed lifted Zakira and slammed it down with a loud bang. Jeed prepared to attack again, but Zakira unleashed a laser beam, forcing Jeed to retreat. Jeed concentrated his energy and threw an 8-point light wheel at Zakira, but Zakira nimbly dodged it. After all, it was a flying monster, so its reactions were indeed faster than those of ordinary monsters. At this moment, Eddie was revived by Barrelu, and he happened to see Jeed facing off against Zakira, so he rushed to help. The righteous 2-on-1 situation emerged once more. Jeed engaged Zakira in close combat, while Eddie used powerful kicking techniques to attack Zakira. With attacks coming from both sides, Zakira was soon heavily injured. Zakira, damn it. If you have the ability, fight me 1-on-1. 2-on-1 is nothing to brag about. Unfortunately, Jeed and Eddie ignored Zakira's taunts and each fired a beam, killing Zakira. The two Ultramen then transformed back into their human forms. You may wonder why they didn't fly away after defeating the monster this time. There were no other people around, so why pretend fly away? After some time, the young Barrelu's wings matured and it flew back into space. In the following days, after careful consideration, A-GUANG decided to join UGM. One reason was to better stay informed about monster-related news, and the other was to have a proper job. He contacted Yamada to inform him of his intention to join UGM. Yamada was very happy to hear this news and recommended A-GUANG to Captain Uyama. Captain Uyama met with A-GUANG and talked with him for a long time, and they got along very well. Captain Uyama then invited A-GUANG to join UGM, to which A-GUANG gladly agreed. In less than half a month of training, A-GUANG successfully passed the examination and became a UGM member. After all, A-GUANG was once a member of the Victory Team, and his various skills and tactics surpassed those of the current UGM, so passing the UGM assessment was relatively easy. Impressive, Hikari. I didn't expect you to pass the assessment so quickly. Let's welcome Hikari, Captain Uyama said. A-GUANG replied, actually, it's not that quick. After all, that guy Shitty Ming only took a week to pass the assessment. After the induction ceremony, A-GUANG officially became a UGM member. During A-GUANG's training period, Eddie resolved two monster crises. The first was the Valley Monster Casey. Casey had lived in the Ghost Arrow Valley since ancient times and would awaken from a long slumber every 300 years, needing to eat a lot before falling asleep again. Now that the 300-year period had arrived, Casey awakened. Casey stands 60 meters tall, weighs 30,000 tons, and is a rather violent carnivorous monster, needing at least 1 ton of meat daily to satisfy its hunger. It can spit out flames with a temperature of 60,000 degrees, but when hungry, it can only emit black smoke. Casey's skin resembles piled rocks, providing powerful defense. It also has strong muscular power, allowing it to continuously whip its tail or easily bite opponents with its sharp fangs in close combat. After eating, its combat power is considerable, but it greatly diminishes when hungry. This is normal. After all, who has the strength to fight when hungry? Even Ultramen have to struggle when they run out of energy. After Casey appeared, UGM detected abnormalities on the radar and dispatched fighter jets to attack. However, Casey was unfazed and relentlessly pursued the village chief and others for food. Just as the village chief and his companions were about to be devoured by Casey, Yamada transformed into Ultraman Eddie to intervene. Due to Casey's hunger, it had no ability to resist against Eddie and soon lost its will to fight. Seeing that the monster was no longer causing chaos, Eddie took Casey to a distant, uninhabited area to let it sleep undisturbed once again. Thus, this monster crisis was resolved easily without any casualties. However, a few days of peaceful days later, several cities in Sakura country experienced destruction. UGM dispatched to investigate each time but could not find a culprit. In fact, all of this was the work of the Zeta aliens. The Zeta aliens had already infiltrated the UGM base to steal intelligence, allowing Zeta Silver to retreat every time before UGM arrived, avoiding detection of its true form. Zeta Silver is a weapon manufactured by the Zeta aliens for invasion, brought to Earth to fight. It stands 60 meters tall and weighs 40,000 tons. Its exterior is made of special cosmic metal that does not react to metal detectors, and it is entirely silver, possessing astonishing defense. It can also spray a special adhesive liquid from its mouth. As a mechanical monster, it has powerful strength in its wrists and feet, making it a significant threat in close combat. This time, the Zeta aliens planned to invade the Cosmic Observation Center, but their identity was exposed, and they were surrounded by UGM. When about to be killed, they summoned Zeta Silver and transmitted their final signal to the monster: destroy everything. Upon receiving the signal, the mechanical monster Zeta Silver launched an attack on the Cosmic Observation Center. UGM dispatched fighter jets to engage. However, due to Zeta Silver's special defensive properties, UGM's laser cannons and chemical weapon GZ bombs were ineffective, leaving them powerless. Thus, Yamada played the role of a brave pilot, flying the fighter jet to counterattack bravely and was successfully shot down by Zeta Silver. As he was falling, he transformed into Ultraman Eddie. The mechanical monster was not very agile and was subjected to Eddie's punches and kicks, but Eddie's attacks had little effect on the monster. He then used the Shikushim ray, but surprisingly, the beam also did not harm it in the slightest. Thinking of a way to break through its defenses, Eddie focused all his energy on attacking a specific spot on Zeta Silver's shoulder, eventually creating a small breach in the shoulder armor, exposing the mechanical parts inside. Seizing the opportunity, Eddie used the freezing laser to freeze the monster's internal machinery, rendering it immobile. Finally, he unleashed a timer shot, shattering Zeta Silver and resolving the crisis. Chapter 60. Days at UGM that night. A red meteor streaked across the sky. It turned out to be Zola's seed, drifting from the universe to Earth. The next day, a kind little girl named Mariko discovered a seed resembling a dandelion and believed it to be a flower seed. She planted it in her flower bed, hoping it would bloom into beautiful flowers. However, this seed was actually Zola's seed that had come from the universe the night before. Zola is a plant-like monster from space, emitting unique monster waves that were detected by UGM's radar. However, since Zola was still in seed form, the wave response was weak, making it impossible to pinpoint its location. UGM could only increase their search efforts and remain vigilant. Within a few days, Zola's seed absorbed nutrients from the soil and a large amount of oxygen, growing rapidly, even preying on birds to supplement its nutrition. When Yagami, the monster hunter, came to visit Mariko's flower bed. He discovered Zola's seed and prepared to eliminate it. However, at Mariko's pleading, he had to temporarily hold back. He set up surveillance to monitor Zola's seed at all times. Through monitoring, UGM discovered that Zola's seed was growing larger and was not performing photosynthesis. Instead, it absorbed large amounts of oxygen and released carbon dioxide, causing the flowers in the flower bed to wither. Yagami rushed to the scene and found Mariko unconscious by the flower bed. As he checked on her, Zola sprayed Yagami with yellow toxic gas. Yagami took Mariko and dodged, firing back. In the setup, Zola absorbed the energy from the laser gun and began to grow larger. However, this made no sense. What power could a laser gun have? It couldn't even break the skin of a monster. Yet Zola could grow large from such little energy? The editor believes that Zola had matured over the past few days, usually shrinking to confuse its prey, then spraying yellow gas to knock out creatures for easy hunting. After being attacked, it would reveal its gigantic form. Zola, now 60 meters tall and weighing 30 tons, had a flower-like mouth on top that could spray yellow toxic gas. It was a plant-type animal, exhibiting various plant characteristics in appearance and ability, but essentially still an animal. Zola began to attack the city after being shot by Yagami. UGM deployed fighter jets to attack, but they were all destroyed by Zola's vines. A-GUANG, learning from Daegu, bravely attacked Zola as a skilled pilot, but was soon knocked off balance by Zola's whip and transformed into Ultraman Jeed just before crashing. Zola was not very strong and had limited abilities, making it no match for Jeed. Jeed gathered energy in his right hand and charged at Zola, slashing and cutting off all of Zola's vines, significantly reducing its threat level. Without its vines, Zola had no choice but to spray yellow gas to attack Jeed. Jeed jumped to create distance and charged a Jeed ray, completely destroying Zola. Jeed said, "Who can't attack from a distance?" and used a special healing ray to revive the withered flowers in Mariko's flower bed. Seeing Mariko's happy smile, he flew away with a whoosh. Not long after, several ships went missing in the Pacific region, drawing UGM's attention. Captain Oyama arranged patrols and sent fighter jets to escort transport ships entering and exiting Tokyo Bay. A few days later, Yagami's fighter jet and the oil tanker Nichisai Maru were attacked. All crew members, except the captain, escaped on lifeboats, while Yagami parachuted successfully into the sea and was rescued by the crew of Nichisai Maru. Not long after returning to headquarters, Captain Yamamoto of Nichisai Maru, who narrowly escaped death, informed UGM about the attack via radio. It turned out that everything was caused by the abandoned ghost ship Balakushibu. The ghost ship was originally the Queen, a fully automated cargo ship controlled by the latest computers, carrying MK alloy. 15 years ago, the Queen sank after hitting an iceberg while passing through the Magellan Strait. The central computer likely malfunctioned due to the impact, causing it to go rogue and continue operating for 15 years, hiding at the seabed to reprogram itself. Now that the programming was complete, it continued on a course set 15 years ago from the Magellan Strait to Tokyo Bay. Along the way, it attacked several ships and used the strong magnetic force of MK alloy to attract those ships to itself, incorporating them into its structure. Upon learning the truth, UGM organized a rescue mission, sending Yagami and A-GUANG to assist. After successfully rescuing Captain Yamamoto, they dispatched a space battleship to attack the ghost ship Balakushibu. Balakushibu's intelligent computer used missiles and cannons from the absorbed battleships to engage in combat with the space vessel, successfully shooting it down. Yagami transformed into Ultraman Eddie before A-GUANG could and engaged Balakushibu in a fierce battle. Eddie exclaimed, "Haha, I got there first this time. I can't actually become a side hero in my own TV show." Ultraman Eddie flew through the air at high speed. The ghost ship couldn't hit Eddie, who instead seriously damaged Balakushibu's hull with shooting beams, ultimately destroying it with a Shakashim ray, once again easily maintaining peace. The next monster to appear was Gajira, whose true form was a monster toy made by a boy named Kenichi, who needed surgery. The parts of its body were quite varied. Gajira had a lighter that Kenichi's father had thrown away in its mouth, a radio's internal device as a chest amplifier, and its hands made from other toys and household items. Kenichi also created a projector for Gajira to prank and scare medical staff at night. Why did Kenichi do this? It turned out that he needed surgery, but the success rate was only 15, leading to his fear. Whenever surgery was scheduled, Kenichi would project images of monsters at night, using the projector to cause panic, thus delaying the surgery. Coincidentally, the soul of a monster wandering near Nishiyama Hospital possessed the Gajira model that Kenichi had left by the sea, turning it into a real monster. Startled, Kenichi attacked Gajira with a stick, but the impact energy was absorbed by the amplifier, causing Gajira to grow to the size of an adult. Kenichi quickly fled and called UGM. Captain Oyama sent Yagami and A-GUANG to investigate. The two arrived at the hospital, found Kenichi, and followed him to the seaside. They indeed saw the monster, pulled out their guns, and shot Gajira, causing it to fall off a cliff into the sea. Chapter 61. The Dragon God Festival held once every 99 years, however. Gyos absorbed the energy from the laser guns and the immense force from its fall, transforming into a giant monster 50 meters tall. The UGM radar detected the monster and dispatched fighter jets to attack Gyos. But Gyos had an amplifier that could absorb the energy from the artillery fire and retaliate with double the power, causing the Earth Defense Force's flying squadron and UGM's jets to be shot down by the monster. Yagami Isamu attacked from the ground with his laser gun, but Gyos countered with flames. To evade the flames, Yagami fell into the sea and transformed into Ultraman Dyna. Dyna immediately launched a series of punches and kicks, but Gyos absorbed Dyna's physical attacks and returned them with double the force. Realizing physical attacks were ineffective, Dyna utilized the Shikurium Ray, but even that was absorbed by Gyos. Gyos retaliated, and Dyna was heavily injured, with the colorful timer on his chest beeping a red alarm. Dyna was in danger. This monster is of your making. Doesn't it have a weakness? A-GUANG asked Jian-E. Jian-E revealed Gyos' weakness. The amplifier on the monster's chest was prone to falling off. That's good. Knowing the weakness of Gyos, A-GUANG transformed into Ultraman Jeed to assist. Jeed punched Gyos in the chest, knocking the amplifier off. After losing the amplifier, Gyos began to weaken, and Jeed unleashed a flurry of attacks, ultimately defeating Gyos. The monster's soul, which had been possessing Gyos, also fled, but was completely annihilated by Dyna's Ultra Shot. This time, the monster had unique abilities, and Dyna faced a tough battle. Fortunately, Gyos had a weakness, and Jeed arrived just in time to save the day. In the end, the two Ultramen triumphed, resolving the monster crisis once again. Unbeknownst to them, December had arrived, and the Dragon God Festival, held once every 99 years, was about to commence. Ikeda's uncle was a priest from Yamabiki village, and during Yagami and A-GUANG's vacation, he invited them to visit. Yagami initially wanted to bring teacher Kyuko along, but unfortunately, she was unavailable. Upon arriving in Yamabiki village, the atmosphere was lively, filled with stalls and various performances. Long ago, this area was home to many monsters, the most fearsome being a three-headed beast, Fayataragu. It frequently attacked the village, preying on cattle and even devouring villagers. One day, the wise village chief set a trap, using Fayataragu's fondness for alcohol to lure it in with 3 barrels of sake. As expected, Fayataragu arrived and drank voraciously until it passed out. The chief seized the opportunity to behead the monster's 3 dragon heads. However, the heads did not die. They fled into the mountains and disappeared. From the severed neck of Fayataragu, a dragon pearl fell, prompting the chief to establish a shrine to honor the pearl and hold the Dragon God Festival every 99 years to polish it, thus passing down the story and the festival. The priest explained the origins of the Dragon God Festival. He was Ikeda's uncle and a descendant of the village chief who had beheaded the dragon. In fact, after Fayataragu's 3 heads were severed, they transformed into monster humans, waiting for the chance to revive. Now that the Dragon God Festival had begun, the monster humans were set in motion. The red dragon head transformed into a fire-breathing man clad in red, while the blue dragon head became a strong, bald brute, mingling with the festival in Yamabiki village, disguising themselves as performers to get close to the dragon pearl. The white dragon head had already transformed into a white-clad boy, Hikaru, years ago, entering human society and becoming the adopted son of the current priest at Yamabiki Shrine, preparing to polish the dragon pearl during the festival. Hikaru was gentle and kind-hearted, wishing to live peacefully among humans. In contrast, the fire-breathing man and the brute were fierce and intent on reviving to take revenge on humanity as the three-headed dragon, Fayataragu. Over the past few days, A-GUANG, walking his dog, noticed two suspicious individuals, more accurately three. Two of them were the acrobatic performers, the fire-breathing man and the brute, while the third was the priest's adopted son, Hikaru. Using the Ultra Eye, A-GUANG discovered that these three were not ordinary people. They possessed special abilities. He reported this to Yagami, but since they had not harmed anyone, they decided to keep an eye on them. In the following days, A-GUANG also saw the so-called Dragon Pearl, which was indeed extraordinary, containing immense energy, but it seemed useless to the Ultraman. However, his dog was fascinated by it, drooling and unable to be pulled away. "Do you want to eat it?" A-GUANG asked the dog. "Woof woof, but that's someone else's property. The villagers use it for worship. How can I let you eat it?" Although A-GUANG couldn't understand why the Dragon Pearl, taken from the troublesome monster, was to be used for worship instead of being destroyed, he realized it was not his place to question. As the final day of the Dragon God Festival arrived, under pressure from the fire-breathing man and the brute, Hikaru ultimately succumbed and stole the Dragon Pearl while polishing it, joining the fire-breathing man and the brute in the mountains. The three combined their powers through the Dragon Pearl, resurrecting as the three-headed dragon, Fayataragu. Fayataragu stood an astonishing 80 meters tall and weighed 30 tons. The central dragon head was entirely red and the largest, characterized by its vicious and bloodthirsty nature, capable of spewing out intense flames and red fire beams. The left dragon head was blue, equally as aggressive as the red one, with a tough exterior covered in spikes, capable of delivering powerful headbutts and bites. The right dragon head was white, possessing human consciousness and a gentle disposition, harboring no malice. The villagers chased after Hikaru, only to see the monster appear and immediately panic and flee. The three-headed dragon, fueled by hatred for humanity, began to rampage through Yamabiki village, attacking Yagami, who was trying to stop it. At that moment, A-GUANG arrived with his dog, seeing that Yagami was unable to transform due to being attacked by Fayataragu. He pulled out the godlight stick and transformed into Ultraman Jeed, while his dog also grew giant, becoming Ged, to face the three-headed dragon together. Ged charged forward, biting Fayataraga's arm and pulling. "Yep, that's my dog." Jeed followed closely behind, taking advantage of Fayataraga's inability to dodge due to being bitten and kicked it squarely in the chest. Fayataragu stumbled back from the force of the kick. Jeed pressed the attack, using punches and kicks. Fayataragu was formidable, with not only its right arm, but also three dragon heads. Even though one arm was restrained, there were still two heads and one arm left, providing plenty of ways to attack. Chapter 62. Defeating Fayadrag. Guaganda Fayadrag kept blocking and counterattacking, but he was still not as strong as Gator, so he kept being pushed back and was eventually kicked down to the ground by Gator. Fayadrag, feeling frustrated, got up and spat fire at Gator, who rolled away to dodge. Then, with Dogsy attacking from both sides, Fayadrag was overwhelmed and got hit several times by Gator, screaming in pain. In fact, Fayadrag was quite powerful. If Eddie had come into play, he would probably have been beaten. Moreover, the three heads were not united. The red and blue ones were fierce, but the white one was kind. This caused a lack of coordination in their movements. So, the fact tells us that it's not good to be mindless, but having too many minds isn't necessarily good either. The uncoordinated three heads made it impossible for Fayadrag to unleash his true power, and facing two opponents, he was just getting beaten. Before long, Fayadrag lost his combat capability due to Gator's attacks. Seeing that it was about time, Gator fired two Gator beams Bayou, destroying the red and blue dragon heads. The white dragon head, which had not been attacked, was saved by Gator and transformed back into a human form, leaving to live a peaceful life among humans in the future. Meanwhile, Gotti took out a Dragon Ball and swallowed it. Hey, why are you eating things so casually? What if you get a stomachache? Plus, that was for a ritual. Gator hurriedly lifted Dogsy upside down and shook him. However, Dogsy not only did not spit out the Dragon Ball, but his whole body began to glow. Gator, oh no. Could it be that two more dog heads are going to grow out? transforming into a three-headed dog. A brain is a good thing, but it can't grow too many. Before long, the light began to converge, and Guide's appearance changed slightly. The wild bones on his head grew longer, and his sharp teeth became sturdier. The surface of his body started to turn blue, and his overall defense was enhanced. The original animal strength arm possessed the same monstrous power as the evil Digga, and now it had become even more powerful, comparable to Digga's strong form. Guide let out a roar, spewing flames and light from his mouth. Gator, wow, this is evolution. Thank goodness, no extra dog heads grew out. Previously, Guide was slightly weaker than Firedrag at his peak. After all, how could a dog compete with a dragon? Even a lion dog wouldn't stand a chance. Guide, have you ever seen a dog with horns? I am a stone lion guarding the gate, a Kamenu, a Chilean breed, but now it was different. Having eaten the Dragon Ball, Guide had evolved and gained combat power equal to that of Firedrag at his peak. Not bad. Not bad. Guide previously couldn't attack from a distance, only able to engage in melee combat or bite enemies. Now, it was different. He could spit flames and light. Even when fighting alone, he belonged to the category of powerful monsters. Gator and Guide transformed back into their human and dog forms and returned to the village. Seeing the monster had been dealt with, the villagers rushed back to find the Dragon Ball, but they couldn't find it. Villager, where's the Dragon Ball? How could such a big Dragon Ball just disappear? Who hid such a treasure? Well, it was already eaten by Dogsy. This was something Yamada knew, but he didn't know how to explain it to the villagers. In fact, there was no need to look for the Dragon Ball anymore. Young A-GUANG spoke up. Oh, why? The Dragon Ball is our treasure. We need it for the Dragon God ritual. The villagers countered, because the Dragon Ball has already been eaten by Gator Ultraman's battle partner. And why do you need to offer the Dragon Ball? Isn't that something from inside the monster? Aren't you afraid the monster will come back to life next time? Yang Guang said, it was eaten? The monster can come back to life. The villagers began to discuss, unsure of what to do. Since the monster has been dealt with, I think there's no need for the Dragon God ritual every 99 years. How about we hold a celebration every year to commemorate defeating the three-headed dragon instead? This could create a unique feature, making it lively and promoting tourism. Yang Guang proposed. That sounds pretty good. I think it's feasible. This proposal is great. Wonderful. We can have fun every year. Oh, happiness increases by 99 times. The villagers were excited. Then, let's follow Hikari's suggestion and hold a celebration every year to celebrate the complete defeat of the three-headed dragon. The priest decided with a clap. Oh, great, great. Haha, awesome. The villagers cheered and began preparing for the celebration again. After participating in the celebration, Ikeda, Yamada, and Yang Guang returned to headquarters the next day. However, peace didn't last long. UGM radar detected another monster, and the team members flew their aircraft to the scene, witnessing a beetle-like monster wreaking havoc in the city. This time, it was the insect monster Guaganda. Originally, it was a pet stag beetle carefully raised by Young In, but it was rudely borrowed by a senior student named Yama. Since Yama's mother didn't like bugs, that night, after Yama fell asleep, she put the stag beetle outside. Due to the cold, the stag beetle was frozen to death. Guaganda, my tragic childhood. The next day, Yama casually brushed off Youngin, who felt both wronged and resentful, generating a massive amount of negative energy. This negative energy entered the corpse of the stag beetle, causing it to transform into the insect monster Guaganda. Thus, while the world of Ultraman seems like a technologically advanced world, it is actually a fantastical and even magical world. How could a child's resentment turn an insect into a monster? Guaganda stands 50 meters tall and weighs 30 tons. Its massive jaws are its main weapon, capable of clamping down on enemies with immense force, enough to cut through giant rocks. It also has 4 scissor-like arms, which can demolish large buildings with a single powerful strike. Its hard shell provides extremely high defense. As soon as Guaganda appeared, it charged into the city, wreaking havoc and venting the anger from the negative energy. UGM deployed fighter jets to attack, but the monster shell made it difficult for human weapons to inflict damage. Yamada's fighter jet was caught by Guaganda's giant pincers and thrown to the ground. Just as the aircraft was about to crash, Yamada transformed into Eddie Ultraman and engaged in battle with Guaganda. After a fierce battle, Eddie discovered that Guaganda's power source was Young In's anger. He began to communicate with A-GUANG, but unfortunately, A-GUANG did not listen to Eddie Ultraman. A-GUANG also realized the situation, so he piloted his aircraft to the ground, found Youngin, and urged him not to be angry or resentful towards Yama anymore. He also hoped that Yama could sincerely apologize to Youngin. Seeing Eddie Ultraman being beaten by the monster, Youngin couldn't bear it and ultimately chose to forgive Yama. Yama sincerely apologized to Youngin as well. Thus, Youngin no longer resented Yama, and A-GUANG lost its source of negative energy, losing its will to fight, and finally returned underground. It reverted to its original stag beetle form and was eventually revived by Yamada's superpower, returning to Youngin's side. Chapter 63, Baltan Aliens. Ghosted next to appear are the Baltan aliens. Known as the Cosmic Ninjas, they stand 50 meters tall and weigh 15,000 tons. With such weight, which Ultraman cannot knock them away with a single punch. Although the Baltan aliens possess many abilities, such as mimicking humans, hypnosis, invisibility, teleportation, the ability to fly, and are skilled in close combat, they are nonetheless the natural enemies of Ultraman, as the spatium substance within Ultraman is particularly effective against them. The story begins with UGM conducting a promotional activity for junior reporters, during which the 5th generation of Baltan aliens targets Morita Masao, a friend of Kobayashi Masayuki, who is one of the junior reporters. The Baltan alien mimics Morita's appearance and infiltrates the UGM headquarters to find Kobayashi. It deceives Kobayashi with lies and takes his place at the UGM base. However, due to its instigative words that provoke the relationship between Ultraman Eddie and Jeed and UGM, it is soon identified by Yada Takashi and A-GUANG. A-GUANG uses the Ultra Eye and discovers that it is actually the Baltan alien, not a lobster. Following this, during a flight experience in the Silver Eagle, A-GUANG brings the fake Morita into the air. Hey, lobster, what trick are you trying to pull this time? A-GUANG asks. The Baltan alien is momentarily stunned by A-GUANG's words. What lobster? Who are you calling a lobster? Jeed, you red guy look just like a big lobster. I'm gonna put you in a zoo for my people to see. Ha ha ha. The Baltan alien retorts. The Baltan alien reveals its true form, kidnaps A-GUANG, and summons a UFO mothership to take him away. Honestly, your idea is really audacious, whimsical, and unprecedented. A-GUANG says words that the lobster cannot comprehend, taking advantage of the Baltan alien's moment of distraction to jump out and parachute to safety. However, the lobster flies out of the Silver Eagle and damages A-GUANG's parachute, which causes him to fall towards the ground. A-GUANG transforms into Ultraman Jeed, while the lobster also grows giant and turns into a giant lobster to battle Jeed. Audience, this is a battle between Aolong and Bolong. Jeed, who is Aolong? Say that again. Baltan alien. Damn humans, I'm not Bolong. Audience, one is red and has no claws, the other has claws. Isn't that Aolong and Bolong? The Baltan alien and Jeed engage in close combat. It's hard to watch. The Baltan alien can't even block a single punch from Jeed. With a crash, is knocked to the ground. Baltan alien, what the hell is this power? Then the Baltan alien uses its advantages, invisibility and teleportation. Jeed is ambushed several times by the Baltan alien, but the alien's attacks lack power and do not inflict much damage on Jeed. After taking a few hits, Jeed comes up with a plan, gathering energy in his eyes, significantly enhancing their ability. He soon sees through the Baltan alien's invisibility. Jeed got you. He fires an energy blast, injuring the Baltan alien. Baltan alien, what the hell? You can see me when I'm invisible. I can't fight. I'm out of here. The Baltan alien reveals itself and tries to fly away. Jeed quickly steps forward, grabs the Baltan alien, and slams it to the ground. Boom! The Baltan alien is knocked out, and Jeed lifts it, throwing it towards the Baltan alien's UFO mothership, unleashing the Jeed ray to destroy both the Baltan alien and the spaceship. Though the threat of the Baltan alien has been eliminated this time, it seems that there are many of them, and it's uncertain when they will return. After a period of peaceful days, monsters appear again. One day, during a kite festival for middle and primary school students at Nakatsuyama, dark clouds suddenly gather in the sky. Thunder rumbles, and a beam of light attaches to a boy's kite, manifesting into a fully formed psychic monster, Gaston. In fact, 2 months earlier, UGM received reports of a monster sighting on Nakatsuma Road, which caused a truck to fall off a cliff. At that time, UGM members rushed to the accident site for investigation, but found nothing. It turns out that Gaston was still in incorporeal energy form at that time, making it very easy to hide, so it was normal that UGM could not detect it. Now that Gaston has appeared at Nakatsuma and is wreaking havoc, UGM's radar immediately detects the anomaly. Captain Yamashita orders everyone to attack. UGM and the Earth Defense Force mobilize and arrive at the scene, launching a barrage of attacks against Gaston. However, as expected, they fail to inflict any damage on the monster, and instead, all their jets are shot down by the Grego laser emitted from Gaston's horns. Only Yada Takashi remains airborne. Fortunately, except for the Earth Defense Force, the UGM members parachute to safety. Earth Defense Force. Why can they parachute to safety while we don't even have the chance to jump? You may wonder why the Earth Defense Force did not succeed in parachuting. That's because UGM's aircraft are made of special alloy, providing high defense. So even if hit by a monster's ray, they do not explode immediately, while the Earth Defense Force's planes are relatively fragile. Once hit, they explode, leaving the pilots no time to parachute. At this moment, Yada Takashi's aircraft is hit, and he has to jump. However, he is attacked by the ray in midair and nearly loses his life, fainting upon landing. A-GUANG arrives on the ground, takes out the God Light Stick, and transforms into Ultraman Jeed to confront the monster. Gaston is 50 meters tall and weighs 18,000 tons. It has 3 large horns on its head that can release a lightning-like ray called the Grego laser. It has kite-shaped wings on its back that fold down and can be unfolded to create strong winds or to fly. Also, Gaston's hands are unique, with a meteor hammer on the right and a lightning-shaped sword in the left. It is clear that it has an advantage in close combat. However, Jeed is unafraid and directly charges at Gaston. Gaston bravely charges back at Jeed. When brave warriors meet on a narrow path, they dig in. Just as they are about to collide, Gaston swings its right arm with a meteor hammer at the charging Jeed. Jeed, of course, cannot take heavy weaponry with his body. So at the critical moment, he rolls to dodge, landing behind Gaston to throw a punch from a distance. Gaston, are you stupid? What good is a punch from a distance? Jeed unleashes an energy blast from his fist, hitting Gaston on the back, causing it to fall backward dramatically. This move has been used by Zeijai, so don't be surprised. Gaston, aren't Ultramen supposed to engage in hand-to-hand combat first and then use energy attacks? Why aren't you following the rules? Jeed, idiot. Jeed curses, jumps into the air, and executes a Leo-style flying kick, breaking one of Gaston's horns. Gaston, it screams in agony. Jeed stylishly slides hundreds of meters on the ground, and then turns to unleash a Jeed ray. Bayou. Boom! Gaston is killed, and at that moment, the spirit escapes from the monster's body, trying to flee. Jeed fires an energy blast, killing the spirit and resolving this monster crisis. Gaston, I'm so insignificant. I didn't even land a hit on Ultraman before dying. Damn author. Listen to me, I will really thank you. Jeed, TSK, Tisk, utterly helpless. Chapter 64, Tet Song. The Sumo Kid, everyone had a pleasant New Year's Day, and afterward, they focused on the great work of protecting world peace. On this day, the elementary school students were having a baseball game. Suddenly, a small flying saucer flew down from the sky and, coincidentally, was accidentally knocked down by a baseball that was flying through the air. The saucer melted upon hitting the ground, leaving only a small ball behind. Although they didn't know what the ball was, it seemed harmless. The children, seeing it, rushed to grab it, and it ended up in the mouth of Janan, who accidentally swallowed it. Janan, ugh, what just went into my mouth? The small ball was actually a cosmic plant, which began to sprout and mutate while Janan was napping, transforming him into the monster Tetsong. Tetsong stood 7 meters tall and weighed 100 kilograms. He had psychokinetic abilities, could move objects from a distance, and could teleport. He also possessed a clever mind, but had an enormous appetite and loved sweets. Are you sure this isn't a description of the author himself? When Janan woke up and went to play with his friends, he frightened them. After some explanation and communication, his friends accepted the fact that Janan had mutated into a monster and helped him conceal Tetsong's existence from the adults. The UGM radar detected a monster, so they sent people to search for it. Due to the classmates' concealment, however, no clues were found. Meanwhile, Tetsong helped his classmates with their homework, filmed monster videos, and played baseball games. Originally, Jinan had poor physical education grades, but after becoming the monster Tetsong, he developed a genius-like mind and exceptional athletic abilities, solving many problems for his classmates and becoming very popular, even attracting high school students seeking his help with homework. The benefits brought by the power of monster transformation made Jinan gradually become complacent, even unwilling to turn back into a human. Author, isn't it great to be as smart as the author? Tetsong, if you were even a little smart, you wouldn't have to resort to writing novels to make a living. Author, damn it. Blah, blah, blah. What a foul mouth. However, the UGM radar does not lie. So Captain Yamamoto continued to send people to search and eventually found Tetsong. After understanding the situation, they took Tetsong back to the base for medical investigation. Soon, it was confirmed that Tetsong's mutation was related to the cosmic plant inside him. At this point, Tetsong was so happy that he refused UGM's request to turn back into a human. UGM, since he has decided to be an alien, that's up to him. After all, it doesn't seem to pose any threat to society. He's still a child, but good times didn't last long. Due to his abilities surpassing those of ordinary children, he gradually became distanced from his friends. A-GUANG and Meng found the lonely Tetsong and educated him, then took him to find his parents, who were searching for Jinan from house to house. Tetsong saw his parents' worried expressions and finally realized his mistake, hoping to turn back into a human. Thus, Meng transformed into Ultraman and shrank down, entering Tetsong's body while he was crying to his parents. He found a cosmic plant and eliminated it. Tetsong's body emitted an orange glow and then transformed back into the young Jinan. Afterward, Jinan returned home with his parents, resuming his previous life. A-GUANG and Meng exchanged smiles and returned to the UGM headquarters. Then there was another period of peace until one day when Sayla was on vacation. Today was finally Sela's turn to take a vacation, so she returned to the sumo club where she once trained to check in and teach the younger generation. In the evening, a certain sumo wrestler was snoring loudly, preventing Sayla from sleeping. She ordered the other trainees to throw the snoring trainee out, which accidentally woke up the sumo kid. The sumo kid was a monster living in the Escari secret realm. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, Kifubi Bilong was originally a child of an ordinary woodcutter. Born with great strength and a love for sumo, he often participated in sumo matches during village festivals, always taking first place and winning prizes. However, with great power came great jealousy, so he was alienated and ostracized by the villagers, eventually being pushed into a valley, which turned him into the monster Kifubi Bilong. Despite his sad past, Kifubi Bilong maintained a child's innocent and carefree personality, appearing in the form of a human child. He loved to eat and enjoyed wrestling, so he was affectionately called the Sumo Kid by the children. Kifubi Bilong spent most of his time sleeping in the Escari secret realm, waking up every 10 to 20 years. Each time he awoke, he would descend the mountain to challenge humans to sumo matches, returning to the mountains for another sleep after completing 100 matches. Now the Sumo Kid had awakened again and appeared before everyone, challenging them to sumo wrestling. Sayla saw that a child was keeping everyone awake at night, wanting to wrestle, and she knew she couldn't indulge him, so she sent someone to fight. The result was astonishing. No one was a match for the Sumo Kid, and in the end, Sayla had to step in herself. Sumo Kid, useless, it doesn't matter who comes. Without a doubt, Sayla was easily defeated by the Sumo Kid. After defeating everyone, the Sumo Kid boasted, "Is there anyone else who can fight?" At that moment, two thieves witnessed the scene of the Sumo Kid defeating everyone, and they were shocked. They hatched a plan to trick the Sumo Kid into a sumo wrestling tournament to make money from the matches. Thieves, sounds good. At least it's a legitimate business. Better than being a thief. The two thieves then approached the Sumo Kid, telling him they could help him find formidable opponents. Thus, the Sumo Kid was easily tricked down the mountain by the two thieves. Meanwhile, Sayla contacted UGM through the communicator to inform everyone about the Sumo Kid coming down the mountain. UGM initially intended to eliminate the monster, but Meng and A-GUANG had different opinions. He hadn't harmed humans, he was just wrestling. As long as he finished 100 matches, he would go back to sleep. So let's just let him complete 100 matches, A-GUANG suggested. Meng and A-GUANG both advocated allowing the Sumo Kid to finish his 100 matches before sending him back to the mountain. The other UGM members also temporarily agreed to this approach. Captain Yamamoto dispatched team members to search. Since the Sumo Kid had not yet transformed into a monster, the radar could not detect him, so they could only search using the most primitive methods. The group split up to search the area. After a while, Meng and the team member Qingye discovered the Sumo Kid. Chapter 65, Jifabichalang, Barry Beidong. At this time, the two thieves organized a competition, inviting everyone to challenge the Sumo Kid, with a prize of 100,000 yuan for the winner and an entry fee of only 3,000 yuan. The crowd saw that the opponent was just a child and didn't take it seriously. The two thieves shouted, 3,000 yuan. You can't lose. 3,000 yuan. You can't be fooled. Come and give it a try. The 100,000 yuan prize is waiting for you. The villagers thought, why not take a chance? Let me give it a try. But trying it out led to disaster. No one could defeat the Sumo Kid. Needless to say, he was a monster. How could an ordinary person be his match? Thus, the two thieves easily made several tens of thousands of yuan. The two thieves said in the past, we were poor and had no choice. Now we want to be good people. The thief Yateman wanted to quickly have the Sumo Kid reach 100 matches. So he also challenged the Sumo Kid. Naturally, the two thieves wouldn't let Yateman succeed. If he got to 100 matches, how would they make money? They then captured the city team members to threaten Yateman, who hesitated and ended up being tied to a tree along with the city team members by the two thieves. Later, the crowd came to rescue Yateman and the city team members. After the Sumo Kid was taken away by the two thieves, he cried out for food. So the two thieves bought him something to eat. However, the Sumo Kid's appetite was astonishing. He ate several tens of thousands of yuan just for meals, consuming all the money they had earned. The two thieves could no longer bear it, so they came up with another scheme. They knew that a wealthy man had hidden hundreds of gold bars in his house. So they tricked the Sumo Kid into going to the wealthy man's house to compete against the safe. In reality, they intended to break the safe and steal the gold bars. The two thieves said, now we are poor again, with no choice. Let's continue being bad people. The three of them arrived outside the wealthy man's house, and while climbing over the wall, the Sumo Kid was shocked by high-voltage electricity, transforming angrily into the monster Jifabichalang. Jifabichalang stood 54 meters tall and weighed 30,000 tons. His muscles were bulging, possessing strength that could overpower Ultraman Eddie. Angry, Jifabichalang rampaged through the city. A-GUANG, upon seeing this, hid in a corner and transformed into Ultraman Gade. Gade communicated with Jifabichalang, proposing a sumo match. If he lost, he would have to return to the mountains. Jifabichalang happily agreed to the sumo match. So, Gade and Jifabichalang went to an open area and took their positions. Bang! Both sides collided simultaneously, seemingly evenly matched. Jifabichalang executed sumo techniques, pushing forward with both hands, while Gade used Tai Chi's subtle strength to turn and pull, throwing Jifabichalang to the ground. Jifabichalang didn't expect Gade to be so skilled. He got up and continued fighting. They collided again, and Jifabichalang tried to lift Gade, but failed as Gade was firmly rooted in his stance. Jifabichalang then attempted to push Gade back, only to be thrown down again by Gade. Although A-GUANG had never practiced sumo, he had some wrestling skills from practicing Tai Chi. In fact, during their struggle, the more force Jifabichalang exerted, the more obvious the direction of that force became, revealing more weaknesses. As Jifabichalang desperately wanted to win, he exerted more effort, which only led to more defeats. Eventually, Jifabichalang conceded, no longer angry, and transformed back into a boy. In the end, the crowd gave the Sumo Kid a large bag of his favorite food and sent him off. After that, everyone returned to their homes, or rather, back to their daily work. A few days later, it was A-GUANG and Yateman's turn to patrol in their car. While on patrol, they saw someone flying a remote-controlled airplane, performing exceptionally well, so they stopped to watch. Even their aerial ace couldn't perform such maneuvers. Yateman remarked on the impressive flying of the airplane model. Oh, it's really impressive, Yateman praised. I just tried a little, the boy replied. Then flying it seriously would be even better. A-GUANG edut. Show us how you fly it seriously, Yateman said. No, I don't want to perform for others before the official competition tomorrow, the boy refused. Through their conversation, they learned the boy's name was Kaido Takeo, and he had spent a lot of money on the airplane, saving up little by little, sacrificing his playtime to work and earn money. It took him a year and a half to finally gather enough money to buy this remote-controlled airplane. It was truly not easy to pursue his dream to such an extent. The author reminisced about his childhood, saving every penny to afford his beloved toys, watching other kids buy treats after school while he could only walk away silently. The next day, Yateman shared the story of the boy Kaido Takeo with everyone, and everyone admired Kaido's perseverance. Oh, by the way, is the competition today? Captain Uyama asked. Yes, it's being held at the Comprehensive Sports Arena, A-GUANG replied. Oh, there just happens to be a UGM camera there. Saying this, Chingyem Mihei displayed the sports arena's footage on the main screen. Oh, it's this one, Yateman said, looking at the screen showing the Zero Fighter. The Zero Fighter performed a series of stunts, drawing admiration from the crowd. But suddenly, it seemed to have a problem and flew off into the distance. Kaido chased after the Zero Fighter, but ultimately couldn't catch it. A-GUANG and Yateman saw the accident in Kaido's competition on the screen and drove to find him. They found Kaido at the edge of a cliff and went forward to comfort him. Kaido vented for a while and then ran home crying. The next day, Kaido set out with his father to search for the Zero Fighter. After searching for a long time without success, an old man informed Kaido that he had seen the remote-controlled airplane flying towards the Great Bird Valley. However, the old man also warned Kaido that there were cosmic migratory birds, Berry-Beidong, in the Great Bird Valley. They were attracted by Earth's warm environment, coming once every 50 to 60 years to nest and lay eggs. Berry-Beidong was highly aggressive and would attack any moving objects that appeared in front of it, being a carnivorous monster especially fond of eating children. Child, why does everything want to eat us? Out of love for the Zero Fighter, Kaido still went near the Great Bird Valley, attempting to use the remote control to locate his airplane. As a result, a Berry-Beidong flew out and, under Kaido's remote instructions, completed a series of aerial stunts. Chapter 66. Zerima, it turns out that it was Berry-Beidong who mistakenly swallowed the remote-controlled Zero Fighter plane, which had flown into the mountains due to a malfunction caused by the young Kaido Takeo while he was incubating eggs in the valley. However, the remote-controlled plane got stuck in Berry-Beidong's throat and was not digested. Once Kaido realized that he could control Berry-Beidong, he proudly climbed on a Berry-Beidong's back and flew into the sky. However, during the flight, Berry-Beidong saw a crow. Berry-Beidong, oh, something to eat. Thus, Berry-Beidong began to hunt the crow, coincidentally spitting out the Zero Fighter plane in the process. As a result, Berry-Beidong was freed from Kaido's control. Unfortunately, Kaido fell from the sky during Berry-Beidong's flight and was spotted by A-GUANG and Yuzmeng, who had rushed over. Yuzmeng transformed into Ultraman Eddie and caught Kaido. Due to the destruction of its nest, Berry-Beidong flew away from Earth in search of a new habitat. Kaido happily returned home with the recovered Zero Fighter plane. One must say that Kaido is quite lucky. In a certain place in the land of cherry blossoms, there's a gigantic statue of Cannon, which is very effective. People come year-round to offer incense and pray. This place is the hometown of Oyeshi. Today, two fierce-looking individuals arrived. These two were not there to worship Cannon, but to search for gold. It turns out that during the Edo period, a great thief named Misanawa, while fleeing with a large amount of stolen gold, was discovered by soldiers near Oyeshi. Realizing he couldn't escape, he threw the gold into a pit. After being captured, he was tortured by the soldiers, and just when he couldn't bear it anymore, a great earthquake occurred, burying everyone in the mountains. This earthquake is also famously known as the Ansei Great Earthquake in history. Because of the earthquake, no one knows where the gold was buried, but these two individuals, after extensive investigation, discovered that the gold was near the Cannon statue. Thus, in hopes of getting rich overnight, they decided to come here at night to dig for treasure. Coincidentally, earthquakes started occurring in the area, and UGM radar detected unusual signals near Oyeshi. The next day, A-GUANG and Yuzmeng were sent by Captain Daisan to investigate. The two arrived at the Cannon statue and saw a child, who was Shinbu, He told them that he dreamed of Cannon crying last night, and then the earthquake happened, along with terrifying sounds. So A-GUANG, Ming, and Shinbu went to check near the Cannon statue, but found nothing unusual. However, there was an underground cave next to the Cannon statue, so they decided to search inside. They searched all day, but found no abnormalities. Since there were no hotels nearby, the two had to stay at Shinbu's house that night. A-GUANG. There's an effective Cannon statue here, but the tourism industry hasn't developed? Not even a hotel? How ridiculous. In the middle of the night, A-GUANG, Ming, and Shinbu all had the same dream of the Cannon statue weeping, sensing that something was going to happen. So the three of them got dressed and decided to go check the Cannon statue. Upon arriving at the Cannon statue, they found nothing unusual, prompting A-GUANG and Ming to use their Ultraman eyes' X-ray vision to observe. They discovered two individuals digging beneath the Cannon statue. A-GUANG and Ming exchanged glances and decided to leave Shinbu outside while they went in to take a look. As soon as they entered, they bumped into the two individuals running out. They had buried explosives and lit the fuse before escaping. Boom! After a loud explosion, the Cannon statue shook and ultimately fell to the ground. However, something even more terrifying happened. A monster emerged from underneath the Cannon statue's base. It was the whip-arm monster's wreaking. In mythology, it is said to suppress terrifying beasts beneath Cannon's feet. Who would have thought this was actually true? Wreaking stands 56 meters tall and weighs 40,000 tons. Having been sealed underground in a volcano for years, it stored thermal energy in its body, making it highly adaptable to high temperatures. Its surface temperature is very high, allowing it to ignore UGM's missiles and fire attacks. Wreaking's left arm is a massive whip-like appendage covered in sharp spines, making it look like a centipede. In close combat, it can whip and bind enemies. Its right arm has sharp claws that can inflict significant damage. This is a monster with no light-based abilities, but incredibly strong melee capabilities. In close combat, even Ultraman Eddie is not its opponent. It was originally suppressed by the Cannon statue's powers, but now that the statue has been blown down, the seal was broken, allowing it to escape. Wreaking, I'm finally out. I've been locked up for so long, and now I'm free. After the monster emerged, it roared at the sky and then saw the Cannon statue lying there. In a fit of rage from being suppressed by Cannon, it vented its anger on the statue. Wreaking, ouch. I kicked my foot. Good. I, a mighty monster, can't even destroy a statue. At this moment, UGM received a notification from A-GUANG and Ming, and fighter jets were dispatched to eliminate the monster. After a fierce barrage of attacks, the monster remained unharmed. Wreaking was furious, and, seeing a swarm of flies daring to attack it, swung its whip wildly. UGM fighter jets were hit and had a parachute to escape. A-GUANG glanced at Ming, who understood and ran to a hidden corner to transform into Ultraman Eddie to battle the monster. Everyone was filled with hope upon seeing Ultraman Eddie appear, believing he could defeat the monster. However, reality was cruel. In the first encounter, Ultraman Eddie found himself at a disadvantage against Wreaking. Wreaking whipped and clawed, making it impossible for Eddie to engage in close combat. Instead, he was being knocked around. Wreaking, dance, little baby. Hey. Eddie managed to dodge all of Wreaking's whip attacks and got close. Eddie, take this. However, before Eddie's punch could reach the monster, he was knocked to the ground by a claw. Eddie, what strength? Then Wreaking unleashed a brutal whipping on the downed Eddie. Smack. Eddie rolled on the ground from the blows, rolling left and right. He finally escaped the range of Wreaking's whip and jumped away to create some distance. Since close combat wasn't working, it was time for a ranged attack. Eddie unleashed his palm-light arrow to attack Wreaking from a distance. Wreaking not only didn't dodge, but puffed out its chest. Bang. A series of sparks flew. Wreaking, hiss, that hurts a little. I underestimated you. Eddie, everyone, please channel your power for love. Grant me strength. Help me defeat the monster. Chapter 67. The Great Battle with Zalashima. At this moment, our Ultraman Eddie was stunned by the monster's act of taking a beam of light directly on its chest. Eddie, wow. Awesome, bro. Taking advantage of this moment, Zalasima used its whip to knock the dazed Eddie to the ground again. Zalasima, who is your bro? I'll hit you. Unexpectedly, this monster was so powerful. A-GUANG realized that Eddie was no match for Zalasima. So he quietly went to a hidden place, took out the godlight stick, and transformed into Ultraman Jeed to help. In countless Ultraman battles, aerial kicks take up half. Jeed flew in from behind the monster and kicked Zalasima, who was still beating Eddie, knocking it over, and then helped Eddie up. The two Ultras simultaneously took fighting stances and charged at Zalasima. Righteous 2-on-1 situation. Zalasima was unafraid, thinking, I just handled one easily, and now two want to defeat me? Do you think you're Guanyin Bodhisattva? It directly attacked the two Ultras with indiscriminate whipping. Jeed performed a forward roll, dodging the whip and getting to the side of the monster, then fired an energy ball that hit Zalasima, causing it to stagger back several steps. Eddie did a somersault, also dodging the attack, and came to the back of the monster. Seeing it hit by Jeed's energy ball, he kicked it from behind, causing the monster to stumble forward. Seizing the opportunity, Jeed moved in for close combat. First, he punched Zalasima in the stomach, making it bend over. Then, he unleashed a series of punches to Zalasima's face, leaving it dizzy, and finally added a kick that knocked the monster down. Eddie, seeing the monster still on the ground, jumped onto its back to attack. Eddie, look at my move. The Wusong fights the tiger. However, he was quickly pushed off by Zalasima. Zalasima stood up and began wildly whipping at Eddie. Eddie dodged the first few strikes, but ultimately got knocked down again. Jeed saw Zalasima's whip swinging dangerously and couldn't get close, so he fired energy balls. Unexpectedly, Zalasima skillfully used its whip to burst Jeed's energy balls one by one. Jeed, nice whip skills. Zalasima, of course, taking advantage of the moment. Eddie rolled away from the whip's attack range. Jeed, using the explosions to obscure Zalasima's vision, dashed forward and landed two punches on the monster's chest, making it retreat repeatedly. Zalasima, this strength? The monster swiped at Jeed. Jeed ducked and landed another heavy punch to the monster's side, causing it to stagger. Zalasima, ouch, my kidneys. Then Jeed executed a sweeping kick, knocking the monster down. He also jumped on it, delivering a flurry of punches to its head. Jeed, Wusong fights the tiger. Jeed's fists were much heavier than Eddie's, leaving Zalasima dizzy. Zalasima, a powerful monster that even required Guanyin Bodhisattva to subdue, endured the immense pain and pushed Jeed away. Standing up, Zalasima unleashed a flurry of whips at Jeed. Jeed rolled to dodge, then leaped into the air, executing a powerful descending kick, his feet glowing red, indicating immense power. Zalasima, having experienced Jeed's strength, realized it couldn't take the hit and tried to dodge. However, Jeed descended too quickly, and Zalasima couldn't completely avoid it, getting kicked in the left arm, rendering it unable to wield its whip. Eddie, seeing the monster injured, decided to imitate Jeed and executed the Montreal flying kick. His kick hit Zalasima's chest, knocking it down. After taking these two heavy hits, Zalasima was also badly injured. Jeed and Eddie exchanged glances and charged at Zalasima to attack. As the saying goes, two fists can't fight four hands. Not to mention at this moment, Zalasima had an injured arm after barely blocking a few hits. It was continuously hit by Jeed and Eddie. Before long, it was covered in wounds. Zalasima, you two are so underhanded. Why not fight me one-on-one? The two Ultras ignored Zalasima's shouts and unleashed two finishing energy beams at the injured, kneeling Zalasima. Zalasima was simultaneously hit by Jeed's beam and the Shakushim beam, standing firm for 2 seconds before exploding into pieces. One must admit that this monster was incredibly strong. Its close combat skills surpassed those of Chimera, and if it weren't for its lack of beam skills, it would have been difficult to defeat. Seeing the monster defeated, Jeed set the Guanyin Bodhisattva statue upright and placed it back properly. As a result, the statue emitted brilliant golden light, illuminating the sky. Finally, the light converged, merging into Jeed's body. At this moment, Jeed received the blessing of Guanyin Bodhisattva, his mind becoming clear as if enlightened. His state of mind was elevated, and his internal energy became purer, making Jeed feel as if the entire Ultraman had been sublimated. His understanding of Tai Chi transcended martial arts and ascended to a state of Tao. It was the law of the universe, the principles that all things must follow. Many chaotic thoughts and questions in his mind gradually disappeared, leaving only one thought: to save lives and maintain world peace. At the same time, a great compassionate aspiration to help the suffering arose from his heart. Looking at the world and everything in it, he felt a genuine affection. He felt as if he had become one with a world filled with vitality. With the elevation of his spiritual realm and the purification of his energy, Jeed's power limit was raised once again. He felt as if he was on the verge of comprehending a higher level of power. Akin to Ultraman, father grasping the ultimate sword and beginning to understand the true power. At this moment, Jeed also sensed a certain higher power. Jeed, I don't know what to call it, so I'll reluctantly name it the power of Tai Chi. Eddie, Jeed, you seem to have suddenly changed. Then the two ultras nodded and flew into the sky. As for the two who had destroyed the Guanyin Bodhisattva statue, they were imprisoned for damaging cultural relics. After that, there was another period of peaceful days. Over these days, nothing unusual happened, and the UGM team gathered at the base to chat. Suddenly, the radar detected a spaceship rapidly approaching Earth, followed by 3 other spaceships. The two sides flew towards Mount Fuji, and Captain Dasha ordered everyone to set out. When the team arrived at the scene in their warplanes, they saw a spaceship being pursued by 3 black fighter jets. After a barrage of attacks, the spaceship was hit by the 3 jets. The spaceship began to smoke and sway as it fell to the ground, followed by an explosion. Seeing the spaceship explode, the 3 jets left. The UGM team, witnessing the explosion, landed at the site to search for any survivors. Chapter 68, The Messenger from the Ultraverse. Everyone arrived at the location where the spaceship had crashed. Here we are. It should be right here. All that S left is the wreckage of the spaceship. Was it blown apart like this? It's completely destroyed. Is there anyone who could possibly survive this? Anyway, let us search around first. Everyone started to speak. At this moment, Meng was lost in thought. When he saw the spaceship, he realized that it belonged to the Kingdom of Light. This meant that there could be his kind among the wreckage on the ground, which made him a bit worried. A-GUANG was also silent, recalling past memories. A-GUANG, the plot of Eddie is a bit far off, and I didn't TC at all, so I can't remember what this plot is about. After searching for a while, golden powder began to fall from the sky. What is this? Sarah asked in confusion. This is the material that makes up the spaceship, Meng replied. The others then began to collect the golden powder, preparing to take it back for research. Suddenly, a wave of mental communication came in, and both A-GUANG and Meng received it at the same time. Meng, it seems someone is calling you. A-GUANG said. Yes, I think I heard it too. Meng nodded. Ah, who is calling you? I didn't hear anything. Qingyanmaimi turned around and asked in confusion. The cries for help continued, and A-GUANG and Meng exchanged glances before running towards the direction of the mental communication. Hey, where are you going? Even locals can get lost here. Don't run off, come back. The others shouted worriedly as they saw A-GUANG and Meng leaving. After searching for a while, they found a woman struggling to walk in front of them, looking like she might collapse at any moment. Hey, are you all right? A-GUANG stepped forward to support the woman. The woman saw the tall young man supporting her, but due to her head injury, couldn't speak in time and fainted in A-GUANG's arms. A-GUANG carefully examined the fainted woman. She looked to be about 25 years old, with short hair that appeared youthful and beautiful. A-GUANG, oh no, this feels like love. Hikari, what's wrong? Meng asked, stepping forward. Ah, it's nothing. Meng, she must have used mental communication to call for you. Do you know her? A-GUANG asked. I don't know her, Meng replied after carefully examining the woman. Forget it. Let us take her back for treatment. A-GUANG said as he picked her up and prepared to head back, only to hear a sound like rattlesnakes approaching. Suddenly, several spears shot towards them, and A-GUANG used his Ultraman telekinesis to freeze the incoming weapons in midair, causing them to lose power and fall to the ground. In front of them, 5 men emerged from the forest, blocking A-GUANG and Meng's path. A-GUANG used his Ultraman eye to take a look and confirmed they were aliens, then drew his gun and shot, hitting all 5 within 2 seconds. After being hit, the 5 men revealed their true forms, turning out to be Karakara aliens. Meng was stunned by the series of events. First, The 5 men shot their weapons. Then suddenly Yang Guang used his superpower. Hey, how can you use superpowers in front of humans? Just as he was about to remind Yang Guang had already shot and killed the 5 men. Wow, this is serious. The 5 men revealing their true forms turned out to be Kara aliens. No wonder they were warriors from 30 million years ago. Their experience is truly rich. INT even reacted before the enemy was taken care of. Hikari, how did you figure it out? Yadming asked. ISNT the Ultraman, able to see through alien disguises and has X-ray vision? Do you usually live with your eyes closed? Yang Guang looked at Yadming as if he were an idiot. Yadming was left speechless. This is because I have to hide my identity in human society. At this moment, other team members also arrived. Afterward, everyone brought the bodies of the Kara aliens back to headquarters, and Yang Guang took the woman to the treatment center before returning to the UGM command room. At this time, everyone was discussing the identity of the woman. Some team members speculated that the woman was the daughter of a wealthy family because she wore jewels. Others guessed that she was a jewel thief. Although her identity was uncertain, the identities of the 5 alien corpses had been confirmed as the cosmic nomadic Kara aliens. During the shift change, Yang Guang came to the treatment center to visit the unconscious woman. You're awake, Yang Guang asked with concern when he saw the woman regain consciousness. Where's this? The woman looked around the room and asked. This is the UGM treatment center, Yang Guang replied. UGM, the woman murmured. Hello, my name is Yang Guang, but you can call me Guang. We came to the site of the spaceship explosion to search and then heard your mental call for help. So Yadming and I came over. A few Kara aliens also appeared, but I killed them. Then I brought you back for treatment. Yang Guang explained the situation to the woman. Thank you, Hikari. Yulian looked at the young man in front of her, feeling a surge of affection. What is that saying? When a woman encounters a hero saving her, she usually says, "Thank you for saving my life. I have no way to repay you, so I am willing to dedicate myself to you." If the man is not handsome, she would say, "Thank you for saving my life. I have no way to repay you, so I wish to be your servant in the next life." And Yang Guang was not only tall and handsome, but also exuded a natural and peaceful aura, making him approachable. Ever since the incident with the Guanyin Bodhisattva statue, all the female members at the UGM base looked at Yang Guang differently. Every day, someone would come to inquire about Yang Guang's situation. After all, this is the Sakura country, and the openness of women is evident. Yang Guang couldn't help but wonder, did Guanyin Bodhisattva take over the job of the matchmaker? Why is he so popular with girls now? To be honest, Yang Guang was handsome before, and his image was indeed commendable. However, he always carried a strong aura, like the sun, making it hard for people to look directly at him. Generally, after people looked at him once, they wouldn't dare to look up again. So even though Yang Guang had an excellent appearance, girls felt a sense of distance from him. But after the blessing of the Guanyin Bodhisattva, Yang Guang's temperament changed. His aura became more subdued, and he appeared gentler and more approachable. The distance between people disappeared. As a result, girls began to take the initiative boldly. Yang Guang, I didn't expect such a good thing. Thanks again to the Guanyin Bodhisattva for the divine blessing. Chapter 69. Rescue Hui. May, do you know why the Kara aliens are trying to kill you? Do you have any business on Earth? Yang Guang asked the woman some questions, but she had hit her head and lost her memory, so she couldn't remember anything at that moment. Therefore, Yang Guang brought her to meet Captain Dashin and the others. Captain, she seems to have lost her memory, Yang Guang said. Everyone began to question the woman, but unfortunately, it was of no use. She couldn't recall anything. She must have lost her memory due to the impact, Yang Guang speculated. That's very likely. Captain Dashin also believed it was the case. Although the woman had temporarily lost her memory, she was very likely the owner of the spaceship that was previously being pursued by the Kara aliens. Thus, Captain Dashin arranged for her to stay at the base, both to help her recover quickly and to facilitate monitoring. Captain, she can't even remember her name now. How should we address her? Huimei asked. Well, let's call her Xing Liangzi, Captain Dashin said after thinking for a moment. Yang Guang was suddenly shocked when he heard Captain Dashin name the woman Xing Liangzi. What? She is the bride? ISNT she? So she's Xing Liangzi. Isn't Xing Liangzi the Princess Yurian of the Land of Light? Although Yang Guang had not watched the entire Ultraman TV series, he was still somewhat familiar with the characters. For instance, 80 had a childhood friend who was the princess of the Land of Light, named Urian. However, Yang Guang truly didn't know how Urian ended up on Earth. But why does she look different from what I've seen on TV before? The actress wasn't an A-type, and she also looked a bit like a tomboy. But the Xing Liangzi I see now has a distinctly curvy figure. Her appearance is also quite perfect. What's going on? Where did it go wrong? Author, you know that's an actress. This is the real world, where not only Ultraman and monsters are real, but also the characters' appearances are naturally more in line with reality, which is normal compared to the TV show. Yang Guang, you make a good point. From then on, the Princess Urian of the Land of Light had a human name, Xing Liangzi. So, the next period of time was spent by Hui Mei, Yang Guang, and Ye Deming helping Xing Liangzi recover her memory. Due to her uncertain identity, Xing Liangzi could not leave UGM for the time being. On the first day, Yang Guang took Xing Liangzi to start exercising to see if she had any discomfort. After some activities, they found that Xing Liangzi's physical fitness was astonishing, even stronger than Olympic champions. Of course, Yang Guang and Ye Deming were not surprised because they could also do it. They just didn't show it. In fact, Ultraman is also very powerful in human form, easily kicking through wooden stakes, smashing boulders with a punch, emitting energy beams, and even flying. Like when Diga transformed during the final battle against the Chimera in human form. On the second day, Yang Guang bought a lot of snacks to bring to Xing Liangzi. On the third day, Hui Mei brought back some fruit for Xing Liangzi. As for Ye Deming, well, he was just there to mooch food. Although Ye Deming did not recognize that the woman in front of him was Princess Urian, he still knew that she most likely came from the Land of Light. So he acted without any restraint, chatting and eating comfortably. However, after several days, Xing Liangzi still had not regained her memory. During this time, Hui Mei took great care of Xing Liangzi, and out of gratitude, Xing Liangzi gave Hui Mei her bracelet as a gift. One day, Hui Mei went out to buy fruit and was spotted by the Karakura aliens. Because she was wearing the bracelet given by Xing Liangzi, the Karakura aliens mistakenly believed Hui Mei was Princess Urian and planned to capture her. Just then, patrolling team member Ikeda spotted the situation. Unfortunately, Ikeda was just an ordinary person. Although he could be considered an elite among humans, he was no match for the aliens. So unsurprisingly, he was easily knocked down by the Karakura aliens, and they captured Hui Mei effortlessly. Ikeda immediately reported Hui Mei's abduction to headquarters. Captain Dashin then dispatched Yang Guang and Ye Deming to rescue Hui Mei, and out of concern for Hui Mei, Xing Liangzi also followed. Meanwhile, Hui Mei was taken by the Karakura aliens to a cave and tied to a stone pillar. Princess Urian, you have finally fallen into my hands. Ha ha ha. King Galtan swaggered in front of Hui Mei. What? You must be mistaken. I am Hui Mei, not Princess Urian. Hui Mei explained. Shut up. That bracelet is the best evidence. King Galtan scolded. Hui Mei, could it be Hui Mei realized that the Karakura aliens mistakenly thought she was Miss Liangzi, not knowing that Miss Liangzi was actually Princess Urian. She just didn't know which alien race Princess Urian belonged to. Princess Urian, quickly tell me the whereabouts of 80 Ultraman. King Galtan continued to ask. What do you want with 80 Ultraman? Hui Mei asked. What else would it be? Of course, to kill him. King Galtan angrily struck the stone pillar with a knife in his hand. Foolish alien. How could you expect her to tell you that? I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Hui Mei firmly stated when she heard the alien wanted to kill 80 Ultraman. Even if you don't say it, it doesn't matter. As long as I spread the news of your presence here, 80 will come naturally. King Galtan said. King Galtan was furious that his son had been killed by the Land of Light, so he began to torture Hui Mei severely. Slap, slap, slap. At this moment, Yang Guang and the others found the vehicle that had kidnapped Hui Mei and began searching for other clues. Suddenly, Xing Liangzi's earrings resonated. It turned out the earrings and the bracelet could resonate with each other. I know where Hui Mei is, Xing Liangzi said. That's great. Let's go rescue her immediately. Yang Guang said. As the three prepared to go, several men jumped out. It was obvious that these were the Karakara aliens. Xing Liangzi directly used Ultraman's telekinesis to reveal the true forms of the Karakara aliens. Monsters, show your true forms. Yang Guang, seeing that they were aliens, immediately stepped forward and knocked one of the Karakara aliens down with a punch, then kicked the second Karakara alien down with a kick. A-GUANG also did not fall behind, fighting two enemies at once. Xing Liangzi also faced off against a Karakara alien. After a brief fight, several Karakara aliens were easily defeated. Chapter 70. King Galtan, the Karakara alien, who was suddenly knocked to the ground, vanished on the spot. Dongji. Both Yadaman and Yang Guang sensed something was wrong at the same time. After shouting a warning, Yang Guang lunged towards Xing Liangzi, and Yadaman also dropped to the ground. A fierce explosion occurred, and fortunately, the three of them fell in time. Otherwise, they would have surely been injured. Even so, Xing Liangzi was knocked unconscious by the shockwave. Yang Guang shook her awake, and as she came to, her memories began to slowly return. Xin Liangfi, I know. I need to think. Oh no, my memories are coming back. She then revealed her identity as Princess Yulian to Yadaman and explained her reason for coming to Earth. It turned out that the incident started when King Galtan gathered millions of his people to invade the Land of Light, intending to dominate the entire universe. Naturally, the Land of Light had to retaliate, and thus the war began. Unexpectedly, despite the seemingly grandiose King Galtan, his overall strength was actually quite lacking. During the war, not only was his son taken down by the Land of Light, but he himself was also forced to flee in disgrace. Realizing that he could not defeat the Land of Light, he learned that Ultraman Eddie was alone on Earth, and he wanted to kill Ultraman Eddie as revenge against the Land of Light. And he was here to deliver that message. Yadaman was astonished after hearing Xing Liangzi's words. You are actually Princess Yulian. I remember when I left, you were just a little girl. Yadaman exclaimed, looking at the tall and graceful Yulian in surprise. Xing Liangzi, what? A little girl? I thought we were childhood friends, but you only see me as a little girl. Well, my romance hasn't even started before it ends. Oh, I understand now. So those guys mistook Hui Mei for you and kidnapped her, Yadaman said. That team member Cheng Yi is in great danger now. Yang Guang said, right? Let's go save her, Yadaman urged. The three arrived at the cave entrance, only to find the area blocked by iron doors. This kind of thing might hold back ordinary people, but Yang Guang and the others were all Ultramen. With a single leap, Yang Guang jumped over the fence and entered. Xing Liangzi was taken aback, surprised that Earthlings were so capable. She still did not know that Yang Guang was also an Ultraman. Yadaman and Xing Liangzi followed suit with a somersault and entered the cave. Inside the cave, King Galtan heard his subordinates report that someone had broken in, and it should be Ultraman Eddie. King Galtan laughed heartily, surprised that Ultraman Eddie arrived so quickly, and ordered his subordinates to lay an ambush. They would wait for Eddie to arrive before launching a surprise attack, determined to kill him on the spot. Before long, Yang Guang and the others rushed into the cave, and the Karakara elite soldiers were no match for Yang Guang and Yadaman, falling to the ground in no time. What? You call this strength elite soldiers? After all, how could those who guard King Galtan be mere foot soldiers? They must be the elite of the Karakara tribe. However, to Yang Guang and Yadaman, these were truly just foot soldiers. With such a low level of capability, they thought they could invade the Land of Light and dominate the universe? What a joke. Perhaps King Galtan's forces weren't originally this weak. Maybe they had all been wiped out by the Land of Light, leaving only some foot soldiers behind. Seeing someone break in, King Galtan moved forward to take Hui Mei hostage. You are King Galtan. Release Hui Mei now. Yadaman shouted as soon as he saw King Galtan. Ultraman Eddie, can't you see the knife in my hand? Drop your weapon and surrender. King Galtan threatened, holding the knife to Hui Mei's neck. It turned out that Yadaman was Ultraman Eddie. As Yadaman stepped forward to speak, Hui Mei thought to herself. At that moment, a Karakara alien launched a sneak attack from above, throwing a spear. Hui Mei pushed King Galtan's knife away, performed a somersault, and positioned herself in front of Yadaman to shield him. In that instant, Yang Guang used Ultraman telekinesis to freeze the spear in midair. With a clang, the spear dropped to the ground. Hui Mei, who thought she was going to die, stood dazedly. and Yadaman pulled her behind him to protect her. A-GUANG drew his gun and began shooting pew. In the blink of an eye, he took down the remaining small soldiers one by one. The sudden turn of events left King Galtan alone, unable to react. What the hell? In the blink of an eye, I'm the only one left. This isn't how the script goes. Yadaman, King Galtan, surrender quickly. Seeing he was outnumbered, King Galtan instantly retreated outside the cave, preparing to grow to giant size and kill them all. The group followed him outside, where they saw the giant King Galtan. Without hesitation, Yadaman transformed into Ultraman Eddie to confront him. King Galtan, the leader of the nomadic Karakura alien tribe, was cruel, cold-hearted, and stubborn. Upon growing to giant size, he reached a height of 60 meters and weighed 32,000 tons. He wielded a battle knife called the explosive Azure Dragon Blade, a weapon forged with the strength of his entire tribe. Over 20 meters long and weighing 5,000 tons, it was extremely sharp and could easily slice through massive rocks. King Galtan could also unleash ranged attacks with this knife. When he thrust it forcefully into the ground, it created a powerful shockwave that cracked the earth. Furthermore, the blade could emit lightning-like destructive rays, greatly enhancing the wielder's combat power. At this moment, the scene unfolded with Eddie and King Galtan grappling, both exerting their strength against each other. However, it seemed that Eddie was not a match for King Galtan in terms of strength and was thrown away. Yet Eddie was agile, rolling and quickly getting back on his feet. King Galtan chased after him, attacking Eddie, who blocked a few blows. However, persistent defense led to a lapse, and he was knocked to the ground by King Galtan. Seizing the opportunity, King Galtan drew his prized blade, ready to strike Eddie down. Eddie rolled to avoid the blade, but King Galtan continued to slash, and Eddie kept dodging, finding himself in a dangerous situation. On the ground, Xing Liangzi and Hui Mei were also worried about Eddie. What a great Eddie! Truly an outstanding graduate of the Land of Light. No wonder he would become a member of the Ultraman brothers in the future. In a flash, Eddie leaped back to create distance from Baltan and unleashed a light arrow. However, King Galtan used the explosive Azure Dragon Blade to shatter the light arrow. In the original TV series, this knife was broken by the light arrow, and then Eddie unleashed his power to defeat King Galtan. But thinking about it, that was unrealistic. This was a treasured blade used by a tribal king. If it could break so easily, it would have been shattered long ago during the battle with the Land of Light. Chapter 71. The Great Battle with King Galtan. In fact, as soon as he appeared, Eddie was slightly at a disadvantage in terms of strength. After that, King Galtan wielded the explosive Blue Dragon Blade and demonstrated superb swordsmanship. Eddie, the Ultraman, could only avoid the sharp edge, dodging awkwardly. At this moment, the scene showed King Galtan chasing Eddie with a big sword, forcing Eddie to continuously evade, and then he picked up a huge rock and threw it at King Galtan. King Galtan effortlessly split the giant rock in half with a single strike. Eddie was more agile than King Galtan, who couldn't catch up, but Eddie also dared not approach. After all, being hit by a sword was no joke. Just when you thought King Galtan had run out of tricks, he pointed his sword at Eddie and unleashed a lightning-like destructive beam. Eddie was caught off guard, hit by the beam, and fell to the ground, with his colorful timer on his chest beeping a red alert. At this moment, Eddie the Ultraman had no hope of turning the tide. Eddie, both Xing Liangzi and Hui Mei exclaimed in unison. Take care of yourselves. I'm going to help Eddie, A-GUANG said to the two girls. Huh? The two girls questioned simultaneously upon hearing A-GUANG's words. They thought to themselves, don't go making things worse. Can't you see that Eddie the Ultraman can't even defeat that King Galtan? Be careful with your handsome face. Just as King Galtan was about to strike down Eddie, A-GUANG ran in front of Eddie with incredible speed, leaped into the air, and hovered, holding the godlike stick which emitted a dazzling light, transforming into Ged Ultraman. So Hikaru is also an Ultraman. Oh, I didn't expect Hikaru to be. Both girls exclaimed in surprise. As soon as Ged appeared, he fired an energy blast at King Galtan, causing the latter, who was about to decapitate Eddie, to stagger backward. Another Ultraman. Who are you? You look like a boiled Australian lobster. King Galtan asked. I am. Listen carefully, I am not some Australian lobster. I am Ged Ultraman, a warrior from the ultra-ancient era of 30 million years ago. Ged replied, no matter who you are, anyone who dares to stop me will be killed. King Galtan arrogantly declared. But it must be said that King Galtan had the right to be arrogant. His strength was on par with Eddie the Ultraman, and with the explosive blue dragon blade in hand, he had no weaknesses, making him one of the most formidable beings in the universe. King Galtan thought, I've already taken down one. Taking down another is no problem. I, King Galtan, have roamed the universe for so many years. Do you think I am just a name without substance? He ignored Eddie and charged directly at Ged. Ged, not to be outdone, also rushed toward King Galtan. King Galtan swung his sword diagonally, and Ged ducked to the left to evade, moving to King Galtan's right side, grabbing his sword-wielding arm, pulling him, and delivering a knee strike that pushed King Galtan back. Then, with a side kick, he knocked King Galtan to the ground. King Galtan quickly got up and swung his sword at Ged again, who could only dodge left and right, waiting for an opportunity. However, it must be said that King Galtan's swordsmanship was superb, and his moves were seamless, leaving no openings. Thus, Ged could only brace himself against the blade with his wrist armor. Duong. Sparks flew. King Galtan's swordplay paused for a moment, and Ged seized the opportunity to punch King Galtan in the chest, causing him to stagger back a few steps, followed by another side kick that sent King Galtan flying several hundred meters, crashing to the ground. Why always use side kicks? Because they are powerful. Taking advantage of King Galtan still being down, Ged leaped high and executed a downward kick against the just-risen King Galtan. King Galtan quickly raised his sword to block, but Ged's foot glowed with red light, indicating great power. When it struck the sword, it forced the blade down onto King Galtan's chest. Bang! Ugh! King Galtan was violently impacted, sent flying hundreds of meters away. Had it not been for blocking most of the damage with his sword, he might have been severely injured. For an ordinary monster, being kicked hundreds of meters away would surely leave them dazed and unable to fight. But King Galtan was different. He was armored. Though he was knocked down hard, he was not seriously hurt. King Galtan thought, fortunately, I have my sword and armor to mitigate the damage. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. King Galtan roared in anger, rallying himself. He then unleashed another lightning-like destructive beam from his sword. Ged knew this move was powerful and did not try to take it head-on, rolling to evade. Seeing that he missed once, King Galtan unleashed several more beams in quick succession. Unfortunately, none hit Ged, either being dodged or blocked by Ged's energy shield. Until King Galtan's energy reserves were nearly depleted, he failed to inflict any significant damage on Ged, which made him furious. Then, in a fit of rage, he charged at Ged with reckless abandon, this time without any strategy. After dodging a few times, Ged seized an opening, executed a sweeping kick, and knocked King Galtan down. Then he delivered a kick to King Galtan's face. Bang! King Galtan was sent spinning from the impact. But it wasn't over. Ged lifted King Galtan and slammed him head first into the ground. Boom! After a series of head impacts, King Galtan finally fell unconscious. Ged leaped back, gathered energy, and unleashed the Ged beam. Bayou! Boom! King Galtan was blown to pieces, dead beyond any doubt. It must be said that the King Galtan killed by Eddie in the TV series was still quite formidable in reality. The armed King Galtan might even be slightly stronger than the Zalasima, who was suppressed by Avalokiteshvara. King Galtan had armor, which provided higher defense than other monsters. Moreover, as the king of the Karakara clan, he was no weakling in combat capabilities. Ged picked up King Galtan's sword and examined it. The explosive blue dragon blade. What a powerful name. It truly is a fine weapon. Treasures belong to those who deserve them. Henceforth, it shall be mine. After so many battles, Ged realized the advantages of fighting with weapons, so he unhesitatingly claimed the sword for himself, as such versatile weapons were indeed rare. Chapter 72. The mystery of the Ultra Warriors age. Eddie and Yada regained their human forms and approached Hikari and Imiko. Imiko, please don't tell anyone about us being Ultramen, A-GUANG said. Yeah, if others find out, we'll have to return to the Land of Light, Yada added. Don't worry, I won't reveal your identities, Imiko assured them. Oh, Right, Hikari, here's your bracelet. It's a token of your identity and should be important to you, so I'll return it, Emiko said to Hikari. I'm sorry for the trouble, Hikari replied, taking the bracelet. It's fine. Hikari, would you like to join UGM and fight alongside Yada and Hikaru? Emiko asked. Joining UGM? Sounds good, Hikari said, glancing at Yada and A-GUANG, seeing their eager expressions, and nodded in agreement to Emiko's suggestion. The four then returned to the UGM base, and Hikari began her training with UGM. However, in the following days, A-GUANG noticed that Hikari looked at him in a way similar to other girls who were stealing glances at him, especially after Kyoko-sensei visited Yada. Hikari learned that Yada already had a girlfriend. Now, whenever she had free time, Hikari would follow A-GUANG around. As a pure youth who longed for love, but had never been in a relationship, A-GUANG was completely defenseless against Hikari's proactive approach. Gradually, A-GUANG's feelings for Hikari grew stronger. The feelings between young men and women can develop quite quickly, especially when both sides are interested. As for Yada and Hikari's relationship, A-GUANG specifically asked Yada about it. It turns out that although they had known each other since childhood, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were childhood sweethearts. But Yulian was younger than Eddie. In Eddie's eyes, he only saw Yulian as a younger sister. When he left the Land of Light to complete missions, Yulian was still a little girl. This brings us to the age setting of the Ultramen. There have always been different interpretations regarding the age of Ultramen in relation to humans. The official statement given by a certain source is that every 347 years of an Ultraman's life is equivalent to 1 year for a human. However, I have a different opinion on this conversion. If we refer to Boy Ultraman, who is 1,200 years old, he himself said he is still in elementary school in the Land of Light. Dividing 1,200 by 347 equals 45 years. This means Boy Ultraman is only 3.5 years old. How could he possibly be in elementary school? He should still be in kindergarten. Moreover, a 3.5-year-old could grow to be only a head shorter than an adult Ultraman. Clearly, this age conversion is incorrect. While we don't know how many grades there are in the elementary school of the Land of Light, we can assume, like in Sakura Country, there are also 6 grades. Let us assume the elementary school in the Land of Light also has 6 grades. If we assume Boy Ultraman is currently in the 6th grade, that would make him equivalent to around a 12-year-old human child. Therefore, we can deduce that in the Land of Light, roughly every 100 years is equivalent to 1 year for humans. If Boy is 1,200 years old and is in the 1st grade, that would equate to a 6 or 7-year-old human child, leading us to conclude that every 200 years in the Land of Light is equivalent to 1 year for humans. If 200 years equals 1 year, then Eddie and Yulian's age difference would be just 1 year, making it impossible for Eddie to say that Yulian was still a little girl when he left. Thus, it is more reasonable to say that 100 years in the Land of Light is equivalent to 1 year for humans. Eddie, as an excellent graduate, hypothetically became an Ultraman warrior at around 1,600 years old, which is equivalent to about 16 years for a human, and then began undertaking missions. At that time, Yulian was only 1,400 years old, equivalent to about 14 years for a human, so it could be said that Yulian was still a girl. Curious about age, A-GUANG specifically asked Hikari, and from her, he learned that before an Ultraman comes of age, every 100 years is equivalent to 1 year for humans. By the time they reach 2,000 years old, they are equivalent to 20 years for humans. During this period, any Ultraman grows and develops according to this ratio. However, after reaching 2,000 years, it changes. For ordinary Ultramen of the Land of Light without special gifts, the conversion remains the same. Every 100 years is equivalent to 1 year, so their lifespan limit is around 12,000 years, equivalent to 120 years for humans. For those with warrior talent, if they become qualified Ultraman warriors before the age of 2,000, then after reaching 2,000 years, every 1,000 years is equivalent to 1 year for humans. With a lifespan limit of around 200 years. A-GUANG asked, "So what is your age in human years?" Hikari replied, "I am currently 7,800 years old. The first 2,000 years is equivalent to 20 years for humans. And since I became an Ultraman warrior before 2,000 years after that, Every 1,000 years equals 1 year for humans. So I'm just over 25, not quite 26. A-GUANG asked, what about Eddie? Hikari replied, Eddie is 200 years older than me, so he is 8,000 years old. The first 2,000 years is equivalent to 20 years for humans. He became an Ultraman warrior at 1,600 years old, and then at 6,000 years old, he reached the peak of a high-level warrior and implanted a gemstone timer. So his age is calculated to be just over 24. A-GUANG said, huh? How come Eddie is younger than you? How is age calculated after implanting the gemstone timer? Hikari explained, after implanting the gemstone timer, age becomes meaningless. As long as their energy doesn't T-deplete, they 1T-die. A-GUANG exclaimed, if energy doesn't T-deplete, they 1T-die. So not all Ultramen are immortal. Only those who have implanted gemstone timers can be considered immortal. Hikari added, that's one way to put it. In a land of light, we refer to Ultraman warriors with gemstone timers as elite warriors. Elite warriors are different from ordinary Ultraman warriors. They are powerful Ultraman warriors with gemstone timers. In a land of light, only a small number of Ultramen are born with gemstone timers. Their talents are stronger than most of their kin, making it easy for them to become powerful warriors to protect the land of light. Most of the kin do not have colored timers. They can only obtain a gemstone timer through continuous training and strengthening themselves to reach the peak of high-level warriors, at which point they can undergo the implantation surgery for the gemstone timer. Once they become elite warriors, it not only signifies near immortality, but their power also multiplies. Because the gemstone timer can accelerate the absorption of external energy by the Ultraman warrior and increase the upper limit of energy within them. Therefore, as long as elite Ultraman warriors do not deplete their energy or get killed, they will not die. Chapter 73. The classification of Ultraman levels Xing Liangzi. Moreover, within the realm of the Land of Light, due to the illumination from the Plasma Spark Tower, the energy of elite warriors basically does not enter a state of depletion. Even if they leave the illuminated area of the Plasma Spark Tower, the color timer can actively absorb free energy from the universe to replenish the energy of the Ultraman. Even if their energy is exhausted, they will turn into stone statues. One day, if they're provided with sufficient energy, they can come back to life. Therefore, once someone becomes an elite warrior, they can freely traverse the universe. Only elite warriors are sent into the universe to carry out missions alone, unlike me, who still needs to take a spaceship to Earth. I must say, the color timer is like an external enhancement for Ultraman. It can actively absorb external energy, allowing Ultraman to quickly recover strength and injuries, and also giving them the ability to carry out long-distance missions. Ultraman without a color timer has limited internal energy and absorbs energy slowly, so they cannot fly long distances and can only travel by spaceship. A-GUANG, I see. So after becoming an elite warrior, if energy is exhausted, they will only turn into a stone statue. But if they're in battle, they could be killed. All right, what level are you now? Xing Liangzi. I am currently at the advanced Ultraman stage, but I'm still a bit away from implanting the color timer. However, my strength is already very close, and perhaps it won't be long before I can implant the color timer gem. A-GUANG, oh, so confident. Xing Liangzi. That is because I am considered a rare genius in the Land of Light. It's just that, as I am a princess, I don't need to participate in battles most of the time, so I just lack practical experience and insights from life and death combat. A-GUANG. So you're only a tiny bit behind other geniuses. Xing Liangzi. Hikari, you are so strong. You must already be a top-tier warrior, right? A-GUANG, top-tier warrior? I'm not sure. How many levels are there in total for Ultraman-S strength in your Land of Light? Xing Liangzi. In the Land of Light, we classify Ultraman into 8 levels. The lowest is ordinary people without warrior talent. Then there are Junior Ultraman, Intermediate Ultraman, and Advanced Ultraman. Above that are Elite Ultraman, Top-Tier Ultraman, and Ultimate Ultraman. Above Ultimate Ultraman are the legendary 4 mysterious gods. A-GUANG. So, what qualifies as a top-tier Ultraman, and what qualifies as an Ultimate Ultraman? Xing Liangzi. After becoming an elite warrior with the enhancement of the color timer, the strength of Ultraman will be reinforced. The energy limit within their body, the speed of energy absorption, and their recovery ability will all be improved. This is the elite stage. As Ultraman continuously hones themselves, eventually merging completely with the gem. They will be able to control their energy freely. At this point, Ultraman can break through their original height limitations and can become larger or smaller. When they reach this point, they have reached the top-tier warrior stage. A-GUANG, being able to freely control one's energy and body and adjust their size is what makes them a top-tier warrior. No wonder in the settings. Some Ultraman are 40 meters tall, while others are 50 meters, yet they look the same size when together. It turns out they can adjust their body size. Alright, what about Ultimate Warriors? Xing Liangzi. Generally, the top-tier warrior is the peak of Ultraman evolution. To become an Ultimate Warrior, one needs to comprehend a certain higher-level power. In the Land of Light, only Father of Ultra has reached the level of Ultimate Warrior by comprehending the true power. The strongest others are merely top-tier warriors, and top-tier warriors are already considered ace combat power. There are not many in the Land of Light. The most famous and strongest among them are the Ultra Brothers. And of course, there are some top-tier warriors in other departments. In total, there are only a few dozen in the entire Land of Light. Xing Liangzi, of course. One can also use divine artifacts to amplify oneself, or multiple Ultraman can merge to reach the Ultimate Warrior stage. However, these two methods are temporary and cannot maintain the Ultimate Warrior state for long. A-GUANG. With such a standard classification, although I have not tried adjusting my body size, I see that both Digga and Eddie seem to be able to do so. There's no reason I can't. So I should also be a top-tier warrior. However, ever since Guanyin Bodhisattva blessed me, it seems I have touched upon the realm of Tai Chi power. Although I have only just begun to comprehend a little, I believe that one day I will fully understand Tai Chi power and become an ultimate warrior. Through this conversation, A-GUANG not only resolved the confusion about converting Ultraman's age to human age, but also learned about the classification of Ultraman levels. A-GUANG, Liangzi, can you tell me more about the history of your Land of Light? Because I am not an Ultraman of this universe. There are still many things I do not understand about your Land of Light. Xing Liangzi, no problem. Let me properly introduce you to the information about our Land of Light. The Land of Light is located on a planet called Ultrastar in the M78 Nebula, with a population of about 18 billion. It is 3 million light-years away from Earth, and the size of Ultrastar is 60 times that of Earth, with a gravity over 120 times that of Earth, surrounded by radiation rays from an artificial sun, the Differida rays. A-GUANG, so the Land of Light is that big. Xing Liangzi, the Land of Light was not always like it is now. As far back as 270,000 years ago. Due to a stellar explosion, the Land of Light fell into darkness. Therefore, the scientists of the Land of Light created the plasma spark, using the plasma spark tower to emit Differida rays that illuminated the entire Land of Light. The Differida rays possess immense energy, and under this illumination, the indigenous people of the Land of Light underwent evolution. A-GUANG, impressive. Xing Liangzi, of course, not everyone succeeded in evolving. 99 of the people failed and turned to ash. The remaining one of the population, endowed with the energy of the plasma spark, achieved giant size. With an average height of 40 m and an average weight of 40,000 tons, and they gained many superpowers. They were henceforth known as Ultraman. This event is also referred to as the Human Super Evolution event. The plasma spark is also known as the Holy Light by the Ultraman. The core energy of the plasma spark is extremely powerful, and even Ultraman cannot directly touch it, so a handle was made for the plasma spark, making it look like a torch overall. Chapter 74, Silver Clan, Red Clan, and Blue Clan. Xing Liangzi. The evolution of Ultramen varies. Some are born with color timers, while others are not. Ultramen with color timers have significantly more energy within them, making them stronger. With just a bit of training, they can become qualified Ultra Warriors, and through hard training, they can unleash their potential and become elite warriors. A-GUANG, it's really unfair. Xing Liangzi, it's okay later on. The scientists of the Land of Light studied those Ultramen with color timer gems and replicated the colored timers, allowing those who were born without them to undergo transplantation, so they could also become elite warriors. A-GUANG, the scientists of the Land of Light are amazing. Is there anything they can't do? Xing Liangzi, of course. Not all Ultramen can undergo transplantation. They must undergo rigorous training and reach the peak of advanced warriors first. A-GUANG. Are there many advanced warriors? How many Ultra warriors can reach that level? A-GUANG. In a land of light, Ultramen with warrior talent are 1 in a million. This means that with a population of 18 billion in the land of light, there are about 1.8 million Ultra warriors. Only about 1 in 10 of the junior warriors has the talent to become intermediate warriors, which is around 180,000. Similarly, only 1 in 10 intermediate warriors has the talent to become advanced warriors, which is about 18,000. Therefore, compared to ordinary Ultramen, advanced warriors are already considered super geniuses. 1 in a million. A-GUANG. So there are so few Ultra warriors. A-GUANG. Similarly, only 1 in 10 advanced warriors can reach the peak and undergo the transplantation of colored timers to become enviable elite warriors. This means that only about 1/800 can become elite warriors through acquired means, adding those Ultramen who are born with gem timers. The elite level in the land of light consists of just over 2,000 individuals. Thus, the elite level is considered part of the leadership in the land of light, the true backbone of the land of light. A-GUANG. In the land of light, Ultramen are divided into 3 clans based on color: Red Clan, Silver Clan, and Blue Clan. A-GUANG. Oh, aren't there also White Clan and Shadow Clan? A-GUANG. No, who told you that? A-GUANG. Oh, I heard it from someone else. Please continue. A-GUANG. The energy in the Red Clan is closer to the fire attribute, and they have strong physical power and resistance to impact. But they're slightly slower and have simple personalities, making them naturally suited to be warriors. The Blue Clan's energy leans towards the wind attribute, and while they have weaker physical power and resistance, they are fast, intelligent, and quick-witted, making them naturally suited to be assassins or scientists. The energy in the Silver Clan is relatively gentle, with more energy, making it easier for them to learn various skills, and their physical strength and speed are relatively balanced, excelling in various fields. Additionally, due to the relatively gentle energy within the Silver Clan, they can integrate more spatial material into their bodies, enhancing their combat power more than the other 2 clans. However, over time, there are very few purebred Ultramen left among the 3 clans in the Land of Light. Most belong to red-silver or blue-silver combinations. Although they may not have the high talent of pure colors, they have become more balanced overall. After A-GUANG's explanation, A-GUANG, the newcomer, finally gained a more detailed understanding of the Land of Light. A-GUANG also told A-GUANG that he came from another universe, where he fought against the dark demon god Gitangir. In the end, during his victory, a time-space rift appeared by accident, and he was transported to this world. As they exchanged stories, their relationship gradually grew closer. In the following period, A-GUANG took A-GUANG to train, either exercising or on the way to train. Whether it was fitness, sparring, or practicing sword techniques, the two were almost inseparable during the day, and their feelings rapidly intensified. Under A-GUANG's special training, A-GUANG's strength began to improve. A-GUANG had high talent and possessed many superpowers, but due to being a princess, she rarely fought. Even so, she had already become an advanced warrior 800 years ago at the age of 7,000. She had mentioned before that Eddie was a qualified Ultra Warrior before graduating from university and had already started taking on missions from the Land of Light. Later, at the age of 6,000, he reached the peak of advanced warriors and became an elite warrior sent by the Land of Light to maintain peace throughout the universe. After honing his skills in the universe for over 1,000 years, he successfully became a top-level warrior over a decade ago and was recently sent to Earth by the Land of Light to maintain peace there. Talents like Eddie's are extremely rare in the entire Land of Light, comparable to those of the Ultraman brothers, and he is highly likely to become one of them in the future. Eddie, you really have a good eye. An 8,000-year-old top-level warrior seems incomparable to those big shots who are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years old. However, 8,000 years is already a significant portion of life for ordinary Ultramen, considering that the life limit for ordinary clan members is 12,000 years. One day, A-GUANG was patrolling as usual on his motorcycle when he came to a soccer field and saw children practicing soccer, so he stopped to watch. A-GUANG loved playing soccer as a child, and later, as he grew up, he enjoyed basketball, so he was good at both soccer and basketball. Suddenly, a group of bikers rushed into the soccer field, causing chaos among the children, and they even started attacking them. A-GUANG couldn't stand it and rushed in to scold them. When the bikers saw someone from UGM had arrived, they immediately drove away. A-GUANG noticed that someone was injured, so he took them to the hospital. It turned out to be a pair of siblings, a sister named Aya and a brother named Naoto. The sister came out to stop the bikers when she saw her brother's soccer game being interrupted. But how could a weak woman stop the arrogant bikers? Instead, she got injured. Seeing his sister hurt, the brother gathered his courage and kicked a biker down, which angered the bikers, who then injured him severely. The doctor said that if he could survive the night, he would be fine. Otherwise, he might not make it. The siblings had long lost their parents and relied on each other, making them very pitiful. Aya, looking at her brother lying unconscious, broke down in tears. Aya, don't worry. I believe Naoto will get better. A-GUANG comfortet her. This group of bikers actually attacked children and women. They must be taught a lesson. Looking at the pitiful siblings, A-GUANG made a certain determination in his heart. Chapter 75. The Saturn Gang. A-GUANG returned to the UGM headquarters and reported today's situation to Captain Dashin. This was a serious hit-and-run incident involving a reckless biker gang, and it needed to be investigated thoroughly. A-GUANG said to Captain Dashin. It's enough to leave the hit-and-run case to the police, Captain Dashin replied. UGM's duty is to protect Earth and humanity from the destruction caused by monsters. As for human mistakes, it's reasonable for the police to handle them. However, A-GUANG detested evil and couldn't stand these bikers, so he took a day off, claiming he was fatigued. He left UGM and went to a gas station to gather information. After all, bikers need to refuel their bikes. At the gas station, A-GUANG learned that the biker gang was called the Saturn Gang, and he began to inquire about their whereabouts. During this process, members of the Saturn Gang discovered A-GUANG's inquiries and reported to their leader. The leader decided to teach A-GUANG a lesson. As A-GUANG rode his motorcycle alone on the road, they prepared to ambush him. Two members of the Saturn Gang rode their motorcycles straight towards A-GUANG. When A-GUANG saw it was the Saturn Gang, he felt a thrill of excitement. Hey, I was just looking for you guys, and here you are, A-GUANG exclaimed. The two motorcycles were side by side, holding a flag, preparing to knock A-GUANG off his bike. Unfazed, A-GUANG revved the throttle and accelerated right through the middle, grabbing the flag with incredible speed and yanking the person holding it down. He then pulled over, walked over to the fallen person, grabbed him by the collar, and delivered 2 punches, knocking him out cold. At this moment, other members of the biker gang surrounded A-GUANG and charged at him. A-GUANG tossed the person he had just knocked down aside, dodged an oncoming motorcycle, grabbed the rider, lifted him up, and threw him to the ground. Bang! Ouch! A-GUANG scoffed. You think I'm just some weakling? Can't even dodge a motorcycle? Without waiting for others to approach, A-GUANG performed a backflip kick, knocking another person off their bike. Then he rushed over to another motorcycle nearby. That person tried to escape, but A-GUANG's speed exceeded their expectations. He grabbed the back of the bike and lifted the rear wheel off the ground. As everyone knows, motorcycles are rear-wheel drive, and lifting the rear wheel means it can't move forward. However, a motorcycle weighs several hundred kilograms. Normally, no one could lift it. With a strong effort, A-GUANG flipped both the person and the bike over. This series of events shocked everyone. So strong. Who is the leader here? A-GUANG asked nonchalantly. I am. What do you want? A trembling man replied, fear evident in his voice. If you want to hit someone, be careful. I'll call the police on you. A-GUANG sneered, walked over, lifted him up, and slammed him to the ground, then delivered a few kicks. Please stop. Don't hit me. The man cried out. Let us go. Everyone to the hospital to apologize to Jiren, A-GUANG ordered. We will not submit. Another shouted. Just wait. The crowd glared at A-GUANG, unfazed, even issuing threats. A-GUANG didn't waste words. He stepped forward and started hitting them. If they wouldn't listen, he would hit them until they did. Oh. After a series of screams. Please stop. I'm willing to apologize. Just stop. Seeing that A-GUANG showed no signs of stopping, They ultimately couldn't hold out and beg for mercy. Let us go, everyone, to the hospital to apologize to Jiren, Yang Guang repeated. What? We can't use force. These guys have been causing trouble, nearly hitting someone with their reckless driving, and still showed no remorse. One couldn't afford to show mercy to such people. If you were kind-hearted for a moment, it could lead them to continue their misdeeds, harming more people. Thus, under Yang Guang's threat of force, they went to the hospital, and in front of Jiren's bed, they all apologized, promising to reform and never engage in wrongdoing again. Aya was deeply moved seeing Yang Guang bring those bikers to apologize to her and Jiren. She felt a surge of emotion, thinking, as a girl, she had nothing to repay him with, except to offer herself. After they apologized and made their promises, Yang Guang let them go. Since they were at the hospital, he allowed them to check on their injuries. Yang Guang comforted Aya for a while before returning. That night, Yang Guang secretly returned to the hospital, slipped into Jiren's room, and used healing light to mend Jiren's injuries. To protect his sister, who dared to challenge those stronger than herself, that courage was commendable. Keep it up, kid. Face difficulties with courage. Don't complain about failures and pain, and don't resent others. All hardships are there to elevate you. Please maintain your passionate enthusiasm towards life. You got this. While treating Jiren, Yang Guang communicated telepathically, encouraging him to be brave and upright. Yang Guang's words were like a lighthouse in the dark, guiding Jiren out of despair. Although Jiren didn't understand what "you got this" meant, he felt empowered. At the same time, Jiren's heart changed. He let go of his hatred and faced everything with a more positive and optimistic attitude. After all this, Yang Guang returned to UGM. According to the original plot, due to Jiren's resentment, he transferred his life to the doll Savan, and his soul attached to the doll, becoming Savan and pursuing the Saturn gang, causing significant destruction to the city. In the end, the doll Savan was defeated by Eddie, and the Saturn gang, frightened, reformed. Yang Guang felt there was no need for such complications. It was sufficient to find the Saturn gang and give them a lesson, minimizing the resolution of the problem. There was no need for the doll Savan to cause destruction in the city because of a few rogue bikers, leading to unnecessary losses and casualties for humanity. The next day, Jiren's injuries miraculously improved, and after 2 days of observation with no issues, he was discharged from the hospital. In the following days, Yang Guang and Hashikawa Ryuko worked, exercised, and had meals together. They happily immersed themselves in their world with each other. However, they hadn't clarified their relationship. Ryuko, being a girl, couldn't bring it up first due to shyness. Meanwhile, Yang Guang had never been in a relationship and lacked experience. He was usually quite articulate, but when it came to romance, he was a bit clumsy, just like Yashida. A few days later, Yang Guang and Hashikawa Ryuko, at Aya's invitation, went to watch Jiren's soccer match. The three sat on the sidelines, and Ryuko felt a pang of jealousy seeing Aya laughing and talking with Yang Guang. When she saw Aya almost leaning against Yang Guang, she couldn't hold back her shyness. During a moment when Jiren scored a goal, she grabbed Yang Guang's arm in excitement, cheering, whether it was for the goal or for hugging Yang Guang first. She was so thrilled that anyone would think she was a soccer fan. Chapter 76. Baltan Elite Warrior. After watching the football match, Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi bid farewell to Yi and Naoto, walking down the street as the air gradually filled with the sweet scent of love. Liangzi, can you be my girlfriend? Yang Guang stopped, took Xing Liangzi's hand, and said as they locked eyes. Xing Liangzi looked at Yang Guang and smiled sweetly, softly responding. Just like that, the relationship between Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi was established. The next day, in the UGM command room, everyone, I'd like to treat you all to a drink tonight, Yang Guang announced to the group. Oh, does Hikaru have good news? Director Ito asked with a smile. Yes. Yesterday, Liangzi agreed to be my girlfriend, so I want to celebrate today, Yang Guang replied. Oh, congratulations. Ha, that's great. Now I don't have to worry about someone stealing Hui Mei from me, Fujimori said happily. Indeed, before Yang Guang arrived, many female staff members liked Yi's strength. After Yang Guang came, they started to like him instead. As for the other guys, the girls really didn't have eyes for them. Now that both Yang Guang and Yi have girlfriends, Wouldn't that open up opportunities for the other male colleagues? What are you thinking? How could Huime possibly like you? Huime should belong to handsome men like me, Ikeda said to Fujimori. Ha ha ha. Hearing Fujimori and Ikeda's words, everyone burst into laughter. You all better work hard. If you want to pursue me, you need to be as outstanding as Yi and Hikaru. Huime teased. Oh, Liangzi, you better keep an eye on Hikaru. Many female team members at UGM like him. Yi joked with Xing Liangzi. Yi, look who's talking. There are plenty of people at UGM who like Liangzi as well. Huime defended Liangzi. Well then, let us gather tonight. It's been a while since we relaxed. Captain Uyama said. Oh, that sounds great. Everyone cheered. Gossip is something every earthling loves, especially news about handsome men and beautiful women. In just a few days, the news of Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi being together spread, causing dissatisfaction among the UGM girls and happiness among the male colleagues. Captain Uyama also facilitated their relationship, deliberately pairing them together during assignments. However, Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi's days were still the same as before. They either worked together on missions or trained together to improve their strength. Originally, Xing Liangzi complained about the excessive training time, saying she had no time to play. However, Yang Guang's words shut her up, and she became even more dedicated to her training. Yang Guang said, as the princess of the Land of Light, you are still just a high-level warrior. With this level of strength, how can you lead the Land of Light to prosperity in the future? How can you maintain peace in the universe? Even if I handle the fighting, how can a weak warrior represent the Land of Light? You would be looked down upon by people from other planets. Moreover, if you don't become an elite warrior, you will only grow older. This statement not only directly ignited Xing Liangzi's sense of honor as the princess of the Land of Light, but also stimulated her desire for eternal youth. From then on, she no longer complained about training and became more proactive about improving her strength, vowing to become an elite warrior. During this period, the UGM radar occasionally issued alarms. Captain Uyama speculated that aliens or monsters were causing trouble again, so he sent everyone to search the areas indicated by the radar. However, each time they arrived at the location, they found no unusual situations, but there were always people arguing or fighting. In fact, all of this was caused by the sixth generation of the Baltan aliens. This time, the Baltan aliens were stronger and wiser than the last time they appeared, and they seemed to have mental issues. They manipulated human emotions to create chaos, achieving their own schemes and satisfying themselves. The sixth generation of Baltan aliens summarized the failures of their previous kin and chose to avoid direct contact with Ultraman and UGM, first targeting the simpler youths to incite and escalate their conflicts. During the process, UGM tracked them multiple times but always failed to catch them. Seeing the opportunity ripe, the sixth generation of Baltan aliens lured the youths to Lawn Hill to watch flying saucers, then took the chance to kidnap them as hostages to threaten UGM, subsequently growing in size and wreaking havoc on the city. The sixth generation of Baltan aliens stood 50 meters tall and weighed 15,000 tons. They had the ability to mimic human forms, could teleport instantly, and could hypnotize humans. They could also launch fireballs from their claw-like hands. The sixth generation's ultimate move was the surpassing flash, which was as powerful as Eddie's Shaku Shumbeam. This power was indeed formidable. It was estimated that this sixth generation was among the strongest of the elite warriors of the Baltan race. Furthermore, as cosmic ninjas, they were agile and not weak in close combat. This time, the little lobster was a tough opponent. Yi and Yang Guang arrived at the scene. Yi transformed into Ultraman Eddie and engaged in battle with the little lobster. However, the little lobster was holding a hostage, and Eddie was hesitant to use his full strength, resulting in being beaten by the little lobster. Taking advantage of the situation, Yang Guang transformed into Ultraman Jeed and sneak attacked the Baltan alien from behind, snatching the bag and releasing the youths inside. The little lobster was furious, shouting, "You old six! How can you sneak attack as an Ultraman?" No matter how angry the little lobster was, Jeed was unyielding and launched an attack. The little lobster, though furious, did not lose its rationality, knowing it could not match Jeed in close combat, so it fired fireballs at Jeed for long-range suppression. The idea was good, but unfortunately, Jeed was not Eddie. Jeed, relying on his high defense, covered his face and charged forward. The little lobster did not expect Jeed to disregard the fireball damage and was knocked down by Jeed's punch. Jeed was about to continue the attack when the little lobster used instant movement to evade. Eddie, seeing the little lobster reveal its true form not far away, immediately pursued. The little lobster did not engage Eddie in a fight, using invisibility and instant movement to continue evading. As before, Jeed used the Ultraman eye to see through the little lobster's movements and shot an energy ball, hitting the little lobster and forcing it out of invisibility. Eddie seized the opportunity to unleash the Shaku Shum beam, but the little lobster was not to be outdone, releasing the surpassing flash to clash with Eddie. Historically, the left side loses in clashes. G glanced and noticed the little lobster was on the left. Feeling confident about this round. Boom! The result was an explosion, and both sides were evenly matched, knocked over by the shockwave of the beams. Jeed exclaimed, "Wow, Eddie, did you hold back?" Chapter 77. The Magic Pot. Ged looked at Eddie, who was panting and seemed to be struggling, and it didn't look like he was just letting off steam. He was surprised to turn his head and look at the little lobster that had just gotten back up. This was a top-notch expert among lobsters. What else could fight against Ultraman Old 9, if not a master? Ged suddenly thought of the spatium substance, which was the nemesis of the Baltan aliens, but he himself had not fused with spatium. Fortunately, Eddie had. Once a warrior in the Land of Light, each warrior would receive a portion of spatium to allow their kin to fuse with it, which not only made their bodies harder, but also increased the heat of their inner energy and enhanced the power and temperature of their light-based skills. Eddie, we need to cooperate in battle from here on out, Ged said. It wasn't that Ged couldn't handle it himself. With 2 against 1, he naturally preferred an easier way to fight. Thus, under the joint efforts of the 2 Ultramen, although the lobster was fast, it was still no match for their combined strength. It was either knocked down in close combat or exposed and injured by energy blasts. After exhausting a lot of stamina, Ged managed to capture it, and Eddie took the opportunity to slice the lobster in half with his 8-point light wheel. Once again, the hard-working little lobster was defeated by the Ultramen, who once again maintained world peace. After a few days of peaceful days, Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi were dispatched to patrol Ski Mountain. Yang Guang had never skied before, and to his surprise, the 800-year-old princess, Xing Liangzi, also didn't know how to ski. So, out of curiosity, the 2 started to play in the snow. After consulting a ski instructor, they quickly grasped the technique and began to ski quite adeptly. "Ah, Hikaru, come chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you he, Xing Liangzi called out, laughing like silver bells as she skied ahead. "Hey, slow down. What do you want me to do if I catch you? You need to be clear," Yang Guang shouted as they chased each other. Xing Liangzi saw a cave ahead and stopped. As a result, Yang Guang wasn't paying attention and crashed right into her. They tumbled together in the snow for several rolls before coming to a stop. However, after a while, they had gotten up yet? Neither of them was ordinary, and being in the snow shouldn't have hurt them. It turned out they were hugging each other, gazing into each other's eyes, and gradually closed their eyes, kissing. "Hey, are you guys okay?" A little girl's voice came from nearby. The 2 quickly separated, feeling a bit awkward and shy at being seen by a child. "Where are your parents? You shouldn't be wandering around alone," Yang Guang said. "I'm not alone. My brother is over there. I saw you fall and didn't get up for a long time, so I thought you were hurt, so I came to check," the little girl innocently replied. The 2 exchanged a smile and stood up. "What a good kid. We're fine. Thank you for your concern," Xing Liangzi said. The trio returned to the cave entrance, where the little girl's brother was waiting. It turned out the boy's skateboard had fallen into the cave, and he didn't dare to go in alone. So he was just pacing at the entrance. "Brother, you're so cowardly," the little girl teased, then walked in by herself. Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi looked at each other. They couldn't let a child go in alone, so they followed her inside. Inside, the little girl retrieved her brother's skateboard and found a bottle. Yang Guang noticed that this bottle seemed unusual and remembered that it was a magic bottle that housed a magical spirit named Majin, who could help people fulfill their wishes. As for whether this magical spirit was good or bad, he couldn't remember. "This bottle is so dirty. What do you want it for?" Yang Guang asked the little girl. "I like it. If it's dirty, I'll just wash it when I get home," the little girl replied. "I also really like this bottle. Can I buy it from you?" How about I give you 10,000 Sakura coins? Yang Guang said to the girl. Sure. The girl was thrilled at the prospect of 10,000 Sakura coins, which could buy her many toys, and readily agreed. So Yang Guang took the bottle and returned to the hotel with Xing Liangzi. Liangzi, we didn't find anything unusual today. Let us go back tomorrow, Yang Guang said. Okay, sounds good. Oh, by the way, Hikaru, what do you want this bottle for? Xing Liangzi asked. This might be a magic bottle. Perhaps a spirit lives inside it. Yang Guang replied with a smile. Back in the room, Yang Guang cleaned the magic bottle thoroughly and then found a picture book for children, where he found the spells written in it. Akasa Tanan, Mami Mima. Yang Guang recited the spell, and a puff of smoke erupted from the bottle's mouth, revealing a figure with a top hat standing before him. Hello, I am a magic spirit Majin. I have been sealed in this magic pot for 300 years, and I detest dirty things. Thank you for cleaning the sludge off the magic pot. I can grant you one wish, Majin said, bowing to Yang Guang. Hello, Majin. My name is Yang Guang. You can just call me Guang. You said you can grant me one wish. So, can any wish be granted? Yang Guang asked. Well, not exactly. What do you want? I can help you realize it, but there are some things I can't do. For example, some treasures in the universe and infinite energy. Those are beyond my abilities. I can only bring people some items or summon some creatures, but I can't directly affect humans themselves. For instance, if you want to increase your strength, that wish can be granted. I prefer to fulfill wishes for children because they are pure and lovely and only want toys. Adults, on the other hand, have complex thoughts and often wish for strange things, so I don't like helping them. Plus, helping others fulfill wishes can be exhausting for me, Majin explained. I see. Then who sealed you in a magic pot? Yang Guang asked, originally thinking of asking for the ability to travel through parallel worlds or to obtain the Parrot shield, so he could return to the world of Diga or even go back to his original blue star. However, after hearing Majin's explanation, it seemed that those wishes would be impossible. I don't remember, Majin said. Then do you want to be free? Yang Guang asked. Of course. Who would want to be sealed in a pot? Majin replied. So, Majin, what will you do if you are free? Yang Guang asked. I will travel around and help children fulfill their wishes, Majin said. Getting something for nothing is not acceptable. It only increases people's laziness. Only through one's own hard work can one gain what they deserve, Yang Guang said. Chapter 78. Easily solving the case of Girobusk Yang Guang. Majin, if you're to grant wishes for others in the future, please make sure to follow these guidelines. First, there will be some unfair phenomena in society. For those who have made efforts but have not received their due rewards, you can help them achieve their rightful wishes. Second, when you help others fulfill their wishes, remember to require something from them in return. Third, the person whose wish is being granted must be kind. Fourth, you cannot help others fulfill wishes that could harm society, such as turning into a monster or asking for powerful weapons. Can you do that? Yang Guang said solemnly. Haha, you make a lot of sense. Of course, no problem. From now on, I will grant wishes according to the rules you mentioned, Majin replied. Majin, yes. Hurry up and tell me your wish so I can go back and rest, Majin urged. You are free. As soon as Yang Guang finished speaking, he shattered the magic pot on the ground. Majin gained his freedom, and with a puff of smoke, he left the room. Thank you for giving me freedom, Hikari. You are a righteous and kind person. I never expected that someone in this world could abandon a wish pot. Consider this a farewell gift for you. Until we meet again, Majin's voice echoed in the air. Then Yang Guang noticed a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg on the table. Is this the farewell gift Majin gave me? It looks quite beautiful. Yang Guang picked up the crystal and examined it. Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Yang Guang walked over to open the door and saw Xing Liangzi standing at the entrance. Oh, Liangzi, come in and have a seat. What brings you here? Yang Guang asked after seeing Liangzi sit down. I thought I heard something break in your room, so I came to check, Xing Liangzi said. Oh, it's nothing. It's the pot I brought back during the day. I cleaned it. And guess what? A fairy popped out with a bang. He said his name is Majin and that he can grant wishes, Yang Guang explained. Oh, how magical. So, what wish did you make? Xing Liangzi asked curiously. I think getting something for nothing is not advisable. It will only breed laziness in the heart. I believe that you reap what you sow. So I shattered the pot to let him return to freedom. I also made an agreement with him that he must follow 4 rules when granting wishes for others. Yang Guang explained to Xing Liangzi, briefly mentioning the 4 rules. Really, Hikari? I admire you so much. Not only are you indifferent to such a treasure as the wish pot, but you also gave Meijin his freedom. You are truly great, Xing Liangzi said, her eyes sparkling with admiration after hearing Yang Guang's words. Haha, it's nothing. Oh, by the way, Meijin gave me a farewell gift before he left, which is this crystal. Take a look at what it is, Yang Guang said. Is it really? It looks like it. Xing Liangzi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the crystal. What exactly is this? Yang Guang asked. To be honest, I can't be entirely sure, because I've only seen it in the science books of the Land of Light. About 270,000 years ago, scientists in the Land of Light invented a man-made sun, known as the plasma spark core. Legend has it that the scientists searched the entire universe to find a core crystal that could turn into infinite energy. Unfortunately, they could never find the materials to replicate the plasma spark core again. This crystal looks very similar to the core crystal recorded in the Land of Light, except it's a bit smaller, Xing Liangzi explained. If this crystal is made of the same material as the plasma spark core from the Land of Light, then it would indeed be very precious, Yang Guang said. But it's too small. Although it could be made into infinite energy, this technology isn't difficult for the Land of Light. The output power is many times less than the plasma spark core, Xing Liangzi said regretfully. Not necessarily. You mentioned before that the energy from the plasma spark core is enormous, making it impossible for Ultra Warriors to touch it directly. But what if it's a plasma spark core that has been shrunk countless times? Maybe it would be just right, Yang Guang suggested. Maybe, Xing Liangzi replied. After a night without further discussion, the two returned to the UGM headquarters the next day. In the following days, there were abnormal ultraviolet activities in the Tokyo area. While moderate exposure to ultraviolet light is beneficial to the human body, excessive exposure is not good. In this idealistic and magical world, what kind of abnormalities would arise? At this moment, a baseball match in the elementary school group had just ended. A-GUANG, angry about losing the match, vented his frustration on his glove, throwing it to the ground and stomping on it while cursing. Perhaps the boy's intense resentment triggered a reaction, as a large amount of negative energy and ultraviolet light compressed into a ball and shone down on the damaged ozone layer, hitting the glove and transforming it into the monster Girobusku. However, at this time, Girobusku was very small, only the size of a baseball glove. It continuously absorbed large amounts of ultraviolet light to enhance itself. The UGM radar detected the anomaly, and Captain Dyson sent Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi to investigate. Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi used their instruments to locate Girobusku, seeing a boy hitting the mutated glove with a stick. As soon as Yang Guang saw the monster, he drew his gun and fired. After being hit by the laser gun, Girobusku began to flee, hiding in the woods and disappearing from sight. Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi chased after it, but could not find Girobusku's trace. Then, Xing Liangzi used her sensing ability to find Girobusku and pointed at it, emitting infrared light. Girobusku became weak after being illuminated by the infrared light. Yang Guang fired several shots, killing Girobusku, which returned to its original glove form. In the end, Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi learned the situation. It turned out that the glove belonged to A-GUANG. After losing the match, he vented his anger on the glove, threw it away, and returned home alone. As a result, his mother scolded him and told him he couldn't enter the house without retrieving the glove. Left with no choice, A-GUANG had to come back to look for the glove, and then he complained to the glove again. Coincidentally, a beam of ultraviolet light shone on the glove, and it transformed into a monster. After hearing the whole process, Yang Guang began to lecture A-GUANG. A-GUANG, how can you blame the glove for losing the match? If your ability is insufficient, then work hard to train. Any problem should first be looked at from within yourself. Don't vent your anger on external things. Boys should forge ahead and not complain about the present, Yang Guang said to A-GUANG. Okay, I understand, A-GUANG replied. After the glove turned into a monster, A-GUANG's heart also underwent reflection, and he believed he would become better and better in the future. Thus, Yang and Xing Liangzi sent A-GUANG back home and then returned to UGM to report the situation. Chapter 79. I Lang in the following days. Yang and Xing Liangzi patrolled as usual, but noticed many students jogging by the roadside. Hey, why is everyone working so hard to exercise lately? Yang asked. The city will hold a middle school marathon soon, so everyone started practicing, a student replied. I see. After understanding the situation, Yang continued his patrol. A few days later, while patrolling, Meng suddenly spotted a boy running incredibly fast, nearly surpassing the speed of an ordinary person. He took the news of the boy back to UGM, where Captain Dashin explained the boy's background to everyone. This boy, known as the Marathon Kid, was actually I Lang, a monster living on Mount Dafan in the central mountainous area. Because Mount Dafan is covered in snow year-round, climbers have perished there, earning it the nickname Death Mountain. The local villagers regarded the I Lang, who lived there, as a god that moved at high speed. I Lang enjoyed eating yams and radishes, so the villagers would offer yams and radishes in worship. In return, I Lang would transform into a boy each year and run around the village, curing anyone who saw him of their ailments. So this monster is actually a blessing for the people. Yang told, if only all monsters were this kind. I Lang also enjoyed watching marathon events and liked to run marathons himself. After learning about the upcoming middle school marathon in the city, I Lang transformed into the Marathon Kid and came down to the city. With his friendly and sunny disposition, he began racing against the boys who were training for the marathon, easily outpacing them. Later, he ran into one of the participating schools, Xingyun Middle School, after seeing someone practicing inside who looked stronger than the others, and he wanted to compete. This person was indeed a competitor from Xingyun Middle School, and the competition resulted in injuries to the school's athlete. When the principal saw how impressive the Marathon Kid was, he invited him to join the school team for the competition. The principal treated the Marathon Kid to yams and radishes, but the other students mocked him for eating them. In anger, the Marathon Kid revealed his true form and began running at high speed through the city at night, causing destruction. UGM's radar detected the monster's signal, and Captain Dashin ordered everyone to engage. However, they were repelled by I Lang's storm breath. Then, Meng transformed into Ultraman ADO to persuade I Lang to stop destroying the city and return to the mountains. I Lang then disappeared, reverting back to the Marathon Kid. The next day, the marathon event took place as scheduled, and Yang, Xing Liangzi, and Meng came to cheer for the students. I Lang also participated in the middle school marathon as the Marathon Kid. However, the principal of Xingyun Middle School deliberately released dogs to attack students from other schools to prevent them from winning. What a shameless act. However, this backfired and frightened the Marathon Kid, causing him to transform back into a monster. Since the Marathon Kid had previously been bitten by a dog, he was particularly afraid of them. I Lang stood 52 meters tall and weighed 20,000 tons. His usual speed could reach 1.2 Mach. With a maximum speed of 2 Mach, he could unleash storms from his mouth. Yang transformed into Ultraman Gade and tried to reason with I Lang. Knowing that I Lang wasn't evil and benefited the people, he didn't intend to eliminate him. However, I Lang ignored his advice and charged at Gade. Well, for a disobedient child, a little lesson is in order, Gade thought. As I Lang charged, Gade sidestepped and tripped him, causing him to fall spectacularly. I Lang stood up and roared, attacking Gade. Gade laughed at I Lang's actions. You don't think running fast makes you strong, do you? What kind of fighting skills do you have? He allowed I Lang to attack first, then executed a spinning kick, knocking him to the ground, and spread his hands in a taunting gesture. Is that all? I Lang unleashed a storm from his mouth towards Gade. Gade stood still with his arms crossed, unaffected by the strong winds that lifted buildings around him. Is this a joke? Winds at 60 meters per second are indeed a disaster for humans, but for Ultraman, it's nothing. After all, my running speed is now around 1.7 Mach, which is 578 meters per second. What can this wind do to me? Meng looked at Gade's show-off demeanor in disbelief. Damn it, he is showing off again. Ever since Yang started dating Xing Liangzi, he has changed a bit and is getting more showy. But who is he trying to impress? He then unintentionally glanced at Xing Liangzi, who was gazing at Gade with admiration, hands over her heart. Oh, so there really are people watching. Once Dayton Lang finished his storm breath, Gade said to him, "All right, Dayton Lang, stop causing trouble and go back to the mountains." After releasing a large breath, Dayton Lang felt much better. Realizing he wasn't a match for Gade and that Gade hadn't T-attacked him, he decided to back down and transform back into his boy form. Gade also disappeared, reverting back to Yang Guang. In the end, the Marathon Kid carried a large bag of yams and radishes that Yang Guang had bought for him as he returned to the mountains. After about a week of peace, one night, UGM's radar picked up several signals. Although no monsters appeared, Captain Dashin ordered everyone to stay vigilant and work overtime at UGM. A few days later, Yang Guang noticed that Yadi Meng seemed a bit down and distracted at work. "Yadi Meng, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Yang Guang took some time to sit down and chat with him. "Oh, it's nothing," Yadi Meng replied. "You don't look like you're fine. Can Ultraman get sick too?" Yang Guang expressed concern. "Actually, it's about Teacher Jinko. Since I work at UGM, I hardly have time to spend with her, especially these days when I can't even go home at night. So, Teacher Jinko suggested we break up," Yadi Meng said helplessly. "I see. After all, you and Teacher Jinko have been together for over half a year, and you Haven T had much time together. A breakup is inevitable," Yang Guang responded. "Besides, Teacher Jinko is more suited to marrying and starting a family with someone from Earth. You'll eventually have to return to the Land of Light. If you break up, there will be someone better next time." Yang Guang continued to console him. Chapter 80. Monster Brothers. All right, don't be sad. If you love her, you should learn to let go. How about this? When we return to the Land of Light, I'll have Yulian introduce you to some female Ultramen. I guarantee they'll have big breasts and nice figures. Yang Guang noticed that Yada Meng was still feeling down, so he pulled out his big move. "Ahem, Hikaru. You're right. Kyoko has to live on Earth after all, and it's indeed not suitable for her to be with me," Yada Meng said. Yang Guang saw Yada Meng suddenly realize this and patted his shoulder. He nodded and gave Yada Meng an encouraging look before turning to leave. "Sai, Hikaru, you need to tell Hashikawa about this. I'll wait for your news when we get back to the Land of Light," Yada Meng called quietly from behind. "Big breasts and nice figures. Got it. I'll tell Hashikawa later," Yang Guang said, almost tripping as he waved his hand. "Good brothers for life, in our hearts." Yada Meng heard Yang Guang's response and happily ran up to hug Yang Guang's shoulder. Thus, the two of them walked back to the command room with their arms around each other. However, their conversation was overheard by Captain Oyama. Originally, Captain Oyama wanted to comfort Yada Meng because he had noticed Yada Meng's poor state these past few days, considering he had recruited him himself. Little did he know, upon hearing Yang Guang and Yada Meng's conversation, he instantly understood their identities. So Ultramen also like girls with big breasts and nice figures. It seems heroes have similar tastes. Captain Oyama muttered to himself as he left. In the past few days, radar searches revealed a total of 14 locations with signals, prompting Captain Oyama to send team members to investigate. Through the collected wavelength analysis, UGM discovered that there were actually only 2 monsters. However, they did not let their guard down, as the monsters had shown they could create illusions to confuse UGM, demonstrating their high intelligence. Thus, they continued to monitor the situation closely. The 2 monsters were brothers, named Platsuma and Minitsuma. The next day, the monster Platsuma moved underground in Nio Mountain to communicate via signals with his brother Minitsuma. As a result, UGM's radar captured this and monitored their location. UGM then dispatched fighter jets to bomb the monster's hiding spot. However, Platsuma withstood UGM's attacks and continued to lie in wait for an opportunity. While UGM did not consider going underground to attack the monsters and returned to headquarters instead. The next day, Shomu came to find Yada Meng, telling him that he had picked up strange signals on his radio at midnight. However, to keep it a secret, Yada Meng did not tell Shomu the truth about the monsters, instead deceiving him. After returning home, Shomu picked up the same signal again at midnight and thought it must be related to the monsters. So the next day, he came back to UGM to find Yada Meng again. Coincidentally, he overheard the existence of the monsters. Determined, young Shomu decided to go to Nio Mountain to find the monsters himself. He searched for a long time, but couldn't he find them? Of course, he wouldn't be able to find them. The monsters couldn't possibly be on the surface. If they were, UGM's radar would have detected them long ago. Suddenly, Shomu had a clever idea and used his radio to emit a signal similar to the monster's frequency. Wow, UGM didn't think of that, but you did. You're quite the clever kid. Platsuma, underground, mistook the signal for Minitsuma calling him, so he came to the surface. Platsuma found that the one emitting the signal was a human boy and felt tricked, angrily chasing after Shomu, ready to stomp him. Just then, Yataming happened to arrive. While at UGM headquarters, Yataming received a call from Shomu's mother and learned that Shomu hadn't returned home. Guessing that he might have overheard their conversation and come to Nio Mountain alone to find the monsters. So Yataming hurried over and, just in time, saw Platsuma chasing Shomu. Yataming had no choice but to flee with Shomu. Platsuma then summoned his brother Minitsuma, blocking their escape. Yataming was hit by Minitsuma and severely injured. UGM's radar detected the monsters, and everyone piloted fighter jets to arrive on time. They launched a series of attacks on the monsters. Though it didn't cause much damage, it did divert the monsters' attention. A-GUANG piloted a jet and bravely attacked the monsters, inspiring the other team members to act courageously as well. However, the two monsters fired beams and shot down all UGM's jets. Thankfully, everyone managed to parachute to safety without any casualties. Seeing that all the UGM jets had been destroyed by the two monsters, Yataming seized the opportunity to transform into Ultraman Eddie and confronted the two monsters, Platsuma and Minitsuma. However, due to being severely injured before transforming, Eddie couldn't unleash his full power and was beaten by the monster brothers. These two monsters were quite strong. The older brother Platsuma stood at 60 meters tall and weighed 30,000 tons. He had many spines on his body that could stab enemies. The spikes on his head and chest could also emit lightning-like beams. His body had high defense and strong melee capabilities. The younger brother Minitsuma was 58 meters tall and weighed 40,000 tons. He possessed astonishing brute strength. The horns on his head could fire laser beams, and the tail on his back could whip and attack. Individually, these two brothers were weaker than the suppressed monster Zalasima under Canon Bodhisattva, but they had the ability to combine. When the brothers joined back to back, their positive and negative currents combined, enhancing their energy. Both their beam power and body defense increased by at least twofold. To completely defeat Ultraman Eddie, Platsuma and Minitsuma entered a combined state. The brothers adhered back to back, their body currents merging and doubling their power. Eddie took advantage of the monster's combination, charging and releasing the Shikurium beam, but the monster brothers' strength had multiplied, so the Shikurium beam didn't inflict much damage on them. After combining, the monsters moved more slowly, allowing Eddie to unleash a more powerful Kudai beam. Although it hit the monsters, it still didn't kill them, merely breaking them apart from their combined state. Eddie continuously fired the Shikurium beam and Kudai beam, consuming a lot of energy, and his movements became sluggish. The monster brothers fired beams that hit Eddie, and he was gravely injured, his colorful timer on his chest flashing a red alert. Seeing Eddie in a desperate situation, Ryoko used the healing gun to treat Eddie's injuries. A-GUANG instructed Hashikawa Ryoko, then took out the godlight stick and transformed into Ultraman Jeed. Jeed immediately executed a flying kick, knocking Platsuma to the ground. Then he launched a fierce attack on Minitsuma, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, ultimately knocking him down with a kick. Chapter 81. Defeating the Monster Brothers at this moment. The elder brother Platsuma attacked from behind, and Gade immediately crouched down and executed a sweeping kick, knocking Platsuma to the ground. Then, he mounted Platsuma and unleashed a flurry of attacks. At this time, the younger brother Minitsuma also got back up and saw his brother being beaten on the ground. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to help. Minitsuma charged over and knocked Gade off his brother. Gade rolled and got back on his feet. The younger brother helped the elder brother up, and the two monsters teamed up to charge at Gade. Of course, Gade wouldn't confront them head-on. He performed a flip and landed behind the two monsters, turning around to shoot two energy blasts that knocked the two monsters down just as they turned around. You didn't think two of you could beat me, did you? Ha, how naive. Gade was putting on a show again. Damn it, he's acting again. At this moment, Eddie watched Gade's invincible posture and the admiring gaze of Hashikawa, feeling speechless. The monster brothers exchanged glances. Platsuma. United we stand, divided we fall. Minitsuma. Brothers fight like tigers. After encouraging each other, the monster brothers launched a beam attack at Gade. Monster brothers, you think only you can shoot beams? We can too. Gade raised his energy shield to block the brothers' beams. However, the power of the brothers' beams was still quite strong. Now, that is more like it. Gade held on for a while, then rolled to the right to dodge the beams. Seeing that they couldn't defeat the Ultraman in front of them, the brothers decided to fuse again. Gade, of course, wouldn't just wait for them to fuse. He jumped into the air and executed a descending kick. His foot glowing red. Bang! It struck the fused monster, causing a shower of sparks. Unfortunately, it was just a little too late. As he kicked, the fusion was completed, and the attack was blocked. The power of the kick was great, but the fused monster could withstand the Shikurium beam and the Kudai beam without harm. Taking Gade's heavy kick was not a problem for them. Watch out! Eddie noticed the monsters had fused and couldn't help but worry about Gade. This fused monster could be said to be the strongest monster he had encountered so far. Individually, they might not be the strongest, but the fact that they could fuse was a problem. Could Gade defeat this fused monster? The fused monster charged at Gade, but due to the fusion, although its defense, strength, and energy were enhanced, its speed was slightly slower. Gade's colorful timer gem flashed with blue light, and he suddenly had a large sword over 20 meters long in his hand. Gade also charged at the fused monster. Relying on his speed advantage, Gade launched a series of slashes at the fused monster. Sparks flew as he struck the fused monster, but although the monsters were fused, their arms hadn't grown longer. So they couldn't reach Gade with their attacks. As a result, the fused monster became a slow-moving target in front of Gade. After slashing a bunch of times, Gade used the exploding Qinglong sword to unleash a beam, directly separating the fused monster. Although it didn't injure the monsters, it forced them out of their fused state, making it impossible for them to fuse again in a short time. Monster brothers, you're cheating. How can you use a weapon? Gade, SB. After cursing, Gade moved forward with his sword and delivered a diagonal slash that created a shower of sparks on Platsuma, followed by a horizontal slash that produced more sparks on Minitsuma's waist. Gade then turned and charged again, first kicking Minitsuma back, then slicing off one of Platsuma's arms. Platsuma cried out in pain. Minitsuma seized the opportunity to hug Gade from behind and released an electric shock. Gade's legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. Platsuma saw his brother had hugged Gade and rushed forward for revenge, but he was kicked away by Gade just in time. Gade broke free from Minitsuma's hold, turned around, and executed a cross slash, slashing Minitsuma and causing sparks to fly as he stumbled back. Then Gade followed up with a kick that knocked him to the ground. Gade, that is what you get for shocking me. You think you're Professor Yang? Gade cursed while swiftly moving, turning the sword and preparing to execute a downward thrust to finish off Minitsuma. At this moment, Platsuma, seeing his brother in trouble, disregarded his injuries and charged at Gade, knocking him aside to save Minitsuma. Gade rolled and got back up, continuing to charge at the two monster brothers with a flurry of slashes. Back and forth, in and out. After several exchanges, the monster brothers began to struggle. Monster brothers, damn. This Ultraman has a weapon. What should we do if we can't beat him? At this point, the colorful timer on Gade's chest began to beep a red alert. It had been a while. Fortunately, the two monsters were nearly out of counterattack capability. So, Gade used the exploding Qinglong sword again to unleash a beam, blowing the monster brothers into pieces. It's a good thing I had a weapon. If I were unarmed, it would be dire. That unlucky Eddie still hasn't come to help. Dino was much better. We coordinated so well. Actually, at this moment, Eddie, fearing that Hashikawa would expose his identity, had refused her treatment and had run out of energy, reverting to his human form, even though Eddie was enduring serious injuries. He didn't want Hashikawa to reveal his identity. He was truly a gentleman. Don't worry, big chest and perky, but I'll handle it, Hashikawa whispered to Eddie, who had transformed back into Yashiro. Yashiro grinned, feeling that his injuries didn't hurt as much anymore. Gade retracted his sword, made a fake flying sound, and actually turned around to return to his human form. After defeating the Monster Brothers, a long period of peace followed, coinciding with the arrival of spring. Now, the earth was warming, spring was budding, and everything was reviving. It had been almost a year since he arrived in Eddie's world. Although he didn't know how his friends were doing far away, A-GUANG was living a happy and fulfilling life. Every day, he was as diligent as ever, either executing missions with Hoshikawa or training together. In Hoshikawa's eyes, A-GUANG was the hardest working person she had ever seen. Ultramen have long lives, which Ultraman trains every day in the land of light. One day, Hoshikawa couldn't help but ask A-GUANG, "Hikari, you're already so strong. Why are you still working so hard?" A-GUANG replied, "Ryoko, you should understand this. It's precisely because I work so hard that I can be this strong. Moreover, I wouldn't consider myself strong. There are even more powerful beings in the universe. If I don't become stronger, how can I protect you?" A-GUANG thought of the little golden man. He wasn't a match for the little golden man yet. What if when Yulian was captured by the little golden man, something unexpected happened? That little golden bull was a ruthless character, very cruel. He would directly attack Yulian. If it weren't for Regulo's acting in time, Yulian might have been done for. I've seen the galaxy fight. Chapter 82, Leaving Earth Shikuru. As long as you are by my side, I feel very safe, Xing Liangzi said emotionally upon hearing A-GUANG's words. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the alarm went off, and A-GUANG and Xing Liangzi returned to the command room. It turned out that a cold wave had descended on Nanyuan City in the Sakura country, turning the originally vibrant spring city into a frozen world with temperatures dropping to minus 50 degrees. Minus 50 degrees? How is that possible? It's spring now. Of course, it is possible because a monster has come to Earth. Captain Dajan ordered everyone to set out to eliminate the monster. As it turns out, all of this was caused by the frozen monster Magton. Magton is known as the Cosmic Drifter. It attacks warm planets to absorb thermal energy, turning entire planets into cold, lifeless worlds. After attacking multiple planets, Magton discovered Earth and came here to absorb its heat, attempting to turn Earth into a frozen planet as well. The team piloted their jets to Nanyuan City and attacked Magton. However, Magton not only released freezing gas, but also had the ability to absorb thermal energy, neutralizing all of UGM's attacks by absorbing the explosive energy from missiles. Captain Dajan had no choice but to order a temporary retreat to come up with another plan. Upon returning to headquarters, the team conducted a comprehensive analysis of Magton. If they allowed Magton to continue absorbing the planet's heat, not only would the Sakura country be destroyed, but the entire Earth would perish. In the end, the entire solar system would not be spared. Therefore, it was essential to eliminate it. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. Director Ito proposed a plan based on the characteristic that frozen substances become hard and brittle, to use iron balls as a weapon. The plan was to freeze the monster with freezing liquid and then smash Magton with a large iron ball used for demolishing buildings. Thus, Captain Dajan ordered the assault. Just as A-GUANG, Yidameng, and Xing Liangzi were preparing to set out, Captain Dajan called them back, leaving them in UGM. Captain, at this moment, Yidameng was anxious, as defeating the monster with human means was very difficult. A-GUANG already knew the reason. It was the last episode of Eddie TV. Although he didn't know, when Captain Dajan figured out their true identities, it was time to leave. Thank you, Gate Ultraman, Eddie Ultraman, and Xing Liangzi. You must also be an Ultraman. Thank you for always protecting humanity and helping us eliminate so many monsters. We humans should not rely on Ultraman's power. It's time to defeat monsters with our own abilities. Captain Dajan stated the identities of the three and believed that humanity could not always depend on Ultraman. He was determined to eliminate the monsters using human capabilities. The revelation of their true identities surprised the three, especially Yidameng and Xing Liangzi, while A-GUANG remained unfazed. On the other side, UGM launched an attack according to the plan, but was thwarted by Magton's freezing gas, causing one of the fighter jets to crash. Captain Dajan personally piloted a new fighter jet into battle. However, during this assault, one of the jets ran out of fuel. Fortunately, two team members, Harada and Taijima, who had come to support from UGM's Australia base, arrived just in time, refueling the jet in midair and dropping freezing liquid capsules onto Magton, freezing the monster completely. Seizing the opportunity, UGM launched a massive iron ball, which was hooked with a cable, and smashed it down on Magton, completely defeating the monster. This time, UGM defeated the monster without Ultraman's help, giving humanity the confidence to overcome monsters. However, A-GUANG knew that this was the last monster to come to Earth, and it would be over 20 years until the next monster appeared when Mebius arrived on Earth. In the UGM command room, everyone gathered, and Captain Dejan explained the identities of A-GUANG, Yidameng, and Xing Liangzi to everyone. Then, he held a grand farewell party for the three. Finally, the trio hugged and said goodbye to each UGM member. The three, along with the dog, arrived in an open area and transformed into Ultraman, with Gade revealing his true form. Gade stored Eddie in the colored timer gem space, and then the three Ultramen flew into space together. I heard Mars has spatium. Let's go find it. I haven't fused with spatium yet, Gade said to the other Eddie and Yulian after flying out of Earth. Sound good. X2. Thus, the three Ultramen arrived on Mars to search for spatium. After some searching, they collected about 3,000 tons of spatium. In the land of light, when Ultramen become warriors, they are given a portion of spatium to fuse into their bodies, making their internal energy hotter, their bodies harder, and increasing the temperature and impact of their light beams. However, the amount of spatium each Ultraman can fuse varies. Generally, it is only a few hundred tons. What? A few hundred tons is a lot. You have to know that Ultramen weigh tens of thousands of tons. A few hundred tons is only 1% of an Ultraman's weight. For example, an 80-kilogram adult consumes about 0.8 kilograms of food a day. So, fusing a few hundred tons of spatium into the body is like a person having a big meal. There's nothing strange about it. Can you fuse more times? Of course not. The fusion of spatium into the body is based on each Ultraman's talent ratio. Each Ultraman can only fuse a certain amount at one time. Once saturated, they can't fuse anymore. In the land of light, the record for fusing spatium is 1,000 tons, set by Ripia. His body is as hard as those Ultramen who are born with armor. Ah, you ask who Ripia is? He is the original Ultraman. Every Ultraman has a name. The original means the first Ultraman to appear on Earth, not his actual name. This is the real world. Ultramen are not just suited actors. The image of Ultramen resembles how they appear in Shin Ultraman, but their body proportions and muscle shapes are more pronounced, resembling humans. What? With Ripia's strength, how could he set the record in the land of light? The strength of the Ultraman brothers is very strong. Any of the current Ultraman brothers can compare with Belial from the Ultraman War period, and some are even stronger. Moreover, Belial was already 100,000 years old back then, while the oldest of the current Ultraman brothers, Zoffy, is only 25,000 years old. In terms of talent, the Ultraman brothers were chosen by the Father of Ultra from the entire land of light. Chapter 83. Fusion of spatial matter. So, don't be fooled by how the Ultra brothers often face setbacks in TV movies. In fact, they are incredibly powerful beings throughout the land of light and are renowned warriors across the universe. During the Ultra War, many Ultra warriors died for the land of light. And afterwards, to maintain peace in the universe, there were another tens of thousands of years of war. This led to many orphans in the land of light. To ensure that all the children had a father, Father of Ultra selected exceptionally talented children to adopt as sons, forming the Ultra Brothers organization. Of course, not just anyone can join the Ultra Brothers. One must not only have outstanding talent, but also possess the strength of a top-tier warrior. Among them, Ultra 7 possesses a family heirloom, the Cosmic Fist, and his mother is a biological sister of Mary, who is now the mother of Ultra. Mary's family has kept the ultimate holy sword, a sacred artifact of the land of light, for generations. This clearly shows that they are part of the ruling class of the land of light. Even someone as proud as Belial thinks to himself when facing Mary, "Once I become a high-ranking official in the land of light, I will confess my feelings to you." You see, in Belial's heart, if he doesn't become a high-ranking official in the land of light, he feels unworthy, and he doesn't even dare to confess. Before he could finish his thoughts, Kane ran over to tell Mary that he had been selected as the first captain of the Cosmic Patrol. Later, the two ended up together, leaving Belial feeling empty. Then there's Ultraman Jack, who has a family treasure, the Ultra Bracelet. Not only can it transform into the Ultra Spear, but it also possesses a myriad of abilities, making it an extraordinary treasure. As for Ace, that unlucky guy has an Ultra hole on his head and possesses energy several times greater than that of others of the same level. As for Taro, let us not even mention it. He is the Prince of the Land of Light, the strongest connection. His father is the highest leader of the Land of Light, father of Ultra. And then there's Ripia, the record holder for the amount of spatium matter fused in the Land of Light. Speaking of which, at this moment, G began to fuse spatium matter. 100 tons, 200 tons, 500 tons. Julian, how much spatium matter do you think Jeed can fuse? Eddie asked as he saw Jeed already fusing 500 tons of spatium matter. It should be soon after all. Ripia only fused 1,000 tons. Julian replied, 800 tons, 1,000 tons, 1,200 tons. Oh, Julian, it seems Jeed has surpassed Ripia's record, and he hasn't stopped yet. What incredibly strong talent. Eddie exclaimed. Of course, as mentioned before, Jeed has energy absorption capabilities similar to Tiga, but the difference is that Tiga can change forms after absorbing energy, while Jeed can only enhance his fundamental abilities without changing form. However, Jeed can absorb materials that are compatible with Ultraman to strengthen himself, and spatium matter is one of those materials. 1,500 tons, 1,800 tons, 2,000 tons. Julian, am I seeing this correctly? Has he fused this much? Eddie was astonished, having seen talented individuals before, but never someone with such talent. However, Jeed was still absorbing 2,200 tons, 2,400 tons, 2,600 tons. All right, Eddie was already numb and didn't want to speak anymore. Finally, after absorbing nearly 3,000 tons of spatium matter, Jeed finally stopped. It seems I can't absorb anymore, Jeed sighed. Now Jeed's weight reached 55,000 tons. His internal energy became more active and intense, and his body became harder. As for how much stronger he became, that would have to be tested once he got to the Land of Light. Sorry to keep you waiting, Jeed said. It's all right. We only waited for 3 days. Eddie said sarcastically. Jeed, what is wrong? Why does Eddie sound so sarcastic? Jeed, you're amazing. You've broken the record for absorbing spatium matter in the Land of Light. Julian said happily. Oh, a record? Jeed asked. Yes. The previous record for absorbing spatium matter in the Land of Light was 1,000 tons, set by Ripia. Julian explained. Oh, I see. Who is Ripia? Jeed was a bit unfamiliar with the name. Since he was a record holder, he should be quite famous. Ripia is the first Ultraman to come to Earth to protect humanity, known to humans as the first-generation Ultraman, and ranks second among the Ultra Brothers, Eddie explained. Oh, so it's the first generation. I remember now. There was indeed a name like that in the newly filmed New Ultraman. Jeed realized. Then, Eddie, how much spatium matter did you fuse back then? Jeed asked. That has nothing to talk about. Let us go. Eddie waved his hand, pretending not to care. Eddie fused 900 tons of spatium matter and was considered the most outstanding warrior of that generation. Julian said, Wow, Eddie, I didn't expect you to be so impressive. 900 tons. No wonder you're an excellent warrior of the Land of Light. That is almost a third of my amount. Jeed exclaimed. Eddie, what is going on? Why is Jeed speaking so sarcastically? How much did Ultraman Jack fuse? Jeed asked. I think it was 750 tons. And Ace? About 800 tons. Moreover, Ace's internal energy is several times more than that of an average elite warrior because of the Ultra Hole. And Taro? Over 600 tons. No way. Taro can combine the energy of the Ultra Brothers to become Super Taro. Jeed was astonished. Taro's energy leans more towards fire attributes. So is fusion with spatium matter ISNT the highest. Eddie said, in fact, in the Land of Light, the Silver Clan's energy is relatively mild, making it easier to fuse with spatium matter, and they have the most energy. The Red Clan warriors have explosive energy, resulting in lower fusion rates with spatium matter compared to the Silver Clan. However, the Red Clan has the best physical talent. The Blue Clan's energy tends to be swift, so their fusion with spatial matter is also not high, but the Blue Clan has the highest intelligence, with most being top students engaged in scientific and technological development in the Land of Light. Eddie explained, thus, the average fusion amount for Blue Clan warriors is between 100 to 300 tons. For Red Clan, it's between 200 to 400 tons, and for Silver Clan, it's between 300 to 500 tons. Julian continued to explain. Jeed, I see. Let us hurry back to the Land of Light. Eddie said, So the three of them set off into the universe, with Jeed in front and Eddie and Julian on either side. After flying for half a day. Jeed, where are you planning to go? Eddie asked. To the Land of Light. Jeed replied. But the Land of Light, isn't in that direction. Eddie was speechless. Ah, is it not this direction? All right, I've never been there. Hee. Jeed grinned. Eddie, what? You've never been there, and you're leading the way. Thus, next, under Eddie's guidance, the three flew towards the Land of Light. Chapter 84 Arrival at the Land of Light. M78 Nebula. Planet Ultra. Because there's only one country on Planet Ultra, it is called the Land of Light. So, Planet Ultra can also be referred to as the Land of Light. Is this the hometown of the fish-headed hot moms? Ged looked at the massive planet bathed in a forgiving hue, and the radiant light absorbed by his body gradually alleviated the fatigue caused by the journey. The three arrived at Ultraport and entered Planet Ultra under the guidance of the guards. Since Ged was not an Ultra of Planet Ultra, he needed to register. Fortunately, with Eddie and Julian vouching for him, he was allowed to enter smoothly. After all, the princess of the Land of Light is the face of the country to the outside world. Here, it is necessary to explain that the leaders of the Land of Light are several. First is the Ultra King. However, the Ultra King is not a native Ultra of the Land of Light. He existed before the Plasma Spark Tower was built in the Land of Light. Ged speculated that the Plasma Spark Core was created by the scientists led by the Ultra King and the indigenous people of the Land of Light. He is the spiritual leader of the Land of Light, a national symbol, beloved by all Ultra warriors of the Land of Light, and is a godlike existence. The second is Kane, also known as the Father of Ultra, the highest commander of the Cosmic Patrol. He is the current supreme leader of the Land of Light. All military forces of the Land of Light are under his command. He formed the Adopted Sons Corps, known as the Ultra Brothers. He's like a father figure to all young Ultra warriors. The father of Ultra defeated Jutter 50,000 years ago and fought against the invading Ampelra aliens 30,000 years ago, using the power of the Ultra Bell to disperse the monster army led by the Ampelra aliens. He awakened the true power with the blessing of the ultimate holy sword to confront the Ampelra aliens and expelled them, protecting the Land of Light. However, both sides sustained incurable injuries in the battle against the Ampelra aliens. He is a respected and trusted leader. The third is Princess Julian of the Land of Light. Julian's parents, as royals, were also very powerful. However, they were targeted and severely injured in the war, and soon after, they died, leaving behind a daughter, Julian, who was very young at that time. Now she has gradually grown up and begun to fulfill her royal duties. Currently, she is involved in some diplomatic matters and is also a member of the Ultra Mother Silver Cross Corps. Upon hearing that Eddie had returned from Earth and that Princess Julian had brought back a wild Ultra, the father of Ultra received the three Ultras. Your Highness, are you all right? Since you went to Earth to inform Eddie, we haven't heard from you, and we were all very worried about you. But when Eddie later sent an Ultra signature saying you were fine, we finally felt relieved. Kane said, I'm fine, Captain. I was chased by the Karakara aliens on my way to Earth, and my spaceship crashed on Earth. I was hit and temporarily lost my memory, but Ged saved me. After I regained my memory, I stayed on Earth to help protect humanity with them, Julian replied. Oh, thank you so much, Ged Ultraman. Thank you for saving our princess of the Land of Light, Kane said to Ged. Oh, Captain, you're being too modest. It's nothing. It's what I should do. Seeing a partner from the righteous camp being chased by aliens, I naturally couldn't stand by, Ged humbly replied. Captain, Ged is an Ultra warrior from 30 million years ago, from another world. The story is like this. Ged helped me through many difficulties and protected the Earth with me, Eddie explained, recounting everything from how Ged came out of the time-space rift to their battles together to multiple instances of saving the Earth and finally arriving at the Land of Light. Oh, So he is an ultra-ancient warrior from another world. The Land of Light warmly welcomes your arrival. If you have no place to go, you can stay in the Land of Light, Cain invited. Thank you, Captain. Coming to the Land of Light feels like returning home. I will treat this place as my second hometown, Ged said. Then let Yulian take you around to enjoy the scenery of the Land of Light, Cain said. Ged, let's go. I'll take you to see the sights of the Land of Light, Yulian said as she took Ged's hand and flew away. Huh. Cain was quite surprised to see Yulian being so affectionate with Ged. Captain, Princess Yulian and Ged are dating, Eddie explained. Oh, I see. Being young is wonderful, Cain said, stroking his chin in contemplation, perhaps reminiscing about his lovely memories of dating Mary in his youth. Oh, Eddie, you've worked hard too. I'm sure your experiences on Earth have taught you a lot. Go take a rest, Cain then said to Eddie. Yes, Captain, I'll take my leave, Eddie said as he turned to leave. Yulian took Ged to admire the beauty of the Land of Light. To be honest, the Land of Light appeared to be entirely in a forgiving hue, showcasing stunning scenery. However, it still looked quite breathtaking, especially under the illumination of the Difarlita rays. Ged felt his energy gradually increasing at a very slow pace. All right, Ged released Gady as well. Once Gady appeared, he immediately loved the environment of the Land of Light, playfully circling around Yulian and Ged. A monster. Oh, there's a monster? Where did this monster come from? The surrounding people were first surprised, then curious, gathering around to take a look. Afraid? How could that be? This is the Land of Light, and Ultramen also have pets. The Land of Light even has a zoo. Oh, by the way, Yulian, where will I be living now? Ged suddenly remembered that his accommodation hadn't been arranged yet. Of course, you will live with me in the royal palace, Yulian said. Wow, that was quick. Is that okay? Ged muttered. What were you just saying? Yulian looked at Ged, puzzled. Nothing, Ged replied. Although Ultramen can be distinguished by gender from their appearance, they do not have reproductive organs. Ultramen have children by combining their lights and then giving life in a unique nursery of the Land of Light, resulting in the birth of a little Ultraman. Therefore, love in the Land of Light is all spiritual. Of course, they can also transform into human forms to engage in. Ahem, the details are omitted here. Yulian took Ged around for several days, and the news that Princess Yulian had a boyfriend quickly spread throughout the Land of Light. On the streets, people were gossiping. Did you hear? The princess is in a relationship. Yeah, it's been spreading recently. I heard he is not from the Land of Light. Could it be an alliance with another force? Not at all. I heard they met on Earth. Earth also has its own Ultraman now. No, he is an ultra-ancient warrior from 30 million years ago. Is that true? 30 million years? The stellar explosion incident in the Land of Light was only 270,000 years ago. To live so long, he must be a very powerful warrior. Absolutely. It said he even defeated the evil god. Oh, impressive. By the way, which evil god are you talking about? To their surprise, the Ultramen of the Land of Light were quite gossipy, and Ged's glorious deeds spread rapidly throughout the Land of Light. As for who spread the news, it was none other than Eddie. After he returned, his family and friends asked him about his life on Earth, and the honest Eddie shared everything, leading to the news spreading like wildfire among relatives and acquaintances. Chapter 85. Sparring with Taro. After exploring most of the Light Country, Julian finally brought God to the Science and Technology Bureau, where they found Hikaru. Julian, God, this is Hikaru, the highest official of our Science and Technology Bureau in the Light Country. His human name is the same as yours. Isn't that a coincidence? God, the superhero who lifts the shellfish with one hand. A-GUANG, indeed famous. God, hello Fishhead Hot Mom Hikaru, I am Fishhead Hot Mom God. Nice to meet you. Hikaru, hello Fishhead Hot Mom God, I feel very happy to meet you as well. God, I've heard you are the smartest and greatest scientist in the Light Country, having developed many useful inventions for the Light Country, even creating the life stabilization device that can revive recently deceased beings, reducing the death toll of warriors in the Light Country. Meeting you today is truly a case of seeing is believing. You are indeed a heroic figure. Hikaru, oh, not at all. I'm not as amazing as you say. I'm just doing what I should. God, by the way, Hikaru, I have 2 matters that I need your help with. I know with your abilities, you can handle them easily. Hikaru, please tell me, As long as it's within my capabilities, I will definitely help you. God, it's like this. I previously defeated King Galtan on Earth, and this is his explosive blue dragon knife. I would like to ask you to help me modify and enhance it. Hikaru, no problem. That's a small matter. What about the other one? God, can you take a look at this? Julian said this is a crystal for manufacturing a plasma spark core, but I'm not sure. If it is, can you help me make it into a plasma spark core? God said as he took out the crystal that Macon had left for him before leaving and handed it to Hikaru. Hikaru, oh, such a small crystal. Hikaru took the pigeon egg-sized crystal from God's hand. At this size, it was indeed quite small for an Ultraman. Hikaru, I'll take it to study. If it is what I think it is, I will make it into a plasma spark core. This thing was never found again after the Light Country searched the entire universe, and I didn't expect it to appear now, though it's just a bit small. After that, God and Julian bid farewell to Hikaru and returned to their residence. After some time, under the irradiation of the Defiliter ray, God's energy had stopped increasing and should have reached saturation. His current state should be God's peak condition. Unless he completely comprehended the power of Tai Chi or found some materials to fuse with, he could not continue to grow stronger. So Julian took God to the Ultraman arena for testing. After a series of tests, God gained an understanding of his basic data and beam power. Height, 55 meters. Weight, 55,000 tons. Flight speed, 10 Mach running speed, 2 Mach underwater speed, 1, 5 Mach underground speed, 1, 5 Mach jumping ability, 1, 200 meters grip strength, 130,000 tons wrist strength, 170,000 tons beam skill. DZM beam. Power increases significantly after absorbing a large amount of spatial material, equivalent to Zoffi's full power M87 beam. At this moment, a group of Ultras had gathered in the arena. Wow, so impressive. The data shows that this beam power is actually as strong as Captain Zoffi and Instructor Tartaros. Who is this underling so powerful? I heard he is an Ultraman from another universe and is also Princess Julian's boyfriend. I think his name is God or something. What are you all doing? Hurry up and train. Taro saw the crowd of Ultras gathered together, walked over, and scolded them. Seeing Taro approach, the crowd of Ultras dispersed. You're the fish-head hot mom God who has been making waves lately. Taro walked up to God and said, yes, I'm God. You're a fish-head hot mom, Taro. God responded as he saw Taro coming over. Taro had recently heard rumors about God, that he was a powerful ancient warrior from 30 million years ago and had even defeated an evil god. As the son of the Supreme Commander Kane of the Light Country, he naturally felt a bit competitive and wanted to spar with God. Oh, it's Taro. God. This is Captain Kane's son, currently serving as the chief instructor of the Ultraman Universe Guard. Taro is indeed a very powerful top warrior, Julian introduced to God. Of course, God knew the famous name of Ultraman Old 6, having watched the TV shows. Taro, Fishhead Hot Mom God, I heard you are very powerful. I want to have a match with you. Faced with Taro's blunt statement, God was speechless. God, no wonder Terejiga turned dark. However, God accepted Taro's challenge because he also wanted to see how strong the most powerful of the Ultraman brothers, Taro, really was. Zoffi, he's the strongest? What does that make me? So the two Ultras entered the arena and took their stances. Oh, look quickly. Instructor Taro is going to fight someone. Yes. I wonder who is so lucky to have Instructor Taro's guidance. Come and see. Come and see. Instructor Taro is about to make a move. Taro, ranked 6th among the Ultraman brothers, is also known as Ultraman Old 6, because he tends to self-destruct when he can't win. Many beings in the universe also call him Bomb Taro. Height, 53 meters. Weight, 55,000 tons. Age, 12,000 years. Flight speed, 20 Mach running speed, 1 Mach jumping ability, 600 meters grip strength, 58,000 tons wrist strength, 160,000 tons killing move, Strelum beam, Ultraman bomb. Taro and God took their positions, then charged at each other. God's running speed was much faster than Taro's, and he unleashed several strikes, catching Taro off guard. Although Taro blocked a few blows, he was still hit several times by God. However, Taro's body was highly defensive, so he did not suffer any significant damage. Taro used his cosmic fist techniques to attack, while God's punches were also impressive. The two Ultras exchanged blows, dazzling the spectators and shocking the gathered Ultras. So impressive. I can't even see their movements clearly. Their strength is incredible. Their techniques are so exquisite. Oh, this move can actually be used like this. The excitement here attracted more and more Ultras to come and watch. Even the father of Ultraman and Zoffy came to the sidelines to observe after hearing about the battle between Taro and God. This God is quite strong. The father of Ultraman remarked. Taro should not lose to him. Zoffy naturally supported his sixth brother. On the field, Taro struck down with his palm, and God no longer took it head-on, but retreated to dodge. Seeing God retreat, Taro immediately stepped forward to punch, but God ducked down and caught Taro's punching arm, attempting a shoulder throw. Taro, being experienced, pushed against God's lower back with his right hand, preventing him from executing the throw. Chapter 86. The Qinglong knife is forged. Gade turned around, but still held on Taro's arm to prevent him from breaking free. He then swept his leg out, knocking Taro down and stomped on him while he was on the ground. Taro, however, remained calm even as he fell, taking advantage of Gade raising one leg. He kicked out and knocked Gade to the ground as well. The two stood up again, and up until now they seemed evenly matched. But after the previous battle, Gade had realized that his speed was faster than Taro's, and he had a slight edge in strength, but it wasn't enough to overwhelm Taro. The two had been fighting for a day, and without the use of light, neither could gain the upper hand, so they decided to stop. After all, it was just a spar, not a life-or-death struggle. There was no need for a fight to the finish. Taro was also impressed by Gade's strength. Through their recent sparring, he had come to understand that his once proud strength was slightly inferior to Gade's, and in terms of speed, the difference was even greater. Moreover, Gade's physical defense was very high, and Taro's attacks couldn't inflict much damage. Although neither had used their full strength, Taro felt he had been slightly outmatched in combat. "All right, Gade, let's call it a day," Taro said, feeling there was no need to continue. He called for a pause. Unexpectedly, Taro was as formidable as the rumors suggested. Not only was he strong, but his fighting skills were also unmatched. Gade began to praise Taro, but only he was doing the praising while Taro listened. After all, Taro, with his muscular brain, wouldn't he be able to come up with such words? "Torikia, you have a keen eye. That Gade is impressive. Ha ha ha. In the land of light. If you encounter any difficulties, just come to me. There is nothing I can't handle in the land of light. Ha ha, I'm off." Taro was floating with satisfaction from the compliments, patting his chest as he said goodbye to Gade and flew away. For a long time afterward, Gade and Yulian spent every day in the Ultra Arena, either training with each other or sparring with other Ultras. However, how could the other Ultras be a match for Gade? One day, Hikaru sent a message saying that Gade's knife had been forged. So Yulian and Gade went to the Science and Technology Bureau. "Gade, your knife has been reforged. Take a look," Hikaru said, handing Gade the new Qinglong knife. "Oh, you've worked hard, Hikaru." "Thank you," Gade said as he received the Qinglong knife. Gade examined the newly forged Qinglong knife and saw that it had transformed significantly from the original explosive Qinglong knife. The round holes that were once on the blade had all been filled in. The blade was no longer a silver-white metallic color, but had a color that matched the style of the Land of Light, a translucent green that emitted a soft glow, reminiscent of the architecture in the Land of Light. Is Hikaru trying to fool me with materials meant for building houses? Gade thought. The blade was no longer thick and short like before. It had become elongated, resembling a butterfly knife. There were blood grooves on both sides of the blade. The handguard was designed in a golden circular shape, intricately carved with dragon patterns, making it very beautiful. The handle was slightly curved, perfectly aligning with the principles of force and grip. The end of the handle was designed in the shape of a golden dragon head, majestic and imposing. This knife was made from the original explosive Qinglong knife, plus many precious materials used in the Land of Light for weapon crafting. Hikaru had calculated the alloy proportions repeatedly to achieve the optimal result. Furthermore, during the forging process, Gade's light was infused into the knife, making it Gade's exclusive weapon, similar to the ice axe on Seven's head, which could be manipulated remotely, so it wouldn't get lost. Also, when not in use, the knife didn't need to be sheathed. It could transform into an arm ring worn on the upper left arm. Why the upper left arm? because the knife is used with the right hand. It's impossible to reach the right upper arm with the right hand. So when he needed the knife, he could touch his left arm with his right hand, and the knife would appear in his right hand. As for why it was an arm ring instead of a bracelet, it was because Gade's wrist had armor and there was no need for a bracelet. Gade, no problem, brother. Now, this Qinglong treasure knife has been upgraded to a new level. Although it can't compare to legendary artifacts like the Parrot Shield or the ultimate Holy Sword, it's only a step away and is still a very powerful weapon. The knife's appearance was actually Gade's own request. It was like what Hikaru had originally designed. It's hard to explain. Hikaru's design looked like a child's toy. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was something meant to be sold as merchandise. Gade said, "Fortunately, I couldn't wait and came to check it out midway. Otherwise, I'd be going to battle with a toy, making it look like a drama. I, Gade, have my pride." Thus, Gade rejected Hikaru's design for the knife and personally redesigned it before it was finalized. "Hikaru, I still think my original design looked better. If you change your mind, I can help you revert it back." Gade, "No need. Thank you, Hikaru. You did a great job, and I'm very satisfied." Hikaru, "All right, as long as you're satisfied. Oh, by the way, this knife is not even in its strongest form yet. You need to charge it. One day, when it's fully charged, it will become even stronger, probably on par with the ultimate Holy Sword." Gade, "How long does it take to charge? And how do I charge it?" Hikaru, "It'll take several thousand years. Just place it next to the plasma spark core." Gade, "What? It takes that long?" Hikaru, "Yeah. The ultimate Holy Sword also took several thousand years to become a Holy Sword. Otherwise, where do you think the energy in the Holy Sword comes from? Weapons can't generate energy indefinitely like the plasma spark core." "Oh, right. Here, has this for you," Hikaru said as he took out a crystal that emitted infinite light. "Gade, what is this?" Hikaru, "Exactly. This is the crystal you gave me back then. It is indeed made from the material of the plasma spark core. So I made it into a slightly smaller plasma spark core. I've tested its output power. It's 100,000 times smaller than a real plasma spark core. Our ultras in the land of light are constantly bathed in dipholita rays, and this little one cannot allow us to evolve again. Its purpose is that when you leave the range of the land of light and can't get energy replenishment, this core can provide you with a continuous supply of energy. The limitation of transforming on Earth for only 3 minutes will no longer exist for you. You can fight to your heart's content." When Gade received the miniature plasma spark core, he felt the continuous energy emanating from the tiny core, discovering it was even more efficient than the daily exposure to the dipholita rays in the land of light. Chapter 87. Fusion of the Microcore. Gade, "Oh, infinite energy regeneration? What a wonderful treasure. Wait, something's off. It feels like I can fuse it into my body." Gade, "Hikaru, is there anyone who can fuse this microcore into their body?" Hikaru, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although its output power is reduced by 100,000 times. And direct contact won't burn your hands. There is currently no one in the land of light who can fuse it into their body. After all, it is infinite energy. If one could truly fuse it, they would eventually grow to exist like the mysterious four gods. There was once an ultra warrior who tried to fuse the energy of a plasma spark core, but not only did he not become stronger, he got burned by the core and was ultimately expelled from the land of light. He's still locked up in a cosmic prison. Belial, what ultra warrior? Just say my name. Gade, it seems you don't know Li Ning. Hikaru, Li Ning? Who is Li Ning? Gade, anything is possible. Without further explanation, Gade went to the laboratory to test the power of the Qinglong saber, and he was very satisfied with the results. Qinglong saber, length 30 meters, weight 3,000 tons, can transform into an arm ring, and can be controlled by telekinesis. Exceptionally tough, it basically won't be destroyed. Its sharpness surpasses all known physical swords and weapons in the land of light and can rival a lightsaber. It can also emit a blue light blade with immense power. With the Qinglong saber, Gade's combat power increased significantly, and he no longer feared one against many or group battles. The current Qinglong saber truly deserved the name. It not only became longer, but also lighter. What high technology could a cosmic nomadic race like the Karakarans have? Such a waste of precious materials. After lamenting, Gade transformed the Qinglong saber into an arm ring and wore it on his arm. Hikaru, your technology is truly incomparable to that of the Karakarans. I believe there is no one in the entire universe who can match you. Only a genius like you could create such a powerful weapon. I really appreciate you. Gade praised. It's nothing, just basic skills. Hee. Hikaru felt shy again from Gade's praise. After thanking Hikaru again and complimenting her skills as the best in the universe, Gade and Urien left the Bureau of Science and Technology. Hikaru watched the two Ultras leave and thought, hey, Gade's words are quite pleasant to hear. After returning to his residence, Gade told Urien not to disturb him if she had something to do, then entered his room and took out the micro-core, starting to fuse it into his body. However, the process was a bit difficult, unlike absorbing the spatium material, which was visibly noticeable. Half a day later, Gade, it doesn't make sense. I feel like I can absorb it, just like when I absorbed the fragments of the statues of Ilau and Achilles. Why hasn't there been any movement after half a day? Is it really not possible? Gade, this micro-core is small, but it is infinite energy, and its structure is very stable. If it were fused into my flesh, wouldn't my body mutate into infinite energy? How is that possible? What should I do? So Gade pondered over the micro-core for another half a day when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. Gade got it. The power of the body comes from the gem timer, so would fusing it with the gem timer work? Top-tier warriors have already fused their bodies with the gem timer. So fusing the micro-core into the gem timer is equivalent to fusing it into the body. I'm really clever, hee. Thus, Gade placed the micro-core on the gem timer, and it really worked. Then Gade spent 3 days fusing the micro-core with his gem timer. When the moment of success arrived, the color of Gade's gem timer began to change, shifting from its original olive color to a dazzling olive green, with light continuously emanating from the gem timer. Gade felt an endless stream of energy pouring from the gem timer, flowing to his limbs and slowly enhancing his body. Gade, infinite energy regeneration plus extremely slow enhancement of physical strength and increased energy limits, a weakened version of storm gathering. Urien, Gade, you've been in your room for 4 days. What are you doing? Hearing Urien call him, Gade walked out of the room. Urien saw the door to Gade's room open, followed by a dazzling light. Urien, oh Gade, why are you shining a light bulb at me? Annoying, wait, where did the land of light get a light bulb? Gade, did I turn to a light bulb? Time flies, and before he knew it, several years had passed in the land of light. Due to Gade's frequent appearances in the Ultra Arena and often guiding newcomers, he was appointed by Father of Ultra as an instructor in the Ultra Arena. One day, the Ultra Arena was once again filled with Ultras. Have you heard? Instructor Gade and Instructor Jack are sparring with weapons. I heard about it too. So I rushed over to take a look. Let's go. There are already many Ultras. If we're late, we won't be able to see anything. Jack Ultraman age, 17,000 years height, 40 meters weight, 35,000 tons flying speed, 5 Mach running speed, 600 kilometers H jumping ability, 400 meters grip strength, 40,000 tons wrist strength, 120,000 tons finishing move. Shinera Ray, although Gade's stats overwhelmingly surpass Jack's. These stats are from when the Ultra Brothers became elite warriors. Now they're all top-tier warriors. As mentioned earlier, top-tier warriors have completely fused their gem timers with themselves, reaching a realm of mastery over their physical bodies and energy, allowing them to adjust their size and power according to their size. In general, they control their bodies to be in the most perfect state, which is a height of 50 to 55 meters. Therefore, we see different heights of Ultramen standing together but appearing to be the same height. Because once they reach top-tier status, they can readjust their height. Thus, the previous data cannot accurately assess their combat power. It requires actual combat to know. Ultra Brothers, secondary development, you deserve it. Hee. Overall, Jack Ultraman's combat ability is also very impressive. In terms of close combat techniques, such as punches, kicks, and throws, he can usually match or even suppress his opponents. In a fully powered state, he has directly killed enemies multiple times, especially with his kicking techniques. Jack Ultraman has trained hard in meteor kicking, being the first Ultra Warrior to enhance his combat power through diligent training after failure. Additionally, Jack is skilled in aerial combat and possesses skills like aerial spins. In terms of beam techniques, Jack shares many of the same finishing moves as the original Ultraman. such as Spatium Ray and 8-point light wheel, but he also has his unique techniques that he can effectively utilize according to the situation. Furthermore, Jack possesses many powerful super abilities, such as the Ultra Barrier that can push back tsunamis. Chapter 88. Battle against the Ultraman brothers. One aside from lacking the initial form of the first generation, which is Raipia's strength, Jack's other abilities are almost identical to those of the original Ultraman. His basic fighting style involves weakening the enemy with martial arts techniques, and then using residual energy to unleash beam attacks or superpowers to finish off the opponent. Additionally, Jack Ultraman possesses a family heirloom known as the Ultraman Bracelet, referred to as an all-purpose weapon. After acquiring it, he often transforms it into various weapons for battle, enabling him to achieve easy victories and further enhance his overall combat strength. In the arena, Gato and Jack stand off against each other, armed with weapons. Jack wields the Ultraman spear, transformed from his bracelet, while Gato holds the Qinglong sword. At that moment, both sides charge at each other, and in an instant, Gato lunges in front of Jack and strikes down with his sword. Jack is startled by Gato's speed and quickly raises his spear to block. Duong. Sparks fly. The force of the strike is immense. Jack notices Gato wielding the sword with one hand and doesn't pay much attention, almost losing his grip on the spear. Fortunately, he is holding it with both hands. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. Seeing that this strike did not succeed, Gato does not apply pressure and swiftly pulls back the sword for an upward slash. Duong. Jack pushes down on the spear to block this attack. However, Gato uses both hands for this strike, causing Jack to stagger back 2 steps. Oh, impressive, the observing Ultraman exclaims. Of course, 2 strikes cannot defeat Jack. A seasoned top warrior, Jack capitalizes on the spear's advantage and thrusts forward. Gato sidesteps and blocks the spear's tip with his sword, then slices towards Jack's hand along the spear. Jack quickly lifts up to deflect the blade. The two pass by each other. Both Ultramen turn around and continue their attack, exchanging dozens of moves. The onlookers are dazzled. What a worthy opponent, a talented match. One wields a sword with finesse, combining speed and power, blending reality and illusion, unpredictable. The other has mastered spear techniques, balancing offense and defense, with agile adaptability, excelling in both attack and defense. Although Gato is stronger in both power and speed, the Qinglong sword is a one-handed weapon that emphasizes agility and speed. Jack, on the other hand, wields a spear, a two-handed weapon. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. The spear's balance of offense and defense compensates for Jack's relatively unremarkable strength and speed. If both were unarmed, Jack would certainly not be Gato's match, but in this weapon contest, both are evenly matched. Ping pong. The two have exchanged hundreds of moves in the blink of an eye, yet neither can gain the upper hand in a short time. Both Ultramen begin to admire each other. No wonder they are formidable warriors from 30 million years ago. In such a short time, I have been forced into a defensive position with little offense, Jack reflects. No wonder he is known as the weapon master of the Land of Light. I have been attacking for so long, yet he defends flawlessly. No wonder that saying goes, Jack sparks a flash, and rage's heads fall. Gato thinks. The two continue to exchange hundreds of moves, battling for a day without either gaining the upper hand. After all, it is just a sparring match. So both Ultramen stop simultaneously. Jack Ultraman, your title as a weapon master is indeed well-deserved. Gato exclaims. You're also impressive, using that spear with such skill and defending impeccably. I couldn't even land a hit on you. Not all. Your swordsmanship is truly exquisite, like an antelope's horns. Elusive and hard to predict. I almost couldn't block it. The two begin to praise each other after the battle. The observing crowd leaves satisfied after witnessing a thrilling fight. In the following period, Gato often seeks Jack for weapon sparring, learning his techniques and skills in weaponry. And Jack is more than willing to share. As a result, under the guidance of Jack, the weapon master of the Land of Light, Gato's proficiency in weaponry improves once again. A few days later, Ace returns from a mission and hears that a formidable character has come to the Land of Light, having fought to a standstill with both Instructor Taro and Instructor Jack. So, Ace also wants to meet this fellow named Gato Ultraman. Thus, at the Ultraman Arena, is another day packed with spectators. Everyone has stopped training to watch a certain match. Who do you think will win this time? I don't know, but I believe it will be an exciting battle. Ace Ultraman age, 15,000 years height, 40 meters weight, 45,000 tons flying speed, 20 Mach running speed, 580 kilometers H jumping ability, 900 meters grip strength, 55,000 tons wrist strength, 14,000 tons finishing moves, metal and beam. Ultraman Decapitation. Ace Ultraman is a warrior who combines strength and skill, and among the Ultraman brothers, he possesses the most beam and superpower abilities, thus being called the Ace among Ultraman. Ace Ultraman has outstanding physical talent, slightly stronger than Ripia and Jack. Moreover, Ace's head has an Ultraman hole with almost the same function as the Ultraman horn. This round hole can rapidly absorb external energy and the energy of other Ultraman warriors, quickly converting it for his own use, giving Ace a faster energy recovery speed compared to warriors of the same level, meaning he recovers energy quickly. Ace can also use Ultraman telekinesis to materialize sharp, long blades from the light energy within him. Therefore, Ace is also skilled in weaponry. At this moment, the two Ultramen engage in their fighting stance and charge at each other. They exchange punches and kicks, clashing fiercely, and, after dozens of moves, Ace gradually falls into a disadvantage. After another dozen moves, Ace is overwhelmed in defense, and with one misstep, he is knocked to the ground by Gato. In fact, Ace's martial arts skills are slightly stronger than Ripia and Jack, but weaker than Taro, while Gato's hand-to-hand combat skills surpass Taro's. Therefore, Ace naturally loses in unarmed combat against Gato. Although he lost in fighting, Ace does not mind. He gets up and uses Ultraman telekinesis to materialize the Ace Blade. Gato touches his left arm bracelet with his right hand, and with a flash of blue light, the Qinglong sword appears in his right hand. The two Ultramen simultaneously perform a few sword flourishes, set their stances, and charge at each other again. The two engage in a series of clashes, with the sound of metal ringing and sparks flying. Both wield one-handed weapons, resulting in a very fast attack speed. In the blink of an eye, they have exchanged dozens of moves. The observing Ultramen are dazzled, unable to clearly see the techniques. However, Ace's grip strength and overall power are not as strong as Gato's. Thus, the rebound from the clash of their blades causes Ace to struggle a bit to maintain his grip on the hilt. On the field, Gato gradually begins to gain the upper hand. Although Ace is being suppressed by Gato, his swordsmanship is on par with Gato's. After another several dozen moves, Gato delivers a powerful slash that breaks Ace's blade. Chapter 89. Battle against the Ultra Brothers 2. After all, the Ace Blade is merely a manifestation of Ace's ultra telekinesis and the light energy within him. Although it can be condensed infinitely, its hardness is relatively inferior to that of real weapons. Of course, this is in comparison to top-tier weapons. If compared to ordinary weapons, the Ace Blade is still quite tough. Ace directly discarded his broken sword and then unleashed the ultra decapitating blade. Jeed, damn you serious? Jeed concentrated energy on his Qinglong blade, and the entire blade began to glow. Then, with one swift strike, Jeed shattered the rapidly approaching ultra decapitating blade into pieces. Seeing that the ultra decapitating blade failed to achieve its purpose, Ace unleashed a series of ultra-decapitating techniques one after another. Ace up and down, left and right. Muda muda muda. Jeed. I slash, I slash, I slash. When Ace realized he couldn't take Jeed down this way, he utilized the Ultra Hole and executed the triple 8-point light wheel. The 8-point light will shot toward Jeed and suddenly split into three, catching Jeed off guard. Ace thought to himself, this time, let's see how you dodge. But Jeed, ever the agile warrior, rolled out of the way in the blink of an eye. Ace, hey, look how flustered you are. Then Ace used his ultra telekinesis to control the 8-point light wheel to attack Jeed again. Jeed, however, also manifested an 8-point light wheel with his left hand while wielding the Qinglong blade with his right. He swiftly swung 3 times, shattering the 3 incoming 8-point light wheels. Ace, nanny, you can actually use the 8-point light wheel as a weapon in hand. It can be played like this. Seizing the opportunity, while Ace was momentarily stunned, Jeed charged at Ace and unleashed a flurry of slashes with both hands. Ace dodged left and right, but was ultimately caught off guard and swept to the ground by Jeed's kick. Jid continued to attack Ace, who was on the ground. But Ace rolled like a lazy donkey to evade. Fortunately, Jid was wielding only short weapons, so Ace narrowly avoided being hit. Jid, now let's see who is truly flustered. However, prolonged rolling led to mistakes, and soon Jid halted the Qinglong blade at Ace's neck. I lost. Ace, lying on the ground, looked at the blade hovering in front of him and said helplessly. Then Jid retracted the Qinglong blade and reached out to pull the dejected Ace up. Jid, Fishhead Spicy Mother Ace, your strength is impressive, and I'm glad to have had this spar with you. Especially that triple light wheel move. It really caught me off guard, and your ultra-decapitating blade is indeed as legendary as they say. If I didn't have the Qinglong blade, I might not have been your match. Ace, Fishhead Spicy Mother Jid, you are being modest, your strength surpasses mine, and your use of the 8-point light wheel was unexpected. The two began to exchange compliments, and anyone unaware would think they had known each other for a long time, completely oblivious to the fierce battle they had just fought. After a while, Jid asked Ace about the techniques of the ultra-decapitating blade, and Ace generously shared all he knew. Eventually, Jid was able to perform the ultra-decapitating blade barehanded and discovered that using the Qinglong blade to execute the decapitating series increased its power significantly. During the time Jid spent learning from Ace, Ace also inquired about the techniques of wielding the 8-point light wheel. Ace realized that using the 8-point light wheel was more effective than the Ace blade because the 8-point light wheel spun like a chainsaw, which enhanced its cutting power. From then on, Ace earned another title, the Chainsaw Maniac. After Ace, 7 also came to challenge. 7 Ultraman, age 17, 000 years height, 40 meters weight, 35,000 tons flight speed, 7 Mach running speed, 800 kilometers H jumping ability, 400 meters grip strength, 50,000 tons wrist strength, 150,000 tons signature moves. Amaram Ray. Converging Ray 7 Ultraman ranks 3rd among the Ultra Brothers and is one of the Ultra Warriors, aside from Ace, who possesses the most light skills. As a member of the Red Clan, 7 is a born warrior, and his family's inherited Cosmic Fist makes him formidable in close combat. Additionally, he wields an ice axe on his head, which can be used as a weapon for chopping or controlled telepathically for long-range attacks. It is truly a gem of a weapon. 7 also differs from other Ultramen in that his color timer is not on his chest. Instead, he transformed the existing beam light on his head into a color timer. This is a safer method of transplanting a color timer, suitable for Ultramen with beam lights on their heads. 7's chest also features an energy armor plate that not only enhances his defense, but can also absorb solar energy and convert it for his own use. Therefore, when illuminated by the eternal light, his energy recovery speed is much faster than that of other Ultra Warriors, allowing him to fight for more than 3 minutes during battles on Earth. Moreover, 7 possesses 3 capsule monsters that he can control in combat. On the battlefield, 7 and Jid took their stances and charged at each other. Bang! The two arms collided, sending shockwaves radiating outward. However, Jid quickly pushed 7 back with his strength. In terms of sheer power, it was clear that Jid was stronger. The two then engaged in a battle of punches and kicks. Although 7 was on par with Jid in terms of martial arts, Jid surpassed 7 in basic physical stats, both in speed and strength. Thus, the battle was dominated by Jid. After exchanging blows for 100 moves, 7 abandoned his fist and kick attacks, took off his ice axe, and engaged Jid in a weapon fight. Jid also drew his Qinglong blade to duel with 7. The clashing of metal echoed as they exchanged blows. However, like Ace, 7 lacked the grip strength to match Jid, and as the clashes continued, 7's arms became numb from the recoil, causing his techniques to falter. Over time, he began to fall behind. After enduring 100 exchanges, 7 stopped trying to clash blades with Jid. He leaped back to create distance, and then hurled his ice axe. The ice axe spun rapidly as it flew toward Jid. Jid struck the ice axe away with his Qinglong blade, but the deflected axe spun around and attacked Jid again. It turned out that 7 was controlling the ice axe with his ultra telekinesis. Another series of clashing sounds ensued, but this time 7 stood at a distance, while Jid continuously struggled against the telekinetically controlled ice axe. After some time, Seven realized that simply trying to attack with a flying axe wouldn't defeat Jeed. So he closed the distance for close combat. Jeed had to not only engage in close combat with Seven, but also be wary of the ice axe attacking from afar, resulting in a stalemate for a moment. However, for Seven, engaging in close combat while controlling the flying axe was quite exhausting. Even though they were in the land of light, illuminated by the endless Dipholita rays, preventing energy depletion, the continuous use of ultra-telekinesis caused Seven's focus to waver. As time passed, Jeed noticed Seven's fatigue and leaped back to create distance, then retracted the Qinglong blade and waved his hand, signaling the end of the battle. Chapter 90, Battle with the Ultra Brothers 3 Gato. Please hold on. Let's stop here for today and continue our battle another day. Seven was taken aback when he heard Gato voluntarily call for a stop. He knew that if the fight continued, he would definitely lose. Seven, why stop? You clearly see that I can't hold on much longer. Gato, we're just sparring. It's not necessary to determine a winner. Moreover, I've already learned something from your fighting style, so there's no need to continue. 7. Fishhead Hot Mom Gato, your open-mindedness is as broad as your strength. Gato, Fishhead Hot Mom 7. Your strength is quite impressive as well, especially that flying axe attack. I think it's very cool. Can you teach me? 7. Of course, no problem. After a month of teaching from 7, Gato improved his control over ultra-telekinesis and successfully learned how to skillfully use the Qinglong knife for flying knife attacks. A few days later, Rippy-IA came to challenge. Oh, that's the original Ultraman. Rippy-IA knew that he wasn't good with weapons, and his fist-fighting skills were inferior to those of 7, Ace, and Taro. However, he was confident in his wrestling and physical toughness, so he said to Gato, Gato, let's spar in wrestling. Gato thought, good job, old skin, you understand how to avoid the real and go for the fake. No problem. Gato readily agreed. Rippy-IA Ultraman age, 20,000 years height, 40 meters weight, 35,000 tons flight speed, 5 Mach running speed, 450 kilometers h jumping ability.